Chapter 97. I can see, that's precisely it. Just as I speculated, we nodded. Afterward, I shall assist you in reuniting your child's soul with his body. Shaoran, do not commit further transgressions. Your fates are intertwined. The sins you bear, your child must also endure the consequences and retribution. After sealing Shaoran back into the soul vial, Muin departed from the unfinished building. With time still on her side, she instructed the driver to take her to the Zhao family's ancestral home, where she would first secure these wandering souls. Once she deemed the hour appropriate, Muin signaled for Tan Ci and the others to return. Shall I swing by the unfinished building to pick you up tomorrow morning on my way to work? Tan Ci inquired. That works for me, Muin replied, waving him off. Once the vehicle had distanced itself, she invoked her magic and journeyed to the county town. When Muin arrived at the foot of Luge's building, he had only just returned home, sharing with his parents the tale of consulting Muin for divination. At the moment Luge received Muin's call, his parents were seated on the sofa, bewildered. Dad, the master has arrived downstairs. We can head back to our hometown now. Luge coughed gently, clutching his chest. The Lu family's residence in the county town was a self-built 5.5-story structure. They occupied the 4th floor, and due to the absence of an elevator, Luge found it quite the ordeal to traverse the stairs. After a brief wait, the Lu family emerged. Apologies, Luge isn't feeling well, so it took him a moment to come down. Did the master have to wait long? Lu's father remarked, grasping the car keys. We'll drive back to the town swiftly. It's only a 40-minute journey. Only then did Lu's father notice that the esteemed master was, in fact, a young girl who appeared to be in her 20s. He was momentarily taken aback and turned to Luge, asking, "Is this truly the master? Did I mistake her for someone else?" "It is I," Muin affirmed, shaking her head. "Let us be on our way. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can conclude our business." The small county town had its charm. There was no traffic, allowing for a smooth journey from the county to the town. The car halted in front of an imposing 5.5-story building. Lu's father announced, "Master, we have arrived." Lu Haimin's family resides on the 2nd floor, while the child's grandfather lives on the 1st. However, at this hour, he is likely resting. Luge scoffed. "This house was built by our family. My parents purchased the land, and every penny spent on construction came from them. They brought my grandfather from the old house, but he insisted he wouldn't stay here unless my uncle's family accompanied him. It was my grandfather who insisted my parents give the 2nd floor to my uncle's family." Lu's father sighed. "I never anticipated your grandfather would go to such lengths for your cousin. The house is ours. Once this matter is resolved, I will ensure your brother's family vacates our property. They are a family devoid of gratitude." Lu's mother scolded. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Muin accompanied Luge and his parents into the Lu home, heading straight for the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor door was locked, yet the sound of a television could be heard within, indicating the family had not yet retired for the night. Lu's father knocked on the door. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, Luge, what brings you back so suddenly?" Lu's uncle asked, visibly taken aback. "Luge, don't you have work? Is there some urgent matter?" Lu's father had no desire to engage in conversation with his brother. He simply pushed past him and ushered Muin inside. Without removing her shoes, Muin stepped in, while Luge whispered beside her, "Lu Haimin is home. I saw his shoes. This is his room." Luge guided Muin to the room with the best lighting in the apartment, but upon turning the knob, they found it locked. As Luge prepared to knock, Muin interjected, instructing him not to bother. Instead, she raised her foot and forcefully kicked the door open with a resounding crash. "Who's there?" Lu Haimin, who had been lying in bed video chatting with his girlfriend, jolted upright. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, what is the meaning of this?" "Luge, who is this girl with you? Your girlfriend? You come in without even changing your shoes? How rude!" Lu's father seized his brother, while Lu's mother held back her sister-in-law, preventing the couple from disrupting Muin. "Luge, wait outside," Muin instructed, striding inside. She seized Lu Haimin's arm and effortlessly threw him back onto the bed. Grasping his wrist, she forcefully yanked off the red string he wore. "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Lu Haimin panicked at the sight of the red string being removed, immediately realizing Luge must be aware of his actions. "Let go of me. You're trespassing. I can sue you," Lu Haimin threatened. "This is my parents' house, and I brought her here. You have no grounds to sue her," Luge replied, panting. Seeing Muin unwrapping the talisman paper, Lu Haimin understood her true identity. He shouted, "As long as you promise not to interfere in our family matters, I'll pay you double whatever Luge offers." Lu's uncle was still bewildered, exclaiming, "What is going on? Why is there such a commotion with elder brother and sister-in-law?" However, Lu's aunt appeared flustered, clearly aware of the situation. Unlike her husband, She shoved past Lu's mother and rushed downstairs, shouting, "Dad.
Dad.
It's bad. Elder brother, sister-in-law, and Luja have returned. They know about Lu Haimin. Hurry upstairs." Wuyin ignored Lu Haimin and the commotion outside. After unwrapping the talisman paper, she retrieved 3 strands of hair and handed them to Luja. "Keep these safe. You'll need to burn them with a lighter shortly." With one hand holding the phone to live stream and the other accepting the hair, Luja complied. Lu's mother urgently inquired, "Is it all right to burn them now?" Indeed, Wuyin affirmed, "It is crucial to incinerate them thoroughly, so it's best to crumple them with paper for a more complete burn." Wuyin held the talismans worn by both Luja and Lu Haimin, adjusting their positions and refolding them to their original form. She first dispelled the enchantment inscribed upon them, then cast another spell, reciting, "All sources return to their rightful place." Suddenly, Lu Haimin coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the bed, devoid of strength to resist any longer. "What have you done to me?" Lu Haimin gasped, barely able to muster the energy to speak. The long-forgotten sensation of pain gradually returned to his body. After 6 months of numbness, Lu Haimin felt as though the agony now surpassed that which he had endured during his previous bedridden state. Lu's grandfather had been summoned by Lu's aunt, and seeing his eldest son confronting his younger brother with a fierce demeanor, he began to stomp his feet in anger. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill me? This is your own brother. He is not your enemy. How can you treat your own brother this way? He is indeed my enemy, a foe who sought to end my son's life. I have no brother like him." Lu's father shouted back.
And you?
"Father, he is your son. I am also your son. Lu Haimin is your grandson. Is Lu Jia not also your grandson?" Chapter 98. The Puppet Master of Dark Arts. "He has only one son, Lu Haimin. I, too, have but one son, Lu Jia. You are my father. Yet you assist his family in harming ours? Father, my heart aches profoundly. I know you favor your youngest son. He is sweet-tongued and adept at winning people over. But I never imagined your bias could be so extreme. My eldest grandson is on the brink of death, and Lu Jia is his cousin. It wouldn't be unreasonable to ask Lu Jia to help shield him from disaster, would it? It would merely render Lu Jia physically weak for a few days, while my grandson is teetering on the edge of life. Grandfather Lu is in a state of distress, urging, release your brother at once." Wuyin emerged from the room, overhearing Grandfather Lu's words, and clicked her tongue. "It's not merely about Lu Jia being physically weakened for a few days," she remarked. "It's about Lu Jia taking Lu Haimin's place in death, swapping fates, which means Lu Jia would be destined to perish in Lu Haimin's stead. Had Lu Jia not encountered me today, he would not survive beyond 5 months. That was Lu Haimin's original fate. Yet Lu Haimin has employed dark arts to transfer it to Lu Jia. Family bonds are not meant to be forged in such a manner." After speaking, Wuyin cast a glance at Lu Xiaoshu and his family, inquiring, "Now, tell me, from where did this dark art originate? Master, are you ready?" Lu Ma interjected. "I have finished burning Lu Jia's hair. Yes, I have returned to Lu Jia everything that Lu Haimin had stolen from him," Wuyin stated, gesturing towards Lu Jia, who was holding up his phone. "Observe his complexion. Has it not improved?" Lu Ma turned to look, and indeed, Lu Jia's complexion had brightened, exhibiting vitality. Lu Jia himself suddenly realized, "Mother, I feel no discomfort. I am full of energy." Grandfather Lu shook his head vehemently. "This is not how it is. Haimin and his mother told me that they merely wanted Lu Jia to be slightly weakened for a few years to help Haimin avert this disaster, assuring me that in 2 years, Lu Jia would regain his health, and Haimin would recover as well." He continued to explain, "Though you may be more protective of your brother, it is only because he lacks your abilities and does not live as well as you and your family. I can only extend my compassion towards them. Yes, I am biased, but you are also my son, and Lu Jia is my grandson. How could I ever trade Lu Jia's life for Haimin's? Do you truly believe I would think of you in such a way?" Grandfather Lu trembled as he questioned, "Is this truly how you perceive me as a father? You don't want this, yet you still assist him, resulting in Lu Haimin nearly jeopardizing Lu Jia's life.
Lu Bazhou.
If you didn't desire this, why did you not hesitate for a moment when targeting Lu Jia? Why didn't you think to consult us first? Lu Jia works away from home. If you render him weak for years without anyone to care for him, should he perish away from us, would you inform you, his grandfather, first, or me, his father? Lu Jia's career is on the rise. Weakening him for years would impact his work. Is it your desire to see our family reduced to mere shadows, like Lu Haimin?" Lu Ba's fury erupted, releasing years of pent-up resentment. His voice boomed, prompting Wuyin to step aside. awaiting the end of his tirade. However, he showed no signs of stopping. She finally interrupted. Uncle, please calm yourself. The family grievances can continue once I have departed. Truly, your arguments are quite compelling. But I am pressed for time. Might I inquire about the origins of this dark art? After saying this, Wuyin turned her gaze to Lu Xiaoshu. Did you procure it? Or did Lu Haimin? Lu Xiaoshu refused to respond. Had it not been for Lu Ma's intervention, she would have lunged at Wuyin in a fit of rage. What have you done to my Haimin? Lu Xiaoshu shouted towards the room. Haimin! Haimin! Answer your mother! He cannot respond. Wuyin tilted her head, revealing a toothy grin. The fortune and health he has enjoyed these past 6 months were stolen from Lu Jia. I have compelled him to return what he has taken. Hence everything he reveled in has transformed into a depletion of his remaining months of fortune and life. Wuyin kindly suggested, you might want to prepare for his final arrangements while he still draws breath, allowing him to select his preferred urn design. Though he could not reside in a home he fancied in life, at least he could rest within a meticulously chosen urn in death. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Lu Xiaoshu wept bitterly. You are truly merciless. You are utterly heartless. I find it amusing. Lu Ma interjected, when you sought to steal Lu Jia's life. Did you not consider how cruel you were being? With that, Lu Ma struck her sister-in-law. Wuyin clicked her tongue. If you refuse to disclose the source of this dark art, I shall resort to soul-searching myself. Stepping forward, she cast a spell, immobilizing Lu Xiaoshu. She then began the soul-searching incantation, her fingertips resting on Lu Xiaoshu's forehead. Delving into her memories, Wuyin discovered a puppet imbued with the ability to speak. What manner of malevolence is this? As she prepared to investigate further, Lu Xiaoshu's memory abruptly shifted to darkness, leaving only the puppet's eyes glowing red. The puppet seemed to animate suddenly, locking gazes with Wuyin, as if peering through Lu Xiaoshu's memories. Its mouth widened into a defiant grin. In the next instant, the puppet vanished from Lu Xiaoshu's memory and Wuyin's spell was forcibly interrupted, causing Lu Xiaoshu to collapse to the ground. What a formidable dark art! Wuyin thought in astonishment. It can establish a direct connection with her memories. Chapter 99. The Price of Dark Arts. Within Lu Xiaoshu, a binding spell had been placed, disrupting Wuyin's soul-searching powers before she could fully explore her memories. When she attempted to cast the spell again, all information regarding the dark arts had vanished from Lu Xiaoshu's recollections. Wuyin proceeded to Lu Haimin's room, discovering his condition was dire, akin to Lu Xiaoshu's. Suddenly, startled cries echoed from the living room. Master! Master! Come quickly! Master! What has become of her? Lu Ma exclaimed, quickly retreating behind her husband, having kicked her sister-in-law, who lay at her feet. Upon entering the room, Wuyin found Lu Xiaoshu had slumped to the ground, now with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, as though she had aged 2 decades in an instant. There are no free advantages in this world, nor can any dark art be wielded without consequence, Wuyin observed, assessing Lu Xiaoshu and Lu Haimin's current states. It appears they have traded their lifetimes for this dark power. It remains uncertain whether Lu Xiaoshu and Lu Haimin are aware of the price they must pay for the fortune they have stolen. Lu Jia returned Wuyin's phone to her and remarked, Master, let's depart. Wuyin nodded. Lu Jia had concluded his matters, and with no further leads on the puppet affair, staying here seemed futile. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall move back to the old house. Do not allow Lu Haimin to perish within my abode. It would be ill-fated. Lu's father turned to his own father and said, Father, if you wish, you may continue residing here. However, should you feel disinclined to dwell alone, you are free to return to the old house. You are my father, and I must care for you, but Lu Haimin's family must not encroach upon my life. I shall return tomorrow afternoon. If you have not vacated, I will summon a moving company to dispose of your belongings. With that, Lu's father took his wife and departed. Once downstairs, Wuyin glanced at the comments from viewers in the live stream, responding to a few before shutting it down. Master, you haven't booked a hotel yet, have you? Just as Lu Jia was about to suggest heading back to the county seat for hotel arrangements, he noticed Wuyin putting her phone away and shaking her head. I am returning to S City now. You may do as you please. After bidding farewell with a wave, she shouldered her backpack and walked away. Lu's father stood by the car, lost in thought, pondering how the master would reach S City at such a late hour. Much like he was unsure how the master had arrived at their home. Lu Jia shook his head in confusion. I do not know either. The master certainly possesses extraordinary abilities. Although he is young, he is genuinely talented, Lu's mother reflected, her heart still racing from Lu Jia's ordeal. Whenever I call you lately, Your voice sounds so weak, and you keep coughing. You mentioned it was merely a cold, yet it has turned out to be such a significant issue. Fortunately, you are lucky to have encountered a benefactor like the master. Otherwise, it would have been your father and me preparing for your funeral.
If you were to pass,
We would be left bewildered, not knowing how to cope with the loss of our son. She grimaced at the thought of Lu Haimin thriving while they mourned their son, with the family's inheritance possibly falling into the hands of the true culprit behind their tragedy. The mere notion filled her with rage.
son,
Share the master's live stream link in our family group. When he goes live next, we shall send him gifts, Lu's mother suggested. You are indeed fortunate. A mere 1,000 yuan has led you to such a remarkable master. Unbeknownst to her, Wuyin had gained another devoted fan in Lu's mother. After parting ways with the Lu family, Wuyin sought an isolated spot to perform her magic and returned to S City. Upon her arrival at the unfinished building, Wuyin opened the small wooden coffin she had carved in the mountains, releasing the souls of the poultry and casting an illusion spell. She had completed her preparations, and the next morning, she called Old Master Zhao to finalize arrangements. They agreed that Wuyin would prepare on her end, and after lunch, someone would come to escort her to City C. Upon her arrival at the foot of the mountain in City C, an official bounty announcement would be made. Old Master Zhao had anticipated needing ample time to prepare Wuyin's belongings, considering she was a girl, but Wuyin, as usual, shouldered her backpack and hopped into Tan Ci's car. Tan Ci glanced outside several times, and only after Wuyin had closed the car door did he furrow his brow and say, "Aren't you supposed to go to City C this afternoon? Is this how you are going? Without a suitcase?" "Yes. What's the problem?" Wuyin replied, looking puzzled. Seeing Tan Ci's expression, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, I need to buy snacks at the supermarket." "Never mind. I will have my secretary prepare them for you," Tan Ci sighed, uncertain how long she would be in City C, suggesting that packing extra items would be prudent. After sending a message to his secretary, informing them that he and Yanming would arrive at the office later, Tan Ci instructed the driver to head to a nearby shopping mall. With newfound wealth, Wuyin browsed the supermarket without glancing at prices. She bought her favorite snacks, those she had never tried but appeared delectable. Items she had heard were delicious, recommendations from Yanming, and suggestions from sales staff. After an hour of shopping, 3 large carts brimmed with snacks. Once they returned to the garage, the driver couldn't help but joke about Wuyin purchasing enough snacks for a year. "I have a hearty appetite," Wuyin replied, shaking her head, then whispered to Tan Ci. "When I return to Wufang Valley, I shall empty the entire supermarket." The thought of not returning after her trip made her shake her head again. She needed to earn more money to clear out all the snacks in S City and bring them back to Wufang Valley for a lifetime of enjoyment. Upon her return to Tan Ci's office, his secretary had already arrived, placing a fully packed 28-inch suitcase in the center of the office. "Master, I checked the weather forecast for City C. A significant drop in temperature is expected in a week. However, it is currently relatively warm, with temperatures reaching up to 27 degrees before the cold front. I wasn't sure how long you would stay, so I prepared clothing for both seasons and included other daily necessities. A list is attached to the suitcase for your convenience," the secretary explained with a smile before leaving. Yanming glanced at the 3 large bags of snacks and then at the suitcase, wondering if the master could manage all these items. "There'll be someone to escort her, and those 10 bodyguards will accompany her," Tan Ci replied. "No need for anyone else," Wuyin declared, stepping forward and extending her hand, which transformed into a cloth bag. With a few incantations, the bag expanded, allowing her to place the 28-inch suitcase and the 3 large bags of snacks inside. After muttering another spell, the bag shrank instantly. With a flick of her fingers, the bag vanished into her palm. "I possess a storage bag. I can carry as much as I desire," Wuyin proclaimed gleefully, showcasing her numerous magical artifacts. She had stored these treasures in her spiritual abode, which she had been unable to access due to insufficient spiritual energy, leaving her with mere potential. However, that was no longer the case. Now, she was brimming with spiritual energy, free to retrieve and store anything within her spiritual realm. This storage bag was the first gift she had received upon arriving at Wufang Valley, bestowed upon her by her master. In addition to the storage bag, her senior sister had later crafted a beautifully ornate storage belt for her, designed to complement her attire. All these treasures were safely kept in her spiritual abode. What a marvelous sight! Yanming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "I am heading to the lounge to go live," Wuyin said, patting Yanming on the shoulder. "Young man, this is merely the beginning. You shall witness wonders beyond your imagination." With that, Wuyin entered the lounge. As per her routine, Muin initiated the live stream, setting her phone on the stand and placing her backpack down before taking a seat. Within mere seconds, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream. Good morning, host. We are thrilled. Today marks a day when the host starts the broadcast on time. Did Luge's matters conclude last night? Host. Have you discovered who taught Lu Haimin and her son those dark arts? Not yet. However, I glimpsed a red-eyed puppet in Lu Haimin's mother's memories. Muin displayed the puppet illustration she had drawn the previous night. Take a good look and remember it. Should you encounter it, steer clear and inform me. Do not be lured by its sweet words into making a deal. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And it will not disclose the price you must pay. Understood. We will heed the host's advice and strive to be law-abiding citizens with a conscience. Muin nodded, emphasizing the importance of cherishing one's health. She urged everyone to remain vigilant about their well-being, advising against late nights, excessive indulgence in food and drink, alcohol abuse, and smoking, encouraging all to lead a robust and healthy life. She asserted that wealth must be earned through one's own efforts, clearly stating that resorting to theft or robbery would never be an option. After delivering her message, Muin noticed a connection request and chose not to continue speaking, promptly approving the request. On the other end of the video call was a young girl standing before a door, visibly relieved once the connection was established. Hello, host. My name is Linine. I was actually on my way to work, but when I saw you were live, I hurried back. Fortunately, I managed to connect with you early in the morning. As she spoke, Linine opened the door and stepped inside her home. Host. I recently moved into this rental place about a month ago, but ever since I arrived, something feels off. At night, I constantly sense that someone is watching me, making it impossible for me to sleep without covering my head with blankets. This elicited laughter from the viewers in the live chat. One follower commented, "It seems the blanket creates a boundary. When I sleep alone and feel scared, I don't even dare to stretch my feet out, fearing that something might grab them." Another added, "If you feel uncomfortable in your new place, it definitely indicates something is amiss. You should consider moving again." Linine explained, "I have 2 cats. In my previous apartment, my neighbors and landlord complained about them being noisy, which compelled me to relocate to this urban village. Honestly, I don't understand why they claimed my cats were loud. They hardly ever meow." Afterward, she picked up one of the cats that had jumped towards her, saying, "This is my cat, Dahua. Her sister is Xiaohua. They were both stray cats before." Continuing the topic of her cats, Linine shared, "There's another strange thing. Ever since I moved here, my 2 cats always want to run outside. Whenever I open the door to come home or leave for work, they dart out if I'm not careful. Especially at night, they tug at my pant legs, trying to drag me out. When I lived in the apartment, they were incredibly lazy and wouldn't venture outside. But now, it seems they are eager to leave, as if they're uncomfortable here." She recalled 2 instances where she awoke in the middle of the night to find her cats standing by her bed, bristled, hissing at the air in an urgent manner, as though preparing to attack. Linine's voice softened as she expressed her suspicion that her current residence might be unclean. She had discreetly inquired with her neighbors about any past incidents in the house, but they all claimed nothing had happened. Muin responded with a thoughtful and requested, "Could you sweep the camera around your house?" Linine swallowed nervously. "Host, would you like me to send you my birth date and time?" "Not for now," Muin replied, shaking her head. "First, show me your room." Once Linine entered her room, Muin sensed the ominous energy permeating the space. It was clear to her that someone had died there, and not from natural causes. Linine nodded and turned the camera to show the living room, preparing to enter the bedroom when Muin instructed, "Point the camera towards the bathroom." Linine complied, redirecting her phone. Through the lens, Muin spotted a ghastly face on a wall within the bathroom. The layout of the rental was peculiar. The sink faced the entrance, and above it hung a mirror, adjacent to which was the agonized visage. It was a female spirit. "Linine, did you rent a self-built house?" Muin inquired. "Who lives next door?" "It's a self-built house, and the landlord, an older gentleman, lives next door," Linine explained. "He is quite kind, seeing that I can cook. He often brings me vegetables from his garden, and sometimes shares delicious dishes. He knows I've severed ties with my family and that my income isn't high, so he even reduced my rent by 200 each month." "So, the bathroom wall is shared between your unit and the one next door?" Muin continued. "I've never been to the landlord's house, so I'm not sure if their layout is the same as mine," Linine replied, shaking her head. "Send me your birth date and time. I'll take a look," Muin instructed. "First, lock the front door, then wait in your room for me." Upon hearing Muin's request to lock the door, Linine felt a surge of anxiety. She placed her cat down and rushed to secure the door from the inside before returning to her room with her phone. I've locked it, Linine said, her voice trembling. I'm sending you my birth details now. Wuyin acknowledged with a hum, opening the private message list to await Lin Yin's information. Lin Yin was quick to respond, and as Wuyin calculated based on her birth details, her expression shifted to one of resignation. Lin Yin, your birth chart indicates that the path you wish to pursue is not suitable for you. The girl was young, yet her stubbornness was evident. She had secretly withdrawn from school to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Lin Yin gasped. You've been in this industry for 2 years. You should be aware of your lack of competitiveness, Wuyin remarked, shaking her head. We'll discuss that later. For now, let us focus on your living situation. Chapter 101. He is a murderer. Lin Yin instinctively straightened her posture. Wuyin continued, let us address the issues with your apartment. There has indeed been a murder in this house. The neighbors are unaware because the case hasn't come to light yet. The girl who was killed had no close relations, so no one realized she was missing. Wuyin paused, contemplating whether to provide more details, fearing it might frighten Lin Yin. Host, does that mean there's a ghost watching me every night as I sleep? Lin Yin's hand trembled as she held her phone, panic rising within her. I haven't harmed anyone. Why would she watch me? She's not watching you to harm you. She wants you to leave, to escape this rental, Wuyin explained, clarifying that the spirit did not wish for Lin Yin to become the next victim. Lin Yin, your landlord is a butcher, correct? Wuyin queried. Lin Yin nodded. Yes. He sometimes brings me fresh pork. The viewers began to express their concerns in the chat. Why is the host suddenly asking about Lin Yin's landlord? One commented. I have a bad feeling about this, another added. Lin Yin noticed the change in tone of the comments, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Is there something wrong with my landlord? She asked, clutching her cat for comfort. He is indeed a murderer, Wuyin stated plainly. The female spirit you see is the previous tenant of this house. She was dismembered in the bathroom by her landlord. Her head and bones are hidden within the wall, and he consumed her flesh. Lin Yin immediately doubled over, retching into the trash can. Wuyin, momentarily taken aback, quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Lin Yin. You haven't consumed any of it. The landlord, having been a mason in his youth, had torn down a wall in the bathroom under the pretext of a leak, concealing the victim's head and bones within, then rebuilt the wall. In his quest to find tiles matching the old ones, he spent days searching the market until he finally settled for a similar style, affixing them himself. By the time Lin Yin moved in, the landlord had finished consuming the last of the human meat, having killed solely to feast on it. He would never share it with anyone else. Just as Lin Yin straightened up, ready to respond, a sudden knock at the door startled everyone in the previously quiet environment. Lin Yin, I saw you return just now. Are you feeling unwell? The landlord called from the other side of the door. The voice of the middle-aged man was imbued with concern for the young female tenant, leading those unaware to genuinely believe he was a kind-hearted uncle anxiously worried about her health. What should I do, broadcaster? Lin Yin exclaimed. I can't even dare to open the door or respond to him right now. Lin Yin found herself in a state of utter panic, nearly rendered speechless. The mere thought that she had coexisted with a murderer for so long, treating him like a good person, left her trembling at the realization that they were separated by just a door, perhaps due to Lin Yin's silence. A sound of the door lock being tampered with echoed from outside. Overcome with fear, Lin Yin cried, What should I do? It seems the landlord is trying to unlock the door with a spare key. When you came in, didn't I instruct you to lock it from the inside? If it's locked, a spare key cannot open it, Wuyin reassured her. Now, Lin Yin, you must call the police immediately and inform them there's a homicide here. They need to come right away. Do not make a sound until they arrive. Wuyin spoke in a steady voice, providing a modicum of comfort. Rest assured, Lin Yin, the densely populated urban village means your landlord wouldn't dare to force his way in. You are safe for now. Lin Yin absorbed Wu's words, but despite understanding the rationale, her anxiety rendered her hands uncontrollable. She fumbled with the phone, dialing the wrong numbers multiple times. When the call finally connected, she pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, barely managing to suppress her sobs, and spoke in a stammering voice, taking considerable time to convey her location. Wuyin sighed. It was evident from Lin Yin's demeanor that she was a timid girl, and some matters had frightened her before she had even finished speaking. After completing the call, Lin Yin sat there with her phone in hand, crying in a daze. The viewers in the live stream were sending messages of encouragement, keeping her company until the police arrived. Noticing Lin Yin's extreme fear, Wu Yin refrained from ending the connection, instead shifting the conversation to Lin Yin's pets, discussing cats and dogs to distract her. The first to arrive on the scene were 4 officers from the local precinct. Upon reaching the door, they found the landlord twisting the doorknob and immediately subdued him against the wall. The landlord, his face pressed against the wall, cried out in pain. "I'm the landlord of this building. I was just worried about my tenant. I've been calling for a long time with no response. I feared she might have collapsed inside. She's just a young girl and you're a grown man. If you were truly concerned, you should have called the police first. You could only enter with our accompaniment," one officer retorted, emphasizing the common sense of the situation. Given that the caller had clearly stated on the phone that the landlord was the murderer, the officers promptly cuffed him. They then knocked on the door, saying, "Madam, you're now safe. You can open the door. You reported a homicide and we need to enter to verify. Lin Yin, go open the door. The police are outside," Wu Yin urged. After chatting for a while, Lin Yin managed to stabilize her emotions and, clutching her cat, hurried to the door. As she opened it, the landlord shouted, "Lin Yin, what is going on? I came to check on you out of concern, and why did you call the police? Why did you say there's a homicide?" He continued to complain, "I've been calling you for so long. How could you not respond? I'm just trying to help. And this is how you repay my kindness?" The landlord then turned to the police. "Officers, this girl must have taken something wrong today. I genuinely worried for her and wanted to check in. I'm old and don't understand the law. I didn't think to call you first. It's my fault for worrying too much, but look at her. She seems fine. There's no homicide here. She's just talking nonsense. Don't believe her." "Whether we believe her or not, we need to verify for ourselves," one officer replied, leaving one officer to watch the landlord while the other 3 entered the apartment. Upon entering, they found the place orderly and clean, certainly not resembling a crime scene. The officers looked at Lin Yin and said, "We understand that you were frightened, and calling us was the right thing to do, but please refrain from making unfounded claims. Your home doesn't appear to be the site of a homicide." Lin Yin shook her head, unable to look at the bathroom. She stood before it, eyes closed, pointing at the opposite wall. The landlord killed the previous tenant and hid her head and bones in the wall. "If you break it open, you'll see." The landlord's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "She's lying. How long has she even lived here? How can you accuse me like that? I think you're the one who has lost your mind. The master said it exists. The master also said you've eaten human flesh." Lin Yin yelled, opening her eyes and directing her voice towards the door. "Eaten human flesh." The expressions of the 4 officers nearly broke as they stared at the landlord's face for a full minute before one finally asked, "What master?" Lin Yin handed her phone to one of the younger officers, who leaned in to take a look and remarked, "This broadcaster seems quite insightful. I've heard she's remarkably accurate." The officer glanced at the comments flooding in from Lin Yin's live stream and instructed a colleague, "Go borrow a tool from a neighbor. We need to break open that wall." The younger officer nodded and before leaving asked, "Do you believe what this broadcaster predicts?" The older officer chuckled, "I trust my own judgment. When this lady reported that a victim's head was hidden in the wall, did you not see the landlord's reaction? You police have no proof. What right do you have to break into my home? If you damage it and find nothing, who will compensate me for my property?" The landlord's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Wu Yin's voice echoed from Lin Yin's phone, "Go ahead and break it. If you don't find the victim's head and bones, I'll pay for the renovation of your house." Lin Yin immediately added, "The broadcaster is truly accurate. She won't make a mistake." The officer nodded, signaling Lin Yin to retrieve her phone. "I trust my own judgment." A few minutes later, the young officer returned, wielding a heavy hammer he had found at the entrance. "Can you specify where to break?" "Smash the area around the mirror," Wu Yin advised. The young officer entered, carefully removing the mirror and placing it in the living room before raising the hammer and striking the wall. As he smashed, he commented, "Good thing I enjoy working out, otherwise I wouldn't be able to swing this hammer." After a few strikes, the tiles fell away, and shortly thereafter, the bricks and cement began to crack and crumble. Finally, the secret concealed within the cement wall was revealed. The young officer dropped the hammer and rushed out of the bathroom, shouting, "Notify the forensic team to come." The viewers in the live stream quickly grasped the situation. "Although I'm timid, I really want to see what is happening," one follower exclaimed. "Lin Yin, can you lift your phone so we can take a look?" Another commented. Lin Yin, indeed scared, took small steps forward, her eyes tightly shut, yet still lifted her phone for the curious viewers to see. Through the lens, They beheld a wall that had been broken open, revealing a head wrapped in a transparent plastic bag, so decomposed it was unrecognizable. But Wu Yin could see the spirit of the victim finally liberated from the confines of the cement wall. The spirit looked into the camera and expressed her gratitude to Wu Yin, also thanking Lin Yin. She had been brutally murdered in the bathroom, her head and bones hidden within the wall, and after death, her soul had been imprisoned within the structure. Upon witnessing yet another girl move in, reminiscent of her own experience, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as she observed the landlord's warm inquiries gradually disarm the newcomer's initial wariness. Yet, she remained bound to the confines of the wall, powerless to impart a warning. In the stillness of the night, she resolved to reach out through the wall of the girl's room, exerting her dwindling strength in an effort to induce discomfort, hoping to expedite the girl's departure. No need to be courteous. Once the case is cracked, you can find solace in your rightful destination, she murmured toward the camera. Lin Yin withdrew her phone and approached a nearby officer, inquiring, "Host, were you just speaking with the victim?" "Indeed," the host replied. "She was expressing her gratitude to both you and me. Ever since you moved in, she has been anxious for your well-being. The discomfort you feel is her subtle reminder urging you to leave this place swiftly." The criminal investigation team soon arrived at the scene, and Lin Yin could scarcely remain in the rental any longer. She hastily gathered her belongings and followed the officers out. Lin Yin was required to provide a statement, thus ending her connection with the host. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream fervently discussed the situation. A concerned follower remarked, "Host, what would have happened if Lin Yin hadn't found you today?" Upon seeing this query, the host responded, "She would have perished 3 months hence, meeting the same fate as the previous tenant, first, unsuspectingly consuming the juice offered by the landlord, then collapsing. The landlord would subsequently use a spare key to enter and drag her to the bathroom, where he would end her life, ultimately embedding her skull and bones into the walls of his pig slaughtering shed." 2 months after Lin Yin's demise, her parents, noticing their daughter had not updated her social media in quite some time, grew concerned when they could not reach her. Realizing something was amiss, they contacted Lin Yin's friends and learned of her withdrawal from school. It was only after her parents reported her missing that the 2 homicides came to light. Lin Yin had concealed her decision to drop out from her family. Her meager student budget was insufficient to cover rent, cat expenses, and food, prompting her to choose an affordable rental in the urban village. When renting the apartment, Lin Yin feared the landlord would request her parents' contact information for emergencies. So she fabricated a story, claiming she had severed ties with them. The landlord, perceiving her plight as pitiable due to her apparent lack of familial support, reduced her rent, unaware that her declaration of estrangement had emboldened him to consider her the next target. Believing Lin Yin had a tenuous relationship with her family akin to the previous victim, he anticipated that her disappearance would go unnoticed, thus willingly renting the property to her below market value, awaiting the moment she would let down her guard. After hearing the hostess' words, the viewers were left speechless. One follower commented, "Everything happens for a reason. Many young women today are truly blind to reality, endlessly dreaming of stardom." Another added, "I once worked as a talent scout and a team leader. Honestly, Lin Yin's physique and looks lack competitiveness in this industry, barely qualifying as an extra." The host had previously indicated that Lin Yin's fate was not suited for this line of work. "How wonderful it is," another fan observed, "that the host has managed to send another villain to justice." The host smiled at this, about to continue when suddenly, fireworks erupted in the live stream, one after another. Her gaze shifted to the connection requests, witnessing the numbers swiftly escalate from single digits to double digits, then triple digits in the blink of an eye, while the fireworks continued to burst, rendering the comments section nearly indecipherable. Chapter 103. The industry's first rewrite. The connection requests were still soaring. Just as the host stood in astonishment, Wei Shen called her. "I see the situation in your live stream. There are too many connection requests flooding in, with many arriving simultaneously. To ensure fairness, you can distribute lucky bags in the stream. Those wishing to connect can first apply to participate in the lucky bag lottery. You can decide how many slots there will be. The list of winners will be synced to you, and you can then send connection requests accordingly. With so many participants, we must adopt a structured approach to maintain order in the stream." Wei Shun elaborated, "Since your rise to fame on Weibo, an influx of users is poured in. Initially, they were merely observing, but after several days of your live streaming, they have come to trust your abilities. Thus, the requests for connections will only continue to grow. Every day, new viewers will join, and as your follower count increases, the number of connection requests will rise accordingly. When the numbers surge, a systematic approach is essential to prevent chaos in the stream. Please inform everyone that all gifts sent for connection requests this morning can be refunded through customer service. At this point, Wei-shin could no longer contain his amusement, erupting into laughter. Yuin, you truly are a treasure I've unearthed. I never anticipated that you would yield such astounding benefits for Duetsu. When I signed you, my sole intent was to vex Qing Yining. But who would have thought you would generate such buzz without any expenditure? Your live stream has garnered a remarkable level of engagement. Last night, I even woke up chuckling in my sleep. As of yesterday, the registration numbers for Duetsu have matched those of Hongyu. Upon reviewing the back-end data this morning, I found that the registrations on Duetsu have surpassed those on Hongyu. Moreover, the activity rate of these newly registered users exceeds 90%, indicating they are genuine users without any fake accounts. An astonishing 95% of these new users have followed your live stream, proving that your Weibo presence has attracted a substantial number of new users to our platform. It's worth noting that Duetsu was established 3 years after Hongyu. Prior to this, Hongyu was the industry leader, the first of its kind. Duetsu has been in hot pursuit but could never surpass Hongyu. However, it is evident that this year's industry summit will rightfully see Duetsu take the lead. The title of industry leader has been rewritten. Yuin, truly, I feel as though I should enshrine you as a good luck charm. I would even be willing to come to your home to fetch water for your footbath. The live stream viewers were in uproar. My precious host has finally been discovered by more people. I'm thrilled. But I fear it will be difficult to secure a connection now, which saddens me. I thought watching fireworks on New Year's Eve by the riverside was the most extravagant display I'd ever witness. But today, I've had my eyes opened in the host's live stream. My mother asked me why I was covering my eyes while using my phone. I replied, if I don't cover them, the dazzling effects of the gifts will blind me. How many people must be applying for connections? Would there be enough strands of the host's hair to split? Listening to Wei-shin's laughter on the phone, the host finally interjected, if your voice gets any louder, the people in the stream will hear that you, my boss, are willing to fetch water for my footbath. Wei-shin's laughter subsided somewhat, though he could not contain his joy. If they hear it, so be it. If you truly desire that, I might even consider going live to demonstrate how I personally wash the feet of a master. In a moment of excitement, the arrangement was elevated to foot washing. Thank you, but I have no such need. The host hurriedly curtailed Wei-shin's exuberance. Very well, he replied with a twinge of disappointment. Do not forget about the film festival. I will begin to pray for your availability starting today. Wuyin chuckled directly, aware that numerous online viewers were eagerly awaiting her return. With minimal exchange of words with Wei-shin, she ended the call and relayed the matter he had just mentioned to her audience. Casting a glance at the clock, she announced, I will conclude this morning's live stream here. Please remember to contact customer service for refunds. If I have the opportunity to stream again in the afternoon or evening, I shall return. For our next connection, let us proceed as I previously mentioned, utilizing the auspicious envelope method. Upon finishing her statement, Wuyin waved goodbye to the viewers in the live chat. However, the viewers were exceptionally enthusiastic, flooding the comment section at a rapid pace. Wuyin selected a few queries to respond to before ultimately shutting down the stream. After tidying up her belongings, Wuyin exited the break room, where Yanming greeted her with a curious, Master, do you have other engagements this morning? Why not continue the live stream? I need to purchase some materials for my talismans, Wuyin explained. I've received numerous private messages inquiring about safety and fortune talismans. I plan to create the talisman papers for those who have already sent their payments before I head to City C. And then I will arrange for them to be shipped out. Call the boss and have him send someone to deliver them to you, Tan Ci suggested. It would be quicker than making the trip yourself. Excellent idea. Wuyin expressed her admiration, acknowledging Tan Ci's resourcefulness. Though the compliment might not have seemed flattering, her expression was always genuine when praising others. Tan Ci glanced at Wuyin, chuckling helplessly, before retrieving the business card of the last supplier that had been thrust upon him and handing it to her. Wuyin was a valued customer at that establishment, always demanding the finest materials and purchasing in bulk. When she placed an order for delivery, the owner was more than eager to comply. In the break room, Wuyin found a small portion of materials left over from her previous endeavors. While awaiting the delivery, she busied herself with crafting talismans and packaging. By the time it was just before noon, she had successfully packed all her shipments and sent them off. The personnel arranged by Old Zhao arrived at the rooftop of the Tan Corporation at 1:30, having flown in on a helicopter. Once aboard, Wuyin noticed another striking young woman in casual attire, who, despite her clothing, Wuyin immediately recognized as a professional. Noticing Wu Yin's gaze, the girl smiled and introduced herself. Hello.
I am Liu.
From today onward, I will be your dedicated assistant, available 24 hours a day. Should you require anything before the task concludes,
Do not hesitate to ask.
hello, Wu Yin nodded, contemplating for a moment before adding, you are quite impressive. Her tone mirrored the sincerity she had when praising Tan Si's character. Eliciting a chuckle from Li Yu. You are quite remarkable yourself. Li Yu returned the compliment. I have watched your live streams. They are truly impressive and extraordinary. Wu Yin raised her chin proudly, affirming, indeed, I am quite capable. After all, she had been praised by her master for her innate talent. The journey from City C to City S was swift, taking less than 2 hours by air, free from the congestion of ground traffic. Li Yu disembarked first, turning back to Wu Yin to inform her, we have brought tents, and for the next few days, we will be residing in them.
There are no shops nearby.
And the town is quite distant. Travel requires a vehicle, so if you need anything, please let me know, and I will arrange for someone to procure it. Chapter 104. A tribute to the heroes of fire. This area is sparsely populated. Over a decade ago, a handful of families resided here. However, with governmental assistance to promote development, these villagers relocated to a more accessible area closer to the town. The wooden homes they once inhabited still stand, but are now far apart, with the grass in their yards towering above the walls, and the structures themselves have mostly collapsed, leaving little more than remnants. The outdoor conditions are somewhat lacking, so I hope you can overlook that, Li Yu remarked. What does it matter? With tents and ample provisions, this is far better than when I first returned, Wu Yin replied, scratching her head. When I returned, I had nothing to my name. I even lived under a bridge for a time. Later, when it rained, I moved to an unfinished building, where I discovered its hidden secrets. Though some may find themselves impoverished, Wu Yin reflected, she had never felt destitute or humiliated. Recalling those days of hardship, she found the experience both tragic and amusing. Li Yu had heard from old Zhao about Wu Yin's background. Upon accepting this assignment, he had mentioned that while Wu Yin might appear delicate, she lived quite robustly, showing no signs of fussiness and maintaining a cheerful demeanor in her interactions. Most importantly, she was a person of deep loyalty. Before meeting Wu Yin, Li Yu had pondered whether old Zhao's praise stemmed from Wu Yin having saved Zhao Yu's life, but she was now convinced that Wu Yin was indeed a flawless beauty, devoid of any faults. As Li Yu and her companions began setting up the tent, Wu Yin released a handful of origami cranes to scout the area. And when a military green SUV rounded a bend a couple of kilometers away, she spotted it. Reporting the license plate to Li Yu, she inquired, are the individuals in that vehicle part of your team? The license plate checks out. It belongs to our internal special vehicle, Li Yu confirmed, making a precautionary call for verification before nodding at Wu Yin. Wu Yin signaled an OK gesture, allowing the origami cranes to disperse. Shortly after, the vehicle parked in the clearing nearby, and Wu Yin realized that the occupants were there to deliver supplies for her and Li Yu's group. They brought food, water, and various specialized equipment, including high-tech gadgets like satellite phones. Having never experienced outdoor camping, Wu Yin curiously entered the tent after it was set up. But finding it less comfortable than Tan Si's large bed, she promptly exited. Observing the peculiar expressions on Li Yu and her companions' faces, Wu Yin inquired, what's wrong? When they all shook their heads, she declared, if there's nothing else, I'll take a stroll in the mountains. With that, she waved goodbye as she donned her backpack, feeling no need to conceal her actions from them. She promptly employed her magical skills to ascend the mountain. Li Yu and the others momentarily held their breath. Although they had been briefed by old Zhao about Wu Yin's expertise in metaphysics and instructed not to be alarmed, they still felt the need to mentally prepare themselves further. Another companion from City C remarked, Wu Yin reached the mountain, surveying the area to confirm that no one had visited since her last departure. Not in a hurry, she walked back down, casually spotting the wild fruits she had intended to pick for Tan Ci during her previous visit. Bursting with delight, she retrieved her storage bag, gleefully collecting the fruits while laughing heartily. Once she had gathered all the wild fruits, Wu Yin returned to the campsite, where she found Li Yu and her companions engaged in a game of poker to pass the time. Curious, she leaned in to observe their gameplay, but couldn't decipher their strategy. Just as she was about to head into the tent for a snack, her phone rang. Seeing it was Lu Zhe calling, Wu Yin answered, Master, I apologize for the interruption. Am I disturbing you? Lu Zhe inquired cautiously. No, not at all. What's the matter? Wu Yin replied, biting into a jelly treat. Actually, my mother's former colleague wishes to enlist your assistance regarding a matter. Lu Zhe elaborated. My parents shared the matter of the master helping me with my fortune-telling in their WeChat moments. Coincidentally, a former colleague of my mother saw it and suddenly came to visit her today. Master, I did not intend to disturb you. It's just that the uncle in question is quite pitiable. He is a retired firefighter who sustained severe burns while rescuing others during a mission. Although he survived, he was left with a significant facial disfigurement. After retiring, he took over an orchard, and recently some strange occurrences have been happening there. Certainly. My phone number is my WeChat ID. Let him initiate a video call with me. Wu Yin responded readily. Lu Jia immediately expressed his gratitude multiple times. 2 minutes later, Wu Yin accepted the friend request, and the next moment, the other party transferred 1,000 fortune-telling coins to her and sent a video call request. Upon agreeing, Wu Yin found the camera was already on, yet it only captured Lu Jia's parents. Master, old Zhang is concerned about frightening you, so please prepare yourself mentally. Lu's mother said apologetically. It's not a matter of disrespect, it's just that the scars from the burns are quite visible. That's quite alright, Wu Yin replied. After a few seconds, the camera shifted slightly, revealing a face so severely burned that it was nearly unrecognizable. As Zhang Hongtian had feared, such a visage indeed startled many. My apologies, Zhang Hongtian said, feeling quite embarrassed. My face has lost all semblance of features. It's been ruined. Perhaps I should turn the camera away. Please do as you wish. Wu Yin understood that Zhang Hongtian was not only concerned about frightening her, but perhaps also reluctant to see his own reflection.
Now,
Please share your circumstances with me, she urged. Master, he began, after my retirement, I took over an orchard where I grow oranges and tangerines. A few years back, I saved some money and built a small house in the mountains for easier management. However, ever since I moved in, I've found that I cannot light a fire within the house, whether it be a lighter, a gas stove, or even matches. Nothing ignites. Chapter 105. They will not harm you. Due to the inability to start a fire and the lack of electricity in this remote area, the simplest desire for a warm meal became a significant challenge. The makeshift wood stove he built in the house remained entirely useless. And despite his persistent efforts over the years, Zhang Hongtian remained unsuccessful. His old friends teased him about this, joking that he had extinguished too many fires before retiring. And now fire itself seemed to fear him. Please share your birth date and time, Wu Yin instructed. I shall calculate your fortune. If nothing emerges from your birth chart, then we can proceed with a video call from your mountain residence. Zhang Hongtian promptly provided the requested information. Wu Yin concentrated as she performed her calculations. The issue of the unlit fire was not discernible from Zhang Hongtian's birth chart. However, through his past, she glimpsed moments shrouded in dense smoke and engulfed in flames, where Zhang Hongtian bravely ventured into peril to save countless lives and preserve properties. She also witnessed the fire that caused his significant facial injuries, where he selflessly saved a pair of adorable twins. After ensuring the children were safe, he learned that a comrade was still trapped within the inferno. Ignoring the pleas of others, he courageously returned to the flames. In this harrowing mission, Zhang Hongtian saved 5 individuals, yet his handsome face was forever claimed by the fire. The severe burns left him with significant facial disfigurement and minor disabilities in his limbs. His appearance frightened his 1-year-old child into tears. To spare his child from psychological trauma, Zhang Hongtian dared not return home, nor could he face his parents, fearing their tears would flow daily due to his condition. It was as if from that moment, Zhang Hongtian was destined to be accompanied solely by solitude. To avoid burdening his wife and child, he resolutely chose to divorce and live in isolation. Even after the divorce, Zhang Hongtian did not succumb to despair. He managed the orchard diligently, immersed himself in learning about citrus cultivation, and worked tirelessly to earn a living, leading a frugal life. He sent a portion of his earnings to his parents and another to his ex-wife. After reviewing Zhang Hongtian's life, Wu Yin felt a profound respect for him. Zhang Hongtian, does your orchard have mobile signal? Wu Yin inquired. Once you return to the orchard and your dwelling, please initiate a video call with me. Thank you, Master. Zhang Hongtian promptly replied. I will return now and contact you once I arrive. As Wu Yin descended the mountain, she had initially planned to host a live stream in the afternoon, but with Zhang Hongtian's matter at hand, she postponed her streaming intentions. Zhang Hongtian's return to the orchard was not swift. Wu Yin, clutching some snacks, approached Liu, settling beside him to observe their card game while inquiring about the rules. When Zhang Hongtian finally called again, Wu Yin had learned the game and was eager to try it herself. However, as soon as her phone rang, She promptly excused herself to another corner. By this time, the sun had set, and Zhang Hongtian's dwelling lacked electricity, rendering the lighting there as dim as it was in Wu Yin's location. Zhang Hongtian explained, "I can only use rechargeable devices here, master. Where would you like to begin?" "Please scan your surroundings with the phone," Wu Yin instructed. "Should I turn on a flashlight?" Zhang Hongtian asked. "No need," Wu Yin replied. Zhang Hongtian complied, moving the phone around, but Wu Yin noticed nothing unusual. "Zhang Hongtian, prop your phone up on something and set it to speaker mode, directing it towards the wood stove. Then, attempt to light a fire so I can observe," Wu Yin instructed. Zhang Hongtian agreed, but took considerable time to find something to stabilize the phone. Once positioned, he approached the stove with his lighter. The stove was piled with dry pine branches for kindling. As Zhang Hongtian flicked the lighter open, the flame immediately ignited the dry twigs. He hurriedly stuffed the burning twigs into the stove, but in the next moment, the fire that had been blazing suddenly extinguished. When Zhang Hongtian attempted again, he found that even the lighter's flame would not catch. "Master, it's always like this with every attempt," Zhang Hongtian lamented. Wu Yin remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on Zhang Hongtian's vicinity. From the instant Zhang Hongtian first ignited the lighter, the atmosphere around him had shifted. As the dry twigs burned, two shadows emerged beside him, growing increasingly agitated as they lunged towards the fire. Zhang Hongtian could not perceive these apparitions, but Wu Yin could see that these two spirits were fervently extinguishing the flames in the stove and restraining Zhang Hongtian's lighter. What left Wu Yin speechless was the attire of these two spirits. They were clad in the uniforms of firefighters from years past. "Zhang Hongtian, please text me your precise location. The more detailed, the better," Wu Yin instructed. Noticing Zhang Hongtian's unease, she quickly added, "The reason you cannot ignite a fire is that there are two spirits beside you attempting to extinguish it. However, you need not worry, they were firefighters in life, and they will not harm you." Zhang Hongtian gasped, evidently taken aback and momentarily stunned. After a while, he regained his composure and promptly sent Wu Yin a text. "I have received it, Zhang Hongtian. Please wait for a moment while I look up some information," Wu Yin replied, moving to find Liu. "Liu, could you assist me in researching the information about this county and the mountain? I need to know if there have been any past wildfires in this area." Liu immediately set aside his cards, glanced at Wu Yin's phone, and began searching. Soon, results emerged. "You were correct. This mountain experienced a significant wildfire 12 years ago."
Yugoslavia exclaimed.
"At that time, were there firefighters who perished?" Wu Yin pressed on. Liu nodded, affirming that in the effort to extinguish the wildfire, firefighters from neighboring cities and counties had rallied to provide assistance. Initially, the blaze had been quelled, yet a sudden change in wind direction caused embers to reignite, resulting in the tragic loss of two brave firefighters who were unable to evacuate in time. Liu lamented, one was merely 19, and the other just 20. They were both so young. "That's true," Wu Yin agreed, her expression solemn as she recalled their youthful faces. Zhang Hongtian, having overheard Liu's words, felt a pang of sorrow. Once a firefighter himself, he was struck by the realization that the two spirits haunting him were those of fallen comrades. At that moment, a wave of emotion washed over him, leaving his heart heavy and his eyes misty. Had they truly remained in this mountain all these years? Although it was his first encounter with ghosts, fear eluded him. Instead, he felt an overwhelming desire to reach out and connect with them. "I must go in person," Wu Yin declared, immediately entering the tent to retrieve her backpack. She turned to Liu, instructing, "Stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Everything is under my control. Should anything unusual occur, I will come back at once." Chapter 106. I Can Heal Your Face. The advantage of abundant spiritual energy was that Wu Yin no longer had to worry about insufficient energy, unlike her previous predicament at the base of the cliff. "Zhang Hongtian, wait for me there. I will arrive momentarily." With that, she ended the video call. Zhang Hongtian stood there, momentarily dazed, pondering the master's promise of a swift return when suddenly, he heard Wu Yin calling from outside, "Zhang Hongtian, I'm here." Her bright voice was far more unnerving than the presence of the two ghosts beside him, causing him to jump in shock and drop to his knees. The door was unlocked. Wu Yin called out and strode in without hesitation. Zhang Hongtian could only stammer as he beheld Wu Yin's entrance, astonished that she had indeed arrived so promptly. "Yes, I said I would come right away." Wu Yin chuckled softly, extending her hand to help the still kneeling Zhang Hongtian to his feet. "You should wait outside for me." Zhang Hongtian brushed off his trousers and nodded, taking a few steps outside. However, a moment's reflection prompted him to turn back, worry etched on his face. Master, please don't harm them. They've done no wrong. Is it possible to help them depart peacefully? I came personally to guide them to reincarnation, Wu Yin assured him with a reassuring expression. Zhang Hongtian sighed in relief and closed the door behind him. Once he had departed, Wu Yin turned her attention to the fading specters, realizing they were preparing to leave. She swiftly produced talisman paper, performed a hand gesture, and ignited it. To her surprise, the two departing spirits lunged toward the flame in her hand. Fearing for their well-being, Wu Yin instinctively evaded, employing her technique while declaring, Chen Wenhao, Lu Yuan, it is time for you to depart. Go to the places you are meant to be. You sacrificed your lives while extinguishing the fire, and with your merits, you shall live long and prosper in your next life. Go with peace of mind. However, it seemed her words fell on deaf ears as Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan appeared oblivious to her presence. The sudden appearance of someone startled them momentarily, but their expressions quickly shifted to alarm.
Who are you?
Chen Wenhao shouted. Can't you see the massive fire? Why are you running deeper into the mountains? Lu Yuan echoed his urgency. Get down the mountain. There's danger lurking at every turn. You mustn't stay here. Don't be reckless. Hurry. Their frantic attempts to drive Wu Yin away were met with her steadfastness, prompting them to leap in agitation. You cannot remain in the mountains. The fire has reignited. You must leave. Chen Wenhao, in his desperation, began to physically push Wu Yin away. Chen Wenhao.
Lu Yuan.
Wu Yin called out their names loudly, shouting one to help. Even if you know us, you cannot stay here. Please, just go. Look at the scale of this fire. The smoke is so thick you can't even see the road. If you don't leave now, we truly cannot protect you. Their voices were filled with panic. What will happen to your family if you perish in the flames? Wu Yin realized that the two were ensnared in the moments before their demise, bound by an overwhelming obsession to extinguish the fire, rendering them unaware of their deaths. Very well, she nodded. Wu Yin retracted her technique and concealed the talisman, ensuring they would no longer see her. Although she possessed the capability to forcibly awaken their memories, doing so would jeopardize the integrity of their souls. Exiting the modest dwelling, she took a moment to compose herself, rubbing her sore nose. Master, have they departed? Zhang Hongtian inquired. Wu Yin shook her head. They remain oblivious to their own demise, trapped in the relentless desire to extinguish the flames. Wherever there is fire, they will appear, endlessly repeating their final act. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed Liu. Liu, could you investigate the units Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan served in during their lifetimes? If possible, please contact their captain on my behalf. After hanging up, Wu Yin exhaled a long sigh and turned to Zhang Hongtian. Were you afraid during the fire? She suddenly asked. Zhang Hongtian paused, clearly taken aback by her question. He shook his head, stating, at that moment, there was no room for fear. I was solely focused on saving lives and extinguishing the blaze. It was my duty, my mission. Once I donned that uniform, I embraced the responsibility to fulfill my task and honor the trust placed in me by the people and the nation. Wu Yin regarded Zhang Hongtian for a long while before inquiring, but you've paid a great price, and your life has changed drastically. Do you ever regret it? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhang Hongtian's face as he chuckled softly. To be honest, when my child was frightened to tears, burning with fever and plagued by nightmares, I felt a twinge of regret for not being there for them. I felt guilty towards my child. His voice trembled, but he continued resolutely yet. If I could turn back time, I would still charge and without hesitation, fully aware of the consequences I would bear. You are truly admirable. Wu Yin paused, then amended. You all are remarkable. Perhaps, Zhang Hongtian chuckled suddenly. Since moving to the mountains, I've managed to quit smoking. Without fire, I couldn't light a cigarette. And gradually, I kicked the habit. You could say those two young men did me a favor. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Smoking less is beneficial for your health. My wife used to tell me that all the time, but back then, I simply couldn't quit, Zhang Hongtian replied, sighing. Had I known we would reach this point, I should have angered her less and listened to her advice to quit smoking sooner. After your divorce, have you visited your wife and child? Wu Yin asked. Zhang Hongtian shook his head. No, I feared that my child might be frightened again, and I worried that my wife would break down in tears upon seeing me. I chose not to see her, hoping she would find someone else and remarry soon. He opened his phone's photo gallery. But my wife often sends me pictures of our child. Let me show you. His phone was filled with images of his child. Yet, as he opened a gallery, Wu Yin noticed a photograph of his wife before the pictures of the child. I keep every photo my wife sends me. Look, here's our child on her first day of kindergarten, such a little crybaby, crying from the start of class until the end. And here's her first day of elementary school, and her first time wearing a red scarf. Look at how happy she is. As he spoke of his child, Zhang Hongtian became animated, transforming from a man of few words into a loquacious storyteller. He shared countless anecdotes of his child's growth, clearly demonstrating that although he had not been a part of her life, he had not missed a single moment of her development. He recalled his child's teacher's name, her friends, her favorite foods, and her hobbies with ease. He is a father who is both incompetent and remarkably capable. Wu Yin's gaze shifted away from the photograph and met Zhang Hongtian's eyes, prompting her to suddenly declare, Zhang Hongtian, I can heal your face. Zhang Hongtian's hand, which held his phone, trembled slightly, and his fingers, which had been scrolling through the photos, froze. Chapter 107. Should cowardly children be punished? His expression was infused with astonishment. Master, he murmured, gradually lowering his phone, his voice quavering. How much will it cost? The figure of 10,000 yuan lingered on the tip of his tongue. But upon noticing the pallor of Zhang Hongtian's trousers, Wu Yin revised her offer to 1,000 yuan. So inexpensive? Zhang Hongtian scratched his head. Master, I have money.
You needn't spare me.
Just 1,000, Wu Yin insisted, turning her head. However, you must wait. I must first attend to my good friend's leg before I can assist you with your face, for I have already promised him. And he is currently confined to a wheelchair, which is quite inconvenient. Master, I can wait. Whenever you are free, please help me. Zhang Hongtian replied with fervor. I can restore you to your former self. Wu Yin vowed earnestly. Those of us from Wufang Valley never speak idly. If I say it can be done, you may certainly trust me. Zhang Hongtian nodded repeatedly, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless.
Thank you, Master.
He took a few steps while holding his phone, then bashfully inquired, Master, may I share this good news with my wife? Of course, Wu Yin nodded. Ecstatic, Zhang Hongtian immediately located his wife's contact in his phone and dialed. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow at the sight. Despite their divorce, he still clung to the title of wife, unwilling to alter the contact name. The call connected swiftly, and in his elation, Zhang Hongtian neglected to step aside to avoid Wu Yin while speaking. Hello? His wife answered. Zhang Hongtian quickly exclaimed, Wife, can you hold off a bit longer? Can you refrain from blind dates for now? Please wait for me a little longer. He paused, licking his lips before continuing. I've encountered an extraordinarily skilled master. She claims she can heal my face. Can you wait until I've recovered before seeking me out? Zhang Hongtian was aware that his in-laws had been pressuring his ex-wife to go on blind dates, so upon learning of his potential recovery, he was eager to convey the good news to her. Anyone else would likely suspect Zhang Hongtian had fallen for a scammer, and his ex-wife was no exception. We've visited numerous cosmetic surgery clinics before, and the doctors all said it was impossible to restore it. Please don't be deceived, she gently advised. If you wish to return, I want to go on blind dates. I don't care what others say or think. Just as Zhang Hongtian was about to clarify, a girl's voice suddenly chimed in on the line. Mommy, is Daddy on the phone with you? The girl asked. Can I talk to Daddy? His wife responded with a soft passing the phone to their daughter. To Zhang Hongtian's surprise, the little girl took the phone and dashed back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Daddy, can you come home? She suddenly asked over the phone. Zhang Hongtian was momentarily taken aback, soothing his daughter. I've told you before. Daddy is working far away, so I can't come home just yet. But once I'm finished, I'll come to see you, okay? This was the method he had agreed upon with his wife. Whenever their daughter inquired about his whereabouts, they would say he was working in a distant place and could not return for the time being. After speaking, Zhang Hongtian coaxed his daughter to return the phone to her mother, wishing to continue his conversation with his wife. Unexpectedly, the little girl began to cry on the line. Daddy, I know you're lying to me. I've overheard Mommy and Grandma talking. She sobbed, I know Daddy is local. I know you haven't gone far for work, and I also know that you and Mommy are divorced.
Daddy.
Is it because I was timid when I was little that I'm being punished, and that punishment is never being able to see you again? The child's weeping struck a chord in Zhang Hongtian's heart, causing him to crouch down slowly, covering his face with his free hand, his shoulders trembling gently. Wu Yin, possessing keen hearing and standing nearby, overheard the conversation. She observed the little girl's distress and Zhang Hongtian's guilt. Taking a couple of steps forward, Wu Yin gently patted his shoulder. No more than 3 months, she set a time frame. Zhang Hongtian looked at her with reddened eyes. I can help you restore your face within 3 months at most, and the treatment process won't take long. Approximately 7 days will suffice, Wuyin elaborated. Zhang Hongtian nodded softly. Wuyin chose not to linger on Zhang Hongtian's call but politely distanced herself. She wandered through the mountainous terrain, a region once ravaged by flames, now vibrant with life, adorned with unripe oranges that appeared delightful and lively. Liu swiftly contacted Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan's former team leader, who was still in the city and could arrive in about 2 hours. Wuyin asked him to bring the necessary equipment for the task directly to the mountain. While awaiting Captain Chen, Wuyin decided to initiate a live broadcast. Oh, the host ISNT indoors? Has she gone out to set up a stall again? One follower remarked. Is the host in an orchard? I'm somewhat familiar with this orchard. It seems to be from our county's citrus region, another noted. Host. Are you giving away red envelopes? Yet another inquired. As Wuyin illuminated her surroundings with a flashlight, she responded to the comments. I won't be giving away red envelopes for now. I simply wanted to share the story of this mountain with everyone. Without a doubt, the owner of this orchard was an old colleague of Lu Zhi's mother. Wuyin began by recounting Zhang Hongtian's story before gradually transitioning to the history of the mountain, informing everyone about the 2 youthful lives it had once held. I'm currently waiting for Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan's former captain. Once he arrives, I'll continue the broadcast, she added. These 2 stories left me in silence for quite a while, yet my blood boiled with fervor, one follower expressed. Let us pay tribute to our heroic firefighters. Another chimed in. Indeed, this is our county's orchard. I was in high school during the wildfire and heard that after the flames were extinguished, the families of the 2 firefighters were devastated. The cause of the fire was due to someone burning hay while working in the mountains. Once the fire sparked, they fled down the mountain to play cards. And on that day, strong winds fanned the flames until the villagers discovered it, but it was already too late to contain. Wuyin stated, thus, I wish to remind everyone to exercise caution with fire during outings and daily life, especially in the wilderness. We must not allow more heroes to sacrifice themselves. They protect us, and we should protect them in return. Wuyin concluded, every life is precious, although extinguishing fires is their duty. No one should have to sacrifice their life for work. They also have families. They are someone's children, husbands, and fathers, the pillars of their households. We must cherish our own lives, respect the lives of others, and hold dear the nature surrounding us. Chapter 108. May there be no more sacrifices. The host speaks truthfully. Every word resonates profoundly, one follower exclaimed. Indeed. I earnestly urge everyone to be cautious with fire outdoors. It's best to avoid it if possible. Another added, especially in the mountains, each wildfire incurs immense losses to the country. Beyond the visible sacrifices made by firefighters, there is also the unseen devastation of the ecological environment. Countless precious plants perish in the flames. The followers have been informed. Allow me to share a matter that is both infuriating and cathartic. Following the extinguishing of the wildfire, the responsible party pushed an octogenarian out from their household to bear the blame. At the time, there was no evidence and no course of action available. However, subsequently, this family experienced a string of ill fortune. Financial losses became a frequent occurrence, especially for the male head of the household, who, within the span of a year, suffered multiple injuries, culminating in paralysis, rendering him unable even to sit in a wheelchair. Those in the know have remarked that this was merely his comeuppance. Wuyin nodded, acknowledging that debts left unpaid would eventually be settled through other means. One cannot evade their own dues. The followers have also expressed agreement with the host's sentiment. Ultimately, one should not engage in wrongdoing, for retribution is inevitable. Additionally, a follower took the opportunity to promote a local orchard, extolling the sweetness of its citrus fruits. Locals are well aware that this orchard is the go-to for purchasing citrus, as the owner is diligent and meticulous in their care of the crops, refraining from pesticide use as the fruits near maturity, allowing for worry-free consumption. Another follower humorously urged the host to provide a link, eliciting laughter from Wuyin. Look for yourselves. These are merely fruits the size of a child's fist. Once they ripen, I shall return to let you all sample them. If they prove delectable, I shall instruct Zhang Hongtian to go live and share the link with you. Time slipped away unnoticed, and upon receiving a call from Captain Chen, Wuyin made her way to the rendezvous point. 12 years had passed, and Captain Chen appeared somewhat aged. Upon seeing Wuyin, his first words were, I brought the lamb soup from the mutton restaurant near our unit. During our last mission, we were discussing it on the way. And once we returned from our support task to the city, we would savor that soup together. Captain Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recounted that the entire team had gathered, except for Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan. 12 years have gone by. Yet the flavor of that soup remains unchanged. Sometimes, as I sit in the shop, I am reminded of the ruckus those two would cause, competing for the meat in their bowls. As he trailed off, they arrived at the door of the bungalow. Captain Chen remarked, "Back then I led them out, yet I could not bring them back to the unit. Today, I have come to bid them farewell." Wu-Ying nodded, explaining the proceedings to Captain Chen. Once he was prepared, Wu-Ying asked Zhang Hongtian to assist her by holding the phone for the live stream, then she performed a spell. Captain Chen struck a match, igniting a flame, and in the next moment, two figures materialized within the bungalow, lunging towards the match in his hand. According to Wu-Ying's guidance, as the two approached, he extinguished the flame and called out, "Chen Wenhao,
Lu Yuan.
our mission has concluded. Chen Wenhao,
Lu Yuan.
at attention." Captain Chen's voice was robust, yet one could discern the quiver of suppressed sorrow. Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan immediately stood at attention, their faces reflecting the joy of a mission accomplished. "Captain, we have fulfilled our duty. The mission is complete," they chorused in unison. With tears in his eyes, Captain Chen smiled, affirming, "Indeed, the mission is complete." His eyes reddened from the smoke, and Chen Wenhao jested, "Captain, have we turned into charcoal? Who's darker, me or Lu Yuan?" He stepped forward, casually draping an arm around Captain Chen's shoulder. "Captain, you seem to have aged several years just from putting out a fire. Go on, go on. No matter how old I become, I shall always be more handsome than you two rascals." Captain Chen waved at Lu Yuan, recalling their agreement to enjoy lamb soup after the mission's completion. "Don't say I haven't treated you well. I specially packed 2 bowls for you." Upon hearing about the lamb soup, Chen Wenhao immediately cheered for the captain, pulling Lu Yuan along to snatch the bowls from his hands. Both were ravenous, devouring the soup hungrily. "Eat well, it's been several days since we had a proper meal," Captain Chen urged, suppressing his emotions. Suddenly, Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan's action slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Without uttering a word, they turned to look at Captain Chen, gazing for a while before returning to their facade of nonchalance, finishing every last drop of lamb soup. Though they remained silent, the moment they set down their bowls, their expressions betrayed an overwhelming sorrow. "Captain, it dawns on me. Lu Yuan and I." Chen Wenhao's voice trailed off. "We've been dead for 12 years. Lu Yuan stared at the empty bowl, realizing, indeed, we have been gone for 12 years. No wonder the captain has transformed into a handsome elder. Captain Chen could no longer contain his emotions, embracing both of them tightly. "I am so sorry. I led you out with me, yet I failed to bring you back safely. I was utterly unaware that you had been trapped on this mountain for a full 12 years. When he received the call from his superiors, it struck him like a thunderbolt. He had no mental capacity left for the shock of the metaphysical. All he could remember was that Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan had battled the flames on that mountain for 12 long years. 12 years. He was aging, while they remained forever enshrined at the tender age of 19. He had spent 12 years extinguishing fires at the unit, and they had done the same on the mountain. Chen Wenhao, Lu Yuan, the fire has been extinguished. This place is now abundant with citrus. Your mission is complete." Captain Chen's voice faltered. "I have come to bid you farewell. Go to where you are meant to be. The master foretold that you possess virtue and will surely enjoy longevity and prosperity in your next life." He wiped away his tears and whispered, "Go enjoy your good days. The cares of this world shall be left to us, the living." The figures of Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan began to fade slowly. Wu-Ying then spoke. "Follow the light's guidance, dear heroes. Farewell." Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan glanced at Wu-Ying, their memories flooding back, and they smiled at her before turning to Zhang Hongtian to express their regrets. "Zhang Go, we apologize for dragging you into our years of cold solitude." Zhang Hongtian shook his head. "It's nothing. I should thank you for helping me quit smoking. Rest assured and move on." 2 beams of light descended, and the figures of Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan vanished. Captain Chen looked down at the empty bowls, softly murmuring, "Go on, go on. May you live long and prosper in your next life, and may you always be safe." From the moment Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan appeared, the viewers in the live stream began to weep. A follower remarked, "Farewell, heroes." Another visitor commented, "I entered and immediately burst into tears. I am truly sobbing uncontrollably." Yet another follower added, "Goodbye, heroes. I hope there are fewer such heroes in this world. I wish for their peaceful retirement." Wu-Ying intended to engage with the viewers for a while longer, but suddenly sensed activity in City C. I have matters to attend to. I will end the live stream. She informed the viewers before closing the broadcast. Turning to Zhang Hongtian, she instructed, "Wait for my contact. I have an urgent task at hand that requires my immediate return." With that, Wuyin hastily exited the bungalow and, employing her magic, swiftly made her way back to the foot of the mountain. The adeptly trained team led by Li Yu swiftly organized their belongings. Wuyin stowed her items back in her storage bag and sought a clandestine spot for Li Yu and her companions to conceal themselves. "I have cast an illusion here. Any ordinary person approaching will remain oblivious to your presence," Wuyin declared. "When they arrive, exercise restraint and heed my instructions." She then transmitted the vehicle's license plate to them, advising them to investigate the owner's information. Li Yu and her companions nodded in agreement. Approximately 20 minutes later, a white SUV came to a halt at the foot of the mountain. The rugged terrain allowed the vehicle to reach only a narrow path, where two men clad in gray long tunics disembarked. One, older and bearded, appeared more seasoned, while the other, youthful with a fresh visage, seemed less experienced. Initially, Wu Yin presumed they were master and apprentice, but upon overhearing their conversation, she realized they were in fact senior and junior brothers. "Brother, do you not think Master is excessively cautious? With Master's prowess, who could possibly set a trap for him in these mountains? He tends to be overly apprehensive," Dong Yongchao grumbled. "It's quite a hassle for us to have to drive all this way just to take a look." "Enough with the complaints. Master has his reasons for his meticulousness. Prudence is by no means a flaw," Chen Yanlong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his younger brother, contemplating how this sibling only gained Master's favor due to his youthful appearance. The strained camaraderie between the two was palpable as they fell silent after this exchange, gathering their belongings and securing the vehicle before ascending the mountain. Wu Yin stealthily trailed behind them, bemused by the unfamiliarity of these fellow disciples. Throughout the lengthy trek, the brothers exchanged not a single word, leaving her devoid of any useful information. Is this how brothers behave? Wu Yin thought, rolling her eyes at the lack of gossip. When she walked with her own senior and junior brothers and sisters, they could chat endlessly about even the most trivial matters, such as the birth of a mouse in a nearby hole. The only sounds on the path were the footsteps of the two men. In less than an hour, they arrived at the boundary of a protective barrier. Dong Yongchao was unable to perceive the barrier until his brother, Chen Yanlong, utilized a talisman to reveal its presence. Wu Yin observed the talisman in Chen Yanlong's hand. It was indeed white, yet the script was not identical to the one she had previously encountered. It was evident she had not misjudged her companions. "Is this the barrier set by Master? Wow. Master truly is remarkable," Dong Yongchao marveled, as he reached out to touch the talisman in Chen Yanlong's possession, only to be swiftly rebuffed. "Do not behave like an unsophisticated country bumpkin. If you damage the barrier or the talisman, jeopardizing Master's plans, even a decade spent in his service will not spare you from his wrath," Chen Yanlong admonished before striding boldly through the barrier. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, so this youthful disciple is meant for a more intimate purpose? How scandalous." After entering the barrier, Chen Yanlong circled it to ensure its integrity before proceeding further up the mountain. Wu Yin, still unable to ascertain Chen Yanlong's capabilities, arrived at the residence ahead of the two men. She retrieved the puppet she had hidden in the well, dismantled the formation she had established, and released Xiao Ran. "Your child is in the abandoned building. If you wish to prevent your child from perishing, you may divulge my affairs to Chen Yanlong and Dong Yongchao. My abilities are nearly restored. I could eliminate them with a single strike, leaving them no chance to call for help. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Once I uncover the mastermind behind this, and when this matter concludes, Xiao Ran, you shall have your vengeance." Wu Yin paused before adding, "Xiao Ran, this is your one opportunity to choose." Xiao Ran nodded promptly, gesturing to Wu Yin, indicating her allegiance and pleading for her child's safety. Xiao Ran chose to ally with Wu Yin, preferring this path over continuing to aid the oppressors. She yearned for her son to be reborn and for vengeance against those who wronged her and her child. Wu Yin nodded and departed the residence. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yanlong and Dong Yongchao arrived. Wu Yin silently rejoiced at having returned in time to dismantle her spells and release Xiao Ran. Chen Yanlong produced a mirror, directing it toward the paper house, and Wu Yin felt relief that she had acted swiftly. The mirror, of unknown origin, appeared capable of dispelling illusions. Once this ordeal was over, she would relish the opportunity to experiment with it. Being a cautious individual, Chen Yanlong meticulously circumnavigated the residence, inspecting for any abnormalities before leading Dong Yongchao inside, eventually arriving at the well. Observing the malevolent spirit at the bottom of the well, Chen Yanlong refrained from disturbing it while examining the creature through the mirror for an extended duration. He then signaled to Dong Yongchao, and the two departed the residence without delay. It seems the authorities have yet to discover this location, Dong Yongchao proclaimed with pride. I told you Master possesses formidable skills. Few can breach the formations he sets. He then inquired, can we report back to Master now that we are descending the mountain? The authorities have offered a 5 million reward. We should register, and then Master can assist us in relocating this malevolent spirit. Once the place is discovered, it must be moved anyway. So why not let us earn that 5 million while we're at it? Once we receive the funds, my brother and I will certainly not forget to show our gratitude to Master. As the two brothers descended the mountain faster than they had ascended, Wu Yin hastened to find Li Yu. Master, we have located the vehicle owner's information. It belongs to one Chen Yanlong, a resident of W City who operates a feng shui shop there. Chen Yanlong has studied in Japan, and those acquainted with him have never heard him mention his master. He possesses 1/4 Japanese ancestry, as his grandfather was Japanese. Wu Yin inquired further, what of the abandoned building? Li Yu shook her head. Initially, the factory declared bankruptcy, and the assets were transferred to someone named Jian Mingyu, who is one of the souls that was usurped. Wu Yin nodded, recognizing the absence of leads as unsurprising. Such a grand scheme would require a certain level of cunning and intellect to execute. Fortunately, Wu Yin's plan to lure the snake from its hole had borne fruit. You two remain here and await my instructions. Should anything unusual occur, contact me immediately. After handing a paper crane to Li Yu, she explained, use this to reach me. Simply pinch its wings and call my name. Sometimes, a satellite phone is less reliable than mystical methods, so it's prudent to be prepared. Chen Yanlong and Dong Yongchao descended the mountain more swiftly than they had climbed it. After about half an hour, they drove away. Seizing the opportunity as they opened the car doors, Wu Yin manipulated a paper crane to infiltrate their vehicle, concealing it beneath the front passenger seat. Once the vehicle was in motion, Dong Yongchao promptly called his master. Wu Yin could not see the visuals, but she could hear the conversation. Master, my brother and I have descended the mountain and are on our way back. We have thoroughly inspected the area and found no anomalies. Those fools are utterly incapable of handling the malevolent spirit. The authorities reported that nearly 100 personnel were deployed to retrieve the victim's body, all armed. Yet half of them sustained injuries. Those are Master's meticulously crafted mother-child malevolent spirits. Even we dare not approach. To ordinary people, they are merely snacks for the spirit. Master, the authorities have put forth a 5 million reward. How about my brother and I sign up? You could assist us in relocating the malevolent spirit. Given that this location has been compromised, it cannot be used anymore. It would be more advantageous for us to earn that 5 million while we're at it. Once the funds are secured, my brother and I will undoubtedly remember to honor Master. Dong Yongchao was well aware of his master's avarice. Hence, he never entertained the notion of claiming half for himself. Instead, he remarked, Master, just reserve around 100,000 for my pocket money. It suffices. Recently, I've taken a liking to a car, and I'm short that exact amount for the down payment. As your disciple, I cannot be without a decent vehicle. That would be a disgrace to you, Master. While driving, Chen Yanlong cast a glance at Dong Yongchao, noting how he had failed to acquire any of the necessary skills, yet had eagerly adopted the beguiling tactics of a seductress. Beneath the seat lay a paper crane, which prevented Wu Yin from overhearing the conversation on the phone. But she gleaned from Dong Yongchao's words that his request had been denied. After hanging up, Dong Yongchao muttered a few curses. Once they exited the county, the two drove directly onto the highway, not heading towards the city corresponding to Chen Yanlong's license plate, but rather to the capital of the neighboring province, City Y. Upon entering City Y, they arrived at an upscale villa district, stopping in front of a pristine white villa. The villa was fortified with a barrier, far superior to the ones found in the mountains, indicating that its owner was quite willing to invest in his own security. Once Wu Yin and the others disembarked and entered the villa, she took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the residence to send to Li Yu. Within 10 minutes, Li Yu returned with the owner's information. He was a professor at Y University named Peng Yuegua, whose son was studying in Japan, while his daughter had graduated from university and emigrated there to marry a Japanese man. His wife had passed away long ago, and Peng Yuegua remained single. Aside from his time at the university, he had little social interaction, with colleagues describing him as withdrawn and deeply attached to his late wife. Furthermore, He had no connections to the souls that had been deprived of their bodies, which explained why investigations into the identities of these souls had yielded no information on him. Observing the man's features in the photo, Wuyin inwardly scoffed at the notion of his deep affection for his wife, deeming him a scoundrel with no discernment. She tucked her phone away and donned a concealment robe. With the robe and her magical abilities, she could effortlessly traverse even the most formidable barriers. Wuyin circled the villa before scaling the wall into the backyard, only to be confronted by a large black wolf dog. As she leapt over, she inadvertently stepped on the dog's tail. The creature, startled and in pain, opened its mouth to bark, but Wuyin quickly silenced it with a swift motion, followed by a sharp slap, commanding, "Be quiet." The wolf dog, trembling with fear, couldn't see her but recognized her voice, whimpering softly as it lay down with its paws over its mouth. "Good dog," she praised, offering it a piece of sausage, which it accepted eagerly, wagging its tail as she petted it before moving on. The villa was expansive. The door from the living room to the backyard was closed, and peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Wuyin observed that the living room was empty. She entered through the kitchen window and heard sounds emanating from the basement, prompting her to approach the entrance. Unexpectedly, she encountered a divination mirror at the bend of the basement entrance, and as she approached, the mirror flashed, pulling her into its depths. Simultaneously, the mirror emitted a heavy warning sound, prompting the three individuals in the basement to rush out in alarm. "Master, someone has infiltrated and been trapped by the divination mirror," Chen Yanlong exclaimed, glancing at the mirror, which showed a young girl. Dong Yangchao peered closer and exclaimed, "I recognize her. She is Wuyin, a fortune teller from the Duo Qing platform. She's been quite popular online, known for her accurate readings. You two imbeciles. You let someone follow you all this way, without noticing." Peng Yue was scolded, slapping both Chen Yanlong and Dong Yangchao. "If it weren't for this artifact, we wouldn't have known she entered the basement." Master Dong Yangchao, covering his face, protested, "If she is more skilled than us, how could we possibly know? Besides, she is now trapped in the divination mirror. With your immense abilities, Master, what is there to fear?" Just as Dong Yangchao finished speaking, as if to slap him in the face, the divination mirror suddenly shattered into countless pieces, exploding in a cacophony of sound. Wuyin, clutching her spirit sword, scoffed, "You think such a feeble contraption can contain me?" The moment Peng Yuegua heard the mirror crack, he realized the gravity of the situation, hurriedly shielding his face as shards sliced through his clothing and grazed his arm. Unfortunately for Dong Yangchao and Chen Yanlong, they were not as fortunate. Nearly impaled by the flying glass, Dong Yangchao screamed and ran, while Chen Yanlong darted towards Peng Yuegua. "What do you know?" Peng Yuegua inquired, cautiously reaching for his neck. Recognizing that Wuyin had effortlessly shattered the divination mirror and emerged unscathed, he understood that she was a formidable practitioner. Before Wuyin could respond, Peng Yuegua suddenly yanked a necklace from around his neck and hurled it into the air, pointing at Wuyin as he shouted, "All spirits, heed my command. Attack." Wuyin felt a gust of wind rush towards her, the temperature plummeting, and an ominous chill enveloped her. She shielded herself with spiritual energy, retreating until she reached the living room. "Is that the spirit command banner?" Wuyin mused, observing the necklace in Peng Yuegua's hand. Initially, she assumed it was a modern adaptation of the spirit command banner, but upon closer inspection, she shook her head in disbelief. "Peng Yuegua, is this really your spirit command banner? You must be joking. Are your calculations so poor? This meager assemblage barely qualifies as 100 spirits." Though the term meager assemblage was somewhat inaccurate, a cursory glance revealed only around 100 spirits. However, Peng Yuegua's booming command of "all spirits, heed my command," had initially startled Wuyin. To think such a grand proclamation accompanied such a paltry result. Wuyin seized a handful of talismans from her bag, forming gestures with her hands as her magic took form. The talismans soared towards the spirits, swiftly creating a formation that ensnared them. The spirits howled in rage, reaching out towards Wuyin, desperate to rend her apart. "Who are you, esteemed elder?" Peng Yuegua gasped, astonished. He fancied himself gifted in cultivation, yet after decades, he had never encountered anyone with even half of Wuyin's power. To be able to establish such a formidable formation in an instant, effortlessly trapping 100 spirits within, was beyond his comprehension. Peng Yuegua's suspicions were confirmed. This seemingly youthful girl must be a reincarnation of a powerful elder. Yet, he could detect no signs of a soul that had been usurped, indicating the mastery of her possession technique. He lamented inwardly that if he possessed such abilities, he wouldn't need to resort to elaborate schemes to lay out formation after formation. Was this elder recruited by the government for that 5 million? Peng Yuegua inquired. If you possess such power, why would you need to work for them? It is merely 5 million. If you join our great Yamato Empire, you could easily command 50 million or even 5 billion in the future. For someone like you, wealth is but a trifle. Don't you desire power? Peng Yuegua slowly tempted her. Once our great Yamato Empire conquers this land, whether you wish to be a general or a mayor, it is merely a matter of words. Should you desire even greater power, we can carve out a territory for you. You could even declare yourself a king. As long as you do not oppose our great Yamato Empire, we can fulfill any of your desires. Such words were undeniably alluring. To be a general? A mayor? Or perhaps even a king? How extraordinary it was to hear such propositions outside the confines of a lunatic asylum. People like you, traitors to your country. I will capture one and all. I am not one to heed directives from others. As a child of the Huagua nation, nurtured by my homeland and imbued with its blood, it is both my duty and my solemn responsibility to safeguard this country. Peng Yuegua, did you truly attend a reputable university in Japan, or did you inadvertently enroll in a lunatic asylum? Wu Yin scoffed, the painful history still vivid in her memory. And as a university professor, you could not possibly be ignorant of this tragic past. You are fully aware, yet choose to act as a traitor to your nation. You are akin to that despicable Yamato Empire, nothing more than maggots thriving in a cesspool. What's so-called cultivation resources? They are merely a guise for their reckless disregard for human life, a perverse path built upon the corpses of innocent civilians. As Wu Yin berated Peng Yuegua, it did not impede her incantation. Ghost Gate. Open. With her words, a radiant light materialized in the living room, resembling a door slowly swinging ajar. The beam widening and intensifying. All of you, enter. Repay your debts for your sins. Those without sin shall await reincarnation. With a flick of her wrist, spiritual energy surged toward the formation, which began to shrink until it was encapsulated in a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Then it soared toward the light, vanishing within its glow. These 100 ghosts were largely powerless souls, many of whom had met tragic ends at the hands of Peng Yuegua, much like Xiao Ran. Now under his control, the talisman in Peng Yuegua's possession shattered with a resounding crack, rendering the artifact utterly destroyed. What sect do you belong to? Peng Yuegua hurled the shards to the ground, astonished to encounter someone capable of opening the ghost gate in his lifetime. He had underestimated the senior. Yet, let not the senior underestimate the junior. Wu Yin did not interrupt Peng Yuegua's summoning. Instead, she graciously stepped back. Upon hearing the large dog in the backyard barking furiously, Peng Yuegua dashed towards the back, opening the door between the living room and the yard. He cast a challenging smile at Wu Yin through the sliding door. Those little spirits were merely a test of your capabilities. These are the true warriors of my Yamato Empire. Wu Yin observed as one malevolent spirit after another emerged from the formation, remaining composed and patient. When the very spirit she had once encountered within the body of Old Yu appeared, her heart leaped with joy. She had been correct. The backyard formation was indeed a summoning array for the malevolent spirits that had seized the bodies of Old Yu and his companions. Peng Yuegua believed the formation to be buried underground and thus well concealed, yet Wu Yin had sensed something amiss beneath her feet while petting the dog in the yard. Using her spiritual power, she probed downward, retracting her energy swiftly before making contact with the formation. Peng Yuegua was adept at using formations, but beyond that, he possessed no remarkable abilities. Wu Yin promptly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Li Yu. Just as Peng Yuegua assumed Wu Yin would flee, she boldly stepped forward. The malevolent spirits, responding to commands, followed him as he sprinted toward the basement, shouting, "Kill her." These spirits were Peng Yuegua's last resort. Wu Yin initially intended to eliminate the spirits directly, but upon seeing Peng Yuegua still make for the basement rather than escape, she swiftly changed course, slashing through the nearest malevolent spirit with her sword, pursuing Peng Yuegua. "Chen Yanlong, burn everything in the basement!" Peng Yuegua yelled as he ran toward the basement. Wu Yin, disregarding the relentless spirits behind her, pierced Peng Yuegua through with her sword before darting into the basement. By the time she reached the basement door, Chen Yanlong had already ignited the papers on the table with a lighter. With a swift motion, Wu Yin grasped Chen Yanlong's spirit, forcefully pulling it from his body and shoving it into a wooden coffin, then kicking his obstructive form outside the door. She released her spiritual energy forward, extinguishing the flames. As everything within the room flew into her storage bag, the malevolent spirits pursued her, and in an instant, Chen Yanlong's body was torn apart by the spirits at the entrance, blood splattering in a horrific display. limbs wrenched apart in a manner that made 5 horses pulling apart a body seem mild by comparison. Wuyin drew forth a spiritual whip from her spiritual abode, lashing out at the encroaching spirits. This was a spiritual whip. Each strike diminished the dark aura surrounding the malevolent spirits. However, Wuyin quickly realized that these spirits had grown stronger. Despite her efforts, she could merely hold them at bay without any succumbing to her whip. Chapter 112. Returning to S City with new friends. With one hand wielding the whip and the other maneuvering her storage bag, Wuyin waited until everything in the room was packed away before she finally stored the bag within her spiritual abode. With the spiritual energy as my bow and celestial commands as my arrows, I shall vanquish evil and eradicate malevolence, with the gods as my allies. To these malevolent spirits, I declare, perish. As her divine arrow was released, the 100 spirits were instantly obliterated. In the next moment, Wuyin felt a surge of blood within her, a sharp pain in her chest, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual sword swiftly returned to her grasp, and Wuyin steadied herself against it to avoid collapsing onto the ground. This was the consequence of overusing a divine artifact. The energy required to eradicate 100 malevolent spirits was immeasurably greater than that needed to vanquish a mere camphor tree spirit. Wuyin sheathed her sword, enduring the chaos as she exited the basement. When she had entered, Peng Yuegua was merely wounded, having been pierced by her blade. But she had deliberately avoided striking a fatal blow. In her haste to reach the basement, Wuyin had been left with no choice but to leave Peng Yuegua in the living room, intending to return to capture him alive once she dealt with the affairs in the basement. However, she had not anticipated that Peng Yuegua was so feeble. With just a single stab, he could not control the malevolent spirits, and they turned on their master, leading to his own demise. His very soul was devoured by the spirits, leaving nothing behind but a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. When Wuyin noticed the spirits' sudden surge of power in the basement, she realized Peng Yuegua must have been killed by them. Now that the spirits were free from his control, they could escape the villa at any moment, and Wuyin dreaded the potential havoc they might wreak upon society. The innocent lives they could claim. This urgency propelled her determination to eradicate the spirits swiftly. After surveying the villa and confirming there were no further anomalies, Wuyin called Liu. You may come in now. It's advisable to wear masks and shoe covers. The floor is rather unsightly. Wuyin then discarded her shoes in the backyard and retrieved a new pair from her suitcase. Indeed, Tanxi's thorough preparations proved invaluable. Once she had changed her shoes, Wuyin circled to the front yard to unlock the main entrance. The large dog, frightened by the malevolent spirits, had taken refuge in the front yard but now wagged its tail and bounded toward her, a plush toy clutched in its mouth. To Wuyin's astonishment, she discovered a pure-spirited ghost trapped within the plush toy. Wuyin performed a spell to release the spirit, and as it gradually manifested, she was taken aback. You are Peng Yuegua's wife. The female ghost nodded. Did he imprison you within the toy? Wuyin inquired. After he killed me, he trapped me in this plush toy. The female ghost replied. I inadvertently discovered him, relaying crucial information to the Japanese, and I even uncovered his hiring of assassins. In my naivety, I thought I could persuade him to turn himself into the police, but he simply killed me and made it seem as though I had succumbed to an illness. He trapped me in this toy to witness his rise as mayor and governor of the Japanese, the ghost scoffed. Peng Yuegua is a madman, a pervert. Wuyin nodded. I shall escort you to the afterlife. Aware that her nemesis had perished, the female ghost felt her hatred dissipate, leaving her free to depart for the place she was meant to go. When Liu arrived with the others, Wuyin stated, The rest is in your hands to clean up. Arrange for a helicopter to pick me up. I have other matters to attend to. Upon noticing that Wuyin was about to depart, the large wolf dog eagerly trailed after her, tail wagging with enthusiasm. When Wuyin heard the sound behind her and turned around, she found the dog cocking its head in her direction with a cheerful grin.
All right.
Then you shall accompany me from now on. Wuyin affectionately patted the dog's head before boarding a helicopter with it. Wuyin first returned to the mountains of City C to retrieve Xiao Ran. Upon her departure, she destroyed the local barrier and the paper house, even sealing the well. After concluding her affairs in City C, she proceeded directly to City S. As soon as the helicopter touched down, she was met by an associate of old Master Zhao. Tan Ci, who had been waiting at the helipad, barely had time to exchange a word with her before Wuyin entrusted him with the care of her new companion, the exuberantly wagging wolf dog. Master is so busy, Yan Ming mused, aware that there were still numerous tasks awaiting her attention. Though Li Yu and the others had successfully captured Dong Yongchao, their knowledge was limited. Wu Yin was indeed preoccupied. Having arrived at a seemingly inconspicuous establishment where old Master Zhao and several other leaders were already awaiting her. Wu Yin, how are you? Are you injured? Old Master Zhao inquired with concern upon seeing her. I'm unscathed, Wu Yin replied. Regrettably, I was unable to capture Peng Yuegua and the Japanese individuals behind him. His soul was devoured by the malevolent spirit he had nurtured. However, I did manage to seize Chen Yanlong as soul. He should possess some insights that we can interrogate him about shortly. Wu Yin then inquired, by the way, how are you Lao and the others? Are they all unconscious now? Yes. Everyone on the list suddenly fell into a coma, causing quite a stir, Zhao confirmed with a nod. Let us transport them all to a single location. When I find the time, I shall return their souls to their bodies, Wu Yin stated. Also, I noticed that Peng Yuegua seems quite concerned about the items in the basement, so I took the liberty of retrieving them. Wu Yin withdrew a cloth bag from her spiritual abode and emptied its contents onto the conference table. Upon seeing her snacks and suitcase, she exclaimed, hastily shoving them back into the bag. These aren't confiscated items. They were purchased for me by Tan Ci, and I won't be surrendering them. Old Master Zhao chuckled at her words. The items were to be collected and organized by his designated personnel. Wu Yin then produced a small coffin from her backpack and extracted Chen Yanlong from within. Casting a binding spell and incantation, Chen Yanlong's soul was rendered immobile. You may begin your inquiries. He undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than Dong Yongchao, Wu Yin announced as she settled into a chair on the side. Content to wait while old Master Zhao and the others interrogated Chen Yanlong. Interrogating prisoners was not Wu Yin's forte, and she chose to refrain from intervening. Under the influence of the incantation, Chen Yanlong divulged a wealth of information, allowing old Master Zhao to quickly ascertain detailed insights, including a portion of the forces infiltrating from Japan. The remainder of the power was firmly held by Peng Yuegua, who was the most powerful figure in Huagua, revered by the Japanese due to his mastery of metaphysics. This reverence explained why Peng Yuegua had the audacity to speak to Wu Yin in such a manner. However, Peng Yuegua was no fool. He wouldn't offer his services merely based on spoken words. He had secretly retained a plethora of evidence, such as letters, recordings, and videos. Originally, this was to prevent betrayal, but it had now become the most valuable evidence in old Master Zhao's possession. Wu Yin, we have concluded our questioning. You may temporarily return him to confinement. Old Master Zhao sighed in relief. You've been busy for quite a while. Go rest. Once the arrangements at the hospital are made, I will send someone to fetch you. He stood, patting Wu Yin on the shoulder. In the past, we old folks protected our nation. Now, you young ones have taken up the mantle, continuing the work we once did, and even surpassing our efforts. Chapter 113. Blocked him. Wu Yin felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, smiling sheepishly and scratching the back of her head. It's only right to fight for one's country. Old Master Zhao and his companions were greatly pleased. I will arrange for a driver to take you home. Just inform him of your destination. At this, old Master Zhao paused and asked, You're no longer living in that unfinished building, are you? I'll be living at Tan Ci's place from now on. Wu Yin replied candidly. After all, the chef there prepared delightful meals. Old Master Zhao chuckled. One day, I'll invite you to sample our family chef's culinary skills. If you're willing, you may stay at my home. After bidding farewell to the others, Wu Yin followed the driver outside. Once out the door, she called Tan Ci. Upon learning that he was home rather than at the office, she instructed the driver to take her to his villa. The villa's gates were open, and as she entered, Wu Yin spotted Tan Ci reading in the yard while Yan Ming played with the wolf dog, tossing a frisbee. The moment the wolf dog saw Wu Yin return, it bounded toward her, frisbee in mouth. Wu Yin reached out and caught the dog by its neck, warning, You should consider your size. If you leap at me like that again, I might just teach you a lesson. The wolf dog's tail wagged furiously, and as soon as Wu Yin released it, it nuzzled against her before darting off with the frisbee. Are you injured? Tan Ci approached, concern etched on his face. When I saw you at the helipad, your complexion appeared quite poor. Were you hurt, or merely fatigued from lack of rest? Wu Yin's surprise was evident. You noticed, huh? You're quite observant. It's not exactly an injury. It's just the overexertion of spiritual energy. I'll need some time to recuperate, she explained. Had Tan Ci not picked up on her condition, she would have remained silent, but since he had, she felt it prudent to be open. It's akin to what happened last time. Peng Yuegua summoned all those malevolent spirits back, and fearing they would escape and wreak havoc, I had to annihilate them with a divine artifact, which drained my energy. Wu Yin gestured, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. But it's nothing serious. I'll recover swiftly. Though Wu Yin spoke nonchalantly, Tan Xi's heart raced with alarm. He hadn't been present during the ordeal, but he could easily imagine the dangers she had faced. With great power comes great responsibility and peril, Tan Xi remarked. I may not understand the nuances of your mystical practices, nor how you recuperate, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me. I will accompany you to the hospital. He paused, then added, should I have the chef prepare some nourishing food for you? That would be fine. Wu Yin nodded in agreement. While you were on the phone, I had the chef prepare breakfast for you. Go eat something and then rest, Tan Xi said. Knowing full well that Wu Yin had likely gone without sleep the entire night, Wu Yin shouldered her bag and entered, while Yan Ming glanced at her lively figure and turned to Tan Xi, assuring him, don't worry, Mr. Tan, look at Master, still bouncing around. She doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Besides, when is she ever in a bad mood when food is involved? Tan Xi closed his book and followed her inside. Wu Yin was already seated at the dining table, but when Tan Xi approached, she was on a call. To avoid disrupting her meal, she placed her phone on speaker mode. It was Wei Xin, discussing matters concerning the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang was in a car accident yesterday and is currently in the ICU. The doctors say that even if he survives the critical period, he is likely to remain in a vegetative state. If he doesn't survive, he will pass away. Aunt Jiang wishes to know if there is any way to save him? Wei Xin inquired. Tan Xi reached for Wu Yin's phone and said, in the future, please refrain from bringing any matters concerning the Jiang family to Wu Yin. Her initial assistance to Jiang Huaidong was out of respect for you and the Zhou family. However, the Jiang family has shown little regard for her second visit to the Tan group. Please convey to Mrs. Jiang that life and death are fated. If they have the means, they should seek help elsewhere. After finishing the conversation with Tan Xi, Wu Yin ended Wei Xin's call and remarked, you can block him now. Wu Yin gave Tan Xi a thumbs up as she retrieved her phone, saying, General Jiang won't last much longer. I could tell that from his demeanor the last time I saw him. This was a sentiment Wu Yin had shared with him before, and Tan Xi remembered it well. The Jiang family as company would soon face bankruptcy, and with General Jiang potentially encountering further troubles, Madame Jiang alone would be unable to bear the burden. This was why she sought your assistance. It is crucial to utilize people wisely in times of need, and to discard them when they are no longer of use. Lacking even the courage to face matters personally, it is no wonder that the Jiang family's fortunes have dwindled. There are still many issues brewing within the Jiang family, Wu Yin remarked, noting that the influence of Wei Xin and the Zhou family could only be leveraged once in her favor. Block Wei Xin.
Tanchi promptly replied.
Wei Xin is easily swayed. By blocking him, you spare him the trouble of bothering you again. However, if he realizes you've blocked him and cannot reach you, he possesses enough discretion to refrain from disturbing you further. After a pause, Tan Xi added, he holds no grudges. When you next encounter him, you can interact as you normally would. After finishing her meal, Wu Yin ascended upstairs to rest, sleeping soundly until evening. Following dinner, she was fetched by a representative sent by old Master Zhao. All those who had fallen unconscious after being possessed by malevolent spirits had been transported to a hospital in City S. Wu Yin first visited the Zhao family's ancestral home before proceeding to the hospital. After resting for half a day, Wu Yin had regained some of her spiritual energy. Once she returned all the wandering souls to their bodies, she handed a piece of talisman paper to old Master Zhao. These are the soul-requiting talismans. They should awaken in a few minutes. Once they do, distribute the talismans to them, instructing them to keep them on their person. When the inscriptions have faded, simply burn the talisman. The individuals who had brought the lost souls were matched with their respective spirits. This indicated that had Wu Yin not promptly discovered the souls in the abandoned building, based on the number of malevolent spirits that Peng Yuegua had refined, there would have been at least 50 to 60 more victims in the future. Through the information left by Peng Yuegua and the interrogation details from Chen Yanlong, they had apprehended a total of 14 spies lurking within the country. Old Master Zhao was elated and laughed heartily. Such swift action? Wu Yin expressed her astonishment. We cannot afford to delay. Even a second's hesitation could lead to a greater crisis, Old Master Zhao lamented. Wu Yin nodded and retrieved her talisman drawing materials from her bag. Noticing the absence of a table, she leaned against the wall to draw. She completed one talisman and handed it to Old Master Zhao. Counting, she realized she had drawn 2 extra copies. Grandfather Zhao, this is an immobilizing talisman, and this one is a truth-revealing talisman, suitable for your interrogations. First, apply the immobilizing talisman to bind the suspect, then use the truth-revealing talisman. Each talisman lasts for 2 hours. Keep the other 2 as spares. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she added, if you find yourself short, just call me, and I'll create more for you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Old Master Zhao exclaimed, clutching the talismans as though they were precious treasures, his smile broadening. Wu Yin waited until everyone had awakened and confirmed their well-being before departing. The matters at hand were crucial to the nation's fortunes and carried immense merit. Upon returning to Tan Xi's villa, Wu Yin found that her spiritual energy had fully replenished, and her strength had returned to the peak level she had achieved during her training at Wufang Valley, with even a hint of potential breakthrough. Wu Yin was quite surprised to discover that upon her return to the 21st century, she had acquired a new method of cultivation. Master, you've returned so soon? Yan Ming was taken aback upon seeing Wu Yin enter. He was aware that she had numerous tasks to attend to that evening and had anticipated she might not return until late. I've dealt with the situation regarding the wandering souls. I'll handle the abandoned building after midnight, Wu Yin explained as she casually inquired, where's Tan Ci? President Tan is likely working late in his study, Yan Ming replied, knowing full well this was the answer. Wu Yin nodded, stating, then I shall return to my room to stream. She promptly went to her room, set up her phone, and began her live broadcast. As expected, the moment Wu Yin went live, there was no chance of a lull in the stream. Good evening, dear viewers. A follower greeted. I just got off work and received a notification that the host is streaming. What bliss! Wu Yin noticed that the hour was still early and decided to initially allocate 2 winning spots for her lucky draw. The lucky bags had already been distributed, and those in need of divination could apply for a lucky bag draw. I will announce the winners in 5 minutes, Wu Yin stated. During the 5-minute wait for the lucky draw results, Wu Yin busied herself with drawing talismans. Her protective and fortune-turning talismans were in high demand, and Wei Shen had created a dedicated shop for her in the live streaming platform. Wu Yin did not engage in pre-sales. She simply listed the talismans she had on hand. Consequently, many viewers were eagerly awaiting her talismans, and her industriousness left them thoroughly satisfied. I'm so glad I bought talismans from the host before she became famous. Otherwise, with my speed, how could I compete with millions of viewers? One follower commented. You simply can't get them. Sometimes I wish the host would just stream all night, another lamented. Those who can't get them can head over to Master Dakwang next door. Doesn't he engage in scarcity marketing? A visitor suggested. Wu Yin noted that this individual had been banned by the stream's moderators for malicious advertising and disparaging remarks. As soon as the 5 minutes elapsed, the lucky draw commenced. The winning names appeared in the center of the screen. The first was Chong Ge, and the second was Ni's father, who was persistently searching for his daughter. Wu Yin read out their IDs. The first is a minor internet celebrity on this platform named Chong Ge, a viewer remarked. The second seems to be a father from another platform who is nationally searching for his daughter, judging by the nickname and avatar. It appears to be a newly registered account. What a coincidence today. Both are internet celebrities. Wu Yin glanced at the screen just in time to see Chong Ge sending fireworks. She promptly initiated a connection with him. The connection was quickly accepted by a young man in his 20s. Hello, host. I can't believe my luck. I won so quickly. Chong Ge exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Host, I'd like you to help me, as my luck has been terrible lately. Every time I have a bit of money, it just vanishes. Just walking along. A wild dog suddenly bit me, and only a couple of days after getting my vaccine, I stumbled down the stairs at home, ruining my newly purchased phone and fracturing my bone, leaving me bedridden for 3 months. Host, I've sent you my birth date and time via private message. Please take a look. Wu Yin responded with a non-committal sound as she opened the private message. However, as she calculated Chong Ji's birth details, her expression grew increasingly cold. When she finished the calculations, Wu Yin let out a cold snort, stating, the financial losses you've incurred are well-deserved. You know exactly what misdeeds you've committed. Chong Ge's demeanor shifted. Host, I don't understand what you're saying. A month ago, you visited a village to record material and passed by a large vegetable field. You noticed how beautiful the vegetables were, and the farmer who owned the land happened to be tidying up the field. You struck up a conversation with him. You first praised his vegetables, then inquired about their prices, expressing a desire to purchase some to take home. The farmer, being a kind-hearted man, seeing you were alone and wanting little, generously offered to give you some for free. You were delighted and thanked him, even asking him to participate in a video to help promote his produce. The farmer was even more pleased to hear this and picked some of his homegrown fruits to give to you. As Wu Yin recounted this incident, Chong-ge evidently recalled it too. Upon returning home, to garner attention, you edited the video poorly, misleading viewers to believe that due to the low prices imposed by wholesale merchants, the farmer was on the verge of losing his crop, encouraging anyone interested to freely pick from the field. In the video, you incited viewers to criticize the vegetable merchants, igniting discussions on economic and agricultural development to boost your views. Your video has indeed gone viral. However, upon seeing it, nearby netizens flocked to that village for their zero-cost purchases. The elderly gentleman happened to be away during those days, and by the time he returned, his vegetable garden had been nearly stripped bare, with only a few trampled remnants left behind, unwanted by anyone. Your video garnered significant attention and attracted a plethora of followers. And as you noticed numerous comments from fans claiming they had genuinely gone to partake in the zero-cost offerings, you hastily deleted that video and uploaded another instead. The elderly man relied solely on those few acres of vegetables to support his family and fund his children's education, yet, due to your actions, he remains oblivious to who has pilfered his produce. Wu Yin retorted, "So, if you do not suffer a loss, who will? Someone like you will never know prosperity in this lifetime." A follower chimed in, "Indeed. I remember. I started following Chong-ge because of that so-called video about cheap vegetables harming farmers. I had no idea there was more to the story." Another follower expressed their disgust. "It's reprehensible. For the sake of a little traffic, you disregard the lives of others. Someone generously gave you vegetables for free, and this is how you repay them? After all this time, you continue to act as if nothing happened, still basking in your little internet fame, standing atop the hard work of others." A visitor remarked, "You've completely turned me off. I'm unfollowing." When Chong-ge felt the weight of misfortune upon him, he had not even considered the implications of his earlier video. However, as Wu Yin exposed him, he noticed the followers he had gained expressing their intent to unfollow. The thought of Wu Yin's live stream gaining traction and soon trending left him in a state of panic. In his flustered state, Chong-ge hastily ended the connection. A follower declared, "The power of the internet is formidable. Let the elderly man's family witness the live stream just now, so they can report Chong-ge and seek compensation." Wu Yin nodded, affirming that the internet is not a lawless realm where one can fabricate rumors and distort facts at will. Chapter 115. It will make you appear despicable. A follower inquired, "Host, will Chong-ge continue to suffer misfortune?" Wu Yin replied, "If he does not repay this debt, he will continue to face misfortune, which will only grow more severe. For now, he has merely suffered minor injuries. However, should the consequences of his actions unravel further over time, he may find himself in dire straits." Another follower asked, "Does the host imply that if Chong-ge repays his debt, he can avoid future calamities? How can one consider it repaid? To repay the karmic debt, he must sincerely apologize in person, presenting gifts while compensating the elderly man for his losses, thereby earning his forgiveness." After Wu Yin finished speaking, she glanced at another winner in the background, read aloud their somewhat lengthy nickname, and stated, "After paying the divination fee, I will connect with you." As she spoke, the screen erupted into a display of fireworks, but it was not the father searching for his daughter, Nini, but rather another individual. A follower introduced himself, "Master, I am Wang Dali. May I apply to connect with you? My daughter and I wish to express our gratitude in person." Upon seeing this, Wu Yin promptly sent the connection request. Wang Dali was quickly connected. In the video, he cradled a child in his arms, and due to her frailness, her eyes appeared unusually large and somewhat protruding. "Is the child slightly malnourished?" Wu Yin inquired. "Yes." Wang Dali responded, "After bringing her to the hospital for comprehensive examination, I discovered that, aside from malnutrition, she had some fluid in her lungs. She spent several days in the hospital and has just been discharged. While taking her to a small restaurant for a meal, the owner presented me with the talisman left for me by the master, which made me realize that the master had even gone to the restaurant to leave something for me." Gratitude radiated from Wang Dali's honest face. "Master, thank you so much for thinking of my daughter. I have now arranged for her to attend kindergarten. In the future, while I work during the day, she will be in school, and the kindergarten offers after-school care. If I happen to work late, she will still have a teacher looking after her." Although the tuition at such a school is somewhat steep, Wang Dali is willing to spend on his daughter. His primary reason for earning money is for her. Whether spent early or late, it is all for her welfare. Afterward, Wang Dali gently patted his daughter's head. "Come, say hello to the master and thank him for saving your life. Without him, your father might never have seen you again." The little girl, surprisingly unafraid, curiously gazed at the phone a few times before repeating her father's words. So obedient, Wuyin smiled at the camera before asking Wang Dali, "Is everything settled back home?" Upon mentioning his hometown, Wang Dali could only manage a bitter smile. After returning, I inquired with the neighbors and learned about the conditions my daughter endured there over the years. She could only eat leftovers from her cousins, and even when she felt thirsty and wanted to boil some water, she was scolded. Her grandparents would berate her for wasting electricity whenever they saw her boiling water. For all these years, my parents have been acquiring clothes that the neighbors' children have outgrown for my daughter to wear, calling me to inform me that they have bought her new clothes and shoes. When I returned home for the new year, I saw my child dressed in rags, and they claimed my daughter was naughty, jumping around so much that her clothes wore out. They said of all the children, mine was the most expensive to maintain. I send home a substantial amount of money each month, yet not a single penny is spent on my daughter. The food and necessities I send back are all given to their precious grandchildren, leaving nothing for my daughter. Wang Dali lamented, when I returned home, my daughter was lying in bed with a high fever and my parents didn't even suggest taking her to the hospital. My daughter's cousin was eating boiled eggs while she stood by, drooling with envy. Master, do you know? That was merely a boiled egg. And it could make my daughter crave it so much. When I returned home for the new year, my parents claimed my daughter was picky and wouldn't eat eggs. How foolish I was. At that time, I didn't think much of it and even praised my daughter, saying she would grow up to be a precious lady who could afford to be choosy about her food. As Wang Dali recounted this, he raised his hand to wipe away tears, while the little girl hugged her father's neck to comfort him. I said I wanted to bring my daughter out to live with me, but my parents cried and threw a fit, threatening to hang themselves if I dared to take her away. They refused to allow me to take my daughter, even going so far as to report me to the police, accusing me of being an unfilial son, urging the police to arrest me. Eventually, it was the village committee and the police who intervened to mediate. They insisted that I must send them money for their support in order to take my daughter away. It wasn't until I agreed to send them 300 yuan each month that they begrudgingly consented. Master, I am truly grateful to you. I have little education and do not know how to express my gratitude properly. But I am thankful that I was able to see the reality sooner and save my daughter's life. I still have the chance to raise her well. You are our savior. Wang Dali placed his daughter on a chair and surprisingly knelt down with his phone to bow in gratitude. I'm at a loss for words for eloquent expressions, but I bow to you, Master, to convey my appreciation. The little girl, seeing her father bow, also climbed down from her chair to follow suit, her movements endearing and her expression innocent, yet earnest. Before the age of 5, Wang Dali's daughter had endured a life as grim as his own. Had she perished that fateful night, she would have entered this world without ever experiencing a moment of joy. Aware that Wu Yin needed to connect with others, Wang Dali completed his bows, took his daughter's hand, and bid farewell to Wu Yin before ending the connection. As Wu Yin addressed the live stream audience regarding the situation of Wang Dali and his daughter, she noticed a particular comment that caught her attention. A visitor remarked, "Host, that father searching for Nini is quite pitiful. He has been searching for his daughter nationwide, and hasn't he been able to work? Could you waive his divination fee and connect with him directly?" Wu Yin furrowed her brow slightly and candidly remarked, "To generously offer help to others with someone else's resources does not render you virtuous. Rather, it casts you in a rather unsavory light." A follower commented, "Goodness. This is undoubtedly the most confrontational streamer I have ever encountered." Her words invigorated me. Another follower added, "This sentiment has been circulating for quite some time, and I always felt something was amiss." After the streamer's scathing retort, it all became clear. Yes, it is indeed this kind of self-serving generosity. A different follower interjected, "Precisely. If you truly sympathize with that Ni's father, you could pay the fortune-telling fee for him instead of pleading with the streamer for assistance." Yet another follower noted, "Those with even a modest understanding of metaphysics know that offering free divinations to others is detrimental to oneself. It amounts to unwarranted interference in another's fate, and one must bear the consequences." Chapter 116. This is a face of benevolence. Wu Yin nodded and continued, "Integrity is of utmost importance. Sincerity, trustworthiness, earnestness, and goodwill all stem from this essence of honesty. When faced with difficulties, one should proactively seek my counsel rather than remaining silent, waiting for others to speak on their behalf." Immediately, a throng of detractors began to hurl insults, accusing Wu Yin of being solely motivated by money, fixated on financial gain. However, Wu's supporters were equally fierce, retaliating with fervor. A follower remarked, "What happened to all those black fans who were silent during the Wang Dali father-daughter incident? Why aren't they here condemning the streamer for generously gifting a talisman?" Another follower chimed in, "Oh, the so-called kindness of these detractors. If you truly care, why are you holding onto your wallets and refusing to contribute? If you're so benevolent, why not donate? I lack patience for such nonsense. This prize draw is void. I shall initiate another," Wu declared, promptly issuing a new fortune bag. Mere seconds after it was released, the screen erupted in a burst of fireworks. Courtesy of NINI's father, Wu contemplated and decided to extend a connection request. "Streamer, my name is Liao Chuanfu. I apologize for any commotion caused by my presence in the live stream. Upon learning of my win, I immediately sought to borrow money from friends and family, and I have just managed to gather 1,000 yuan. I was unaware of the ensuing arguments in the chat. Please do not be angry with my fans. They are young and naive, driven by their kindness and compassion for me to speak up." Wu regarded the middle-aged man in the video, crossing her arms and leaning back against her chair. Raising an eyebrow, she thought to herself that this man certainly knows how to brew tea well. A follower noted, "Streamer, this man is a highly popular figure on the Redfish platform, a father searching for his daughter. He has previously sought the assistance of the esteemed Master Daku." Liao Chuanfu was unperturbed by his recognition, for indeed, he enjoyed considerable fame on the platform. "I have observed that netizens claim the streamer is quite accurate in her readings, prompting me to register an account on Duitsu. Those familiar with my plight know that I have been searching for my daughter, who was abducted by human traffickers, for several years. As long as my daughter remains unlocated, my quest will not cease. I will traverse every inch of this land in search of her." Tears welled in his eyes as he recounted his long, arduous journey. "After years of searching, each time I hear a lead, I rush there only to return disheartened. Master Daku has divined that my daughter is in the south, and I have spent all these years combing through that region, yet I have yet to find her." A follower pleaded, "Streamer, please assist him. I've been following Liao Chuanfu for quite some time. He is truly pitiable. Each time he hears of a girl resembling his daughter, he rushes to investigate, only to be met with disappointment." Another follower added, "Many have successfully reunited with their children. Yet Liao Chuanfu remains without even a trace of his daughter." Wu nodded, "Please privately send me your daughter's birth information." While speaking, she maintained her gaze fixed on Liao Chuanfu's face. "Liao Chuanfu, please disable any beauty filters on your phone. I wish to examine your features." Liao Chuanfu scratched his head. "I was unaware that I had filters activated. Please hold on, I will check." Wu glanced at the birth information he sent and furrowed her brow, advising, "Liao Chuanfu, please double-check the details you provided. The information appears incorrect. Verify it before resending." "Streamer, this is indeed my daughter's birth information. There is no mistake," Liao Chuanfu insisted firmly. Noticing Wu's unwavering gaze, he instinctively touched his face, questioning, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "I am merely observing the countenance of a father who cannot even remember his own daughter's birth information," Wu retorted with a hint of scorn. She continued, "Upon disabling the platform's filters, I discerned a pair of beady eyes, a narrow and elongated face adorned with angles, disheveled eyebrows, a low and flat nose, and a dimly lit area around the children's palace, marked with scars and a furrowed brow resembling a river pattern. All these flaws coalesce into a visage that clearly embodies insincerity. While it may appear simple and honest, a closer analysis reveals it is hardly the face of a good person." "How can you speak so disparagingly, streamer?" Liao Chuanfu was taken aback, not anticipating such a public critique of his appearance. "I have endured harsh weather in my quest to locate my daughter, braving both wind and rain daily. I yearn for my daughter, consumed by thoughts of her, unable to eat or sleep properly. Anyone enduring this plight would feel the same," he asserted, his eyes reddening with humiliation, even shedding tears on camera. "I paid for your services, only to leave empty-handed without any news of my daughter. And now I must endure your mockery. This is utterly excessive." Liao Chuanfu lamented, "If you cannot provide a reading, simply refund my money. I want to speak ill of your abilities elsewhere, but why must you insult me with your words?" The long silent detractors finally seized their moment to speak out. An unregistered visitor remarked, "The streamer, unable to provide a reading, resorts to obfuscation. This man is desperate for news about his daughter. If you lack compassion, at least refrain from bullying him." Another visitor added, "What of a so-called divine insight? Clearly, It is absent. Master Daku has already divined that the child is in the south. This streamer pales in comparison to him, merely possessing a sharp tongue and lacking decorum. A follower retorted, "Detractors, spare us your negativity. If you admire Master Daku, go support him. Do not clutter this space with your incessant chatter. We are not interested." Another follower questioned, "Are these detractors truly so dim-witted? Can they not recognize that the streamer is critiquing Liao Chuanfu's appearance? Which of her statements does not align with the characteristics of his visage? Is it a crime to comment on his looks? Has no one noticed that the streamer pointed out the inaccuracies in the birth information provided by Liao Chuanfu? Can Liao Chuanfu truly forget his own daughter's birth information? This raises eyebrows. Perhaps his character is not as solid as it seems." The comment section erupted into chaos once more, with Wuyin supporters questioning Liao Chuanfu's long-standing narrative of searching for his daughter, while those loyal to him countered by defending his perseverance and appearance. "I absolutely did not misremember my daughter's birth information," Liao Chuanfu insisted vehemently. "If you cannot provide an accurate reading, simply refund my money. Why the haste?" Wuyin finally withdrew her gaze from Liao Chuanfu, her tone laced with provocation. "You claim I cannot provide a reading? Then, dare you share your own birth information with me?" Chapter 117. Treating your daughter as a cash cow. Surely he must remember his own birth information, lest he forget even that? An unregistered visitor urged, Liao Chuanfu. "Reveal it to her. Let us see what this streamer can discern. If she truly possesses such capabilities, perhaps she could indeed assist you in locating your daughter." Liao Chuanfu initially intended to disregard this, yet at that moment, a netizen interjected with another remark. "Unfollowed visitor. Liao Chuanfu, rest assured. Regardless of where the host predicts your daughter to be, we will cover the expenses for you to find her." Upon seeing this, Liao Chuanfu withdrew his hand from connecting and pocketed it instead, contemplating before nodding. "For the sake of my daughter, there is nothing I shall shy away from. I only hope the host does not later declare that my birth date is also incorrect." As he muttered his grievances, Liao Chuanfu sent over his birth date. Wuyin cast a glance at the private message and calculated with her fingers. In but a breath, all truths were unveiled before her. This divination directly confirmed Wu Yin's initial conjecture. "Please wait a moment. I shall seek assistance for a certain task." Wu Yin rose from her chair, her phone still propped on the stand, and the viewers in the live stream saw her abruptly jogging out of frame. Followed fan, wait. Why does this process feel oddly familiar? Unfollowed visitor. Why did the host abruptly leave mid-calculation? Followed fan. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a foreboding feeling. The viewers erupted into discussion in the live stream, while Liao Chuanfu, perplexed by the commotion, seized the opportunity to recount his arduous quest for his daughter to the multitude of online spectators. "I once visited a village where, upon learning of my quest to find my child, the villagers barred my entry at the gate. I thought if they wouldn't let me in, then surely my daughter must be within. They struck me, yet I dared not retaliate. I could only shield my head and recklessly push forward, calling out my daughter's nickname. That was the moment I felt closest to her. I almost believed she was in that village. But as I rushed in, clutching my injured head, only to see that vacant child, I realized it was not my daughter. In that moment, despair and anguish engulfed me. I've been live streaming my search for my daughter on Hangyu for many years. Many viewers have known me for quite some time. My inability to work in pursuit of my daughter has been sustained solely through the generosity of my supporters. My fans are incredibly kind individuals. May the Buddha bless them." When Wu Yin returned, Liao Chuanfu was engaged in conversation with her viewers regarding his account on Hangyu. "I'm back." Wu Yin interrupted Liao Chuanfu as she sat back down, glancing at the comment section and immediately grasping what he had just recounted. With a cold chuckle, she remarked, "You dare to bring your deceit to my domain?" Liao Chuanfu's expression shifted abruptly. "I do not comprehend why the host harbors such malice towards me. Is it because my daughter's matter has caused you distress, leading to your frustration over your inability to divine her whereabouts?" Wu Yin laughed outright, posing a question. "Have you consumed too much tea, rendering your speech loquacious, or perhaps indulged in excess oil, leaving you greasy? What I stated prior bore no malice towards you. It was merely the truth. However, from this point onward, my words, while still true, shall carry intent." Wu Yin scooted her chair forward slightly, her flawless visage magnified once more before the lens. Her gaze was piercing, as if she could see through all facades. "Liao Chuanfu, a man who has deceived for years, profiting handsomely from the kindness of netizens. Do you take pride in this?" Wu Yin declared. "A man who cannot even recall the time of his daughter's birth. How dare you profess your love for her? Others cherish their daughters, treating them as treasures. You, on the other hand, regard your daughter as a mere cash cow. Why have you failed to locate her all these years? Because you have not truly sought her out. You know precisely where she is, and therefore, there is no need for a search. You have utilized the donations from netizens under the guise of searching for your daughter, indulging in a life of leisure, snapping a few photos in random villages, and then concocting a tale to deceive. At times, you have even resorted to searching for images online, appropriating others' experiences of searching for their children as your own. There are countless individuals who have suffered greatly in their search for their children, yet you, Liao Chuanfu, exploit this guise to swindle and indulge, which has led you to this grotesque state of gluttony. Unfollowed visitor. Heavens. The missing child advocate I follow is actually a fraud. Please, let this not be true. I donated my first month's salary to him. I've been subsisting on a single bun daily for half a month. Followed fan. You poor soul. Stop pleading. If the host has stated this, it must certainly be true. This fraud feasts on the funds while you barely scrape by. Unfollowed visitor. How can this be? The host must have miscalculated. Liao Chuanfu has a daughter. She is truly missing, and he has reported it to the police. This cannot be fabricated. Unfollowed visitor. Surely? Hasn't he hidden her away for all these years? Unfollowed visitor. I am from the same village as Liao Chuanfu. His daughter is indeed missing. Many villagers have not seen her for years. Unfollowed visitor. I said it from the start. The host should not force the calculations. Just refund Liao Chuanfu. His money was borrowed from friends and family. How can the host profit from him without a conscience? Followed fan. Liao Chuanfu's fans seem like excessively brainwashed zealots. I, however, am different. The host claims Liao Chuanfu knows where his daughter is. Host, could it be that Liao Chuanfu has given her away? Followed fan, indeed. While kindness is admirable, can we not open our eyes to discern the truth? Unfollowed visitor. What to do? I am wavering. I am beginning to believe the host. Think carefully. When we first began following Liao Chuanfu, he appeared quite thin, yet over these years of searching for his child, he seems to have only gained weight. Someone who endures hardship under the sun surely would not have the opportunity to grow plump. Followed fan. You're just now wavering? I once followed Liao Chuanfu too, initially. I even donated a little, maybe 20 or 30 yuan. But then I noticed something peculiar. He seemed to embark on quests to find his daughter every couple of months. Yet during the intervals, he never sought employment. Each time he searched for his daughter, he relied on netizens to fund his travel and living expenses.
Indeed.
A single phrase can awaken the slumbering mind, and Liao Chuanfu's fans began to sway. Seeing this, Liao Chuanfu grew anxious and hurried to explain, I am not avoiding work. It's just that no employer desires a temporary worker like me. I am left with no choice. I cannot abandon my daughter. She is my only child. Her mother abandoned her at birth, leaving her solely in my care. If I do not seek her, who else will? Chapter 118. The next to be slain is you. Liao Chuanfu wept openly in the live stream. She has no other father but me. If I give up, who will remember her in this world? She was so young when she vanished. Will she be beaten? Will she go hungry? The mere thought of my daughter suffering makes me fear to pause for even a day. I believe that if I find her one day sooner, she will endure one day less of hardship. Liao Chuanfu professed, I am profoundly grateful for everyone's support. You are all kind-hearted individuals. Goodness begets goodness. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Upon recalling the earlier instance of Wang Dali connecting with the host and bowing in gratitude, Liao Chuanfu immediately emulated him. Kneeling with his phone in hand, I bow to all the kind souls who have aided me. I lack education and wealth. I cannot speak eloquently, nor can I offer recompense. All I possess is a heart filled with gratitude. I bow to you all. May the Buddha bless every kind soul with prosperity and a long, peaceful life. Unfollowed visitor. Why must you be so aggressive? Donations are voluntary. No one compelled you to give money. Why must you push such a helpless father to the brink of despair? Unconcerned visitor. It's not that you have lost your child. Of course, you can speak so flippantly. Look at how young the host is. She has probably never even been a mother. You label others with a mere utterance. Do you even realize you could cost a life? Wu Ying scoffed. I cannot take Liao Chuanfu's life. Concerned visitor. I mean you could endanger Liao Chuanfu's daughter's life. If Liao Chuanfu is slandered to the point where netizens refuse to support him, and he is unable to find his daughter, will you bear the responsibility? If his daughter suffers, will you shoulder the consequences? I cannot harm Liao Chuanfu's daughter either. Wu Yin's expression turned icy. Liao Chuanfu has already killed his daughter. It is not my place to do so. A momentary silence enveloped the live stream, as if time itself had been suspended. Even the comment section paused for several seconds. In the frame, Liao Chuanfu's phone crashed against his forehead with a resounding thud. He was genuinely startled by her words. Liao Chuanfu, you idle about all day. Upon seeing a host searching for relatives online, you conjured such malicious thoughts. You fear that if you abandon your daughter on the streets or at the train station, she would be swiftly found, hence you resorted to killing her. For you, the only way to ensure she is never found is to perpetuate the charade, deceiving kind-hearted netizens into donating to you. Liao Chuanfu hastily picked up his phone, shouting, "On what grounds do you make such malevolent speculations about me without any evidence? Even the police emphasize evidence in their investigations, yet you spread such malicious rumors based solely on my birth date. I can report you." Concerned fan. Stop struggling. The host is quite formidable. The fact that she dares to speak such truths in your presence indicates she knows everything. Concerned fan. I can already guess where the host went when she stepped away just now. Wu Yin smirked. Liao Chuanfu. You truly are someone who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yes, evidence is paramount, which is precisely why I have reported you. It shouldn't be long before the police arrive at your hometown. Wu Yin stated, after you killed your daughter, you buried her beneath the pigpen at your old home. That year, your family was indeed renovating the pigpen, and given the considerable distance between the houses in your rural neighborhood, no one would know you killed and buried her at home. As Wu Yin finished speaking, a netizen excitedly bombarded the comment section with exclamation marks. Concerned visitor. The host is incredible. Concerned visitor. The police have indeed arrived in our village. They headed straight to Liao Chuanfu's home. I'm guiding them in the police car. Concerned visitor. Host, I'm connecting with you for a live broadcast. Concerned visitor. I apologize for previously defending Liao Chuanfu. I'll slap myself for it. Wu Yin observed the netizen had sent a connection request and raised an eyebrow. Let us allow the wider audience to witness the search for Nini together. Wu Yin accepted the connection request and adjusted the video window for clarity. Upon arriving at Liao Chuanfu's home, the police headed straight for the pigpen. As they deliberated on how to proceed, Wu Yin interjected, "The body is buried in the southwest corner." The netizens immediately relayed her words to the police. The pigpen's floor had been sealed with a layer of concrete, and it took the officers some time to break through. Revealing the soil beneath, they began to dig with shovels. The child's remains were not buried deeply, and the police quickly unearthed the skeletal remains. The time of death was so long ago that even the clothing had completely decomposed. One officer took out his phone and made a call, stating, "We can proceed with the arrest now." In the next moment, the door of Liao Chuanfu's rental apartment was kicked open and several police officers stormed in, apprehending him.
Liao Chuanfu shouted, "I am innocent. I am innocent."
I didn't kill my child. She fell to her death. I merely buried a corpse. The cause of the child's death would be determined by forensic examination, the police retorted. Be honest. The child was brutally struck in the back of the head with a brick, Wu Yin declared. Liao Chuanfu was taken aback by Wu Yin's knowledge. He immediately cried, I want to do it. I want to do it. I don't want the money anymore. Host, please tell the police you were just making things up. Filled with regret, Liao Chuanfu lamented that he should never have sought to gain attention today at such a cost. Crying, he pleaded with Wu Yin, Master, I didn't mean to provoke you. The boss of Hongyu found me and offered me 10,000 to come and discredit you in your live stream. Please. I beg you to help me. Had he known that accepting that money would lead to his arrest, he would never have accepted it in the first place. The boss of Hongyu had claimed that this Wu Yin was far less capable than the great master of the void. Liao Chuanfu thought if the great master couldn't predict certain things, he certainly had nothing to fear from Wu Yin. Liao Chuanfu harbored intense hatred for everyone, resenting Wu Yin for disrupting his life, blaming the boss of Hongyu for leading him into this trap, and loathing the wealthy netizens who only deigned to give him a few thousand, treating him like a beggar. Liao Chuanfu's phone had already been flung to the ground. The netizens couldn't see his or the police's faces, but they could hear the commotion. Weren't you desperately searching for your daughter? I have already helped you find her. Wu Yin said. Liao Chuanfu, I can only assist you up to this point. Having said that, Wu Yin prepared to disconnect the live stream, but just as her fingertip grazed the screen, Liao Chuanfu's curses and threats erupted from the phone. My daughter is mine. Her life is mine to give. What if I killed her? It is my prerogative as her father. Who says I cannot do so? Wooing from the void. I will remember you. When I get out, you will be next. I will make sure to. The police did not allow Liao Chuanfu to finish his tirade, swiftly silencing him. Chapter 119. Am I trending again? From the moment a child enters this world, her life does not belong to you. Children are not the personal property of their parents. Wooing raised an eyebrow. Liao Chuanfu. You may yet have a life to seek me out again for your threats. Someone who is at the very bottom of the prison hierarchy, who would be struck down by lightning upon exiting after decades, still dares to threaten her. People like Liao Chuanfu need not be dealt with by her hand. Divine justice will take its course. Concerned fan. Hearing the host say this brings me comfort. Unconcerned visitor. I followed the host. Had it not been for her, we would still be deceived for who knows how long. Such a poor girl. We have longed for her return, only to realize she never left home. Concerned fan. Who would dare to claim the host is inferior to the great master of the void now? Come forth and face the consequences. The things the great master couldn't predict, our host has unraveled. Concerned fan. The great master claimed the child was in the south, so we believed him wholeheartedly. The great master's abilities truly pale in comparison to the host's. I've sent a reward to the host, as an apology. Unconcerned visitor. I am genuinely heartbroken. I have endured so much suffering for half a month, my hard-earned money, wasted on such scum. Concerned fan. What is going on with Hongyu? This is laughable. They shot themselves in the foot while trying to sabotage our host, ultimately bringing disaster upon their own platform. Concerned fan. Let us celebrate the host once again trending on Weibo. Wooing had grown numb to trending topics. Noticing the hour was late, she waved goodbye to everyone and ended the live stream. After securing her phone, Wooing slung her backpack over her shoulders and headed out. Upon reaching the first floor, living room, she was surprised to find Tan Ci there. Are you done with your business? Wooing greeted Tan Ci as she approached, only to realize he was on a phone call. Tan Ci glanced back at Wooing and, seeing her ready to leave, quickly tugged at her backpack strap. Wait for me. Only when Wooing turned to look at him did Tan Ci continue speaking on the phone. But he only said one sentence. If the outcome of this matter fails to meet my expectations, the Tan group may take further actions against Hongyu. You might as well give it a try. After uttering these words, Tan Ci abruptly hung up the phone, then turned to retrieve the coat from the sofa, simultaneously stating, We are heading to the abandoned building, correct? I shall accompany you. I can manage on my own, Wu Yin replied, scratching her head. Were you just on the phone with the owner of Hongyu? Indeed. Tan Ci nodded. I cannot allow anyone to think that bullying you comes without consequences. Although Wu Yin personally did not mind. She felt a surge of joy at being so fiercely protected. Tan Ci, you truly are a good person. Wu Yin positioned herself behind Tan Ci, gently pushing his wheelchair as they proceeded outside. I have regained my peak strength now. Tan Ci, I grant you 1 week to make arrangements. Clear your schedule entirely for next week. Starting Monday, I will assist you in treating your legs. Is that feasible? Just then, Yan Ming emerged from his room, freshly dressed. And upon hearing this, exclaimed, Master, really? You're going to help President Tan with his legs next week? President Tan glanced back at Yan Ming, pondering why such a boisterous man existed in this world. Yan Ming, make arrangements for tomorrow. I shall be on leave next week. After speaking with Yan Ming, Tan Ci turned to Wu Yin and inquired, How long will it take? A week will suffice, Wu Yin responded. Yan Ming quickly nodded in agreement, asserting that no matter how significant the group's matters were, nothing surpassed the importance of President Tan's leg treatment. The driver awaited them at the entrance. And once Wu Yin settled into the car, she called Jiang Huaidong to inform him to wait for her at the entrance of the abandoned building. Upon their arrival, Jiang Huaidong was already present. The energy here is quite heavy. Being too close may adversely affect your health and fortune. So remain in the car while I attend to matters. Wu Yin instructed the trio before stepping out and approaching Jiang Huaidong. Come with me inside, she reminded him, and leave the talisman I gave you in the car, or it may harm your child's spirit. Jiang Huaidong nodded, returning briefly to place the item before following Wu Yin inside. Hearing Wu Yin's words was one thing, but stepping into the desolate expanse of the abandoned building was an entirely different experience. Master, what should I do? Jiang Huaidong's voice was hoarse. Wu Yin pointed to 5 trees, explaining, each tree represents a focal point. Beneath these points lie the remains of your child. You must excavate all the remnants, and thereafter, I shall handle the rest. After over half an hour, Jiang Huaidong unearthed 5 white porcelain vases containing the remains of the child and arranged them before Wu Yin. With each face he retrieved, Wu Yin promptly dismantled a focal point, thus completely obliterating the entire Yin gathering and Yin transition formations. With a surge of spiritual energy, the 5 vases shattered, revealing the remains that, despite being buried for many years, appeared as though they had just been interred. Jiang Huaidong watched, his heart breaking. He could only imagine the pain his child endured before passing. Xiao Ren must have felt an equal anguish. Slowly kneeling on the ground, Jiang Huaidong reached out, only to be reprimanded by Wu Yin. "Do not touch him now, his spirit is fragile," she cautioned. "Wait 100 meters away." With a wave of her energy, Wu Yin pushed Jiang Huaidong back, then meticulously began to stitch together the fragmented spirit of the child. This was a labor-intensive endeavor, and Wu Yin dared not lose focus. Any misstep would mean the child's spirit could be left incomplete, destined for rebirth as a fool. Spirit reunite. With a final incantation infused into the child's body, Wu Yin finally restored the fragmented spirit. A tiny soul began to coalesce from a nearly transparent state. In its final moments, the child had called out for its mother, and upon the restoration of its spirit, it instinctively searched for her. Wu Yin released Xiao Ran, instructing her to bid farewell to her child. With Permugua now deceased, Xiao Ran was entirely free from his control. She emerged from the soul vessel and rushed to embrace the child, who was desperately seeking her. Wu Yin then summoned Jiang Huaidong, saying, "Enjoy this moment with your family. I will return before dawn to escort the child," and Xiao ran away. After delivering this, Wu Yin stepped aside, granting the family privacy while she returned to her little haven in the abandoned building to tidy up and collect the lingering spirits of the poultry. Once finished, Wu Yin hurried outside to find Tan Xi. She had spent a considerable amount of time restoring the child's spirit, and by this time, Yan Ming and the driver were sound asleep in the car. Only Tan Xi remained awake, engrossed in his phone. Wu Yin leaned in through the open window, inquiring, "What are you watching?" Expecting to startle him, she was instead met with Tan Xi calmly pushing her head out of the window, admonishing, "That action is quite perilous. Do refrain from doing so in the future." If I had been startled, my first instinct would have been to raise the window, leaving your head trapped inside. That would apply to ordinary people, not to me. Wu Yin chuckled as she climbed into the car, suggesting, "Why not head back first? I can wait here until dawn to send the child away before returning." Tan Xi glanced at his watch. It was already late, and the remaining time was inconsequential. "I shall grant Yan Ming and the driver a day off tomorrow." After Wu Yin settled in, Tan Xi draped a blanket over her legs, asking, "Would you like to take a brief rest?" Cultivators are not easily affected by the cold. Wu Yin shook her head, pulling the blanket over Tan Xi's knees as well. Her voice dropping to a whisper, "Am I trending again?" Chapter 120. The president of Tan Group can only be me. As she asked this, she opened her phone to find that she occupied 3 trending topics. Wu Yin felt a surge of pride as she praised herself silently. The first trending topic was an official mention, commending her for assisting in the resolution of a case and promptly averting a gunpoint robbery. This referred to a bank robbery incident from some time ago, with the official announcement only being made today. The second trending topic featured the Hongyu platform's official apology to Wu Yin regarding the actions of a senior executive who had since been dismissed. The third trending topic concerned the Liao Chuanfu case. Netizens, like insomniac night owls, flitted from one topic to another, even in the dead of night. As the discussion gained momentum, no one else had managed to monopolize the top 3 trending topics since the inception of the platform, save for Wu Yin herself. Before dawn, Wu Yin returned to the abandoned building. Despite Jiang Huaidong and Xiao Ran's reluctance to part, they allowed Wu Yin to take the child away. "Master, while I previously had no choice, I have indeed stained my hands with the lives of many innocents. I am acutely aware of my grave sins. Whether I am reduced to ashes or condemned to hell for eternal torment, I accept my fate." Xiao Ran expressed her gratitude to Wu Yin for saving her child. Wu Yin nodded. "Now, I shall guide you into the underworld." Xiao Ran responded affirmatively and turned to Jiang Huaidong, delivering her final words. "The greatest regret of my life is falling in love with you. I likely will not have a next life, but if I do, I hope my child and I never encounter you again." With that, Xiao Ran stepped resolutely into the gates of the underworld, disregarding Jiang Huaidong's trembling form. As the gates vanished, Xiao Ran ceased to exist in the mortal realm. Wu Yin observed Jiang Huaidong's ashen face and gently patted his shoulder. "Do not grieve. You have indeed been a harbinger of calamity for Xiao Ran and her child." Though her words sounded like consolation, they bore the weight of a sharp blade. In the future, for the sake of the child and Xiaoran, strive to do good. I must take my leave. Do not seek me out regarding the Jiang family's affairs again. With that, Wu Yin departed, once more sighing in relief as she returned to the car. Finally, this chapter had come to an end. Before returning to the villa, Wu Yin instructed the driver to first stop at the Zhao family's ancestral home. She dismantled the formation and emerged with a lively flock of poultry, stuffing them into the trunk before sending the driver back. After a restful sleep, Wu Yin enjoyed a delicious roast chicken for lunch. In the afternoon, she received a call from old Master Zhao, inviting her to the Zhao residence to sample the culinary skills of their chef. Tan Ci was absent from the office in the afternoon and had social engagements in the evening, thus he was unable to visit the Zhao residence, leaving Wu Yin to remain at the villa. At around 4 o'clock, the elder Mr. Zhao arranged for a driver to come to the villa to pick up Wu Yin. With her bag slung over her shoulder and a gift she had purchased in advance, she stepped outside. To her surprise, upon exiting the villa, she found that Mr. Zhao's driver was blocked by another vehicle behind him. Ms. Wu Yin, our elder wishes to see you, announced a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, who emerged from the passenger seat of the car ahead. He opened the door and gestured for Wu Yin to enter. Who is your elder? Wu Yin retreated a step. Our elder is Tan Zong's grandfather, the second-generation leader of Tan Corporation, the middle-aged man replied. The elder wishes to see you, so we kindly ask for your cooperation, Ms. Wu Yin. Cooperation? Wu Yin chuckled at the phrase. Are you negotiating with me, or are you attempting to be forceful? What do you mean by cooperate? Just because he wants to see me, I must go? I don't even know him. If he needs something from me, he can come himself. Upon hearing Wu Yin's words, the driver stepped out of the vehicle as well, towering over her with an imposing physique. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Ms. Wu Yin, the driver said, his tone laced with a hint of threat. This is the elder's command. Are you planning to abduct me if I refuse to cooperate? Wu Yin glanced at the two men before her, only to see them nod in response, which made her laugh in disbelief. With a smile still lingering on her face, she suddenly kicked the car door with force, causing it to detach with a loud thud. In the astonished gazes of the two men, she strode to the front of the car and delivered a punch to the hood, creating a significant dent that sent the vehicle rolling back a few inches. With your kind of demeanor, how dare you suggest you would kidnap me? Wu Yin declared. Tell Mr. Tan that I have prior arrangements with the Zhao family tonight. If he wishes to see me, he must learn to be more polite. With that, Wu Yin gracefully circumvented the two men and walked back, opening the door of another vehicle parked behind and taking a seat inside. The Zhao family's driver stood momentarily stunned, only reacting when Wu Yin instructed him to drive. Once the car was in motion, Wu Yin promptly called Tan Ci. I've smashed up your elder's vehicle, which appears to be quite expensive. If you dare demand compensation, I'll destroy your entire family, as he was the one who provoked me first. The Zhao family's driver raised his eyebrows, reflecting on Wu Yin's formidable temperament. The elder Mr. Tan had sent two individuals under the guise of an invitation, yet their attitude resembled coercion more than anything else. Wu Yin, in turn, had decisively wrecked their car, asserting her dominance. The elder Mr. Tan must be furious upon hearing the news. My apologies, I will handle this matter, Tan Ci responded immediately. Enjoy your time at the Zhao residence and call me when you're done. I will come to fetch you. Wu Yin was satisfied that Tan Ci did not chastise her for her actions. He remained a reliable friend. Just as Wu Yin hung up, a call from the elder Mr. Tan came through on Tan Ci's phone. He did not answer, instead instructing his bodyguard to drive back to the Tan family estate. As soon as Tan Ci alighted from the vehicle, he spotted the wrecked car, battered by Wu Yin's fist and kick, parked at the entrance of the estate. The driver who had brought the car back and the middle-aged man stood with their heads bowed beside it, while the elder Mr. Tan was vociferously berating the damaged vehicle. Upon seeing Tan Ci return, the elder's wrath surged. How dare you come back? Just look at the kind of woman you've chosen. Tan Ci exchanged a glance with his bodyguard, who then signaled 4 others to emerge from the car, retrieving hammers and advancing towards the damaged vehicle. They began to pound it mercilessly, reducing it to a heap of rubble in mere moments, with shards of glass strewn across the ground. She was too lenient. I believe it should be smashed to pieces like this, Tan Ci remarked, maneuvering his wheelchair forward as he inquired. You intended to abduct her and she retaliated. What's the problem? Tan Ci. I am your grandfather. The elder Mr. Tan gasped, clutching his chest as if to stave off fainting from rage. You scoundrel. He lifted his cane and hurled it at Tan Ci. Despite his limited mobility, Tan Ci managed to evade the strike. though he could not avoid the full length of the cane, which struck his forehead.
Danson.
Several bodyguards rushed to surround him. I see you've grown wings. Do not forget that the Tan Corporation was handed down to you from my hands. Without the title of Tanzong, what are you in this world? Tan Ci touched his forehead, feeling the warmth of blood on his fingertips. He chuckled coldly. You are of advanced age. Yet you seem to have forgotten why I was entrusted with the company. It is because, apart from me, the rest of the people you have nurtured are utterly useless. The Tan Corporation cannot survive without me, not because I cannot exist without it. The company will collapse without me, yet I will thrive independently of the Tan Corporation. My position as Tanzong is solely because I possess the majority of shares. The title of Tanzong can only belong to me. Tan Ci tore away the facade of the elder's hypocrisy and false benevolence, revealing that his reluctance to stay at the Tan estate stemmed from his disdain for each individual within it. You hold the majority of shares, but do not forget, those shares were inherited from your father. They rightfully belong to me. The elder Tan hollered in fury. Is there a problem with inheriting my father's estate? Tan Ci retorted. Did you not also inherit a portion of your son's estate? My father's inheritance encompasses more than just shares of the Tan Corporation. What has become of the possessions you have taken from me, now in the hands of which of your dependent fools? Tan Ci's father had grown up beside the founder of the Tan Corporation and had been groomed as a successor by the elder Tan. Had it not been for his father's tragic death in a car accident during his youth, the true second-generation leader of the Tan Corporation would have been Tan Ci's father, not the elder Tan, who looked down upon his own progeny. If you meddle in my private affairs again, do not blame me for expelling all your useless dependents from the Tan Corporation. With that, Tan Ci departed. The elder Tan bellowed at the departing vehicle, his voice echoing with rage, but Tan Ci did not spare him a second glance. As for the individuals who had stood behind the elder Tan from the beginning, he regarded them as mere air, offering them not even a glance throughout. The elder Mr. Zhao and his wife resided not far from Zhao Yu's family. Upon Wu Yin's arrival, the plump little Zhao Yu was already there. As soon as Wu Yin stepped inside, the chubby child took her hand and led her into the house. Sister Wu Yin, have you been particularly busy lately? Zhao Yu inquired earnestly, resembling a small adult. Sister Wu Yin, please take care of your health. Balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself. Grandma Zhao chuckled, explaining to Wu Yin that the boy had adopted his parents' admonishments for the elderly. Now that Wu Yin is here, please take a seat. The meal isn't ready yet, but you can try the tea I've brewed. The elder Mr. Zhao warmly invited Wu Yin to the tea room, having prepared the tea leaves early on. Knowing she was en route, while waiting for the water to boil, the elder Mr. Zhao discussed serious matters with Wu Yin. You have seen the official notice,
Have you not?
The unfinished building incident has far-reaching implications. To safeguard your safety and that of those around you, we have unanimously decided to conceal your existence, thus preventing us from publicly honoring you. However, we can make the bank robbery case public. The elder Mr. Zhao smiled as he continued, Your reward will be processed in a few days. In addition to a monetary bonus, there will also be a medal. Thanks to your assistance, the case was resolved swiftly, and the interrogation process was remarkably smooth. We have gathered a wealth of evidence in our favor, and we are currently finalizing the statistical organization of the data. You will certainly receive your bonus. Tan Ci previously mentioned your identification card, and we can arrange that for you as well. Here is the document. Please fill it out, and I will submit it on your behalf. It will be processed within 2 days as a special identification certificate solely for you. Tan Ci had previously conversed with Old Master Zhao regarding Wu Yin's selective amnesia, a deliberate act on her part to sever ties with memories that were tinged with unhappiness. Thus, Tan Ci harbored no desire for Wu Yin to revisit those recollections. Wu Yin, resolute in her decision to not reclaim her former identity or discover who she once was, found Tan Ci respectful of her autonomy in this matter. By the way, Wu Yin, there is a matter we wish to discuss with you, Old Master Zhao stated, clarifying that we encompassed not only himself but also every leader Wu Yin had encountered on that day. After deliberation, they resolved to establish a special incident management bureau and sought to appoint her as the director, responsible for overseeing these unique cases. Naturally, this bureau would solely address special incidents, and they were currently evaluating a selection of individuals to join her team once assessments were complete. The deputy director position was tentatively assigned to Lao Yu, the gentleman with a square face whom Wu Yin had met at the Lao family residence. He would assist her in all duties and manage all clerical tasks, relieving her of the burden of report writing. Of course, should she wish and have the time, she could organize training sessions for her staff to enhance their capabilities. They promised her absolute freedom in this role. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback by the title of director.
Me?
She exclaimed, pointing at herself. As the director? Without a second thought, she shook her head. I cannot accept this. I intend to return to Wufang Valley. Once I do, you will be unable to contact me, and I may never emerge again. Wu Yin had never relinquished her determination to return to Wufang Valley, although the means to do so eluded her at present. She was confident that she would eventually uncover a way. Is it true that once you return to Wufang Valley, you cannot leave? Old Master Zhao inquired, surprised. Was it a precept of Wufang Valley's ancestral teachings? Wu Yin struggled to articulate an explanation and simply nodded, conceding to his interpretation. When do you plan to return to Wufang Valley? He pressed further. I do not know, she admitted, the question perplexing her. It could be years or even decades. Wu Yin mused that once her cultivation advanced, she would surely grasp the intricacies of the situation and discover a path back to Wufang Valley. If her reluctance to accept the position stemmed merely from uncertainty about her return, it was not a matter of unwillingness. Old Master Zhao chuckled. Before you return to Wufang Valley, you may submit your resignation at any time, even the day before you leave. In any case, you are unlikely to depart so soon. Wu Yin, Director Wu, do you not wish to consider this position? He coaxed gently, explaining that the bureau would be situated in a quaint building not far from the Tan Group, solely populated by their personnel. There would be no need for clocking in. As long as her phone remained operational, she could be reached at any moment. Are you truly asking me to be the director? Wu Yin straightened her posture, a smile gradually gracing her lips. In that case, I shall accept. How wonderful to hear. Old Master Zhao sighed in relief.
Come, let us enjoy some tea.
With your acceptance, I can indulge in an extra bowl of rice tonight. The tea brewed by Old Master Zhao was fragrant, and the dishes prepared by the Zhao family's cook were equally delightful. As Wu Yin departed from the Zhao residence, she held a new key in her hand. A gift from Old Master Zhao, a key to an apartment conveniently located near the bureau. The apartment would be regularly cleaned, and she could move in whenever she wished. Sister Wu Yin, do well in your job. When you receive your salary, I'll treat you to a meal, Zhao Yu exclaimed, his grip on her hand brimming with excitement. School is out for me. I'll come visit you at your office to play. The Zhao family's driver had just arrived, but his countenance suggested he was unwell. Are you ill again? Old Master Zhao remarked upon noticing his condition. Why don't you rest? I can have the driver take Wu Yin home first, and then he can return for Zhao Yu. Wang Ping, the driver, nodded in agreement, understanding that Old Master Zhao prioritized safety on the road. Have you undergone a thorough examination at the hospital? Old Master Zhao inquired. Wang Ping quickly reassured him. Old Master, don't worry. I've been to the hospital for a full checkup. Strangely, the doctor confirmed that all my indicators are normal. As you know, I don't drink or smoke. My only vice is playing games after work. Yet, I cannot fathom why I keep experiencing these recurrent fevers. At times, it has left me so weak that I could barely rise from bed, which alarmed my family. I had even taken leave from work and visited a specialist at the capital's hospital, but they too declared me in sound health. Still, I cannot shake this inexplicable fever. I was fine during the day at work, but it flared up again by evening. Wang Ping added, clarifying his situation. While Old Master Zhao conversed with Wang Ping, Wu Yin observed him closely and perceived a faint aura of negativity surrounding him. Once Wang Ping had finished speaking, she approached him. Your fever is not a result of illness, but rather a manifestation of the negative energy that has attached itself to you, she explained. Have you been feeling unusually cold of late? Indeed, Wang Ping exclaimed, astonished. Knowing Wu Yin's background, he quickly added, Master, might I trouble you to divine my fortune? I shall pay you for your services. Wu Yin nodded, and Old Master Zhao instructed everyone to retreat to the living room, away from the chilly wind of the courtyard. After Wang Ping had offered her payment, he promptly provided his birth details for Wu Yin to analyze. Examining his information, Wu Yin discerned that Wang Ping was inherently a kind and honest individual, devoid of any vices and a diligent worker. After her analysis, she understood the source of his negative energy. Did you encounter a funeral procession while driving late one night last month? She inquired. Wang Ping nodded vigorously, yes. It left a deep impression on me. The streetlights were out, and the procession emerged from a narrow path. I didn't notice them in time, and nearly collided with them. It terrified me. And did your temper flare, leading to a brief altercation with the deceased's family? Wu Yin continued. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Ping admitted, I did argue a bit. Someone from the procession intervened, and allowed me to leave. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Wang Ping's only flaw was his tendency to become emotionally charged in such situations. Master, is this the cause? Wang Ping asked, hopeful. You inadvertently offended the deceased and had a disagreement with his wife, leading to resentment on their part, Wu Yin explained. Noticing Wang Ping's complexion shift, she quickly reassured him. It has been a month since then, and you've only experienced recurrent fevers, suggesting they merely wish to teach you a lesson, so it is not a grave matter. She advised, bring a gift to the deceased's family, light incense at their altar, and sincerely apologize. Generally, funerals are conducted at auspicious times, so they did not intend to frighten you. It was merely unfortunate timing with the streetlights being out. Additionally, she emphasized, you must remember that the deceased are of utmost importance. If you encounter a funeral procession, unless it is a matter of great urgency, you should always yield to them. Old Madame Zhao nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the deceased hold precedence. It is customary to allow them to pass first, a tradition passed down from our ancestors. Wu Yin elaborated, even in cases of joyous occasions overlapping with funerals, the wedding party should allow the funeral procession to proceed first. Those with a sense of propriety would send someone from the wedding party to offer a token of good luck to the funeral attendees after they pass. She added, you must work on tempering your emotional responses, otherwise you may find yourself at a disadvantage in future situations. Wang Ping, sweating profusely, hurriedly acknowledged her wisdom. No need to worry about future incidents. This experience will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Thank you, Master, for your invaluable guidance. He then inquired, what if I go to apologize and they still refuse to forgive me? Then you can come to me. Should any ungrateful spirit refuse to acknowledge their place, I will handle it accordingly, Wu Yin assured him. Wang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon departing from the residence of the esteemed Mr. Zhao, Wu Yin instructed the driver to first escort the chubby lad back home. After taking a considerable detour, she returned to the villa a tad later than anticipated. However, this slight delay did little to dampen her exuberant spirits. As she stepped through the door, she flung off her shoes, neglecting even to don her slippers, and dashed inside, calling out, Tan Ci, Yan Ming, are you resting? The lights were aglow, indicating that both had arrived home before her. Yan Ming poked his head out from the kitchen, exclaiming, we're here. I'm juicing fruits. Master, would you care for a glass? It's apple carrot juice, with apples freshly sent from my cousin in the countryside, arriving at the office just today.
Yes.
Wu Yin replied eagerly, then inquired, where's Tan Ci? Just then, Tan Ci emerged from the backyard, stating, I'm right here. The large wolf dog nearby barked affirmatively, signaling its presence as well. Wu Yin shoved her hands into her pockets, straightened her posture, and even cleared her throat twice before declaring, I have been appointed to an official position. Yan Ming nearly toppled the cup in his hand, exclaiming, what position? From now on, please address me as Director Wu. Wu Yin proudly placed her hands on her hips, grinning broadly, I, Wu Yin, have been appointed as the Director of the Special Events Management Bureau due to my exceptional abilities. Yan Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Good heavens. You only went out for a meal and returned as a director. You must be the youngest director in the world. He quickly followed up with, what level of director are you? Wu Yin hesitated, scratching her head. I'm not sure, didn't he ask? The moment she heard the title of director, she felt an overwhelming sense of authority and didn't he even consider inquiring further, nor did she ask about her salary. Congratulations, Tan Ci remarked, not particularly surprised, for as Wu Yin had stated, her abilities were indeed remarkable. No one could command more respect as the director than she. In the Special Events Bureau, age and tenure mattered little. What counted was one's own capabilities and past contributions to the nation. Wu Yin was undoubtedly the most qualified for the role. She had concealed her excitement all the way home, but now, in the presence of her familiar companions, she finally let it show. Hearing Tan Ci's congratulatory words made her eyebrows nearly soar to the heavens. From now on, I'll protect you both, she declared, patting Yan Ming on the shoulder before striding toward Tan Ci. She initially intended to do the same to him, but noticed a fresh wound on his forehead as she approached. What happened here? Wu Yin leaned in for a closer look. Yan Ming interjected. Old Master Tan threw his cane at him. Did he take out his frustration on you because he didn't see me? Wu Yin rolled up her sleeves, asserting, fear not. I promise to protect you. And I shall seek revenge this very moment. With that, she dashed out, her figure vanishing from the villa in an instant. Tan Ci barely had time to clarify that the incident had nothing to do with her. It was his own actions that had provoked Old Master Tan's ire. Wu Yin was aware that the Tan family residence was located at the Tan Mansion in Yutong Bay. Yan Ming had mentioned it during their previous conversations. Noting that everyone in the Tan family, apart from Tan Ci, resided there. The Tan family estate was expansive, with each dwelling separated by a reasonable distance. After a thorough search, Wu Yin finally located the building where Old Master Tan resided. It was already 11 at night, a time when most elderly individuals would be fast asleep. Wu Yin presumed Old Master Tan would be no exception. To her astonishment, upon leaping through an open window into the room, she was greeted by a scene that was quite shocking. She found two figures entwined beneath the covers, lost in their passionate endeavors, oblivious to her presence. "Old man, were you hoping to see me? At this late hour, are you still engaged in the act of procreation?" she quipped. The two individuals on the bed were so startled that their souls seemed to leave their bodies.
"Ah!"
screamed the younger girl.
"Ah!"
yelped Old Master Tan. Both their hair stood on end as Wu Yin, hands tucked into her pockets, surveyed the room and noticed a bottle of pills on the nightstand. "Are you indulging in illicit substances?" she inquired, followed by a casual, "Well, go ahead. At your age, it's rather understandable that one might require some assistance in procreation." With a raised eyebrow and a smirk, she added, "However, just a moment ago, as I traversed from the first building to the south, I overheard your son on the phone, discussing how the effects of a certain little pill had multiplied several times over. He was inquiring about how long it would take until he could inherit his father's fortune. That old man he referred to must be you." With a serious expression, Wu Yin continued, "Your eagerness to see me is for the purpose of arranging your own funeral, is it not? I must inform you. Seeking my help in such matters is futile, for I do not engage in funerary services." Old Master Tan, incensed, was at a loss for words. The elderly were particularly sensitive to such topics, and he quickly realized that this unexpected girl was indeed Wu Yin, the one residing in Tan Ci's villa.
"Someone!
"Quickly, seize this intruder and take her to the police station," he shouted, pulling the covers around himself, utterly disregarding the young woman beside him. Wu Yin, unfazed, raised a finger and yanked the blanket from him, tossing it over to the girl. "What is there to hide, you old codger? You can't possibly think I would be interested in such sights?" she retorted, her expression one of disdain as she draped the sheet over the young woman. The girl, momentarily stunned, managed to mutter a thank you before wrapping herself in the blanket, leaping from the bed and rushing into the bathroom. As the bodyguards rushed into the room, drawn by the commotion, they were greeted with the sight of the irate, naked Old Master Tan, his face flushed with rage. "Kill her! Get rid of her!" he bellowed, pointing towards Wu Yin. "That would be illegal." Wu Yin waved her finger nonchalantly, and suddenly, the guards found themselves unable to move. "What are you dawdling for? Drag her out and dispose of her," Old Master Tan shouted at the guards. "Old Master, it seems we can't move," one of the guards explained. At that moment, Tan Mingzhong and his descendants, including Tan Ruzhen, burst into the room. Upon seeing the exposed Old Master, Tan Ruzhen screamed and fled outside. Tan Mingzhong hurried to fetch a robe from the closet to cover his father, frequently glancing back at the immobilized guards. Tan Ruzhen, still outside, cried out, "Grandfather! It's her! She's the one who's cursed. Ever since I encountered her, I've felt off. After returning that day, every time I touch the steering wheel, it feels as if insects are biting my hands," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Moreover, after that car was sent to the repair shop, they claimed it would break down again as soon as any repairs were made. Tan Ruzhen's panic escalated as she recounted her ordeal, her voice quaking with terror. Ever since that day, she had not left the Tan residence, watching her friends flaunt their outings on social media, a torment worse than death. She had feigned obedience for several days, planning to escape unnoticed, but upon touching the steering wheel, the pain returned, causing her to scream in agony. Despite multiple attempts, the result was always the same. Her hands could not touch the wheel without excruciating pain. Enduring both physical and mental torment, Tan Ruzhen finally understood the meaning of a fate worse than death. Tan Mingzhong, having witnessed Wu Yin's capabilities during his time at the Tan Group and knowing Tan Ci's protective stance towards her, dared not utter a word in the face of Tan Ruzhen's claims, fearing he might become the next victim. "Tan Ruzhen, if you do not value human life, do not attempt to drive if you cannot. It is detrimental to the vehicle, the road, and even more so to innocent lives. As for your chilling sensations and the eerie whispers you hear at night, they bear no relevance to me." Wu Yin pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Oh, has your fiancé not yet passed away? How dare you curse my fiancé? Tan Ruzhen bellowed. Even if I were to die, my fiancé would continue to thrive. Just then, Tan Fu, the fourth of the Tan family, arrived and happened to overhear Tan Ruzhen's words. In a calm tone, she remarked, I have just received news that Chen Jinxing has died. Aunt, what nonsense are you spouting? I spoke with Chen Jinxing just this morning. Tan Ruzhen, already at odds with her aunt's family, firmly believed that Tan Fu was conspiring with Wu Yin to cast curses. Tan Fu, disinterested in engaging with her foolish niece, directly entered the room and addressed Wu Yin. What brings you to the Tan household at this late hour, disturbing the peace of our family? What is your intent? The old man wished to see me this evening, but having failed to do so, he vented his frustration on Tan Ci. Witnessing his fury, I feared he might succumb to his anger if I did not come, so I made my way here, Wu Yin replied. Understanding her motive for seeking vengeance on Tan Ci, Tan Fu mused, how did Tan Ci come to know you, this enigmatic figure? Tan Leazizi, feeling secure in his esteemed status, was utterly unfazed by Wu Yin's abilities. He fastened his bathrobe and strode towards her, seizing a porcelain vase from the shelf and hurling it at her. Unexpectedly, the vase veered midair and struck him squarely on the forehead. Stunned for a brief moment, Tan Leazizi felt blood trickle down his forehead, pooling at his feet. In those few seconds of his bewilderment, his hand involuntarily slapped his own face, once on the left, then the right, each side in perfect symmetry, as he quipped, I relish symmetry. Wu Yin's tone grew increasingly frigid. This is the retribution I have exacted for Tan Ci. With a disdainful huff, she added, indeed, aside from Tan Ci and his sister, not a single decent person resides within the Tan family. With a mere flick of her wrist, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside. To their astonishment, the grand fountain statue in front of the villa erupted. The pipes burst, sending water gushing in all directions, even splattering into the room. Although Wu Yin stood by the window, not a drop of water touched her. The Tan family was rendered speechless. Even Tan Leazizi resembled a choking duck, unable to utter a sound. He feared that speaking further would lead him to slap himself again. Or worse, that the next explosion would be his own demise. I assure you, you cannot lay a hand on those under my protection. May you learn the meaning of decorum, for should there be a next time, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chapter 124. The Fluidity of Gender. Listening to Wu Yin's threat, Tan Leazizi trembled with rage, nearly losing his balance. Yet, he could not simply swallow his pride, for he had never encountered anyone so audaciously disrespectful. I will never permit Tan Ci to marry a woman of dubious origins. As long as I draw breath, you shall not wed Tan Ci. Wu Yin, who had intended to depart, turned back upon hearing his words. Contemplating her expression, Tan Leazizi thought she finally held some reservations, only to witness her suddenly pull out her phone and read aloud, citizens of our nation are entitled to the freedom of marriage, and no one may interfere for any reason, not even biological parents. After finishing, Wu Yin stowed her phone away, scoffing, old man, you lack education. You ought to read more and procreate less. With a meaningful smile, she added, and you wouldn't think you could live for much longer, would you? With that, Wu Yin leapt from the window. By the time Tan Fu reached the window to look outside, there was no trace of Wu Yin. Once Wu Yin departed, the bodyguards discovered they could move again. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting shock. What an exhilarating night it had been. Tan Mingzhong called for the bodyguards to fetch a family doctor while instructing the maid to clean up the chaos. Tan Leazizi, finally incensed, crashed to the ground, fortuitously landing amidst the shards of porcelain. The bodyguards hurried to lift him from the floor and place him on the bed while awaiting the family doctor. Seething with both anger and pain, Tan Leazizi swept everything from the bedside table onto the floor. Watching the medicine bottles shatter and pills scatter, he recalled Wu Yin's earlier words. With a fierce glare directed at Tan Mingzhong, he commanded Tan Fu, send the debris for testing. I wish to ascertain whether this good son of mine has genuine intentions or ulterior motives. Tan Leazizi's children were all from different mothers, so he harbored no concerns that Tan Fu would shield her elder brother, Tan Mingzhong.
Dad.
Tan Mingzhong's expression shifted, yet he maintained his composure, suppressing his inner turmoil, and retorted with feigned indignation. You suspect me? Tan Leazizi ignored his response, while Tan Fu secretly smirked, maintaining her facade. This woman is excessively arrogant, showing no regard for our Tan family. After a brief pause, she added, however, rest assured, Dad, I just heard from a friend that our country is establishing a special incident management bureau, and the director has already been chosen. I hear this director is the most formidable figure in the realm of metaphysics. I shall enlist my friend's assistance to invite this director here. A glint of malice flickered in Tan Fu's eyes as she resolved to make Wu Yin's life a living hell, ensuring she would regret daring to intrude upon their mansion tonight. Wu Yin was utterly unconcerned about the damages to the Tan family mansion. Having vented her frustrations for Tan Ci, she returned to her own villa. Upon spotting Tan Ci waiting for her in the courtyard, she excitedly waved, I'm back. Tan Ci surveyed Wu Yin from head to toe, noting her cheerful demeanor, concluding without inquiry that she was unharmed, while Tan Leazizi was likely in a foul mood. I had the old man slap himself twice as repayment for that blow to your forehead, Wu Yin stated. He attempted to hurl a vase at me, and seeing his penchant for throwing objects, I decided to let him strike himself. Pausing briefly, she added, oh, and I mentioned to the old man that I heard Tan Mingzhong was eager to inherit his fortune. You should pay attention to any developments on your side of the family. As she spoke, Wu Yin gently tapped Tan Ci's forehead with her fingertip, saying, I'll prepare a salve for your wound tonight. It will heal in a few days. Tan Ci smiled, a warm grin spreading across his face as he earnestly replied, Wu Yin, thank you. Wu Yin, with her brows arched and eyes sparkling, joined him in laughter, her expression suddenly turning mischievous as she leaned closer to share a secret. When I arrived, there was a woman in the old man's bed, and I later discovered this woman was actually a man who had undergone gender reassignment surgery. What do you think? Isn't this gossip utterly scandalous? Wu Yin laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, only to suddenly notice, Tan Ci, why aren't you laughing? Don't you find it amusing? She queried. Is your sense of humor particularly refined? Unlike her, who had the lowest threshold for amusement in the entirety of Wufang Valley. It's not that it's not funny. I'm just lost in thought, Tan Ci explained. I was contemplating the accident involving my parents. Wu Yin instantly sobered. What is it? I've always suspected there was something amiss with my parents' accident. For years, I've been searching for the truck driver responsible. But after his release from prison, he seems to have vanished without a trace. Tan Ci remarked, as long as someone is alive, it's improbable for them to have no sign of life after all these years, especially since he has a wife, children, and parents. He cannot simply disappear. Tan Ci turned to Wu Yin. Your earlier comment sparked an idea. Perhaps I've been searching in the wrong direction all these years. Wu Yin's eyes widened with surprise. Are you suggesting that the driver may have also undergone gender reassignment surgery? When my parents were involved in a car accident, I was too young and lacked the capability to handle the situation. By the time I was able to stand on my own and investigate the matter, several years had already elapsed, during which many changes had occurred. Currently, the information I have indicates that after serving his sentence, the driver left the country through a labor agency, and I was able to trace his work records for the few months following his departure. However, after that brief period, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Over the years, I have consistently arranged for individuals to keep an eye on his wife and children back home, but we subconsciously overlooked the women who had interacted with his family. It was a casual remark from Wu Yin that jolted Tan Ci into realizing that he and his associates had neglected this crucial aspect all along. The gender of a person can indeed change. If you provide me with that person's birth details, I can assist you in determining his whereabouts, Wu Yin offered. Tan Ci shook his head, uncertain. He was an abandoned child found by his parents on the roadside. Suddenly, a smile broke on Tan Ci's face. Nevertheless, I have a new perspective now, and I believe we will soon uncover new information. Tan Ci, I wish you the best of luck, Wu Yin said, patting his shoulder. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am now more capable than when we first met. 2 days later, Wu Yin received her work ID and a formal appointment letter with a striking red cover. She barely had time to admire it before Wei Shen arrived in person to drive her to the film festival. Today, Wei Shen drove a red sports car, which perfectly complemented Wu Yin's dress. Did Tan Ci arrange the styling team for you? Wei Shen exclaimed. No wonder you look down on the stylists from my company. They simply cannot compete with international top-tier teams. Wu Yin was in high spirits. Today your car is red, my dress is red, and let me show you something else red. She handed her appointment letter to Wei Shen, who, upon glancing at the red cover, was taken aback. Are you getting married? To Tan Ci? Am I going to have to call you sister-in-law from now on?
Wow.
You two are moving too fast. He mistook the appointment letter for a wedding invitation. Are you illiterate? Wu Yin unfolded the letter. Let me give you another chance to rephrase that. Chapter 125. That person is a lunatic. As Wei Shen stared at the appointment letter almost pressed against his face, he leaned back, his gaze scanning the document before he read a few key phrases aloud. Appointment of Ms. Wu Ying as the director of the Special Events Management Bureau? Wei Shen's tone shifted from casual to utterly astonished within seconds. Oh my goodness. The director. Ms. Wu Ying is appointed as the director. Wei Shen nearly leaped from his seat. Director Wu Ying. My apologies. I had no idea I was picking up Director Wu Ying today. He examined the letter closely, his eyes fixated on the red official seal, ensuring it wasn't a prank by Wu Ying on social media. That's a national seal. Not from S-City, nor from the province. Your department is directly under national security. Indeed. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. Oh my. I'm in awe. Please, protect me. Wei Shen held Wu Ying's appointment letter reverently. With this identity, if I tell anyone, they'll think I'm bragging. You have now become my most powerful connection in the country. After a moment, Wei Shen recalled another matter and quickly asked, will you still be doing live broadcasts? Live broadcasts? Wu Ying responded while putting her belongings away. I won't need to clock in daily. During my free time, I can attend to my own affairs, and when needed, they'll call me. Isn't that the dream job I longed for during my studies? Wei Shen remarked, you're even freer than I am as a boss, without the pressure of performance metrics. Aren't you envious? Wu Ying fastened her seatbelt and patted Wei Shen's arm. Oh, Wei, let's get moving. Yes, Director Wu Ying, right away. Wei Shen chuckled at her playful address, swiftly starting the car. It was a pity that this remarkable achievement was unknown to the people of Wufang Valley, which Wu Ying found somewhat regrettable. After receiving her appointment letter, the first people she wanted to share the news with were her friends and family from Wufang Valley. Unable to inform them, she could only boast to her few close friends nearby. Wei Shen had now earned a place among Wu Ying's circle of friends. The film festival was held at the largest sports arena in S-City, and it took some time to reach from Tanxi's villa. Wei Shen played music in the car, and after listening for a moment, Wu Ying exclaimed, is that Bing Jia's voice? Yes. It's the theme song from a movie sung by my goddess Bing Jia shortly after her debut. Isn't it beautiful? Wei Shen replied, by the way, Bing Jia and Li Chaofeng will also be attending the film festival today. I saw their promotional posts on Weibo. I know, they mentioned it in the group chat. Wu Ying nodded, recalling that Li Chaofeng had created a small group of 5, with he and Lu Kaiyuan being the most active members. Wei Shen raised an eyebrow. I brought paper and a pen today. If I get a chance to speak with my goddess, I'll ask her for an autograph. And you must help us take a group photo. Make sure I look good, or else I'll look like a pig next to her. You should have brought an assistant to help with the photos. If you rely on me, I can at most get a full body shot of you, Wu Ying thought to herself, remembering a friend from the past who also adored Chen Bing. The last time she met Chen Bing, she had asked for an autograph. But Wu Ying could no longer recall who that friend was. Thus, she still held onto Chen Bing's autograph without having given it away. As they chatted, the car in front suddenly halted, and Wei Shen immediately slammed on the brakes. As Wei Shen lowered the window, a passerby shouted while running, everyone, please come help. There's a drunk driver refusing to cooperate with the police, and he just accelerated, dragging the officer along. That drunkard is driving recklessly, trying to crash his way out. Many people have already gotten out of their cars to assist the officer. Upon hearing this, Wei Shen tossed the car keys to Wu Ying, saying, stay in the car. If things look dangerous, just leave the car here and find a place to hide. I'll go take a look. Wu Ying acted even faster than Wei Shen, opening the car door and sprinting ahead. After a few steps, she felt her long gown was cumbersome, so she hiked up the hem and continued running. While running, she grabbed a passerby and inquired, what is happening up ahead? It's bad. The driver seems to be insane. He asked, deliberately wreaking havoc. The passerby replied, a lot of people have gone up, but it's useless. No one dares to stop him. That man is driving wildly. And the officer is still clinging to the car. He has already crashed into several vehicles. It's terrifying. After speaking, the passerby waved and ran off. As the screams persisted, Wu Ying pressed forward. When she arrived, she witnessed a black SUV recklessly colliding down the middle of the road, with an officer clinging to the front, arms spread wide, desperately holding on. At the SUV's speed, if the officer lost his grip for even a moment, the vehicle would surely crush him in the next second. Many compassionate motorists had gathered along the roadside, wanting to help the officer, but the SUV's performance far surpassed that of ordinary cars, and its driver was behaving irrationally. The well-meaning motorists did not dare to approach too closely, fearing the SUV might collide with them and injure the officer once more, forcing them to attempt to corner the SUV from the side. However, this approach proved futile. as the SUV driver showed no intention of yielding and instead violently pushed aside the nearby vehicles. Ween immediately recognized that the officer's leg was severely injured, and he was now relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. More and more people gathered in front, some filming the scene with their phones, while others waited for an opportunity to assist, making it difficult for Ween to squeeze through. Ween called out several times for people to step aside, yet no one responded. Noticing that Wei Shen had already caught up, she shouted at him, "You need to call for an ambulance immediately." After speaking, Ween deftly stepped onto the shoulders of the passers-by and leapt towards the SUV, hovering above it, with her hands forming a protective barrier. She swiftly pushed all bystanders out of the boundary. Once she ensured the complete safety of the surrounding individuals, she gracefully descended. And as her toes made contact with the roof of the vehicle, it seemed as though it had encountered immense resistance, gradually slowing to a halt. The driver inside gaped in bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the chaos outside, stubbornly pressing the accelerator with all his might, trying repeatedly until he finally realized the vehicle was immobile. Assuming it had broken down, he released the pedal and engaged the handbrake, then yanked the coat off the passenger seat to grab the axe concealed beneath it and exited the vehicle. Ween observed him as he charged towards the traffic officer at the front of the vehicle, axe in hand. She swiftly approached the front of the SUV and, as the driver rushed towards her, she cast a binding spell to immobilize him. Chapter 126. Cheng Yining is no innocent. At that moment, everyone outside the barrier stood in stunned silence, many speculating whether they had unwittingly stumbled into a film set. However, some of Wu Yin's fans recognized the figure standing tall on the vehicle and exclaimed, "This is not a movie set. Look around. There are no film crews or equipment. That girl is Wu Yin from Wufang Valley. I had no idea my favorite streamer was so formidable." The fans, bursting with excitement, eagerly urged those around them to appreciate their beloved streamer, recalling the heart-pounding experience they had just witnessed. Wu Yin, however, paid little heed to the crowd. She leaned down to address the traffic officer hanging onto the front of the vehicle, saying, "I will use my spiritual energy to support you. Feel free to let go." Unsure of how conscious he was, as his legs had been contorted beyond normalcy, her gentle voice had a soothing effect. Gradually, the officer released his grip, his hands pale from exertion, and his body began to slide towards the ground. Yet, Wu Yin did not allow him to fall. With a flick of her wrist, she enveloped him in her spiritual energy. The officer's eyelids fluttered, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. "Wu Yin! Wu Yin! The ambulance has arrived," Wei Shen called out from the crowd. Only then did Wu Yin dispel the barrier, responding, "Let the ambulance through." As the medical personnel approached with a stretcher, Wu Yin did not allow them to lift him. Instead, she levitated him onto the stretcher with her spiritual energy. There was a profound silence among the medical staff as they worked, barely daring to breathe. Alongside the ambulance, police officers arrived, standing aside as bystanders recounted the events in hushed tones. One by one, they cast glances towards the figure beside the ambulance, waiting until it departed before approaching Wu Yin.
Good day.
"If I am not mistaken, you must be Director Wu from the Special Affairs Bureau?" The captain spoke, having learned of this mysterious and influential unit just days prior. He had not expected to meet the enigmatic figure discussed at length within their ranks so soon.
Yes.
"That is correct," Wu Yin nodded. "You may arrest that driver. He appears to be not only intoxicated but also involved with something he should not have been." The officers understood, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Director Wu, for your assistance. If it were not for your timely presence, the consequences today could have been dire." Wu Yin had assessed the driver and found him devoid of malevolent or sinister energy, thus ruling out any unnatural causes for his behavior. The only conceivable explanation for his madness was excessive drinking or something else entirely. With the police on the scene, order was swiftly restored, and Wu Yin and Wei Shen returned to their vehicle, waiting for the traffic ahead to clear. After a brief drive, Wei Shen turned to glance at Wu Yin, and as he continued along the road, he stole another look. Wu Yin, exasperated by his incessant staring, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. When he turned to look again, she swiftly slapped his face, forcing him to turn back. "I am not a panda," Wu Yin declared. "Who said you were a panda? After all, you are far rarer than a panda," Wei Shen replied, bursting into laughter as if someone had tickled him. Due to the events on the road, Wu Yin and Wei Shen arrived at the venue just in time. The invitation included a seating chart, and while Wei Shen had originally been assigned the front row of Area A, he discovered that their seats had been relocated to the center of the first row. This was essentially a prime spot, and it was clear that Tan Ci had orchestrated this arrangement, which was meant for him, but had now become theirs since he was unable to attend. Having arrived late, most of the individuals in that row were already seated. As the event staff guided them to their places, just as Wei Shen was about to sit, a girl beside him suddenly stood up and forcefully pushed his chair forward. Mockingly, she exclaimed, "I thought some unfortunate soul shared your name, but it turns out it really is you." Qiyu stood tall, demanding, "What is the organizer thinking? How could they arrange seating like this? How dare a murderer and a mere internet celebrity sit with us? Who is she?" Wu Yin asked Wei Shen, intrigued. "Qiyu, Cheng Yining's cousin. Beside her is her brother, Qi Chuchen, who, like Cheng Yining, is also quite peculiar." After the staff adjusted the chair back into place, Wei Shen addressed Qiyu. "Our Wu Yin said that anyone who has undergone plastic surgery is a dog. Your Cheng Yining is the one who is the plastic surgery monster. If you are unhappy sitting here, your Qi family can leave. As for why Wu Yin and I are allowed to sit here, it is simply because we have powerful backing." Wei Shen held a distaste for anyone associated with Cheng Yining, including her relatives. After all, it was the Qi family that had aided the Cheng family during his incarceration. "You still have the audacity to bring up Ning Ning." Qi Yu's fury ignited. "If it weren't for your heartless pursuit leading to her suffering, she wouldn't have endured so much hardship." Qi Yu continued, "How can you even mention Ning Ning? She considered you her closest friend, trusted you completely, yet you, in your unrequited love, nearly destroyed her face and attempted to take her life. How can someone like you still exist in this world? And you?" Qi Yu pointed at Wu Yin. "I do not know what possessed you to alter your appearance to resemble Ning Ning before her incident. But let me tell you, every time I see your face, my hatred for Wei Shen deepens. So, it was Wei Shen who prompted you to alter your appearance to look like Ning Ning, right?" Qi Yu sneered. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Wei Shen is a pervert, a failed murderer. If he had his way, the next person he might target could very well be you." Wu Yin ignored Qi Yu's tirade and instead suggested to Wei Shen that they switch seats, positioning herself beside Qi Yu. As she settled in, her presence was commanding, her fair skin radiant as fresh snow, and her crimson dress blooming like a vibrant camellia. "I have already addressed the issue of plastic surgery on my Weibo. If you are not illiterate, you should refrain from using that term with me," Wu Yin said, raising her chin to look at Qi Yu. "I have not undergone plastic surgery. It is merely a coincidence that I bear a resemblance to that woman, which I find quite unfortunate. Fortunately, she has had surgery, so we no longer resemble each other as closely. As for your incessant claims that Wei Shen is a murderer, if he truly were, he would not be sitting here but rather in prison. Attempted murder is still murder," Qi retorted, her voice low yet furious. "If it weren't for Ning Ning's aunt arriving in time, Wei Shen would have truly killed someone. You have no idea how much Ning Ning has suffered because of Wei Shen, nor do you comprehend the pressure she has endured lying in a hospital bed. I possess the ability to discern character, and possess eyes that can perceive the truth." Wu Yin remarked that from the very first moment she laid eyes upon Wei Shen, she recognized him as a person of pure heart. "I firmly believe that Wei Shen is far from the person you describe, Miss Qi. Allow me to remind you that this world is not devoid of wrongful accusations and injustices." Wu Yin casually crossed her legs, nonchalantly kicking at the vibrant red hem of her skirt. Though her demeanor appeared somewhat lacking in elegance, she exuded an air of carefree confidence. "I have absolute faith in my skills of observation," Wu Yin continued, lifting her gaze to Qi Yu. "I am equally confident in my ability to judge character. From my observations of Cheng Yining, she is certainly not of good nature." Chapter 127. The Sophistry of Mr. Qi with a Good Heart. "On what grounds do you make such claims about our Ning Ning?" Qi Yu's anger peaked at that moment. "Do you have any idea what Wei Shen did to Ning Ning back in the day? You know nothing. The pain was not inflicted upon you, which is why you can stand there and speak so callously, casting aspersions on Ning Ning." Qi Chuchen placed a hand on Qi Yu's wrist to calm her emotions, then turned to speak with Wu Yin. "If your judgment stems from Yining's emotional outburst on Weibo, then your statement is rather hasty." Yining was merely overwhelmed at that moment and made some pointed remarks, but she later realized the impropriety of her actions and promptly deleted the post. Furthermore, during that filming event, did you and several guests not truly isolate her while recording in the mountains? It ultimately turned into a gathering of you and a few other guests enjoying each other's company. Do you not think you usurped the attention that rightfully belonged to her? Yining interjected. "It was you who harmed her during that time in the mountains, affecting her well-being. The Cheng and Qi families are magnanimous and have not sought retribution. Yet here you are accusing Yi Ning of being of ill character. Are you not being rather ungrateful? Chi Chu Chen's words carried more weight than the emotionally charged Chi Yu, each sentence seemingly a defense yet unmistakably filled with reproach. Not everyone in the world is her mother. Does everyone have to revolve around her? Is Chung Yi Ning akin to currency, demanding constant attention? Wu Yin perceived Chi Chu Chen's talent for sophistry. Prior to this, I had no acquaintance with Li Chaofeng and the others. Why would they conspire with me to isolate Chung Yi Ning? When we were in the mountains, Chung Yi Ning was fully aware of my identity. Yet she chose to expose me in front of the clan leader despite knowing I was disguised. Had I not possessed the means to silence her? Do you realize the magnitude of trouble she could have caused that day? You remain ignorant because I suspect Chung Yi Ning would not divulge the truth of what transpired in the mountains. She would only offer a diluted version of her grievances. Seeing that Chi Chu Chen relished debate, Wu Yin decided to engage him thoroughly. You claim that the Chi and Chung families are broad-minded and accuse me of lacking gratitude. Do you not find your words utterly ludicrous? When I was live-streaming on the Hongyu platform, simply because I bore a slight resemblance to her, Chung Yi Ning publicly accused me of undergoing plastic surgery. Pray tell, is it an act of benevolence to make baseless claims before the media? The Chung family bribed the upper echelons of Hongyu to permanently ban my live stream. At that time, did I have any grievances with the Chung family or with Chung Yi Ning? What benevolent act is that? Have you heard the adage that cutting off someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents? Good-hearted Mr. Qi. Wu Yin continued, recently, the higher-ups at Hongyu colluded with Liao Chuanfu in an attempt to disrupt my live stream. This very individual was the one who accepted money from the Chung family to silence me. Is he simply bored, or is there some benevolent motive behind such self-destructive behavior? Or perhaps he has an excess of funds and seeks to squander them on others. Surely you do not presume I am unaware that this is orchestrated by the Chung family? Wu Yin declared. My silence is not due to ignorance or fear of the Chung family. Rather, it is my disdain for your troop of clowns. Wu Yin asserted. My assertion that Chung Yi Ning is far from a good person is not solely based on these incidents, but also on her duplicitous gaze and her harsh demeanor. If Chung Yi Ning were a virtuous individual, I would gladly write my name backward. With that, Wu Yin straightened her legs, brushed her skirt, and slowly turned her gaze toward Chi Yu. Instead of fretting over Chung Yi Ning, perhaps you should first concern yourself with your own affairs. Having delivered her thoughts, Wu Yin ceased to acknowledge the Chi siblings. Chi Chu Chen, not often present in the country, was indeed unaware of the matters Wu Yin referenced. As for Wu Yin's concluding remark, Chi Chu Chen failed to grasp its significance. I refuse to sit with such a person. Chi Yu exclaimed in anger as she turned to leave. After a while, Chung Yi Ning approached alone, walking over to Chi Chu Chen and awkwardly explaining. My cousin insisted on switching seats with me, and when I refused, she threatened to cry. Sit here, Chi Chu Chen directed, taking a seat beside Wu Yin and placing Chung Yi Ning next to him, thereby creating a barrier between Wu Yin and Chung Yi Ning. Chung Yi Ning's original position was in Zone C, and due to her refusal to allow the Chi family to negotiate on her behalf, she was relegated to a corner as a newcomer. Before arriving, she was unaware that Wu Yin was present, let alone that this live streamer occupied a more central position than Chi Chu Chen. Naturally, she was oblivious to the prior quarrels that had unfolded. As Chung Yi Ning bent to sit down, she suddenly heard someone from Wu Yin's side speak. Chung Yi Ning, you have some nerve, not noticing my presence so near. Aren't you afraid I might strike again? Wei Shin scoffed. Chung Yi Ning nearly leaped from her chair, letting out a faint scream. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. I am sitting here so prominently. How could you possibly overlook me? Wei Shin mocked. So, are you genuinely afraid of me? Or is it mere pretense? Cousin, I'll go back and switch with my cousin, Chung Yi Ning replied, her voice trembling with tears. Sit down. The event is about to begin. Ki Chu Chen command Stanley. He is the one who has committed a crime. He should be the one in fear. Do not act like someone with a guilty conscience, hiding and trembling at every shadow, devoid of the dignity expected of the children of the Chung and Chi families. I merely have a psychological scar from him, Chung Yi Ning hastily explained, forcing herself to sit back down. Guilty conscience, hiding, trembling. These words suit you well, Chi. They aptly describe a scoundrel, Wei Shin retorted, his tone flippant. Chi Chu Chen shot a cold glare at Wei Shin. It is rare to encounter someone so brazen after committing a crime. Whether I have wronged Miss Chung Yi Ning is a matter she knows all too well, Wei Shin replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Am I not correct, Teacher Chen? Chung Yi Ning bit her lip, refraining from responding, her hands nervously clutching her skirt. an action that Chi Chu-chin interpreted as a sign of her fear of Wei Shin due to past events, a psychological remnant. The film festival commenced, and the host took the stage. After half an hour, Wei Shin's interest waned, prompting him to message Wu Yin. Wei Shin, your earlier remark to Chi Yu about self-reflection seemed to carry an underlying message. Care to elaborate? Noticing Wu Yin's eyes wandering and her apparent disinterest in her phone, Wei Shin nudged her arm gently with his elbow, waiting for her attention before gesturing toward his phone. Wu Yin picked up the phone, glanced at it, and, disinterested in typing, murmured, I'm being haunted. Wei Shin nearly exclaimed in surprise. Is it a male or female ghost? Did she abandon someone after initiating a relationship? He inquired. The ghost is bound by white thread, indicating a ghostly marriage, which typically involves a male spirit, Wu Yin shrugged. Whether it stems from her being callous, I cannot say. Wei Shin burst into laughter before asking, what will happen to her? Wu Yin shot him a sidelong glance, responding succinctly, she will die. Chapter 128. I suggest you evaluate your own sense of self-importance. Wei Shin lamented the missed opportunity, pondering why a male ghost did not attach itself to Cheng Yining. I dream of her demise, wishing for her to transcend this life swiftly. After expressing his sentiments, he lamented that it must be the case that Cheng Yining's soul is so repugnant that even ghosts would shun it. Following this, Wei Shin resumed scrolling through his phone. To his surprise, the film festival had not yet concluded, and Wu Yin had once again surged to the trending topics on Weibo. Moreover, she had managed to secure 2 entries. One was described as the heavenly descending heroine, while the other insinuated that Cheng Yining was far from virtuous. Neither entry explicitly mentioned Wu Yin, but upon delving into the content, both tagged her. The first entry was an official statement from the police regarding Wu Yin's heroic act of saving a traffic officer 2 hours prior. The traffic police and public security authorities of S-City expressed their gratitude to Wu Yin and the diligent citizens who assisted, along with the report indicating the driver's positive test result. The second entry captured footage from the film festival, where someone recorded the heated exchange between Wu Yin, Wei Shin, and the Chi brothers, particularly highlighting Wu Yin's remark that Cheng Yining was indeed no paragon of virtue, which sparked significant interest and discussion. Cheng Yining's fans were the most vociferous in their outrage. Netizens lamented, why is Wu Yin everywhere? I detest her. She behaves as if she's a celebrity, constantly riding on our idol's coattails. Our idol attends a film festival, and she, a mere internet celebrity, feels compelled to intrude. Another exclaimed, this is infuriating. How can such a person dare to overshadow us? If you wish to achieve fame, work for it yourself instead of stepping on our Ning Ning to rise. Yet another retorted, everyone in the world knows Ning Ning is a kind-hearted girl. Only you, vile creature, continue to malign her. Don't think your superficial knowledge of metaphysics grants you the right to speak ill of her. One user lamented, this person is clearly desperate for fame. Wei Shin is her boss. It's unbelievable the lengths he has gone to elevate her. Another added, I'll tell you. This internet celebrity has climbed to this point thanks to men. Who knows how many sugar daddies she has behind her. I've heard male voices in her live stream several times, and they're all different. Another user scoffed, how dare she associate with our Ning Ning? How much has her benefactor invested in her to promote her so aggressively? I'm sick of seeing her trending on Weibo every day. If it weren't for Ning Ning, I'd uninstall Weibo. Many curious netizens ventured to inquire about the relationship between Duichi's boss Wei Shin and Cheng Yining, prompting Cheng Yining's fans to respond immediately. One user stated, that person standing next to the plastic surgery freak is Wei Shin, the boss of Duichi. Don't be fooled by his youthful good looks. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's a murderer. He just got released from prison, and now he's clinging to our Ning Ning, opposing her at every turn. Another commented 3 years ago after Ning Ning's college entrance exams he, who had been her classmate for years, took advantage of her trust and invited her to go hiking. In the mountains he confessed his feelings, hoping she would be his girlfriend, but Ning Ning rejected him, stating she only considered him a good friend. Ning Ning is truly innocent. She's not interested in early romance, and to this day, she maintains she won T date before graduating college. A user added, Wei Shin is utterly disgusting. Humiliated by Ning Ning's rejection, he lashed out, slashing her face with a knife. He ruined her appearance and nearly took her life. Another remarked, Wu Yin's words are truly vile. What does she mean by saying anyone who undergoes plastic surgery is a dog? Ning Ning didn't want to undergo surgery. She was forced to because of her injuries. One netizen expressed, whenever I think of the harm Ning Ning endured 3 years ago, my heart aches for her. She had just finished her exams so young, yet she faced so much. It's appalling that she is still being bullied by the man who was released from prison. Wei Shen even found a girl who had her face altered to resemble Ning Ning's. It's revolting. Another added, because of the trauma inflicted by Wei Shen. Ning Ning took a year off from school before attending university. She has always worked diligently and performed excellently academically. Had it not been for that scoundrel, she would be nearing graduation. The comments from Chung Yining's fans naturally garnered sympathy from numerous netizens who vehemently condemned Wei Shen, even cursing his ancestors and wishing for Duiqi's swift demise. Observing Chung Yining's fans' remarks, Wei Shen felt as if he might crush his teeth in frustration. He turned to Wu Yin and said, "I'm stepping out for a smoke." Without waiting for her response, he stood up and left briskly. He feared that if he remained even a moment longer, he might lose control and strangle Chung Yining. Wu Yin watched him leave with hurried steps, sensing his agitation, and picked up her phone to check Weibo. After reading the comments from Chung Yining's fans, she fell into contemplation. She began to feel curious about the incident between Wei Shen and Chung Yining from years past. Wei Shen was certainly not a malevolent person. Rather, it was Chung Yining who appeared to be the one with questionable character. Yet, what advantage could Chung Yining possibly gain from severely injuring herself to frame Wei Shen? While Wu Yin pondered this, Qi Chuchen suddenly handed her his phone. "Add me as a friend." Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Are we in a position to add each other as friends?" she questioned. Hadn't their earlier altercation been a figment of her imagination? Chung Yining also noticed the commotion and her expression shifted dramatically as she whispered, "Cousin, why are you adding her? You two have no animosity between you, do you?" Qi Chuchen replied, "I observed her earlier. Her face truly shows no signs of alteration. She has not undergone surgery. I just watched your interview from back then, Yining. You need to apologize to her." He reproached Chung Yining. "You were indeed in the wrong regarding several matters, including how your family treated her. You should sincerely apologize. The resemblance between you two seems like fate. Why not let me mediate? I'll arrange a gathering soon." Wu Yin interrupted him, producing a mirror from her storage. This mystical mirror, which she had obtained from Pinyue's realm, was unexpectedly used not to reflect monsters, but to show a person. Qi Chuchen was taken aback by Wu Yin's sudden display. "I think you ought to take a good look at yourself," Wu Yin suggested earnestly. "Whether you add me or not is irrelevant. Just put that mirror away. People are staring," Qi Chuchen cautioned. "We're sitting in the front row, and the camera is directed at us. Don't make such a scene." He retracted his phone but suddenly turned back to glance at Wu Yin, only to find the mirror had vanished as she focused on her phone. He reached out, saying, "A few strands of hair have fallen. Let me fix it for you." Wu Yin calmly turned to him, and at the moment she felt her scalp being tugged, she could no longer contain herself and punched Qi Chuchen in the face. Caught off guard by her sudden action, he stood there, stunned. "Did no one tell you that the hair of a cultivator cannot be pulled by an ordinary person?"
Fool.
Wu Yin scolded. "If you wish to pull my hair, you'll have to wait 100 years. Chapter 129. Will she and you have a blood relation? The hair, nails, and blood of a cultivator are unattainable by ordinary individuals. As long as a cultivator's training is uninterrupted, they will not suffer from hair loss. It's impossible to even find fallen strands." Wu Yin thought Qi Chuchen was truly peculiar. One moment, he wanted to add her as a friend. The next he was attempting to pull her hair. The commotion had escalated, and being in the front row, the organizers noticed the disturbance. They rushed over in alarm. "Mr. Qi, are you alright? Do you need assistance to the hospital?" The chief director hurried over, nearly stumbling in his eagerness to offer consolation, then turning to Wu Yin, thinking to himself that she was indeed a formidable presence. "One could only inquire whether there exists some misunderstanding between you and Mr. Qi. We are all part of the same circle, and it is best to address matters with civility." The chief director pondered to himself. Surely Mr. Qi would not be so audacious as to harass someone and then suffer the consequences, would he? Yet, upon further reflection, such a notion seemed absurd. Not to mention that this Wu Yin bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Qi's cousin, it was unlikely that he would engage in such a scandalous act. Considering the upbringing instilled in the Qi family, renowned for their adherence to propriety, Mr. Qi, as a paragon of his generation, had always maintained an impeccable reputation within their circles. It was improbable that he would suddenly act irrationally and harass a young lady. "A trivial misunderstanding could surely be resolved among ourselves. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Qi Chuchen touched his face, and only after the chief director departed did he turn his gaze back to Wu Yin. The one who had been struck now had to apologize to the chief director. while the one who had initiated the altercation stood there with her hands on her hips, glaring at him with an intensity that suggested she was ready to strike again at any moment. "You possess quite a bit of strength," Chi Chuchen remarked, only to wince in pain as he spoke. Wu Yin curled her lips into a cold smirk. Strength? She had exerted less than 1/10 of her power in that punch. Had she truly unleashed her full force, he would already be a lifeless corpse with his brains splattered. Cheng Yining had initially thought Wu Yin would face consequences for striking Chi Chuchen, considering he was the young master of the Qi family. One would expect a furious retaliation leading to Wu Yin being expelled from the venue. This would allow her to persuade her agent to fabricate a sensational story about how Wu Yin was abruptly removed from the event midway, creating a media frenzy. However, after waiting a while, she was taken aback to see that Wu Yin was ignoring Chi Chuchen, and to her surprise, Chi Chuchen seemed to be letting it slide. "Brother, why did you pull that influencer's hair earlier?" Cheng Yining whispered, tugging at Chi Chuchen's sleeve, her voice tense. "Previously, Chi Yu kept saying that Wu Yin had undergone cosmetic surgery in front of me." Of course, Chi Yu had not expressed it so calmly. But now that they knew she was not altered but rather had been born this way, she was curious whether there could be any familial connection between them. Chi Chuchen replied, "How could two unrelated individuals resemble each other so closely? Could it be possible she is also a child of the Chung family?" Cheng Yining's complexion turned pale. "Brother, I look like my mother, but she only gave birth to me. I cannot possibly have a sister. Perhaps your aunt gave birth to twins, but one was taken away by unscrupulous doctors or nurses at the hospital." Chi Chuchen jested. Yet, he was well aware that such a scenario was implausible. When his aunt had given birth, there had been complications, and the elders of the Qi family had been present at the hospital, with doctors specially hired by the Qi family, making it impossible for another child to be taken right under their noses. Cheng Yining failed to recognize that Chi Chuchen's words were laced with humor, and she became increasingly anxious. "The prenatal examinations never indicated twins, so I should not have a twin sister," she stammered, her lips trembling. "Brother, the world is full of wonders. It could merely be a coincidence that we resemble each other, yet it is not entirely impossible, is it? Wasn't there a segment on that celebrity impersonation show featuring many individuals who bore striking resemblances to stars? They may look alike, but not to the extent that you two do," Chi Chuchen noted, observing Cheng Yining's discomfort. "You seem to harbor a strong dislike for Wu Yin? Why would I favor someone who resembles me so closely before my life took a turn?" Cheng Yining countered. "Indeed," Chi Chuchen conceded. Assuming that Cheng Yining's discomfort stemmed from memories of her past life triggered by Wu Yin's appearance. However, he felt compelled to remind her, "You are entitled to your feelings. But should your personal grievances lead you to harm another's interests, that becomes a matter of moral character." Wu Yin was not naive. How could she not discern that Chi Chuchen's remarks were directed at her? His initial comments were a probe, and had she truly been connected to the Chung family, she would not have remained so composed. Rather than suspecting Wu Yin and Cheng Yining were twins, Chi Chuchen seemed to question whether Cheng Yining was an illegitimate child of the Chung family. Were it not for his sound principles, Wu Yin would have struck him again for his foolishness. "One ought to seek medical attention for a lack of common sense," Wu Yin derided. "It is a pity that Mr. Qi does not take to the stage for a comedic performance." With Chi Chuchen and Cheng Yining by her side, the 2.5-hour film festival became a rather tedious affair for Wu Yin. As the event concluded, attendees lingered, exchanging pleasantries and inviting one another for photographs. Wu Yin and Wei Shin chose to leave directly. "I would have rather spent these 2.5 hours at home," Wei Shin expressed disdainfully. "I will not come again." Wu Yin was about to echo his sentiment when Cheng Yining unexpectedly rushed out. "Wu Yin, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Cheng Yining huffed, her breath slightly labored. Seeing Wu Yin nod, Wei Shin glanced at Cheng Yining, who was clearly waiting for him to depart. In a bustling area filled with cameras, he assured Wu Yin, "I will wait for you in the parking lot." After Wei Shin left, Cheng Yining stepped forward a couple of paces, clearly intimidated by him. Wu Yin, hands tucked into her coat pockets, inquired, "What do you wish to discuss? Did you grow up in Wufang Valley?" Cheng Yining bit her lip and asked, "Have you ever met your parents? What business is it of yours?" Wu Yin had expected a more substantial conversation. This was disappointing. "I meant no offense. I was merely curious." Wu Yin, recognizing the deception in Cheng Yining's expression, chose not to hear her out. With a decisive turn, she walked away, leaving Cheng Yining in a state of embarrassment. The entrance and exit of the venue were not aligned. After exiting, Wu Yin found herself momentarily lost. circling back twice before a staff member guided her to the underground parking lot's exit. However, upon entering the parking area, she discovered it was densely crowded. The path ahead blocked. Chapter 130. Am I a wife killer, dear streamer? Utilizing her strength, she managed to push her way through. Just as she was about to inquire why everyone was stagnant, when suddenly an object flew past her, striking the ground ahead. Glancing to her left, she realized that the object was a raw egg, which had just splattered upon Wei Shen's head. His car was now in disarray, littered with raw eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even dog feces. The murderer deserves to rot in prison. Look at what you've done to Ning Ning. How dare you show your face at the film festival? The fan who had hurled the egg shouted vehemently. You should be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate. Murderers deserve to die young and be reborn. Others in the crowd began chanting slogans, throwing more eggs and spoiled vegetables towards Wei Shen. Wei Shen clutched his car keys in one hand and held onto the car door with the other, his head bowed as he endured the barrage of debris. His hand, gripping the keys, clenched into a fist, veins bulging. He was holding back, exerting the greatest restraint of his life. Journalists arrived, their cameras clicking incessantly at the scene. In that moment, Wu Yin felt a pang of sympathy for Wei Shen. She firmly believes in her divination skills and has unwavering faith that Wei Shen has committed no wrongdoing. Yet, the clearly innocent man has borne such a severe punishment. He spent 2 years in prison, and upon his release, those people continued to point their fingers at him, branding him a murderer. They insulted him behind his back, hurled accusations at him in person, and even took the opportunity to humiliate him in public settings today. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "That internet celebrity is here too. She's in cahoots with the murderer. She's the one who bullies our Ning Ning. Let us smash her too, my darlings." At that moment, Wei Shen raised his head and scanned the crowd, and upon spotting Wu Yin, he rushed toward her, opening his arms to shield her, urging her to leave first. "You should return to the venue. I'll have Brother Tan arrange for someone to come and pick you up. Hurry." Before Wei Shen could finish, an egg abruptly smashed against his lips, the foul stench making him gag. The murderer is still protecting that shameless woman. Let us crush them. Someone suddenly threw a stone towards the two. Wu Yin glanced in the direction from which the stone was thrown and waved her hand. The stone exploded in midair, startling the onlookers into retreat. Wei Shen, seeing the scattered stone fragments, felt a shiver of fear. He removed his suit jacket and tossed it to the ground, spitting on the ground as he cursed. Those foolish fans are truly brainless. "I'll use my powers to clear this up," Wu Yin offered. "No need. I've called the police. We'll wait for them to arrive," Wei Shen replied, shaking his head with a cold laugh. "If it's all cleaned up, how will these idiots compensate for the damages?" Wei Shen looked at the clothes he had discarded on the ground. "This outfit is high-end, worth over $1 million. And that car over there? A deep clean costs no less than 5,000. And if there's any damage to the interior, replacing it starts at several $100,000. They're all adults. If they can throw eggs and rotten vegetables, they should be able to pay up," Wei Shen sneered. Wu Yin regarded Wei Shen with newfound respect. What a ruthless individual he is. No wonder he stood outside the car, allowing them to throw things instead of hiding inside. Wei Shen's voice was loud, and those present naturally heard him. Some immediately discarded their projectiles and attempted to flee. "Before the police arrive, I suggest you all remain here obediently," Wu Yin declared, her powers manifesting, trapping everyone within a 10-step radius. Half an hour later, Wei Xian arrived with a lawyer, while Tan Ci brought Yan Ming and bodyguards. And the police arrived as well. The director of the event had also sent over the surveillance footage from the underground parking lot. "Everyone, let us head back to the station," the police said, shaking their heads at the young people still clutching their plastic bags. "This is a personal matter for me." "Unrelated to her," Wei Shen stated, gesturing for Wu Yin to leave first. Afterward, he apologized to Wu Yin. "I'm sorry that our outing turned into such a distressing affair. I'll take you out for dinner tomorrow." "Sounds good," Wu Yin replied, harboring no resentment towards Wei Shen. She smiled at him before following Tan Ci as they departed. Wei Shen had Wei Xian and the lawyer to handle his affairs. She didn't need to be involved. Once in the car, Tan Ci asked, "You weren't hurt, were you?" Wu Yin shook her head. "I just didn't expect Wei Shen to endure such hardship. Young Wei often has it rough," Yan Ming in the passenger seat chimed in. "Whenever he attends events, he is often subjected to gossip, especially during the first few months after his release, when many in the industry treated it as fresh news." Yan Ming gestured for Wu Yin to check her phone. "Twitter is practically in chaos right now, all discussing the film festival tonight. Someone recorded the video of you confronting Chi Chuchen. He has a lot of female fans, and many are attacking you in the comments. However, Chi Chuchen is quite strange. He even posted on Twitter defending you. Your fans and Cheng Yining's fans are clashing fiercely. To be honest, Cheng Yining's fans are quite fanatical, Yan Ming added. Wu Yin simply acknowledged it, then texted Wei Shen, asking him to call her once he had resolved everything. After sending the message, she logged onto Twitter and posted a single line, Wu Yin, ignorant people attract the foolish. Arguing with either is a draining and futile endeavor. Let us disperse and enjoy some milk tea instead. Utilizing the red envelope feature on Twitter, she sent out 1,000 red envelopes, totaling 10,000 yuan, simply to please herself. As soon as Wu Yin made her post, her fans lost interest in Cheng Yining's fans, flooding her comment section with requests for her to go live. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already quite late. Wu Yin saw her fans waiting and agreed to a half-hour live stream, since she had announced it in advance. When she returned to her room and opened the live stream, she almost got logged out. The comments were filled with inquiries about the film festival. And while preparing lucky bags, Wu Yin addressed a few frequently asked questions. Since it's getting late, I'll start by giving out one lucky bag, Wu Yin announced. I trust Wei Shen not merely because he is my boss or because we share a good relationship, but because he is certainly no villain. On the contrary, Wei Shen is likely a kind-hearted individual. Due to the time constraint, Wu Yin set the lucky bag distribution to only 1 minute. After answering a few questions, the screen displayed a user who had won a lucky bag. Without needing Wu Yin's prompt, the lucky winner sent a firework emoji. Once the connection was established, Fong Yu was nearly beside himself with excitement. I truly emerged victorious from a sea of contenders. With over 10,000 people participating in the lucky bag draw, I thought I had no chance. Wu Yin smiled, explaining, while many joined the draw, not everyone is genuinely in need of divination. Most are simply curious. Those who truly need it will be the ones selected, so not being chosen can actually be a good thing. So that's how it is, Fong Yu replied. Skipping the small talk, he directly stated, Host, my name is Fong Yu, I'm 38 this year. I'd like to ask if you could help me divine my romantic fate, to see if I am truly a fated lone star who brings misfortune to my wife. At 38, my romantic endeavors have been particularly unfruitful. As Fong Yu shared his birth date and time, he continued, I've been in several relationships, and they all seemed fine during the dating phase. But when it came time to discuss marriage, something would always go awry, leading to breakups. Fong Yu chuckled awkwardly as he recounted, Initially, I couldn't understand why, so I asked my first girlfriend, and she said I am a wife killer. Laughter erupted in the live stream chat. You're all laughing so loudly. You're blinding me. Fong Yu sighed. Please, tell us more, we're all ears. The viewers urged. Yes, exactly. How do you bring misfortune to them? The comments flooded in. Unlike the viewers who were typing their amusement, Wu Yin burst into laughter after completing the calculation. The host has already savored the drama, while we're still searching for more. One viewer noted, Fong Yu, don't make us beg you. Fong Yu, concerned about taking up too much of Wu Yin's time, asked, Host, will talking here delay your schedule? This story is a bit lengthy. Go ahead, I'm not in a hurry, Wu Yin replied with a smile and a nod. With Wu Yin's approval, Fong Yu began, before university, I had never had a girlfriend. My first girlfriend was 2 years into my job, and she was a colleague. We had a wonderful 5-year relationship, but after we got engaged, she started having misfortunes, losing things, tripping and falling, the worst being a broken arm. Essentially, she became extremely unlucky after our engagement. Later, her mother sought divination, and I'm not sure what they found out, but after the new year, she returned and broke off the engagement. Initially, I found myself quite dissatisfied, yet I must concede that after our separation, her fortunes began to flourish, to the extent that I felt a twinge of jealousy. In less than 6 months, she ascended to the position of manager, overseeing a branch office. My second partner, whom I met through an arranged introduction, and I were together for about a year before we became engaged. Strangely enough, after our engagement, her luck took a turn for the worse. Food deliveries were stolen, jewelry vanished without a trace, she was chased by dogs while walking, and, akin to my first girlfriend, she would inexplicably trip and fall while strolling along the street. Eventually, upon overhearing a colleague mention how my first girlfriend also experienced misfortune following our engagement, she ended our relationship. Curiously, after we parted ways, she miraculously recovered all the lost jewelry, every single piece. My third partner was also someone I met through an arranged introduction. We were engaged after dating for over 6 months. Our family, initially skeptical of such matters, grew apprehensive due to the experiences of my previous partners. Thus, prior to our engagement, we sought the counsel of a fortune teller who deemed us compatible, and we proceeded to become engaged. However, to my astonishment, after our engagement, she too began to encounter a series of unfortunate events. Like my family, she was initially dismissive of these occurrences, attributing them to mere coincidence. Yet, the more she resisted, the more ill-fated she became, ultimately leading to her hospitalization. Unable to bear the thought of causing her further distress, I suggested we part ways. Feeling a profound sense of guilt regarding my still hospitalized third partner, I recently gathered the courage to consult a live streamer, hoping she could shed light on whether I truly am a harbinger of misfortune to my partners. If I am indeed a celestial misfortune, I would rather not harm any innocent women in my lifetime. The viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter. Such situations are undeniably amusing as long as they do not occur to oneself. Wu-Yin nodded and promptly informed me that I am not a celestial misfortune and that my birth chart does not portend doom for my partners. Upon hearing this, my expression transformed into one of palpable astonishment, quickly followed by uncontainable joy. Really? Streamer, then why does every woman I become engaged to suddenly become so unfortunate? Only to find their luck dramatically improve after our separation? I was utterly perplexed. This is due to the unresolved emotional debts from your past life. A spirit is severing your romantic ties, Wu-Yin explained. Until these debts are settled, you will remain unable to marry. I stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. The spirit had not followed me around, so she was unaware of my romantic endeavors. But once I became engaged and signed the marriage contract, it stirred her interest, prompting her to appear. This is why every woman I become engaged to experiences misfortune. It is the doing of that spirit. The spirit is not malevolent. She does not take lives, but rather seeks to reclaim what is owed. If my current fiancé were not so obstinate in refusing to break up with me, we would not have reached such a critical juncture. I opened my mouth, yet words eluded me. The streamer reassured me that the spirit had not been lurking nearby, and having been separated from my previous girlfriend for several days, she should no longer be around. How can I settle my emotional debts from my past life? I felt a sense of grievance. I had no memories of my previous life and was at a loss as to how to repay these debts. To understand how you incurred these debts and how to repay them is quite simple. Just summon that spirit and inquire, Wu-Yin suggested. Send me your current location, and I will come to help you summon her. She encouraged me to remain calm, assuring me that, as long as the spirit is not malevolent, matters can be negotiated. The viewers in the live chat eagerly chimed in, asking if the streamer could broadcast live once she arrived at my place. I want to see how past debts are settled in this life. Wu-Yin agreed, and upon receiving my address, she temporarily exited the live stream. After leaving her room and not spotting Yanming or Tan Ci, she sent a message to Tan Ci, then grabbed her bag and headed to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Wu-Yin appeared at my apartment complex, following the address I provided, and reopened the live stream after exiting the elevator. I have arrived at Fong Yu's doorstep, she greeted me, and the viewers eagerly awaiting in the chat. Oh my goodness, what astonishing speed. The viewers marveled. I opened the door to let Wu-Yin in, having ordered her some milk tea just before her arrival. Though we were both in S-City, I never anticipated she would arrive so swiftly. It immediately dawned on me that her earlier claims of possessing extraordinary abilities were indeed true. What must I do for the spirit to come? I asked, feeling trepidation at the thought of summoning a ghost. I will draft a false marriage contract. Once your romantic situation changes, she will come of her own accord, Wu-Yin replied, retrieving paper and pen from her bag. Just as I was about to suggest she reference the previous marriage contract we had signed, I noticed she had already set her phone up and began writing. The viewers commented on her elegant handwriting, admiring her skillful strokes and noting that she was writing in a traditional script. As Wu-Yin continued her work, I glanced at the chat, reading aloud the questions posed by the audience. The atmosphere grew tense when a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the room, heralding the spirit's arrival. My unfaithful lover, a melodious voice echoed. Wu-Yin promptly announced, "She's here." Startled, I instinctively hid behind Wu-Yin as the curtains fluttered in the breeze, revealing a young woman in a qipao, gracefully wielding a pink feather fan. Unlike her previous theatrical tone, this time, she spoke with ire. "You wretched man! How could you be so heartless? How long has it been? And you're already seeking another marriage? That poor girl wasted so much time on you, and I almost felt pity for her." As the qipao-clad spirit berated me, she scrutinized Wu-Yin, believing herself to be unseen. This unfortunate girl is quite beautiful. No wonder you fell for her so quickly, she remarked while circling around Wu Yin. Wu Yin glanced at me and replied, he is far too timid. He is not worth my attention. At her words, I was seized by fear. And even the spirit appeared taken aback. Are you conversing with the streamer? Where is she now? I stammered. Wu Yin gestured beside her, indicating the spirit was right there. The viewers clamored to see, and Wu Yin, employing her technique, declared, you can see for yourselves. In an instant I blinked, and suddenly, another presence filled the room, floating above the ground, causing me to scream in terror. The Qipao spirit gasped in alarm as well. Are you from the realm of the supernatural? She asked, snapping her fan shut and floating back a few paces, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. Did this unfaithful man send you to collect me? Wu Yin shook her head. You have not committed any harm, so I am not here to collect you. I am here to assist Fang Yu in settling his emotional debts. Wu Yin regarded the situation with a hint of curiosity, though she was unaware of the merits you possessed. Should you continue your reckless behavior, it would not be long before your accumulated virtues were entirely depleted. Your eyes, however, are indeed formidable. After the Qipao-clad ghost finished speaking, her gaze drifted towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu instinctively shrank behind Wu Yin, too fearful to meet the ghost's stare, lest he provoke her wrath and find himself torn asunder. I can discern that Fang Yu is burdened by a debt of affection, yet I am oblivious to the matters of your previous life with him. As you harbor no malicious intent, I urge you to resolve your past entanglements with Fang Yu forthwith, so that you may ascend to the cycle of reincarnation. Wu Yin remarked, your merits are significant, and your fate in the next life shall surely be favorable. Wu Yin sensed that the resentment the Qipao ghost harbored towards Fang Yu was not particularly intense. She had never appeared by Fang Yu's side before his engagement, suggesting that she had not contemplated rekindling their past through harm, nor did she seem particularly keen on lingering in his presence. Her refusal to reincarnate likely stemmed from unfulfilled desires and lingering attachments. The Qipao ghost lowered her head, idly twirling the feather fan in her hand, seemingly pondering how to begin her narrative. It was only when Wu Yin urged her to recount her past with Fang Yu that she finally spoke. When I perished, S-City had yet to be liberated. In my youth, I learned to sing opera, but as I grew older, no one cared for the art. Instead, they were enamored with the Western tunes of love and longing. After my troupe disbanded, I joined the Baihua Club, where I sang for many years. It was there, at the age of 20, that I encountered him. The Qipao ghost's gaze fell upon Fang Yu, who stood behind Wu Yin. At that time, he was known as Zhongping. He confided in me that he was a university student, but due to his family's decline, he took a position as a temporary accountant at the Baihua Club to support his studies. He mentioned he had heard me sing, claiming my voice was even sweeter than that of my performances on stage. We became colleagues and soon friends, as he would wait for me after work to escort me home. On Valentine's Day, he presented me with a bouquet of roses, professing his affection. Thus, we became lovers. He spoke of his aspirations to become a teacher upon graduation, to secure a respectable job and earn a living, so that he could marry me once he had saved enough. Concerned that work might hinder his studies, I encouraged him to focus on his education. To earn more, I sang and danced nightly, willing to perform any lewd song for the right price and drink any spirit as long as the patrons paid generously. I eagerly handed him my earnings, fearing he might deprive himself due to financial constraints, while also hoping to save enough for our wedding. Yet, I never anticipated that when S-City fell, he would abandon me, fleeing with all our money and even my jewelry. How despicable. The night before his escape, he held me close, inquiring whether I liked Western bridal gowns, and swore that he would love only me in this lifetime and would marry no one else. As she spoke, the Qipao ghost's eyes filled with bitterness as she regarded Fang Yu, fully aware of his betrayal, yet still clinging to hope that he would fulfill his promise and return for her in a wedding dress. Wu Yin gasped, glancing at Fang Yu with disdain, exclaiming, "What a scoundrel! Not only did you deceive her for your own gain, but you also swindled her out of her money." Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words, ultimately muttering, "The past is the past. I am who I am now. I did not commit those deeds, and I am also a victim here." Wu Yin dismissed his defense, turning back to the Qipao ghost. "And then? What of your merits?" In response to the mention of merits, the Qipao ghost opened her fan once more, gently waving it as she continued. I remained in S-City, waiting for him. However, with no money left, I had to earn again. When the Baihua Club reopened, I returned to singing. During one of my shifts, I inadvertently saved someone, and thus I joined the revolutionary forces. A hint of pride colored her expression as she declared, I sacrifice myself for the liberation of S City. The city's current prosperity is partly due to my contributions. Alas, all of us who were involved in that covert operation perished, leaving no one to remember us. Nearly a century has passed, and I am the sole soul still wandering this realm. I cannot discern if this is fortune or misfortune. Because she still roamed the earthly plane, she bore witness to the city she had risked her life to save, blossoming anew from the ashes of war. As time flowed on, she observed the demolition of the small dwelling she once inhabited, replaced by towering skyscrapers. The landscape had transformed. It was her familiar city. Yet it no longer resembled the one etched in her memories. Muin shot a fierce glare at Fang Yu before decisively moving her chair to sit beside the Qipao ghost. Her stance, one of unwavering resolve. The Qipao ghost paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with her fan, laughing softly. Master, you truly are a remarkable individual. Even as a ghost, I find myself fond of you. A practitioner of the mystical arts, she said with a bell-like laugh, her voice undeniably melodious. Broadcaster, you should be on my side. Fang Yu exclaimed, retreating behind a table, gripping its edge to steady himself. The Qipao ghost's laughter, though enchanting, filled him with dread, as if her voice could pierce his very soul. I stand for justice, Muin asserted. Do not presume that your lack of memories from your past life absolves you of your guilt. Debts from previous lives must be settled in this one. Is there a problem with that? You acted so poorly in your past life, when war broke out and the city fell. You abandoned a helpless woman in your old home, seizing everything, leaving her destitute in a chaotic world. Fang Yu, you have accrued a significant debt. Fang Yu protested. Perhaps I used the money to purchase a wedding gown? Maybe I simply encountered misfortune along the way. I could have perished even before her. The Qipao ghost scoffed coldly. If that were the case, how could I seek repayment? After my death, my soul lingered in that old house, and 20 years later, you returned to S City. Looking prosperous, hailed as a returning overseas Chinese, surrounded by children and grandchildren. You shamelessly attempted to claim the deed to my old house, oblivious to the fact that I had donated it to the state before my death. You even stood at the door, cursing, until the street office had to escort you away. Fang Yu fell silent, rendered speechless. Muin glanced at him, waiting for his silence before addressing the Qipao ghost. Yet you and Fang Yu are worlds apart. Though you share a bond of affection, your repeated interference in his relationships harms not only those women but also yourself. If you cannot let go of Fang Yu, it would be best to wait until his life concludes before seeking repayment for your emotional debt. Upon hearing this, the Qipao ghost shook her head with a smile. In my youth, I was naive, ensnared by love, believing that we were destined to be together, as if we were the romantic leads in a play. Even after he left, I clung to the hope that my devotion would bring him back. However, after joining the revolution, I broke free from the shackles of love and realized the vastness of the world. I understood how to make choices that would enrich my life and honor my brief existence in this realm. Reflecting on those years spent consumed by love, I now find them quite laughable. When ensnared by passion, one cannot even discern the genuine from the false, even when faced with a cad like Zhongping. In later years, I often scolded myself for my foolishness. Yet, by chance, I encountered him again in his new life. I remain a wandering spirit, while he has embraced his rebirth. This disparity leaves me unsettled, and so I use the debt he owes me as a means to trouble him. Muin nodded in understanding. Her initial assumptions were correct. The tone in Jinlan's recounting of Fang Yu did not suggest a heartbroken soul yearning for a second chance at love. This may indeed represent the intricate web of causality between you two. The emotional debts owed by Fang Yu in a past life must be repaid in this one through different means, allowing you to fulfill your final wishes and guide you to the place you are destined to go. Muin inquired, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Speak freely, and I shall have Fang Yu assist you in realizing them. The master's words resonated with wisdom, and Jinlan found herself persuaded by Wuin's notion of cause and effect. Yet, she fell into a sudden silence, her gaze cast downward, as if contemplating what unresolved desire she held. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she gently shook her head. Master, I do not know, Jinlan confessed. It seems I have many aspirations, yet upon deeper consideration, I cannot discern which holds the utmost significance. Then, do not concern yourself with what you most desire. Simply ponder the things you wish to accomplish. As long as there are aspirations in your heart, allow Fang Yu to accompany you in pursuing them, 1 by 1 or 10 by 10. Fang Yu, taken aback, glanced at Wu Yin, but upon noticing her disregard for him, he eventually nodded in agreement, murmuring several affirmatives. Jinlan's eyes sparkled with delight. I wish to visit a school. My ethereal presence feels heavy, and the children there are frail. I have never dared approach the school. Master, do you possess a method that would allow me to walk among them as if I were alive? Wu Yin approached the window, pushing it open to gaze outside, counting on her fingers before turning back with a smile. What a coincidence. Tomorrow will be overcast, perfect for an outing. Returning to Jinlan's side, Wu Yin retrieved an umbrella from her spirit realm and handed it to her. This artifact can shield you from the negative energies and assist in manifesting your presence. Carry it outdoors to shield yourself from the sun's harmful rays, and once indoors, simply fold it and hold it in your hand. With it, those who pass by will not suffer harm from your presence. I shall lend you this umbrella. Tomorrow, let Fangyu take you to the school. Thank you, Master, Jinlan replied, her fondness for the oiled paper umbrella apparent. It complements my attire beautifully. Wu Yin then turned to Fangyu, asking, do you have any objections to this plan? Fangyu quickly shook his head, his desire to repay the emotional debt triumphing over his fear of the spectral. Do not fear Jinlan. Though she is a spirit, she is also one of the revolutionaries we learned about in our textbooks. She devoted her youthful life to the city and is truly an unsung hero. You should hold her in reverence rather than fear. She would never commit acts of violence in the city she sacrificed so much to protect. More than anyone, she yearns for everlasting peace in this city. Wu Yin's words gradually alleviated Fangyu's trepidation. Consider it as guiding a revered ancestor through the splendor of the modern world. Wu Yin encouraged, giving Fangyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Be brave. Who knows? Perhaps your former girlfriends are watching the live stream right now. The viewers in the live stream erupted in a flurry of laughter and tears, the comment section bustling with activity. I wish I could accompany Fangyu and the ghostly sister to see the city she once protected, one viewer remarked. I joined the stream expecting mere entertainment, but instead, I feasted on spiritual nourishment. Host, as a native of S-City, please convey my gratitude to the ghostly sister. It is thanks to her and her comrades' sacrifices against the enemy that S-City thrives today, allowing me to enjoy this bright classroom while watching the live stream. The comments flooded in with expressions of thanks. Every city has many unsung heroes like the ghostly sister. Many have sacrificed for the nation, their names unknown and their suffering unacknowledged. But dear ghostly sister, we remember your contributions and will forever be grateful. Wu Yin shared the viewers' heartfelt messages with Jinlan, reading each comment aloud. Suddenly, Fangyu proposed, how about we visit the S-City Revolutionary Memorial tomorrow? We might uncover stories belonging to you and your comrades. Chapter 134, You must have caused my son's death. Fangyu scratched his head, recalling, oh, right. I'm a screenwriter. If you don't mind, you could share your stories with me. Perhaps I can weave your tales into words and share them with a broader audience. Jinlan fixed her gaze on Fangyu for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. It seems I no longer find you as detestable. You are somewhat more likable than Zhongping. Fangyu was left wondering whether this was a compliment or an insult, scratching his brow to ease his awkwardness. Discuss among yourselves. It's late, and I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. Wu Yin reclaimed her phone, bidding farewell to the viewers as many expressed a desire to accompany Fangyu and the ghostly sister the next day. After some contemplation, Wu Yin suggested to Fangyu, you could host a live stream on your personal account tomorrow. Once Fangyu agreed, Wu Yin ended the stream. Before departing, she left her contact information with Fangyu, instructing him to reach out if needed, and then exited his home. Upon her return to the villa, Wu Yin found it bustling with activity. Aside from Tan Ci and Yen Ming, there was an unexpected gathering, including Tan Fu, whom Wu Yin had met briefly at the Tan residence, as well as a couple whom Wu Yin recognized as Chen Jingsheng's parents. Additionally, several police officers were present. Such a lively gathering? Wu Yin remarked as she changed her shoes at the entrance. Upon spotting Wu Yin, Tan Fu exclaimed, she is Wu Yin. When she intruded upon the Tan residence, she mentioned Chen Jingsheng's death. I only learned of it after receiving a call from Mr. and Mrs. Chen, yet the news had not been made public. How could she have known? Tan Ci beckoned Wu Yin over. You've had a long day. Go rest in your room. I'll have Yen Ming bring you a warm glass of milk. It helps with sleep. You need not concern yourself with matters here. Leave them to me. Tan Ci. This is a matter of life and death. Let me remind you, as your aunt, this is beyond your control, Tan Fu scoffed. If this were unrelated to her, how could she possess such knowledge? Protecting a murderer, Even you, Mr. Tan, cannot shield her from the consequences. Wu Yin turned to Tan Fu, asking, "Are you a judge? Do you declare guilt with mere words?" With a few phrases, she had condemned her. "You are quite impressive." "In such matters, mere eloquence holds little weight," Tan Fu retorted, her anger evident. "Have you forgotten, old woman? My skills extend beyond mere words. I can act decisively as well," Wu Yin challenged. "Would you like me to remind you of how swiftly I can take action? Just as I did with your grandfather?"
You.
Tan Fu gritted her teeth, seething. "Do not take pride too soon." Tan Fu had already contacted her friends. It wouldn't be long before she reached the director, and she was determined to make Wu Yin regret her actions. Mr. and Mrs. Chen showed little interest in the feud between the Tan family and Wu Yin. Their sole concern was whether Wu Yin had any connection to Chen Jingsheng's death. The police, too, were uninterested in the personal squabbles between Tan Fu and Wu Yin. When the Tan family reported an intrusion at their residence, claiming injury to their grandfather and damage to their fountain, they were asked to provide evidence. Yet the Tan family failed to produce any. All surveillance footage from that day yielded nothing. Even the fountain had mysteriously exploded, without signs of foul play. "Ms. Wu Yin, we require your cooperation regarding the investigation into Chen Jingsheng's death," one officer explained. "We observed footage from an apartment complex where you had a brief encounter with Chen Jingsheng. Given that Ms. Tan Fu mentioned your awareness of his demise, we have some questions for you." Wu Yin set her backpack on the sofa and nodded. "I not only know that Chen Jingsheng has died, I was aware of his fate before it transpired, and even how it would occur. I am right, am I not? Chen Jingsheng died by drowning? You truly know everything. Did you cause my son's death?" Mother Chen bellowed, accusing Tan Jinjin of harboring a grudge against them, declaring that it must be she who caused her son's demise. "I was, of course, fully aware of everything." Wu Yi nodded, then addressed the police, stating that Chen Jingsheng had been dragged underwater by a malevolent spirit and drowned in a most harrowing manner. However, to claim it was merely drowning would be an understatement. He was likely tormented by vengeful spirits prior to his death, resulting in a rather horrific end. Wouldn't you agree? The officers exchanged glances, taken aback by the girl's uncanny insight. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mother Chen scolded vehemently, insisting that it was undoubtedly this little hussy who had seduced him. Before she could finish her tirade, a half-peeled apple was hurled at her head with surprising force. As if that were not enough, a pair of slippers inexplicably soared through the air, striking her squarely in the mouth. Yan Ming glanced over and resumed peeling another apple from the coffee table, casting a sidelong look at the master standing beside Tan Jinjin, arms crossed. In a sense, one could argue that Mother Chen had struck quite the bargain. Covering her mouth in shock, she was too frightened to utter a word. She recognized that the apple had been thrown by Tan Jinjin, but could hardly fathom that the slippers would fly at her of their own accord. Chen Jingsheng had taken lives. The place where he disposed of bodies was undoubtedly the site of his own demise. You should search thoroughly at the location where Chen Jingsheng's body is found. You may also uncover the remains of a young woman who was brutally slain just before giving birth. The victim was likely one of Chen Jingsheng's former girlfriends, who had aspired to rise from poverty. His companions would surely know more about this unfortunate soul. Wu Yin elaborated to the officers. "I am a practitioner of the metaphysical arts. When I first encountered Chen Jingsheng, he was already entangled with malevolent spirits. His prior acts of murder and dismemberment would naturally invoke such retribution." Tan Ci offered Wu Yin the freshly peeled apple, stating it was particularly sweet, having been bought that very day. Wu Yin took it and began to eat, while Tan Ci signaled the officers to take their leave. "You may depart. I have shared all pertinent information, and it is quite late. We require rest." With no other option, the officers reluctantly ushered the disgruntled Chen parents and Tan Fu away. Once they exited the villa, Wu Yin waved her hand, sending the slippers back to the entrance, then turned to Tan Ci, remarking, "The apples purchased today are truly delightful. Crisp and sweet, just to my liking." Tan Ci personally selected them. He even researched how to choose the best ones for crispness and sweetness, Yan Ming interjected. "Ever since the master arrived, our Tan Ci has become quite earthly." Such mundane affairs were once beneath Tan Ci's notice. While munching on her apple, Wu Yin recounted the tale of Feng Yu and the ghostly woman in a qipao. Just as she was speaking, her phone rang. It was Wei Shen. "Have you been busy at the police station?" Wu Yin inquired upon answering. "No, my phone died after leaving the station. Once I got home, I charged it and took a shower. Only afterward did I see your message," Wei Shen replied. Those brainless fans showed up at the police station. And upon hearing the compensation list my lawyer provided, a few actually knelt before me. Chapter 135. 3 years ago, I cannot be held accountable. The clothing, genuine leather interior, and my emotional distress have amounted to over 2 million in damages, averaging over 14,000 per person for 12 individuals, half of whom are university students and the other half are ordinary workers just starting their careers. I will pursue this lawsuit to the end, Wei Shen declared. I stand by you. Wu Yi nodded, asserting that even university students are adults and must be held accountable for their actions. Particularly the one who threw stones, his intellect seemed utterly lacking. Entering the parking lot with rocks was a premeditated assault. Were you frightened tonight? Wei Shen asked. Next time. Let Tan Ci take you to such events. Film festivals can be quite enjoyable. It's a shame I didn't get my goddess as autograph. I couldn't even manage a photo. After this uproar, she might not even want to give me one in the future. His words were laden with regret. The events of the film festival were still trending, and news about Cheng Yining and Wei Shen's case resurfaced, garnering significant attention. Almost no netizen remained unaware that the intriguing boss Wei Shen had served time in prison. I have Sister Bing's autograph. I'll give it to you. Wu Yin offered. Sister Bing is quite kind and possesses her own discernment. Pausing for a moment, Wu Yin then asked Wei Shen, send me your birth date. I'll help you calculate your fortune. Don't you wish to uncover the truth behind the events between you and Cheng Yining all those years ago? She pressed. Why should you bear the burden of the consequences for actions you did not commit? Wei Shen, typically cheerful, exhibited no interaction with those seated nearby at the film festival, save for his exchanges with her. He had erected an invisible barrier in his social interactions, only lowering it when he deemed someone safe enough to engage with. Hearing tales was one thing, witnessing them firsthand was another. Pelted with eggs and rotten vegetables, Wei Shen, at his age, should have been a fiery young man. Yet, he displayed an unsettling level of composure. Surely, he had endured his fair share of such experiences. Only through extensive trials does one learn how to navigate them to their advantage. Wei Shen, I wholeheartedly believe you did not harm Cheng Yining. I can help you uncover the truth from that time, restoring the fairness and justice that belong to you. Wei Shen self-deprecatingly remarked, what good would that do? The prison time I've already served cannot be undone. Once the truth is reclaimed, you will stand tall. No one will dare label you a murderer. And those who once accused you owe you an apology, Wu Yin asserted. Wei Shen, do you doubt my abilities? If you don't trust others, you certainly shouldn't doubt yourself, Wei Shen hurriedly clarified. You are simply obstinate, persistently so. Just then, Wei Xian approached and snatched the phone from Wei Shen's grasp. Addressing Wu Yin, Master, I am Wei Xian. Allow me to facilitate the transfer of the divination fee, and my brother will send you his birth date for your calculations. Afterward, Wei Xian couldn't help but tease Wei Shen. My brother is the type to get stuck in a dead end. After stating this, Wei Xian handed the phone back to Wei Shen, instructing, transfer 1 million to the master and send her your birth date. With such a directive, Wei Shen had no objections, responding with an "oh" as he took back his phone and proceeded to transfer the funds, then typed his birth date to Wu Yin. Upon receiving Wei Shen's birth date, Wu Yin reaffirmed the accuracy of her divination skills. However, after her calculations, she discovered that his fate was shrouded in ambiguity. She could discern details about Wei Shen's familial connections and various fortunes, yet the events of 3 years prior eluded her grasp entirely. His life experiences unfolded clearly in her calculations, yet the uncertainties of that tumultuous year remained veiled in a thick fog. This was the first time since her practice began that Wu Yin encountered such an obstacle. Picking up her phone, she called Wei Shen, inquiring, I recall you were quite close to Cheng Yining. I saw online that you've been classmates since kindergarten. Do you know her birth date? I do. I'll send it to you, Wei Shen responded. Within half a minute, Wu Yin received the new birth date from him. Yet, a minute later, she fell silent once more. Cheng Yining's fate was entirely obscured from her, enveloped in a dense mist, leaving her unable to glean any information. Wu Yin stared at her phone for an extended period until Tan Ci, noticing her unusual expression, inquired with concern, what's wrong? Before she regained her composure, Wu Yin returned every single piece of divination gold that Wei Shen had given her, without a single discrepancy. Subsequently, she placed a call to Wei Shen to explain, apologizing. I cannot divine matters concerning you from 3 years ago. Please grant me some time to sort through this. Wei Shen reassured her, it's all right. Do not overthink it. After all, those events are in the past, and the internet holds no memory. Once the fervor fades, no one will recall. He added, it is quite late. Do rest early. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal. Very well, Wu Yin replied, tucking her phone away. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Tan Xi and Yan Ming watching her intently. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yin beckoned to Yan Ming. Please provide me with your birth details. I shall cast a divination for you. Yan Ming nearly leaped with excitement. Really? Without delay, he relayed his birth information. Then, with a cheeky grin, added, Master, if possible. Could you also divine when President Tan will grant me a raise? Just as he finished speaking, Yan Ming shook his head. No, that's already stipulated in my contract. And I just received a raise earlier this year. Never mind, Master. Please help me ascertain when I might find a girlfriend. Wu Yin acknowledged with a sound, and after a moment, she looked at Yan Ming, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Assistant Yan, the stars of romance are shifting in your favor. Within 3 months, you shall encounter your true match. When you visit tea shops or cafes, pay close attention. You may find a girl who stirs your heart. After finishing Yan Ming's reading, Wu Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her, confirming that her divination skills were indeed intact. She discarded the apple core into the trash and rose, stating, It is quite late. I shall return to my room. Her thoughts were in disarray, and upon entering her room, she immersed herself in her spiritual realm to refine medicinal concoctions. The medicine intended for Tan Xi would not be ready swiftly. However, she managed to produce several pills aimed at nurturing vitality throughout the night. Despite not having slept, the abundant spiritual energy within her realm left Wu Yin invigorated when she descended for breakfast the following morning. Yet, after receiving Wei Shen's call to arrange lunch, her spirits waned once more. Chapter 136. The benefactor I encountered that year was her. Tan Xi poured milk for Wu Yin, observing her gulp it down as if it were wine, and promptly topped her glass. Your mood seems off since last night. What significant matter is affecting your appetite? In all the time he had known her, it was the first instance he witnessed Wu Yin at the dining table in such a state. Wu Yin let out a long sigh. Tan Xi, when I was divining for Wei Shen last night, I realized I could not foresee events from 3 years ago. I then asked him for Qing Yining's birth details, yet I found myself unable to divine her fate as well. Master, why could this be? Yan Ming rushed in. Concern etched on his face as he took a seat opposite Wu Yin. Is it a health issue? Or perhaps the result of having cast too many divinations recently? Neither seems likely, Tan Xi conjectured, noticing that Wu Yin had not frowned during her reading for Yan Ming. He considered another possibility. I've heard that those of the mystic arts cannot read their own fate. Wu Yin, is this true? You understand this concept? Wu Yin expressed mild surprise. I've been reading some related material before bed, Tan Xi explained, wishing to learn more about her. Wu Yin nodded. Indeed, I cannot divine my own fate, which perhaps connects me to Wei Shen's circumstances from 3 years ago. In the context of the 21st century, I departed 3 years ago, coinciding with the events that transpired in Wei Shen's life. Dressed in short sleeves upon her arrival at Wufang Valley, the bloodstained garments remain preserved within her spiritual realm as a spiritual artifact. The incident involving Wei Shen and Qing Yining occurred during the summer. Yet you were unable to divine Qing Yining's birth details. How shall we interpret this?
Tanchi inquired.
Could it be that someone from the mystic realm has obscured her fate, rendering you unable to read it? Who in today's world possesses the ability to prevent me from divining? Wu Yin shook her head. A fate obscured by others' techniques is distinct from my inability to read my own fate. If I were to force a reading against my limitations, I would face repercussions. When a fate is obscured, I can sense the traces of the technique during divination. If I am outmatched and cannot break through the obscuration, I simply cannot perceive that fate. However, when I attempted to read Qing Yining's birth details, it was as if shrouded in dense fog, or rather, there was a barrier separating my divination from her fate. This obscuration bears no trace of technique. It is merely beyond my sight. Yan Ming felt overwhelmed, half comprehending her explanation. Master, so your implication is that the birth details Wei Shen provided are in fact your own, Tan Xi articulated, his tone betraying an undercurrent of urgency as his pace quickened. Perhaps, Wu Yin, you are Qing Yining? When I first encountered Bing Jia in the mountains, my instincts told me that a friend of mine was quite fond of her, Wu Yin remarked. What a coincidence, for Wei Shen reveres Bing Jia as a goddess. He is her ardent admirer. After obtaining her signature that day, I could not recall which friend of mine fancied her, indicating that this too was a fragment of memory I had severed. Tan Xi immediately grasped the source of Wu Yin's distress. By actively severing all memories that caused her unhappiness, she had become the joyful person she was now. Nevertheless, Wei Shen's plight troubled her, leaving her in a quandary. Should she disregard Wei Shen's grievances and continue to embrace her identity as Wu Yin? Or should she restore the memories she had shed and seek the truth from 3 years prior? Yet, recovering those memories could mean risking her newfound happiness. "Let's eat first," Tan Ci said, peeling a shrimp for her. "Afterward, I shall share something else with you." His fingers, well-defined yet clumsy at peeling shrimp, revealed that he rarely engaged in such tasks. "Yan Ming, after breakfast, please head to the company and cancel my appointments for the morning." Once they finished breakfast, Yan Ming departed for the company alone, while Tan Ci led Wu Yin to his study. "What do you wish to discuss?" Wu Yin surveyed the room upon entering Tan Ci's study. "Let us sit and talk." Tan Ci gestured towards the sofa. After she settled, he retrieved a phone and a file from a drawer in the safe. "Before you examine these items, allow me to share my story." Tan Ci placed the items gently on the coffee table. "You've seen my photo. You are aware of the incident I endured 3 years ago. My leg was injured during that time," he continued. "Interestingly, my incident occurred merely 2 days after Wei Shen and Cheng Yining's events and, remarkably, in the same location. 3 years ago, I had just returned from studying abroad. At that time, there were no direct flights to City S, so I first traveled to City H, not anticipating that I would be kidnapped there. After being drugged, I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself in the mountains. In the dead of night, I was thrown off a cliff. Fortunately, fate intervened. Before I hit the ground, branches broke my fall, saving me from immediate death. Though I was gravely injured and fell into a coma. When I awoke, it was already daylight, and I was too severely wounded to move." Wu Yin's pupils dilated with shock. While she knew Tan Ci faced peril, she could not fathom the extent of his danger, nor could she imagine the despair of being thrown down a cliff, immobilized by injury. "It must have hurt terribly," Wu Yin said, her gaze lingering on Tan Ci's leg. "What happened afterward?" "I do not recount this to evoke your sympathy." Tan Ci shook his head. "At that time, I drifted in and out of consciousness, clinging to life. I had no idea how much time had passed. When I finally regained awareness, I discovered I was no longer alone at the bottom of the cliff. There was a girl with me, her luck far worse than mine, suffering more severe injuries. She was covered in blood, her body riddled with wounds." As Tan Ci spoke, his gaze fell upon Wu Yin's shoulder, where a branch had pierced through like a nail, pinning her entire being to the wood. Her right hand was impaled by another thorny branch. She lay just above me, and from my position on the ground, I could see the branch that had penetrated her body, hanging with her blood and flesh, while a pool of crimson had already formed beneath her. When I awoke, she was still alive, her eyes open, yet her face bore a visage of despair. It was as though she felt no pain at all. She lay there quietly, seemingly more resigned to her fate than I was, waiting for death to claim her. Perhaps she had thought me to be a corpse. Upon hearing my call, she initially believed it to be an illusion. It took several calls for her to finally turn her gaze towards me, and her first words were, "You're not dead, are you?" Wu Yin's breath grew faint, and she sensed that Tan Ci's recounting of events was intimately connected to her own experience. When she first arrived at Wufang Valley, she too had been gravely injured, particularly in her shoulder and palm. It took her master a considerable time to concoct a remedy that alleviated her suffering, and after her body healed, it was her master who personally prepared the medicine that removed her scars. The girl Tan Ci spoke of bore an uncanny resemblance to her own injuries. Wu Yin realized that the benefactor she had encountered years ago was indeed her. In chapter 137, titled "What If I Am Cheng Yining," Tan Ci recounted how, upon hearing me express my desire to live, she disregarded the pain of the thorny wood piercing her palm. With a determination that suggested she felt no agony, she forcibly extracted her still-functioning right hand from the branch, retrieved her phone from her pocket, and dialed my sister's number, throwing the device to me. Wu Yin's gaze fell upon the phone. Even though it was an outdated model from several years prior, it appeared remarkably new. Her final words to me were, "Please make sure you live well." As Wu Yin grasped the phone, an indescribable sense of familiarity washed over her, and Tan Ci's words tightened her heart. "What happened next?" Wu Yin inquired. "What about her? Why is her phone still with you?" This question had puzzled me for several years. Tan Ci chuckled at the memory, recalling how, after handing me the phone, I witnessed her body gradually fade away until she vanished before my eyes while I was on the call with my sister. I pondered this scene for a long time, even once convinced that I had hallucinated due to my injuries, imagining that the girl was a figment of my mind, created to encourage my survival. I later mentioned this incident to my sister and Wei Xian, both of whom were adamant that I had indeed experienced a hallucination. Even with the phone as evidence, they believed it had merely been dropped by someone else, landing fortuitously beside me, and that I had fabricated the events surrounding it. Tan Ci refrained from revealing to Wu Yin that he was insistent that a girl had once shared his plight at the base of the cliff, aiding him. And he even arranged for searches to uncover her whereabouts. After a series of efforts, Tan Jia and Wei Xian consulted a neurology expert. Following the expert's medical explanations, they became even more convinced that the girl was a product of my imagination. They even speculated that I might be suffering from post-traumatic symptoms, possibly showing signs of schizophrenia. Who would believe such a tale of a person vanishing into thin air? It was indeed a normal reaction. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it either. Thus, Tan Ci chose not to speak of the matter again. After I contacted my sister, the Zhao family discreetly arranged for my rescue from the cliff, directly transporting me to the hospital for urgent care. Due to the severity of my injuries, I spent half a month in the ICU, teetering on the brink of death. Yet I always felt a voice encouraging me, telling me, "You must survive." This motivation helped me endure numerous complications until I eventually recovered. Within days of being transferred to a general ward, my sister sent me to D country for leg treatment, and in my days, I failed to take the phone with me. Upon returning from abroad, the phone card was forcibly cancelled due to not being registered in a timely manner. The phone was secured with a screen lock, and I later managed to have it unlocked, but it contained only a few scenic photographs depicting the very mountain where the incident occurred. However, there were several call logs from a single phone number, which had also been cancelled due to the lack of timely registration. Tan Ci felt quite helpless at that time. The incident coincided with the implementation of a real name registration policy, resulting in the forced cancellation of any unregistered phone cards within 3 months of the policy's announcement. Wu Yin nodded, recalling this detail, so when she returned to the age of 21, she was not surprised by the need for real name registration of phone cards, as this information was embedded in her memory. It was only later, upon reconnecting with Wei Xian, that I learned Wei Shen had encountered a similar fate the day before my rescue. At that time, Wei Shen was already incarcerated. I researched Wei Shen and Cheng Yining's case, delving into Cheng Yining's background. Tan Ci handed Wu Yin Cheng Yining's information, and it was upon examining it that I realized the girl who had given me the phone at the base of the cliff bore a striking resemblance to Cheng Yining. Due to the angle and the blood covering her face, Tan Ci had not been able to see her features clearly, yet he had noted her brows and facial contours. At this point, Tan Ci paused his narrative about his own experiences and shifted the conversation to Wei Shen and Cheng Yining's case. I reviewed the case documents, and indeed, no discrepancies could be found. The victim's testimony, the presence of a murder weapon, a military knife, bearing Wei Shen's fingerprints and the victim's blood, coupled with eyewitness accounts and the perpetrator's motive, constituted a robust body of evidence sufficient for conviction, even if Wei Shen denied guilt. Because Cheng Yining had been severely disfigured. By the time I returned from abroad, Wei Shen was already in prison, while Cheng Yining was accompanied by her family overseas for reconstructive surgery. When I finally saw Cheng Yining again, she had undergone surgery and appeared fully restored, resembling her present self. Tan Ci had met the post-surgery Cheng Yining, confirming that the girl he had seen at the cliff's base could not possibly have been her. The weight of Tan Ci's revelations was immense, and Wu Yin took considerable time to piece together the implications. Are you suggesting that if I am Cheng Yining, then during the time of the incident, I was pushed off the cliff, and now this imposter has taken my place? Therefore, it is plausible that the Wei Shen case was an orchestrated ruse by the imposter, who had long planned this deception, using the excuse of being disfigured to undergo surgery abroad. People would assume she underwent surgery out of necessity due to her disfigurement. But in reality, she seized the opportunity to transform herself into a likeness of me. With the case surrounding her, no one would dare to question her reconstructive surgery, as normal individuals would not seek to reopen old wounds. After her surgery, if she merely retained a semblance of Cheng Yining's former appearance, she could easily assume my identity. After Wu Yin concluded her thoughts, Tan Ci gently nodded, recounting that had it not been for Madame Cheng's timely arrival with assistance, Cheng Yining would likely have been murdered by Wei Shen. It was Madame Cheng who took the current Cheng Yining from the crime scene. The eyewitness accounts from that day were crafted to present the version of events that the imposter wanted the bystanders to see. Wu Yin fell into a lengthy silence following her reflections. After a considerable time, she whispered, "When a daughter is replaced, do the parents truly remain unaware? If you are indeed Cheng Yining, this could very well be the source of your profound anguish and despair, leading you to lose the will to live. Tan Ci gently clasped Wu Yin's somewhat cold hand, as she had once been but a young girl. The truth of this matter must have caused her immense suffering back in those days, which is why, despite having the opportunity to call for help, she chose instead to endure a solitary and agonizing wait for death. For a naive young girl to suddenly grasp that her family did not love her, and even wished for her demise, is indeed a devastation potent enough to shatter a girl's psyche. Chapter 138. Everything you guessed is correct. Wu Yin. From the first moment I laid eyes on you in that little restaurant, I sensed something. The girl at the bottom of the cliff back then was you?
Tanchi declared.
Wu Yin turned her gaze towards Tan Ci, understanding why he had scrutinized her hands, and inquired if she had seen him before. I must apologize. It seems my vitality was exchanged for your calamity, Tan Ci continued, observing her demeanor and emotions intently. I am still alive. I have not perished. Wu Yin quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed, yet she still managed to feign disdain. Are you ill? Your hand is so warm. Tan Ci glanced at his empty palm, touched his nose, and placed his hand back on his knee before asking, Our conjectures must be nearing the truth. How do you feel about this revelation?
Does it sadden you?
Wu Yin shook her head vigorously. Why should I be sad? With her hands on her hips, she declared, Not only am I not sad. If this is indeed the truth, I must seek vengeance for my past self. To hurt me so deeply, to deceive me while masquerading as me, and to even conspire to silence me, this impostor deserves to be punished. And what of the Chung family? Tan Ci inquired. How do you intend to confront them? It is not I who has done wrong. Why should I be the one to face the Chung family? Shouldn't it be the Chung family who must face me? Wu Yin scoffed. If this is truly a conspiracy orchestrated by the entire Chung family, I care not what relation they claim to me. They all deserve to be imprisoned and feel the weight of their actions. Ideally, I hope for a 20-year sentence followed by execution.
Tanchi chuckled. Indeed.
You are no longer the Chung Yining of yesteryear. You are now Wu Yin. You have your own sect, you have us. You are no longer alone. We provide you with a robust support system, and you have grown stronger. Director Wu Yin, times have changed. What once brought you despair may no longer harm you in the slightest. This was the essence of what Tan Ci had wished to convey through their lengthy conversation. The girl of the past was too young, too fragile. Familial bonds were like a double-edged sword capable of delivering lethal wounds. Yet the current director Wu Yin had grown powerful enough to stand on her own, instilling respect and awe. For there should no longer be anyone in this world capable of inflicting harm upon her. The mere address of Director Wu Yin straightened her posture and uplifted her spirits. She stuffed her hands into her coat pockets, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yin stated, If you wish to uncover the truth of the past, to ascertain whether or not I am Chung Yining, it is quite simple. She produced a pearl from her spiritual abode, cradling it in her palm. If I were to shatter this pearl, the memories that have been severed from me would return. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yin channeled her spiritual energy into the pearl, which immediately fractured into shards, a beam of white light shooting into her forehead. Slowly, she closed her eyes, accepting the reawakening of memories that had been sealed for centuries, each fragment filling in the voids of her recollection like frames of a film. Tan Ci quietly sat beside her, remaining silent as she kept her eyes shut. His gaze, however, was filled with warmth and affection. When he first met her, she was fragile yet kind, willing to endure pain for the sake of helping him. Now, she stood independent and formidable, yet her kindness remained intact. The former her evoked sympathy, while the present her commanded admiration. After a lengthy pause, Wu Yin gradually opened her eyes, surprised yet not astonished to find Tan Ci still by her side. Tan Ci, everything you guessed is correct. Wu Yin marveled, indeed. I was pushed off the cliff by that impostor and my stepmother working in collusion. Are you saddened by this?
Tanchi inquired tentatively.
Devastated beyond measure. Wu Yin gritted her teeth. Had I known the severed memories concealed such deep-seated enmity, I would have sought vengeance the moment I returned. I allowed my enemies to revel in their joy for far too long. I am utterly heartbroken. Tan Ci laughed heartily. This is the Wu Yin I now understand. This is the temperament of the Master Wu Yin. Wait a moment. I need to call Wei Shen, Wu Yin declared. This vendetta must be meticulously planned, especially concerning Wei Shen. As she dialed the number, she continued speaking to Tan Ci. Ironically, Wei Shen has suffered the most in this entire affair. Wrongfully imprisoned for 2 years merely because he is my friend. Thus, it was not Wu Yin who bore the brunt of the consequences. It was Wei Shen who emerged as the true victim. Wu Yin was determined to exact retribution on behalf of Wei Shen. Wei Shen answered after several rings. His voice laced with annoyance. Why are you calling me at this hour? You're not planning to stand me up, are you? Wu Yin laughed. Get over to Tan Si's house immediately. I have a surprise for you.
Right now. No digidalin.
After hanging up, Tan Si asked, Do you now know who this Ching Yining is? I do not. Wu Yin shook her head. I had never seen her before. However, I noticed she was quite close to Lu Jinmei and bore a resemblance to her. Pausing for a moment, she added, Lu Jinmei is my stepmother, now known as Madame Cheng. The imposter might be a relative of Madame Cheng. Wu Yin then vented her frustrations to Tan Si. Do you know how ridiculously biased that Cheng family is? The one residing in the Tan mansion is likely just as unreasonable. Hearing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but pat Tan Si on the shoulder. I had forgotten. We were once in the same boat. While I suffered, you too endured. You lay at the bottom of that cliff for a couple of days before I joined you. Now, as she recounted the painful events of the past, Wu Yin found herself amused rather than distressed. Wei Shen arrived promptly, greeted by a large dog that nearly knocked him over as he stepped inside, grumbling all the while. Is this dog yours or Tan Si's? It couldn't possibly belong to Yan Ming, could it? Whose dog is this anyway? Does it not realize how heavy it is when it leaps at people? Wu Yin called down from the upper floor, Wei Shen, I'm in Tan Si's study. Come on up. Okay, Wei Shen replied, quickly changing into slippers before ascending the stairs. Upon entering, he instinctively asked, Why did you call me over in such a hurry? As his gaze fell upon the coffee table, he noticed the documents regarding Ching Yining and a mobile phone resting atop it. He froze, picking up the phone and inspecting it closely. Whose phone is this? Why is it an older model from a few years back? There's a compatible charger on the table. Plug it in and turn it on to find out who it belongs to. Tan Si gestured towards the white charger on the desk. Without responding, Wei Shen connected the phone to the charger. The device powered on without issue. But upon reaching the password prompt, Wei Shen's heart raced as he tentatively entered a 6-digit code. When the phone transitioned to the home screen, he felt as though he could hardly breathe. Upon accessing the call history and seeing a series of familiar numbers, he finally confirmed the identity of the phone's owner. Chapter 139. What is the name of that imposter? Tan Si Wu Yin, how did the phone I gifted to that wretched Ching Yining end up here? Wei Shen asked. Wu Yin could no longer tolerate hearing the names Ching Yining and wretched woman uttered in the same breath. After all, it was a name she had carried for over a decade. From now on, you are not to insult Ching Yining, Wu Yin exclaimed, rising from the sofa. Why do you protest so fiercely if I criticize Ching Yining? You're not siding with her, are you? Wei Shen glanced at Wu Yin, concern etched on his face. Wu Yin chose to exhibit some leniency towards Wei Shen, recognizing that he was the most innocent party in this entire ordeal. She leaped from the sofa to the ground, approaching Wei Shen with such fervor that her face nearly pressed against his, causing him to stumble backward in fright.
Dan Chiji, did you see that?
It's not me who is getting too close to her, it's she who is encroaching upon my space. If you are displeased, direct your ire at her, not at me. Wei Shen hurriedly explained to Tan Si. Tan Si chuckled softly and moved to pull Wu Yin back. You've startled him, Tan Si reminded Wu Yin. Wu Yin responded with a simple, oh, then turned to Wei Shen, pointing to her own face and inquiring, Do I resemble someone named Ching Yining? Indeed. Wei Shen nodded. Did I not mention before that you and Ching Yining looked strikingly alike before her surgery? Even twins do not share such resemblance. Is it possible that I am Ching Yining? Wu Yin queried. This statement left Wei Shen momentarily bewildered. What do you mean, you are Ching Yining? He stammered, his shock evident as he swallowed hard. Aren't you Wu Yin? After posing the question, he looked at Tan Si with a dazed expression, his eyes pleading for help. Tan Si go, what is happening with Wu Yin? Also, why is this phone here? This phone was a gift I bought for Ching Yining, and I even set her lock screen password. Her words are quite literal. Wu Yin is indeed the true Ching Yining, Tan Si elucidated. You should recall that our unfortunate incidents occurred in close succession, right? The time difference between our incidents was merely 2 days. Your incident took place at the mountaintop, while I was thrown off a cliff. In truth, Wu Yin was also pushed off the cliff that day, and the phone was given to him by her at that time. Your brother knows that after I was rescued, I mentioned a girl who aided me. He and Sister Jia thought I was suffering from schizophrenia. That girl was Wu Yin. After she handed me the phone, she vanished. Wu Yin interjected. I fainted upon seeing Tan Si on the phone with his sister. When I regained consciousness, My master had already taken me back to Wufang Valley for treatment. Wei Shen was utterly confounded, his mind struggling to process the revelations. Wei Shen, that day when I was feeling down, you accompanied me to hike. Upon reaching the summit, we had exhausted our water supply, and then you suggested we take a different path back where there was a temple, and at the entrance, vendors were selling water. Seeing I was too fatigued to walk, you asked me to wait while you went to buy some. Wei Shen nodded, his hands trembling violently as he held the phone. I feared you would wait too long, and that you would be unsafe alone, so I ran back. Just 2 minutes after you left, Lu Meijin and her entourage arrived. One girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jinmei, was even dressed in an outfit identical to mine, right down to the shoes and hairstyle. However, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was merely a coincidence since it was a matching sports outfit. I naively believed Lu Jinmei was there to take me home. So I let my guard down. Unfortunately, upon spotting me, she suddenly commanded her bodyguards to seize me and ordered them to throw me off the cliff. In my panic, I grasped at the grass, while Lu Jinmei picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at my head. I threatened her, declaring that if I died, my father would not let her off easily. Yet, Lu Jinmei replied that such a grave matter could not be executed without my father's consent, asserting that Hu Qingyining was held no significance for him. All he desired was an obedient daughter, not one as headstrong as me. Wu Yin sighed, reflecting on her youth, her wavering resolve, and her inherent fragility. Disheartened by such bias, she felt despondent upon hearing those words. She shrugged, admitting that after falling from the cliff, she had lost the will to live, thinking that perhaps dying would alleviate her sorrow. When I fled home, I took nothing with me, not even my phone, and had to borrow a passerby's phone to call you. Lu Jinmei was unaware that you had bought me a new phone that day, so when she ordered me to be pushed off the cliff, they did not search me. I was wearing sports attire, and my pants had a zippered pocket, so my phone remained safely inside as I fell. These were matters only the involved parties knew. Yet Wu Yin articulated them, and it was only at that moment that Wei Shen began to believe that Wu Yin was not jesting with him. Every word she spoke rang true. Wei Shen, I am truly sorry for involving you in this mess, causing you to serve 2 years in prison. Wu Yin expressed a regret. Rest assured, with my memories restored, I will surely reclaim my debt from you. Wei Shen found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with questions yet unsure of where to begin. After arriving at Wufang Valley, Wu Yin's master had stripped her of all unhappy memories related to Qingyining, granting her the new name Wu Yin. Thus, when she returned, those memories eluded her. Tan Xi, understanding Wei Shen's unspoken queries, provided an explanation on her behalf. Wu Yin nodded, acknowledging that upon her return, she had not anticipated that the sealed memories would harbor the injustices shared between them, leading her to overlook those memories and not consider restoring them. She had not intended to remain silent while witnessing Wei Shen's distress for so long. Had it not been for witnessing the humiliation he endured at the film festival or inadvertently uncovering her own lineage, Wu Yin might have never regained her memories. She thought of herself as Wu Yin of Wufang Valley, since her past memories had been severed and sealed. It felt as though she had reached closure with her former self. Even upon returning here, she believed she would ultimately find a way back to Wufang Valley, thus harboring no curiosity regarding her past or lineage. The spiritual mansion had been open for some time, and the memory pearl lay sealed within. She had never contemplated retrieving it. Yet, she truly did not expect that this sealed memory would reveal such a truth. So, for the past 3 years, I have been blaming the wrong person? Wei Shen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I cursed Qingyining for 3 years? The person I condemned all along was, in fact, the wrong one? He turned slightly, wiping at the corners of his eyes before returning his gaze, still red-rimmed. Wu Yin, what is the name of that impostor who took your place? I shall return home tonight and replace that board. I do not know. Wu Yin shook her head.
Tell me about your past.
Chapter 140. How much was taken through the impersonator? Upon returning, I was horrified to find you lying on the ground, covered in blood. I rushed over to embrace you, only to discover your face was disfigured. The military knife lay beside your feet. Without thinking, I instinctively picked it up. The moment I grasped the knife, Lu Jinmei charged in with her bodyguards, seizing me and shouting that a murder had occurred, drawing the attention of passers-by. Dressed alike, with similar hairstyles and builds, it was only natural for Wei Shen to assume the unconscious figure was Qingyining. By the way, the weapon Lu Jinmei referred to was the military knife I gifted you for your birthday. Wu Yin nodded. I recall you had a phase where you were quite enamored with such items, though I genuinely found them distasteful. I even teased you when you gifted me the knife, insisting you provide me with a cake as a supplementary gift. Wu Yin remembered this distinctly. She had never touched the knife, merely storing it as it was in her room. Thus, Lu Jinmei's plot to harm Wu Yin had been premeditated, fortuitously intersecting with Wei Shen's presence, allowing her to devise such a flawless scheme. Since the knife was a gift, my fingerprints upon it are not surprising. Lu Jinmei likely used it, from a distance, to mar the face of that impostor, framing me for the crime. Wei Shen nodded, recalling the chaos of the scene. The impostor's face was disfigured, and he was filled with panic and confusion, never considering that the unconscious figure might be a false Cheng Yining. Tan Ci gently patted Wei Shen's shoulder, and with the subsequent emergence of the victim's father, Mr. Cheng, voicing his accusations against you, no one could have anticipated that a counterfeit would be present in the hospital. Under such circumstances, who would suspect that the supposed victim, Cheng Yining, was an impostor? After all, even Cheng Yining's father had stepped forward to grant interviews to the press, vocally lamenting the immense suffering endured by his precious daughter. At that time, public opinion was overwhelmingly sympathetic, with netizens expressing profound sorrow for the young girl named Cheng Yining. Eventually, the Cheng family claimed that for the sake of Cheng Yining's injuries, they would expedite her treatment overseas. Coupled with the pressure from the Qi family, who allied with the Cheng family, despite the solid evidence, Wei Shen was ultimately convicted and sentenced, even though he steadfastly refused to admit guilt. Thus, the Cheng family orchestrated an elaborate scheme involving numerous individuals. Wei Shen turned to Wu Yin and remarked, "In truth, I have yet to receive a formal sentence. I remain in detention, and each day I ponder the possibility that tomorrow, Cheng Yining will emerge to vindicate me." This notion consumed his thoughts daily, only to be met with disappointment at every turn. After the formal ruling was delivered, Wei Shen was filled with overwhelming resentment. He could not comprehend why Cheng Yining had suddenly transformed into such a person, nor could he fathom why she would falsely accuse him. These two questions plagued him until the day he was released from prison. After all, he and Cheng Yining had been classmates since kindergarten, sharing a bond that had flourished over the years. How could she have turned so cold-hearted? For 2 years, Wei Shen survived each day fueled by his hatred. Yet, on the day of his release, he still harbored the hope that Cheng Yining, that scoundrel, would come to retrieve him and explain whether there were circumstances beyond her control. He resolved to forgive her, provided she articulated her reasoning clearly. However, the only individuals awaiting him outside the prison were his brother and Tan Ci, who was now confined to a wheelchair. Upon receiving his phone, he discovered that during his incarceration, Cheng Yining had leveraged the notoriety from the case to enter the entertainment industry, balancing her studies with her acting career. Wei Shen casually mentioned this. Yet he bore no ill will towards Wu Yin, as both were victims in this situation. By the way, the chief family must be unaware of this matter. Wei Shen stated. Wu Yin, should we inform Qi Chuchen? Yes. Wu Yin nodded decisively. If I were to step outside and proclaim that I am Cheng Yining, I would undoubtedly be met with scorn. No one would believe me. Thus, we require the Qi family's assistance. Without sufficient evidence, should Wu Yin recklessly reveal her identity, the Cheng family would be the first to label her as insane. Wu Yin smacked her thigh, lamenting that she should have added Qi Chuchen as a friend after their conversation the previous night. It's fine. I can obtain his phone number. Tan Ci made a call, and within 2 minutes, he acquired Qi Chuchen's contact details, inquiring of Wu Yin, "Shall you call him, or shall I?" "I'll do it," Wu Yin replied, taking Tan Ci's phone and dialing Qi Chuchen's number. Qi Chuchen, already aware that Tan Ci was seeking him, picked up the call and asked, "I hear President Tan is looking for me? Is the Tan Group interested in discussing a lucrative business deal with the Qi family? A profitable business deal with you? You must be dreaming." Wu Yin rolled her eyes. "It's me, Wu Yin. I am the one looking for you." Qi Chuchen paused for 2 seconds, surprised. "Wu Yin, esteemed master, to what do I owe this call?" After returning home the previous night, Qi Chuchen had discreetly instructed his associates to investigate Wu Yin, but the information available was scant, as if she had suddenly materialized out of thin air. "Why did you pull my hair at the film festival last night?" Wu Yin inquired. "If you intend to conduct a paternity test, I have a suggestion. Why not test Cheng Yining's hair against that of the Cheng family scoundrel?" Tan Ci interjected timely, suggesting that Qi Chuchen also conduct a kinship test involving Cheng Yining and the current Mrs. Cheng. Wu Yin's curiosity was piqued, and she questioned Tan Ci, Are you implying that the imposter is Lu Jinmei's illegitimate daughter? You mentioned that Lu Jinmei and that imposter bear a striking resemblance. Even if she is not an illegitimate child, there must be some familial connection. Tan Ci clarified that there was no relation between the Qi family and the Lu family. Wu Yin and Tan Ci stood close together, and as Wu Yin spoke, she did not make a concerted effort to conceal her phone, allowing Qi Chuchen to overhear their entire exchange. He nearly dropped his phone in shock.
Wu and Tan Ci I mean.
What imposter? Wu Yin casually addressed Qi Chuchen. It means exactly what it sounds like. The current Cheng Yining is an imposter. The Cheng family has executed a clever ruse, swapping the real for the false. Surprised? Shocked? How do you know? Qi Chuchen's tone turned cold. Don't tell me you're joking, Wu Yin. This is not a humorous jest. How do I know? Wu Yin scoffed. Mr. Qi, it is simply because I am Cheng Yining. Upon hearing this, a cacophony of clattering noises echoed from Qi Chuchen's end of the line, indicating either a fall or a collision with something. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. You claim to be Cheng Yining? His voice was filled with disbelief. Wu Yin did not directly answer his question but continued, I suspect the Cheng family hired an imposter to usurp the inheritance my mother left me. 3 years have passed. The Cheng family scoundrel must have acquired quite a fortune through this imposter, no? Qi Chuchen fell silent, for Wu Yin's assertion struck a chord. Over the past 3 years, Cheng Yining had gradually transferred her inheritance from his aunt to her father's name. Chapter 141. The deceased must return to visit their family. This revelation was staggering for Qi Chuchen, who took considerable time to regain his capacity for rational thought. I will investigate immediately. Qi Chuchen was uncertain whether to hope that Wu Yin was jesting or to wish that she was not. If this were true, then the Cheng family was indeed deserving of condemnation. Wu Yin returned the phone to Tan Ci, retrieving the clothing she had worn on the day of her accident. She glanced at it briefly before shaking her head. Forget it, it's too tattered to wear. Why on earth would you still want to wear those tattered clothes? Wei Shen exclaimed, almost leaping at the sight of the outfit Wu Yin had donned during her incident. I intend to visit the Cheng family tonight to haunt them. Wu Yin replied, arching an eyebrow. After all these years, they must believe I am dead. Don't the departed return to visit their beloved families? Wu Yin flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. This is merely an appetizer. The Cheng family, with their ruthless nature, dared to orchestrate such a grand scheme to eliminate you and then slander me. You must confront them boldly. Do not return from the Cheng family in a submissive manner. Wei Shen remained incredulous, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, one that unfolded in an absurd sequence. Throughout the years, he had contemplated countless scenarios but had never once considered that Cheng Yining could be a counterfeit. He could not fathom that Mr. Cheng and Mrs. Cheng would conspire to murder Cheng Yining. It was one thing for Mrs. Cheng, the stepmother, to be involved, but Cheng Zhenghong was Cheng Yining's biological father. Wu Yin showed no restraint, delivering a playful punch to Wei Shen's abdomen. He immediately clutched his midsection, letting out a yelp, realizing her strike was devoid of mercy. You're inflating your own ego while diminishing mine. Wu Yin shot back. I am now Wu Yin, not the Cheng Yining of old. It is I who will determine whether they shall lie in peace or face the consequences. Wu Yin stored away the blood-soaked garments, remarking, I can still use the soul-calling technique tonight. Wei Shen, still clutching his stomach, mused so. Cheng Zhenghong's insistence on keeping you distant from the Qi family may very well indicate that he intended to swindle your mother's inheritance from you long ago. The Qi family resides abroad, and during my elementary years, they frequently brought me abroad for family reunions. However, after I reached 5th grade, that scoundrel consistently obstructed my trips under the pretense of my heavy academic workload, even forbidding me from using my phone, claiming I would become addicted. However, at that time, I was quite young and genuinely interested in learning, so those matters were inconsequential to me. My grandparents were in poor health, and the climate in our homeland was unsuitable for their well-being. The strain of international flights was also considerable for them. Consequently, only my uncle, aunt, and cousins could occasionally return home to visit me. Yet, everyone had their own commitments, making it several years before they could manage a visit. During that period, Cheng Yining did not possess a mobile phone, which made it inconvenient to stay in touch with the Qi family. As a result, Cheng Yining's relationship with the Qi family gradually faded as she grew older. When she found herself in dire straits, lying at the bottom of a cliff, she did not recall that beyond her own family, there existed the Qi family far away, and she forgot that they were also her kin. Nevertheless, observing Qi Chuchen and Qi Yu, the siblings now perpetually by Cheng Yining's side, It seems that the Qi family arranged for them to return to develop their lives nearby after Cheng Yining's incident, enabling them to care for her closely. Back in the day, Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei employed cunning tactics that left even the Qi family unsuspecting, as they never anticipated that the Cheng family could resort to endangering their own daughter for monetary gain. Reflecting now, Wu Yin realizes that Cheng Zhenghong likely did not conceive this notion impulsively. Rather, after several attempts to test her, he found that his daughter was not compliant. Once he realized he could not exert control over her, he entertained subsequent thoughts. However, he must have been wary from the outset of Cheng Yining growing too close to the Qi family, fearing that she would develop a strong bond with them, leading her to favor and trust them over her own father. He had spent over a decade manipulating me, only to discover that I remained resolute in my opinions, which prompted him to consider simply replacing me. Wu Yin remarked that even the fiercest of tigers do not consume their young. Cheng Zhenghong was even more malicious. Forcing you to accommodate Cheng Baozhu's repetition of a year may have been Cheng Zhenghong's final test of your obedience. Wei Shen nodded in agreement, asserting that no sane individual would undertake such actions. It was simply absurd. Wei Shen and Tan Xi exchanged grievances, with Wu Yin revealing that the Cheng family had a younger sister, Cheng Baozhu, who was less than a year her junior. From the moment Wu Yin began kindergarten, Cheng Baozhu was made to accompany her, and they were placed in the same class. Wu Yin was incessantly reminded, "You are the elder sister. You must take care of your younger sister and make allowances for her," which explains why Cheng Baozhu became so unruly and ill-mannered. Cheng Baozhu struggled academically, while Wu Yin excelled, securing admission to the best key high school in H City. Cheng Baozhu, deemed unworthy by the school despite the Cheng family's financial influence, was ultimately sent to an international school, and without consulting Wu Yin, they transferred her there as well, claiming that the sisters needed to be together for mutual support. Wei Shan recounted that upon realizing this arrangement was untenable, he also enrolled in the international school, allowing him to remain classmates with Wu Yin. Fortunately, the principal of the international school had not lost his senses and established an elite class, gathering the top 30 students for specialized instruction from the most qualified teachers. Despite Cheng Zhenghong's attempts to use connections and monetary influence to place Cheng Baozhu in this elite class with Wu Yin, the principal refused. However, Cheng Baozhu frequently sought out Wu Yin in class, which became quite bothersome. After the college entrance examination, Cheng Baozhu's grades were indeed dismal. She simply lacked the aptitude for academics. In contrast, Wu Yin consistently performed well, achieving impressive results after the exams. Yet, the Cheng family was insufferable, as Wu Yin was denied even the right to celebrate her success due to Cheng Baozhu's poor performance. Later, Lu Jinmei even suggested that Cheng Baozhu repeat a year, insisting that Wu Yin, as the elder sister, accompany her and tutor her during this time. To Wu Yin's astonishment, Cheng Zhenghong agreed, believing the idea to be splendid. When Wu Yin objected, Cheng Zhenghong accused her of selfishness and cold-heartedness, claiming she lacked compassion for her younger sister. After exchanging a few heated words, he struck Wu Yin across the face. In a fit of anger, she fled the house without taking anything, borrowing a passerby's phone to call me. When I arrived with a new phone, she was still crouched on the side of the road, her face swollen. Wei Shun had yet to express his concern. Seeing Wu Yin in such a state truly pained him. Tan Xi gazed at Wu Yin, who had shed her former weakness, while listening to Wei Shun recount the past. She remained composed, casually snacking, and occasionally nodding in agreement as they criticized the Cheng family. Chapter 142. I suspect my son is not my son.
Yet.
The little girl by the roadside back then must have felt utterly helpless and heartbroken. She believed that no one loved her in this world. Even though she has grown strong enough to remain unperturbed by societal judgments, Tan Xi still yearned to embrace that little girl from the past, to reassure her that she should not be disheartened, for many people love her. She has not been abandoned by the world, nor forgotten by fate. Tan Xi reached out and gently ruffled Wu Yin's hair, and when Wu Yin looked up at her, Tan Xi said, "Though I have never met your master, I am immensely grateful to him for saving you and granting you a new lease on life. He mentioned that our destinies as master and disciple were preordained. He foretold long ago that he would have a young female disciple, so when I appeared, the heavens signaled to him, and he immediately sought me out at Wufang Valley. He even knows that I am from another realm." Wu Yin paused in silence for a few seconds before continuing, "My master once divined my fate, but he did not share the outcome with me. However, looking back now, I believe he must have known I would return, which is why during my years at Wufang Valley my senior brothers and sisters were all allowed to roam freely, while I, as the youngest disciple, received special attention. Everyone in Wufang Valley treated me exceptionally well. My uncles and masters were eager to impart their most profound knowledge to me as swiftly as possible. And my senior siblings were eager to share all their treasures with me. I was the only one in Wufang Valley who was expected to learn tirelessly as long as I was capable of grasping the material. Unlike my senior siblings, who could choose a few subjects they liked, I was often taken aside by even the senior disciples for additional practice. To exaggerate a bit, even the dogs in Wufang Valley wanted to teach me how to bark. Thus, my time in Wufang Valley was filled with activity. Time felt as though it stood still amidst the mountains. Just thinking about the prospect of frightening people at night excites me. Wu Yin stood up and gently placed Tan Xi's hand, which had been resting on her forehead, onto his knee, giving it a light pat. I'm in a good mood now, so I think I'll do a live stream for a while, and I'll head out to have some fun later tonight. With that, Wu Yin bounced out of Tan Xi's study, her spirits high. Worrying about her was truly unnecessary. Wei Xin chuckled softly, and once Wu Yin had left, he suddenly turned to Tan Xi, a smile playing on his lips. Tan Xi, Wu Yin really is quite oblivious. No matter how Wei Xin criticized her behind her back, Wu Yin remained unaffected by the resurgence of her memories. If there were any real impact, it was her heightened anticipation for the evening events. Returning to her room, Wu Yin set her phone on a stand and began a live stream. As soon as she came online, her followers began reporting on Jinlan and Fang Yu's activities. Follower. Host. Fang Yu took Jinlan to a high school near his home this morning and had her change into a borrowed female high school uniform. He let her attend a class at the back of a classroom before taking her to a memorial hall. Follower. I regret scolding Fang Yu yesterday. Did you know? He secretly contacted our school's drama club today and sent us a script, asking us to rehearse it these few days. He said he wanted to bring Jinlan to watch it. Follower. The script he wrote tells the story of Jinlan and her comrades sacrificing their lives for the liberation of S City, based on Jinlan's own account. I read the script, and it is truly moving. When the day comes for Jinlan to watch it, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed. The devoted follower, Fang Yu, toiled through the night without rest. In the first half of the night, he listened to Jinlan recount tales of her comrades, while in the latter half, he dedicated himself to scriptwriting. This morning, he set out with Jinlan, remaining industrious throughout the night, even managing to reach out to the school and classmates to arrange for clothing and discuss Jinlan attending classes. Upon reading this, Wu Yin felt her spirits lift, realizing that the nation's provision of compulsory education had not been in vain. Fang Yu continued to livestream for us, and we even had the joy of conversing with Sister Jinlan in his stream, which filled us with immense happiness. This was the closest I had ever felt to a hero. As Wu Yin chatted with netizens about Fang Yu and Jinlan, she decided to distribute a lucky bag in the live stream. She initiated the first round, allowing those in need to apply for a chance to win. Wu Yin set the time limit at 5 minutes and, while waiting for the list of winners, discreetly sent Fang Yu a message, expressing her desire to be included when he took Jinlan to see a play, as she wished to attend as well. Once the 5 minutes elapsed, the winning list appeared on the screen. After a brief wait, Wu Yin noticed the winner in the comment section reaching out to her. A new follower remarked, "Host, I apologize, but I am unable to send gifts. Could you kindly provide me with a payment code?" Wu Yin surmised that this individual was of advanced age and not particularly adept at typing, hence the use of voice-to-text, which resulted in some misspellings due to a slight accent. Understanding the message, Wu Yin retrieved the payment code and simultaneously sent out a connection request. After approximately 2 minutes, the individual accepted the call, taking some time to activate the video. "Hello host, my name is Su Shime. I am in my 50s, so my movements may be a bit sluggish, and I apologize for taking up your time." With half her hair gray, Su Shime bore the marks of a life filled with toil, her face adorned with age spots and wrinkles. "No worries," Wu Yin reassured her. "As long as it's not a deliberate attempt to waste time, I am more than patient. Please share what you wish to inquire about." "Host, I wish for you to help me ascertain the truth regarding my son." Su Shime hesitated, licking her lips. "He is now in his 20s. Yet I have long harbored doubts that he may not be my biological child. However, voicing such thoughts would lead others to deem me insane." Su Shime was not indoors, but rather on the roadside, where others overheard her and questioned, "If you've doubted for over 20 years, why didn't you initiate a paternity test earlier?" "I am a country dweller, uneducated and illiterate. When I gave birth to my son, my family was still in the countryside, and I delivered him at home without visiting a hospital. Before he began school, I remained in the rural area. It was only after moving to the city and working that I learned about paternity tests. By then, my son was already in high school. Su Shime shook her head. In truth, I only entertained such doubts when he was younger. I confided in my maternal family about my suspicions, but they dismissed me, claiming I was simply losing my mind from childbirth or had watched too much television. Subsequently, I buried those thoughts until last month, when my son became engaged. And I had a dream that night. In her dream, a young man, unseen, repeatedly called out to her, saying he had died and could only entrust his only son to her as the grandmother. Su Shime paused, gathering her thoughts. I recall that immediately after giving birth. Despite my exhaustion, I managed to catch glimpses of my son. I believe I saw my mother-in-law cradling him, examining his eyes. My mother-in-law, while observing, shook her head and muttered something, but I couldn't hear clearly before drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, I discovered my child was no longer by my side. My mother-in-law explained that he had been taken to the hospital due to health concerns. When I inquired about the nature of his illness, she hesitated to provide specifics, while my father-in-law claimed their lack of education rendered them incapable of understanding the doctor's terminology. Essentially, the child was ill and required hospitalization. During those days, my husband was absent, purportedly tending to our son in the hospital, while my in-laws frequently traveled to the county town to visit him. The house was often empty, and I found myself preparing my own meals even while recovering from childbirth. During my confinement, they insisted I remain indoors, preventing me from visiting the hospital. It was not until I completed my recovery that they returned the child, claiming he was fit for discharge. When I finally saw my son, though he had reached a month old, he appeared frail and wrinkled. I felt a twinge of unease and asked my husband why he looked so underdeveloped despite being a month old. He replied that the illness and hospitalization had taken a toll on our son's health, causing him to lose weight rather than gain. I felt something was amiss, yet I couldn't articulate my feelings. While nursing him, I scrutinized his features and couldn't shake the feeling that he might not be my biological child. When he turned 100 days old, I quietly shared my thoughts with my maternal family, but they dismissed my concerns, attributing them to postpartum confusion. They insisted that since I hadn't had time to bond with him before he was hospitalized, it was natural to feel estranged. I pondered this for quite some time and ultimately convinced myself to suppress those thoughts. Su Shime, feeling a sense of helplessness, gazed into the camera. Host. Had it not been for that dream, I might have carried these doubts to my grave. She had never mentioned the dream to her in-laws, instinctively choosing to keep it from them. I also refrained from speaking to my maternal family, fearing they would think I was losing my mind after childbirth and would subsequently distance themselves from me. A follower commented, "This aunt's experience mirrors that of my sister-in-law, who, after giving birth, felt unable to connect with her child, even harboring aversion towards the infant." Later, my sister-in-law was diagnosed with postpartum depression. Another follower added, "Indeed, postpartum depression can manifest in such ways. Perhaps, given the month-long separation, this aunt's feelings were merely a product of overthinking?" Yet another follower remarked, "Sometimes, thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Perhaps this aunt has harbored these doubts for so long that they resurfaced in her dreams." Su Shime, now familiar with the term postpartum depression after learning about it online, nodded. "Thus, I resolved to seek your assistance, host. If it turns out I was merely overthinking, I will find peace of mind." Su Shime continued, "My son is engaged to a woman from a large city, and they're planning to purchase a home together before their wedding. I work 2 jobs and have saved some money, hoping to lend them a helping hand to ease their burden." Speaking of her future daughter-in-law brought a smile to Su Shime's face. "She is a wonderful girl who does not mind my husband's paralysis and is willing to marry into our family." Wu Yin observed Su Shime's expression closely. As someone from a humble rural background, it was evident she had not utilized beauty filters or enhancements for her video. After Su Shime finished praising her future daughter-in-law, Wu Yin sighed softly, a sound that instantly captured the attention of all viewers in the live stream. A follower remarked, "Oh no. It's not the laughter of the host that frightens me, but rather her sigh. Su Shime, your children's palace appears dim and bears a horizontal line, which likely indicates a recent addition," Wu Yin pointed out, indicating the area associated with children. Su Shime nodded, acknowledging the reality of her situation. "Indeed. I seldom gaze into the mirror. I was unaware of when this line appeared on my face. However, at my age, is it not natural for wrinkles to emerge?" Wu Yin gently shook her head and replied, "Su Shime, please provide me with your son's birth details and brace yourself for what I am about to reveal." Su Shime stood frozen, her mind racing in panic. After several moments, she managed to articulate her thoughts, though her words stumbled out in a hesitant manner, requiring multiple repetitions to convey her message fully. Host, I typed slowly. I will tell you directly. If you cannot remember, may I repeat it?
Susi may inquit.
No need. I have it noted, Ween assured her. Possessing an excellent memory, she could retain the birth details after a single recitation. After a brief silence following the calculations, Ween spoke. At times, one must trust their sixth sense and heed their intuition. Such instincts serve as reminders from fate itself. She continued, Su Shime, your house of children is dim, and the emergence of new lines signifies that your son has passed away, and not long ago, at that. The child you have raised is not your biological son. Your true son succumbed to an ailment a month prior, having suffered from a congenital eye disorder that rendered him nearly blind, an affliction most likely inherited. Ween elaborated. You mentioned that upon your child's birth, your mother-in-law examined his eyes, suspecting a hereditary condition within your husband's family, which was concealed from you prior to marriage, leaving you unaware of the truth, although they were undoubtedly cognizant. She revealed, your son was abandoned a week after his birth. A benevolent soul found him and took him to the county's children's shelter, where he grew up, later joining the local sports team for the disabled and eventually becoming a swimmer. Your son married at a young age, and his wife also hailed from the children's shelter, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Ween expressed a sense of sorrow for the couple, emphasizing their resilience despite parental abandonment. It was tragic that Su Shime's true daughter-in-law passed away even earlier, a victim of a car accident, a truly remarkable young woman. Su Shime collapsed to the ground, unable to remain upright. Nearby, a concerned individual rushed to assist her, retrieving her fallen phone and placing it back in her hands. A follower remarked, hearing the host recount these details, I suddenly recalled a recent incident in our county. Another chimed in, a deranged individual wielding a knife stormed into a school, only to be confronted by a visually impaired athlete who tragically lost his life in the altercation. I heard that the athlete's child was present at the school and may have witnessed the horror unfold. Another follower added, I heard from my family that the athlete's wife perished in a car accident 2 years prior. Both were orphans, and now their child has been sent to the shelter, the same place where their parents grew up. A third follower exclaimed, indeed, the athlete's child is a son. This corresponds with Su Shime's dream. Ween, upon observing the comments, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that the follower was indeed discussing Su Shime's son. As Su Shime was illiterate, she could only weep as she inquired of passers-by about the content of the comments. When they recounted the messages to her, she nearly lost consciousness from the overwhelming revelation. A follower concluded, thus, Su Shime's dream was not simply a manifestation of daily thoughts or postpartum depression, but rather a visitation from the departed. Ween then asked Su Shime, do you know your husband's birth details? I can help ascertain why your son was swapped. She explained, your son was taken by your husband immediately after birth. Let me investigate whether he is aware of this matter. Regaining her composure, Su Shime promptly provided her husband's birth information to Ween. As the calculations unfolded, the truth slowly began to materialize. Su Shime, you have but one son, yet your husband is destined to have two. His star chart reveals a propensity for romantic entanglements, indicating a youthful inclination towards liaisons. Ween continued, your husband was born with an eye condition, explaining your son's visual impairment as hereditary. Your son was discarded by your husband, while the child you now raise is merely half a month younger than your biological son. She glanced at Su Shime, recalling her previous statement about her in-laws frequently visiting the city hospital during her confinement, ostensibly to attend to her son. This led to the inference that your husband had abandoned your son and brought back a child fathered with another woman, and your in-laws were complicit in this deception. Suddenly, a follower sent Ween a private message. Upon opening it, she discovered, host, I am from the same village as Su Shime's husband, and I am privy to the details surrounding her child's situation. I have longed to reveal this for years. I am eager to speak with her. Ween, recognizing the serendipity, replied to the follower and initiated a connection. The individual on the other end had evidently been waiting for Ween's response, swiftly accepting the connection. The screen remained dark for several moments before a voice, altered by a voice modulator, emerged. Aunt Su, I am among those who know of your family's predicament. I have long wished for the opportunity to inform you but have been unable to do so until now, unexpectedly encountering you in the host's live stream.
Onsu.
I fear repercussions, so please do not inquire about my identity or how I came to know these matters. Simply listen to what I have to say. Many around you are aware, including your own family, that the child you bore was discarded by your husband and in-laws. The voice was indistinguishable in gender due to the modulation, but the speaker's emotional intensity was palpable. Aunt Sue, the entire village knows your husband was born with vision issues. This hereditary condition affects many in his family. Half of the children born into it face similar challenges, albeit with varying degrees of severity. When he was born, your in-laws borrowed extensively, spending considerable sums to secure treatment from the best specialists, ultimately preserving his sight, albeit with lasting effects.
Susi may web un kontolan.
No wonder they only revealed to me post-marriage that the family was in substantial debt. It was all due to previous expenses incurred for my husband's health. I believed his vision problems were merely myopia. The voice continued, your husband became entangled with a widow several years his senior. The child you now raise is the offspring of your husband and that widow. After your childbirth, when your in-laws noticed your child's eye issues, they feared the financial burden of treatment and instead took the child away, hastily arranging for the widow to undergo a cesarean. Once it was confirmed that the widow's child had no such affliction, your in-laws and husband initially considered a marriage to the widow. However, burdened by debts, the widow refused to marry him and had no desire to raise a child. Ultimately, they decided to take the widow's child as yours and discarded your biological son instead. The widow has thrived in the countryside, boasting about her fortunate circumstances, claiming she does not have to serve in-laws and that her child is cared for by others, with financial support to sustain her. The voice concluded, your current son is aware he is not your biological child. He knows his true mother is the widow. The year he entered university, the widow paraded around the village with him, and he openly referred to her as mom in front of others. You work in the city to earn a living, while your husband frequently takes the child back to the countryside under the pretext of visiting the grandparents, where they happily reunite with the widow's family. During the winter and summer vacations, the five of them enjoy a lively time at the ancestral home. Many in the village are aware of your husband's actions, including your own parents, who have been questioned about how they could keep such secrets from your mother. They respond, saying there is nothing to be done. You are married now, and who can blame you for the misfortune of having a blind child? The widow, on the other hand, is fortunate enough to have a healthy son, which explains why your in-laws prefer her offspring over yours. They assert that your husband has already spent his entire fortune on treating his eye condition, leaving no resources for your son as treatment. Your parents conclude that since you are oblivious to your child's situation, you might as well love the widow's child as your own, having raised him since childhood. Eventually, when you grow old, that child will care for you, so it makes no difference whether he is biologically yours or not. Su Shime wept silently, her anguish palpable. It is not the same. Other people's children are not mine. No matter how wonderful they may be, they are not my flesh and blood. I have my own child. Why must this happen to me? Why must my child be cast aside? I can only hear him call me mom in dreams. I have nurtured another son for over 20 years. When my son passed away, I was busy preparing for the wedding of someone else's child. I have wronged no one in that family. I even cared for him when he was paralyzed. Why must I suffer in this manner? Chapter 145. Your marriage certificate is a forgery. Su Shime, overwhelmed with sorrow, felt utterly defeated, realizing that everyone knew the truth except for her. Her in-laws could go to great lengths for their child's treatment, yet here she was, cursed to bear a son with an affliction. Despite having hands and feet, she too could sacrifice everything to secure her son's health. They do not want my child, but I want him. I want him. Why must my child be discarded? Su Shime cried, pounding the concrete floor with all her might, releasing her pent-up frustration and sorrow. Wu Yin comforted her, saying, the deceased is gone, but your grandson is still alive. Your son has reached out to you in dreams, hoping you will care for his child. You must gather your strength. Su Shime ceased her sobbing, nodding in agreement. Yes, I have a grandson to look after. I must rise to the occasion. I failed to protect my son, but I will ensure my grandson is safe. Thanking the bystanders who supported her, Su Shime declared, I will no longer serve that family. Let them find someone else. Aunt Sue, you should divorce your husband. His family is truly unworthy of your devotion. The widow boasts about her happy life, telling others that you are a fool. Even I feel anger on your behalf. And your current son? He is an ingrate, consuming your resources while conspiring with others to deceive you. How can he have the audacity to ask you for help in saving for a house? If he truly remembered you as the one who raised him and supported his education, he would not claim the widow as his mother. Upon hearing this, netizens urged Su Shime to pursue a divorce. Aunt Sue, as long as you can prove that your current son is not biologically yours, you can file a lawsuit. Even if your husband is paralyzed, the court will rule in your favor due to the significant wrongdoing of him and his family. If there are family assets, you may receive a larger share. Aunt Sue, if you need assistance, our firm can provide legal help. After reading the netizens' comments, Wu Yin revealed another startling piece of information. Su Shimei, your marriage certificate is a forgery. She had uncovered this while investigating Su Shimei's husband's past. When you married, you were not of legal age to obtain a certificate, correct? Wu Yin asked. Yes, in my youth, early marriages were common in our village. I married at 18, and we were not even aware of the need for a marriage certificate. For us, getting married simply meant holding a banquet back home. It wasn't until we moved to the city for work and I learned about marriage certificates that I insisted we obtain one, and he claimed to have arranged it through relatives back home. Su Shimei continued, I am illiterate. It took him half a year to retrieve the certificate after I suggested it. When he finally brought it to me, he showed it only briefly before putting it away. Wu Yin replied, at that time, he was not yet paralyzed and still hoped to marry the widow. Fearing that obtaining a real marriage certificate would complicate things, he spent 50 yuan to fabricate a fake one to deceive you. Therefore, legally, you are still single. This is truly wonderful, exclaimed the netizens. Aunt Sue. This means all the wages you earned over the years belong solely to you. Moving out from his home will be considered a separation without the need for a divorce. Aunt Sue, consult a lawyer to see if you can sue your husband for abandonment, seeking compensation for the emotional distress he has caused. Though your son is gone, you still have a grandson to raise, and securing additional funds would ensure his well-being. Listening to the bystanders relay the netizens' messages, Su Shimei wiped her tears away. Thank you, everyone. I will pack my belongings tonight and return to the countryside to bring my grandson home. Su Shimei asserted, I will seek legal counsel. I cannot simply accept this. My beloved son was cast aside in exchange for another. Why should I have selflessly cared for another's child and devoted years to serving their family? Remember to retrieve the fake marriage certificate. It is a crucial piece of evidence, Wu Yin reminded her, and consider charging him with forgery. Thank you, host. Su Shimei expressed her gratitude. My husband is paralyzed, and I have been the sole provider for our family. His parents earn barely a few hundred yuan a year in the countryside, relying on my support. Once I leave, I am eager to see how he will manage to pay rent or find someone to accommodate him. Su Shimei thanked everyone profusely before concluding the broadcast. It's fortunate that Su Shimei encountered you. We can only imagine how long she would have been deceived had she not won this opportunity today. Wu Yin clarified. Su Shimei's son reached out to her in dreams, planting seeds of doubt. Being illiterate and raised in the countryside, she was easily misled. However, after years of striving in the city, she has become self-sufficient and has built some savings. Financial independence has provided her with confidence, and modern technology has opened avenues for her to access information. Therefore, even if she hadn't contacted me today, she would have eventually sought a paternity test, inevitably uncovering the truth. The only downside to discovering the truth later would be a financial loss, making her journey to reclaim her rights that much more arduous. Upon hearing Wu Yin's mention of financial loss, the audience quickly grasped the implication. They realized that had Su Shimei not sought the truth today, she might have drained her savings to help her illegitimate son secure a down payment for a house. This is undoubtedly one of the most shocking events I've heard this year. The one involving eating ashes is the most shocking. This ranks second. Host. Cheng's fans are still attacking you and your boss on social media. It's infuriating. Now they're flaunting Cheng Yining's achievements from childhood to the present. I saw that too. While I dislike Cheng Yining, I must admit her academic record is impressive. In a lively discussion among netizens regarding Cheng Yining's academic performance, a few comments concerning Wei Shen particularly stood out. A user previously following the conversation remarked, Wei Shen and I were high school classmates. Back then, I was astounded to hear about his relationship with Cheng Yining. Everyone at our school knew that they had been classmates since kindergarten and continued through to their high school graduation. Another user added, I heard that Wei Shen was hurt by Cheng Yining after his confession was rejected. When a few of us classmates privately discussed this matter, we found it hard to believe. In chapter 146, titled The Disappearing Bus, a user noted, oh, by the way, the host mentioned that Wei Shen is a soft-hearted individual. Which is indeed true. We had a less fortunate student in our high school class, and one day, a classmate accidentally broke Wei Shen's computer, causing her to cry in fear. Yet, Wei Shen comforted her, assuring her that it was fine since he was planning to replace it anyway. Wu nodded. indicating that no one should let such matters dampen their spirits, and instructed them to wait for more explosive news to come. As Wuyin prepared to release another lucky bag, her phone rang. It was an urgent call from old Master Zhao. Let us pause here for today. I have an incoming call.
Goodbye.
Wuyin quickly informed her viewers before signing off to answer Zhao's call. Hello, Grandfather Zhao. Is there something you need? Are you free now? If so, please come to the office and meet your subordinates. I would like you to hear about the first assignment your unit has received since its establishment. I'll be there shortly. Wuyin responded, hanging up the phone and promptly changing her attire while slinging her bag over her shoulder. Upon entering the living room, she found Tan Ci and Wei Shen also present. Tan Ci, I'm heading to the office. It seems work has finally arrived, Wuyin informed him. Pack some snacks just in case you get busy and miss lunch. It's wise to have something to tide you over, Tan Ci suggested, directing Wei Shen to retrieve some snacks from the hidden pantry near the kitchen. Wei Shen complied, returning with 2 large bags, one for Wuyin and one for himself.
Danchi.
You have an impressive variety of snacks here, almost like a small supermarket. I might take this bag with me later. I'm quite hungry. After saying this, Wei Shen turned to Wuyin. Where are you headed? I can drive you there. You drive too slowly. I'll go on my own, Wuyin replied, shaking her head. She took the bag and placed it down before changing her shoes and exiting. You find my driving slow. Do you intend to take a rocket instead? Wei Shen exclaimed, but as he rushed outside to inquire further, he found no trace of Wuyin. Stunned for a few seconds, he realized why Wuyin had deemed him slow. In comparison, his driving indeed left much to be desired. Wuyin had mentioned she would arrive shortly, and not long after, she entered the office with her bag. Looking for the meeting room. Wuyin, over here, old Master Zhao called out, waving her over. You arrived quickly. Did you use magic? Yes. Wei Shen offered to drive me, but I declined. Wuyin glanced at Zhao, commenting, you seem to be in good spirits lately. I've been eating well, sleeping soundly, and with significant matters settled. It's only natural to feel good, Zhao replied, praising Wuyin. The talismans you sent us are indeed effective. Even your grandmother no longer suffers from insomnia and sleeps soundly every night. Her health has improved beyond mine. As they conversed, they entered the meeting room where everyone was gathered. Zhao introduced Wuyin. Let me present the head of the Special Affairs Bureau, Wuyin. She will be your leader, henceforth. All operations within the unit will be under her command. Upon hearing this, another girl in the room gasped in excitement. I can't believe it's you, Wuyin. What an honor to work under such an esteemed figure. If my grandmother knew, she would be so proud of my achievements. Yu Xiu quickly handed over her paper and pen. Please, Director, could you sign this for me? I'll frame it at home and pay my respects every morning. Yu Xiu, a university student yet to graduate, possessed a natural ability to see spirits, having learned from her renowned shaman grandmother. Deputy Director LV Wenjun continued with the introductions. This is Master Yuanming, who operates a feng shui shop in B City, and beside him is his apprentice, known on the platform as Master Dakong. You may have heard of him. Master Dakong, who would disguise himself as a man in his 40s while streaming, alongside his master, frequently operated in B City. Finally, there was one monk yet to be introduced. This is Master Tianyi, who has primarily practiced in Q City. Wuyin greeted everyone amicably, knowing that those admitted to this unit had surely passed thorough scrutiny, ensuring there were no issues. Director, I have long wished to meet you, and today, I finally get the chance, Master Dakong said bashfully, scratching his head. Previously, I did a fortune reading for Liao Chuanfu's daughter. Unfortunately, my skills were lacking. I could only ascertain that she was in the south, but the birth information he provided was not accurate enough for me to determine her fate. Director, your abilities are remarkable. You even knew where Liao Chuanfu's daughter was buried. Master Dakong continued apologetically. When you first started streaming, several of my followers sought your guidance. I apologize for not stopping them sooner. Initially, Master Dakong had underestimated Wuyin's youth, perceiving her as a fraud and assuming she had enlisted actors to deceive viewers. However, Wuyin's capabilities far surpassed those of his master. Wuyin slightly raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly to the remarks. She turned to LV Wenjun. Is there any work available? This phrase had been used by old Master Zhao during their phone conversation, prompting a momentary pause from LV Wenjun before he nodded. Indeed, a case arrived at our unit early this morning. In D Province, a rural bus has been missing for 3 days, along with its driver and several passengers. The bus company first noticed something amiss when the bus failed to return to the station as scheduled. Initially, they presumed the driver was simply delayed. However, after half an hour, with still no sign of the bus, they attempted to contact the driver, but the call could not be connected. Unable to reach the driver, the bus company's manager promptly reported the situation to the police. Authorities began searching along the bus route, initially suspecting an accident. Perhaps the bus had fallen off a cliff or into a body of water. Yet, no signs of an accident were found along the route. Surveillance footage at various intersections showed the bus turning onto a mountain road, but there were no cameras along the mountain path. And it was here that all trace of the bus vanished, as if it had disappeared into thin air. The police also interviewed villagers waiting for the bus. They confirmed they had been at the stop at the usual time, but had not seen that particular bus all day. In Chapter 147, titled Results of the Investigation, it was noted that rural buses were established to facilitate travel for residents of remote areas and were not designed for profit, resulting in simpler vehicles that lacked GPS systems. LV Wenjun opened the case files, stating, "Here are the names and personal information of the bus driver and potential passengers who reported the incident." Master Yuanming took over the conversation. "Before you arrived, Director, I calculated the birth dates of those listed, and each reading indicated dire omens. I've reviewed their recent videos and photographs, and I've perceived a sense of death surrounding them, indicating that they may be facing grave peril soon. You added. Let me take a look," Wu Yin said. Wu Yin perused the documents, and her gaze was immediately drawn to the photographs of the missing persons and the bus driver. At first glance, all of them bore the grim countenance of untimely demise. Upon examining the bus driver's birth chart, Wu Yin took a moment to contemplate, her mind delving into calculations. After a brief pause, she shook her head. The individual was not yet deceased and was still somewhere in the mountains. However, she felt it imperative to visit the site in person to ascertain the situation. The insights gleaned from divination were inherently limited. Wu Yin could ascertain that the person was alive and discern a general location. The omens hinted at a possible malevolent force at play, compelling her to investigate the site of the incident. As she spoke, Wu Yin rose and slung her bag over her shoulder. "Is the director planning to employ a technique of distant teleportation?" asked Yu Xiaoyu. "How will we get there?" inquired Lu Wenjun. "We can arrange for a helicopter to take you directly," Master Yuanming suggested. "It should still be feasible." After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yin nodded in agreement. Given the number of people involved, it was clear she could not take them all. Choosing just one companion was equally perplexing. Sensing Wu Yin's reluctance, the monk Tian remarked, "It seems we have become a burden to the director." In light of the urgency, Lu Wenhua promptly contacted the relevant departments to arrange the flight path and summon the helicopter. An hour later, having finished their takeaway meal, Wu Yin and her companions boarded the helicopter. Upon seeing Li Yu again, Wu Yin's immediate response was, "Li Yu? I've learned how to play that card game we discussed last time. When can we play together?" "We can only wait until our next break to visit your workplace," Li replied with a smile. "Alternatively, you could teach those around you how to play. Then, whenever you wish to play, you'll have companions at hand." "What games can't be played on a computer?" Yu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. "The rules on the computer differ somewhat from those we play," Wu Yin replied. "The gameplay with Li Yu and his group is far more engaging." "Director, look at me. You can find me anytime," Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed. "I'm also in S-City, so it's convenient for you to reach out. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll contact you," Wu Yin thought, intending to include Wei Xin and Zhou Chu in her plans. 3 hours later, the helicopter entered D Province. Li Yu announced in a moment, "The helicopter will circle above the mountain road where the incident occurred. If you notice anything, please inform us immediately. If nothing is amiss, the helicopter will land on the county road, where a vehicle awaits to take you along the bus route." Wu Yin acknowledged this with a simple good. After half an hour, as they approached their destination, Li Yu advised them to look out the window. As they did so, it appeared that nothing was out of the ordinary. Master Yuanming glanced at his compass before turning to Wu Yin. "Director, what do you perceive?" "There is a faint presence of malevolence," Wu Yin replied. "Very subtle." She observed the compass in Master Yuanming's hand and noted, "At this altitude, the distance from the ground renders your device ineffective." After speaking, Wu Yin instructed Li Yu to navigate the helicopter to the county road, where they would switch vehicles to follow the bus route and investigate on foot. A vehicle had been waiting for some time, and there was an open space suitable for the helicopter's landing. Li Yu was the first to disembark, introducing Wu Yin to those waiting. "This is Wu Yin, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, and these are our esteemed advisors," Li Yu stated, gesturing to the city's chief detective. The chief detective was taken aback to discover that the director was a young woman, momentarily stunned by the revelation. Wu Yin was the first to break the silence. "In the days since the bus and its passengers went missing, have there been any other disappearances along this route?" "No new cases have surfaced since the bus incident," the chief detective responded. However, in our investigation of the villages along the route, we discovered previous missing persons cases. The earliest occurred 2 years ago, involving an elderly man who vanished while traveling to the market at dawn. His family reported him missing after he failed to return, and despite a week of searching, the police found no trace of him. There was also a case involving a chicken thief who rode a motorcycle into a village. Surveillance captured him entering but not leaving. That night, several villagers reported missing chickens. The thief has also been missing for half a year, with no contact from his family since then. Wu Yin nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "Are there any junctions along this route? Please send the bus's detailed route to my phone." Turning to her companions, she asked, "Does anyone know how to drive?" All 4 responded in unison. "We all have licenses." Wu Yin touched her nose sheepishly, realizing she was the exception. The chief detective offered, "I can guide you." Wu Yin firmly declined, stating, "If anything were to go awry, we would have to rescue all of you, which would be quite the hassle." Her straightforward refusal left no room for objection. Liu had grown accustomed to her demeanor, but it was evident that others still needed time to adjust. Wu Yin accepted the car keys from the chief detective and handed them to Yu, who was closest to her. She gestured for Liu and the others to wait for news and not to approach recklessly before she took the lead and entered the vehicle. Yu drove steadily, with Wu Yin in the passenger seat and 3 large men squeezed in the back. Despite the winding mountain roads, the vehicle remained stable. Liu had already sent her the bus route map, and just as Wu Yin was about to open it, her phone rang. A call from Chi Chuchen. "Hello." Wu Yin answered. "Are you free right now? I would like to meet with you." Chi Chuchen's voice was filled with an indescribable mix of emotions, akin to the tumult of a collapsing world. "I'm currently in D province and quite busy," Wu Yin replied, detecting the subtle nuances in Chi Chuchen's tone. With a hint of amusement, she added, "Mr. Chi, it seems the test results you were to receive this morning have come in quickly." Chi Chuchen was unsure whether Wu Yin was genuinely impressed or mocking him. Compared to the 3 years of deception, these few hours felt absurdly trivial. The paternity tests revealed a 99.999 match between Cheng Yining and Lu Jinmei, as well as between Cheng Yining and Cheng Zhenghong. Chi Chuchen couldn't help but scoff at the revelation that Cheng Yining was indeed the biological daughter of Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei. Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei have truly outdone themselves with this scheme. What an audacious ruse. Chi Chuchen fumed. The Chi family has severely underestimated Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei. They are a nefarious pair. Wu Yin was taken aback. I had assumed that the imposter was merely a relative of Lu Jinmei. I never imagined she would turn out to be their illegitimate child. Wu Yin inquired, "Cheng Baozhu is less than a year younger than me. So does this mean the imposter is older than I am? If Cheng Baozhu is indeed Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei's biological daughter, then the imposter must certainly be older than you," Chi Chuchen replied with a scoff. "Not long after your mother passed away, Cheng Zhenghong suddenly came to the Chi family to confess, claiming he had been intoxicated at a social gathering and had inadvertently engaged with a female employee, resulting in her pregnancy. He insisted he must take responsibility for the child. Our family was furious, but given the circumstances, we acknowledged Cheng Zhenghong as a man willing to take responsibility. At that time, the Chi family had not anticipated that a young man like Cheng Zhenghong would remain unmarried for life. Chi Jia pondered that since Cheng Zhenghong chose not to marry Lu Jinmei this time, it was only a matter of time before another Wu Jinmei or Zhang Jinmei would take her place as the new Mrs. Cheng. At the very least, Lu Jinmei came from humble beginnings, and with the Chi family backing her, she would not dare to bully Cheng Yining even if she were to marry. He assured the Chi family repeatedly that even if he remarried, he would never allow her to feel wronged. In his heart, she remained his one and only child. To demonstrate his resolve to the Chi family, he even took the initiative to inform them that he would merely register his marriage with Lu Jinmei without holding a ceremony, stating that he simply wished to shoulder the responsibilities of a man, ensuring that this girl would not be disparaged because of him. His feelings were articulated with such sincerity. Yet after marrying Lu Jinmei, he never allowed her and her daughter to appear before the Chi family. Even during visits to the Cheng household, they had never encountered mother and daughter, not once. Thus, the Chi family maintained a certain level of trust in Cheng Zhenghong, believing him to be a man of his word, someone who dared to act and take responsibility. However, they did not anticipate how adept he was at playing his role. I had people investigate the financial status of Cheng Zhenghong's company over the past 30 years. Based on the timeline of his meeting your mother, it coincided with a period when the Cheng company was facing financial turmoil. It is highly plausible that he deliberately approached your mother, pursuing her for the sake of her identity as the daughter of the Chung family. Your mother, upon marrying him, used her dowry to replenish the Chung family's financial resources. To prevent us from becoming suspicious, Chung Zhenghong proactively signed a relevant contract with your mother, allocating her a substantial number of shares, which were her private property. Entirely unrelated to him, should your mother pass away before him, he relinquished his right to inheritance, ensuring that all shares would belong solely to you, his daughter. 3 years ago, the Chung family once again fell into crisis due to mismanagement, putting Chung Zhenghong's position as chairman in jeopardy. It was only after Cheng Yining returned from her recovery that she voluntarily gifted her shares to her father, allowing him to maintain his steady seat as chairman. My father inquired of Cheng Yining, the so-called fake, and she expressed her unwillingness to witness her father's daily distress over company matters, stating that a family should support one another rather than remain on guard against each other. Thus, she was willing to assist her father. This response left the Chi family at a loss for words, who could argue that a daughter's compassion and filial piety towards her father were misplaced.
Subsequently,
Chung Zhenghong gradually acquired additional assets from Cheng Yining, liquidating them and reinvesting everything back into the company, restructuring the equity, diluting shares held by dissenting shareholders, and expelling them from the board. The intricacies of corporate management were far too profound for Wu Yin, who could only grasp half of it, understanding that the fake had nearly given all that her mother left her to Cheng Zhenghong.
So,
had Cheng Zhenghong indeed targeted me for the vast inheritance I received from my mother? Wu Yin let out a scoff, curling her lips. To him, the fake was still his daughter. For him, having the fake take Cheng Yining's place was beneficial in every way. With many children, he did not need me. In fact, having one less was preferable. The scheme between Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei could be deemed a double victory. Cheng Zhenghong acquired the assets held by Cheng Yining, while Lu Jinmei brought her illegitimate daughter into the Chung family, seamlessly replacing Cheng Yining. Over the years, Lu Jinmei has shown genuine care and affection towards Cheng Yining, earning her praise as an exemplary stepmother from those in their circle. Even the Chi family altered their perception of Lu Jinmei due to her heartfelt concern for Cheng Yining, ceasing to regard her with disdain.
Brilliant.
This strategy was indeed ingenious. The illegitimate daughter now had a legitimate identity to step into high society, and everything belonging to Wu Yin became hers. Wu Yin's outstanding achievements, her formidable maternal family, and all the inheritance left to her by her mother now rightfully belonged to Lu Jinmei. Wu Yin, I still require some time to gather evidence of the illegitimate daughter between Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei. Once I obtain the proof, I will reveal everything to the Chi family. At that time, the Chi family will certainly welcome you back with great fanfare. Chi Chuchen said, then proceeded to apologize. Where have you been all these years? I am sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Wu Yin, when are you free? Let us meet and discuss in detail. I wish to understand what transpired 3 years ago. You can inquire with Tan Ci about the events from 3 years ago. Let him enlighten you, Wu Yin replied. Once I finish my tasks, I will call you to set a time. I have work to attend to now, so I must end this conversation. Wu Yin felt no emotional turbulence. Apart from her astonishment at the fake being Cheng Zhenghong's illegitimate daughter, she remained remarkably tranquil. Yu Xiaoyu, driving, nearly lost her grip on the steering wheel. Director, did I just hear a sensational revelation? Yu Xiaoyu's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. Rest assured, Director. We will keep this under wraps. All right, just focus on driving and watch the road. Wu Yin chuckled softly. While conversing with Chi Chuchen, her eyes remained observant, undistracted by the call. Wu Yin glanced at a message from Li Yusen, which contained an image and a voice note. She opened it to listen. Chapter 149, Entering the Ghost Domain. The forensic team had conducted their investigation and arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The bus had gone missing in this vicinity. The tread marks of the bus's wheels vanished right here. You should pay close attention as you arrive. Wu Yin replied with an OK emoji and continued to look ahead. This location was not difficult to find, as the forensic team had marked it by the roadside. Yu Xiaoyu, pull the car over. Let us get out and take a look, Wu Yin instructed, pointing forward. Master Yuanming glanced at the compass in his hand. Director, it appears there are no anomalies here. Wu Yin turned to glance back, exclaiming, it must be your compass that is faulty. After the car came to a halt, Wu Yin was the first to exit, followed by Master Yuanming, who was skeptical about the compass's condition, murmuring alongside Monk Yuanyi. Check if my compass is functioning or not. I inspected it before leaving. It should not be defective, Yuanming stated. The director's comment might imply that whether or not the compass was faulty, it was irrelevant since it was ineffective in any case. Monk Yuanyi explained with a chuckle. You certainly seem to be enjoying yourself, Yuanming remarked, still fiddling with the compass. Yu Xiaoyu locked the car and walked over to Wuyin. Speaking softly, Director, I can't discern anything out of the ordinary here either. Wuyin observed the roadside markings. In remote rural areas, large vehicles seldom pass through, so the remnants of the buses while tracks remained visible even after 2 days, easily identifiable in the dust. The bus had arrived here without any signs of braking. Wuyin pointed at the ground. The 4 of them gathered to examine the area before advancing a few more steps. Director, it is truly astonishing. The wheel marks simply vanish here, yet there are no signs of braking. The grass and trees by the roadside appear normal, showing no evidence of being crushed by the bus, indicating that the bus did not tumble into a ravine, Yu Xiaoyu remarked. The police had searched this area too, and found no traces. There are no forks in the road. It's just this one path. Otherwise, I would suspect the bus had taken another route. Yu Xiaoyu mused aloud. Master Yuanming and Monk Yuanyi exchanged glances, then suddenly turned their attention to Wuyin. Director, have you come to a realization? They asked in unison. Wuyin nodded. This could only be the explanation. The ghost domain. Wuyin clarified to the two, who were still puzzled. With the presence of ghostly energy in the mountains and the absence of braking marks, it indicates that the vehicle did not encounter an unexpected incident but, as Yu Xiaoyu suggested, veered onto another path. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed, clapping her hands together. The ghost domain is indeed plausible. The realm of ghosts unfurls right here, as the bus ventures into this spectral domain, causing it to vanish from sight. The ghostly realm morphs in accordance with the whims of its master, should it take on the visage of this very road. The passengers aboard the vehicle would indeed remain oblivious. Moreover, within this ethereal domain, the absence of signal renders their mobile devices useless, thus their calls go unanswered. Master Yuanming furrowed his brow, for it is exceedingly rare to encounter a spirit capable of manifesting such a realm. It likely requires at least a century of cultivation to achieve the status of a ghost king. Monk Yuanyi chimed in. I have heard that certain ghostly realms can perceive one's innermost fears and subsequently transform, shifting in accordance with what one dreads most, altering to reflect your most harrowing recollections. Daku asked Yu Xiaoyu, do you possess any fears? Yu Xiaoyu shook her head vehemently, declaring, I am exceedingly brave. There is nothing in this world that frightens me. Afterward, she inquired of Wuyin, Director, do you have any fears? I am uncertain, but I believe not, Wuyin replied. The ghostly aura in the mountains is faint. You may not even notice it. This is likely because the spirit has concealed itself within its own realm, having not shown itself for several days. Thus the lingering ghostly presence is nearly dissipated. Even the compass in Master Yuanming's hand cannot detect it. This spirit possesses considerable prowess. Wuyin cautioned, if you feel apprehensive, you may retreat to the foot of the mountain and wait for me. I can handle this alone. We accepted this task to hone our skills. With the director leading the charge, we certainly cannot falter. Otherwise, our cultivation will never advance, Master Yuanming asserted. Wuyin, somewhat surprised, glanced back and bestowed an appreciative look upon Master Yuanming, complimenting, you are commendable. Having said this, Wuyin took a few steps back, examining the spot where the tire tracks had vanished, before retrieving the mystical mirror to illuminate the path ahead. She addressed the 4 behind her, stating, I will locate the ghost realm. Once I activate it, we shall all enter together. The circumstances within remain unknown, but we must swiftly find the bus within the ghostly domain. Once located, when I shatter the ghost realm, you must safeguard all the passengers aboard the bus and extricate them from this spectral prison. Once the realm is breached, the spirit will undoubtedly make its appearance. Your ultimate responsibility will be to protect the ordinary people, while I will handle the spirit alone. Teamwork has its own strategies, and Wuyin indeed finds her efforts alleviated with assistance. The mystical mirror proves to be a valuable tool. After a meticulous search, she channels spiritual energy forward and unlocks the ghostly realm. Before their eyes, a road gradually materializes, slowly overlapping with the path beneath their feet until it completely envelopes it.
Come in.
Wuyin called back, stepping forth first. As the saying goes, what is good may not work, but the bad often proves effective. The moment Wuyin stepped into the ghost realm, she realized it embodied the very essence of what Monk Yuanyi had described, a ghostly domain so powerful it could read minds. Upon entry, the ground beneath her feet bore no signs of anomaly, remaining indistinguishable from the original path. However, as Wuyin advanced, the road began to shift. She observed it transforming into the mountain trail she had traversed with Wei Shin 3 years prior. Looking ahead, She confirmed her suspicions. The path that once seemed endless had morphed into the mountain of H City, and as she glanced down, she found herself atop the mountain where the incident had occurred. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Turning, Wuyin beheld Lu Jinmei materializing, who then forcefully shoved her toward the precipice.
Cheng Yining Birish.
If you do not die, you shall obstruct my daughter's path. Cheng Yining, even your father is indifferent to whether you live or die. What right do you have to exist in this world?
Go die.
As Lu Jinmei hurled insults while pushing her closer to the edge, Wuyin conjured a spiritual sword, leaping gracefully to cleave Lu Jinmei in two. Before her, Lu Jinmei collapsed, yet the scene was not one of gruesome carnage. Rather, she dissipated like a wisp of fog. Chapter 150. The Dream of the Mountain Demon. Upon entering the ghost realm, it became evident that the domain had extracted images from Wuyin's memories, believing that this represented her most profound anguish and fear, thus presenting a vivid reenactment. Should Wuyin genuinely feel distress, she would be thrust once more off the cliff, reliving the despair of her fall, forever ensnared in this torment. This exemplifies the most terrifying psychological assault of the ghost realm. Yet Wuyin is no longer the fragile Cheng Yining of yore. Even if the scene were to unfold anew, it would only be she who would elicit pleas for mercy. Observing the scenery around her as it gradually returned to its former state, Wuyin focused her mind, calculating the location of the bus driver. At that moment, the surroundings transformed once more, and familiar voices echoed from behind her. Little junior sister, why do you stand there in a daze? Master returned today, claiming to have brought us gifts. We must hurry lest he becomes preoccupied with other matters and cannot meet us. Little junior sister, my master requests that you accompany me back to Yaofeng shortly. It seems he has acquired some rare celestial herbs for you. The scene was all too familiar. So much so that Wuyin was swept along by the two, without realizing it. Little junior sister, you seem peculiar today. It is just the three of us conversing. Yet you remain so silent. Are you unhappy? Hearing her fifth senior brother's concern, Wuyin instinctively shook her head. I am not unhappy. Her eyes welled with tears. I just miss you all a little, and I miss Qianzhifeng as well. You truly are strange today. Do you not reside in Wufang Valley daily? Why speak such words? Gazing down at the hands that pulled her along, and the path beneath her feet, so familiar that she could traverse it with her eyes closed, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She knew all too well that these were mere illusions. The road of Wufang Valley was a fabrication, and the two brothers who guided her were figments of her imagination. Yet, she found herself reluctant to obliterate this scene that evoked such longing. Just as she had with Lu Jinmei, Wuyin suddenly comprehended why some individuals, despite knowing that spirits can ensnare the heart and that they dwell within a dream, still resist awakening. Because within the dream, they can fulfill their desires. Within the dream, she had returned home. Reluctantly, Wuyin refrained from drawing her sword, allowing the two senior brothers to lead her to meet their master, to visit Yaofeng and encounter their junior uncle. She greeted every individual from Wufang Valley, every person she longed to see, until, on the path back to the small courtyard at Qianzhifeng where she resided, she finally unsheathed her sword. I shall return to Wufang Valley, but not now. With her eyes closed, she struck down the two. I will discover my own way back to Wufang Valley, to reunite with my family. Wuyin opened her eyes, and the two senior brothers dissipated into mist, vanishing from sight. She rubbed her eyes and muttered softly, annoying ghost realm, forcing me to confront my brothers. How dreadful. Having vented her frustration, Wuyin resumed her calculations. Even within the ghostly domain, she could approximate the bus driver's location through his birth date and time. The ghost realm exists as a singular space, albeit vast. Individuals entering at different times may find themselves randomly assigned to different areas. Thus, Wuyin had yet to encounter Yu Xiaoyu and the others, nor did she know their circumstances. Upon discerning the bus driver's location, Wuyin hastened toward that direction, and from afar, she spotted a bus idling by the roadside. As she drew closer, she discerned that both the driver and the passengers appeared to be asleep within. Master Jean, Wuyin called, tapping on the driver's window several times. When her attempts to rouse him proved futile, she shattered the window with her sword and climbed inside through the broken pane. She nudged the driver, then the slumbering passengers, yet found none responsive. Just as she was about to use spiritual energy to forcibly awaken them, Tan Ci suddenly appeared outside the bus. Wuyin, it's dangerous inside the car. You need to get out first. Wuyin was taken aback, her half-body protruding from the car window. Tan Ci, you also came? Get out first before we talk, Tan Ci urged, extending his hand towards her. Take it slow, I'll support you. Wuyin waved her hand dismissively. I don't need your help. Step back. I'll jump down myself. The height posed no challenge for Wuyin, without even using her spiritual energy. She effortlessly emerged from the vehicle. Once outside, Wuyin circled around Tan Xi several times. Did you come alone? Where's Yanming? You didn't bring any bodyguards? She inquired. I did bring them, but I got separated from them upon entering. I walked alone for quite some time, and when I saw the bus parked here, I came over and found you, Tan Xi replied. What are you doing here? Wuyin scrutinized him, rubbing her chin, stepping back cautiously.
I was worried about you.
I feared something might happen to you, Tan Xi said, tugging at his tie and even unfastening the top 2 buttons of his shirt. At that moment, Wuyin's gaze fell upon his robust chest, causing her to stagger back in shock.
Tan Xi.
What's wrong? Tan Xi asked, bewildered. What's wrong? This is a serious issue. Wuyin thought to herself. The Tan Xi she knew would never engage in such outrageous behavior. He was fully aware of her abilities and would never recklessly lead a group of ordinary people in to hinder her. More importantly, his tone and actions had never been so unrefined. Unfastening buttons in her presence was utterly out of character for him. Tan Xi had always maintained a polished appearance before her. The actions of tugging at his tie and loosening his buttons seemed like a scene pulled straight from the pages of a domineering CEO comic she had read long ago. Wuyin swiftly brandished her sword towards Tan Xi, and he immediately transformed into a wisp of fog that dissipated before her. She then attempted to prod the bus with her sword, and the people who had been dozing off inside also turned into mist, gradually dispersing.
Damn.
Wuyin cursed under her breath. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt a repulsion from the ghost realm, a force pushing her outward. It seemed they were trying to expel her. Wuyin retracted her sword, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that radiated from her being. With a deafening roar, the ghost realm trembled violently, the force that had been repelling her scattered under the onslaught of her spiritual energy. Wuyin directed her spiritual sword towards the source of the sound. To her astonishment, the spiritual energy surrounding the sword surged forth, tearing apart the ghost realm's facade. Daylight was abruptly swallowed by darkness, and the mountain behind the bus was shrouded in black mist. The mountain appeared to come alive, sprouting limbs covered in thick fur. And the direction of her spiritual sword was aimed straight at this mountain. Director, as Yu Xiaoyu and the others arrived, they found Wuyin standing there. Is that a mountain demon? Master Yuanming exclaimed in terror. It's a mountain demon spirit. Wuyin fixed her gaze on the towering creature, aware that the mountain demon clan was known for their immense size and ability to bewilder, as they were inherently gifted in manifesting ghost realms. Thus, Wuyin's initial calculations had indeed been correct. She just hadn't anticipated that the ghost realm would deceive her once more. Had it not been for Tan Xi's sudden appearance, she might have taken a bit longer to realize the truth. Get all those people back onto the bus. And you all get back on as well. I'll escort you out of the ghost realm, Wuyin commanded, keeping her focus on the mountain demon spirit. As soon as Yu Xiaoyu and the others made a move, the mountain demon spirit, now fully extended, opened its blood-red eyes and roared towards them. The roar generated a fierce wind, overturning the bus, which flipped several times before crashing onto the ground. Seeing this, Wuyin immediately used her spiritual power to right the bus. Noticing that the mountain demon spirit was now reaching its long arms towards them, Wuyin, someone needs to distract the mountain demon spirit. Moving people one by one is too slow. Director, I'll do it. Master Yuanming volunteered, brandishing his peachwood sword as he charged towards the mountain demon spirit, shouting, Ugly creature, come and catch me if you dare. While Wuyin used her spiritual whip to hurl people into the bus, she shot a bewildered glance at Master Yuanming. He's so fierce? Yuan-yi. The monk scratched his head. That fool might not realize that the mountain demon spirit is quite intelligent and holds grudges. That's it. De Kong interjected. We didn't know the mountain demon spirit had that trait. The mountain demon spirit possesses immense strength. A single punch can shatter a mountain. So make sure your master is careful with his taunts, Wuyin cautioned, noting that they were still within the mountain demon spirit's ghost realm. The innate abilities of their race were akin to having a cheat code. Wuyin moved swiftly, tossing all the passengers and the driver into the bus. Yuanming, hurry back. I'll help you leave the ghost realm. Yuanming heard her, but he was overwhelmed, and a moment's distraction could lead to a claw from the mountain demon spirit. He could only respond from a distance. Director, send them out first before coming to help me. The mountain demon spirit's fur was like the finest armor, and Yuanming's weapon felt like mere scratching against it. Not only was the mountain demon spirit spiteful, but it also thrived on scaring people to death. Seeing the mountain demon spirit relentlessly chase after Yuanming, Wuyin had no choice but to let Yu Xiaoyu and the others board the bus first.
Then,
She tossed a guiding talisman onto the bus, which began to levitate slowly. She then sent the Xian mirror forward, suspending it above the bus. With a commanding shout, Wuyin cried, "Break!" Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky, and she swiftly channeled her spiritual power to propel the entire bus through the rift, successfully extracting it and its passengers from the ghost realm. Retrieving the Xian mirror, she summoned her spiritual sword and aimed it at the mountain demon spirit's eyes. However, despite its massive size, the mountain demon spirit was surprisingly agile. It dodged Wuyin's strike with ease. Wuyin recalled her sword, and as her fingers danced in intricate motions, she began reciting incantations. In an instant, her spiritual sword transformed into hundreds, even thousands, of ethereal blades, blossoming like a flower. "Yuanming, get out of the way," Wuyin shouted, whipping her long whip at the mountain demon spirit's outstretched arm, just as it was about to grasp Yuanming. The mountain demon spirit recoiled in pain. Abandoning its pursuit of Yuanming, its crimson eyes now fixed intently on Wuyin as it charged toward her. "Director, watch out for its claws," Yuanming yelled, darting behind Wuyin. "I know," Wuyin responded, taking to the air with her spiritual sword. She propelled her energy forward, forming a sword formation that encircled the mountain demon spirit with tens of thousands of blades. Though the mountain demon spirit's claws could slice through iron, her life sword, crafted personally by her master, was equally sharp. As a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed into the sword formation, Wuyin gradually constricted it, drowning out the mountain demon spirit's furious roars. The ground trembled with the creature's cries. This was the mountain demon spirit's domain, where every blade of grass and tree was under its control. While Wuyin was protected by her spiritual energy, Yuanming was indeed struggling and suffering greatly. "Director, I can't hold on much longer. You still have time. Just send me out," Yuanming cried as he dodged a massive rock hurtling towards him. Wuyin glanced back at him, noting how, in just this brief moment, he had transformed from a sturdy figure to a wretched sight, panting like a dog. "Catch the talisman." Wuyin tossed the talisman towards him, and seeing that the rift had not yet closed, she swiftly propelled Yuanming, who had caught the talisman, towards the opening. Yuanming was taken by surprise, unprepared for the spiritual force that struck him, sending him flying. He shouted in surprise but fell silent after merely 2 seconds, realizing he had been escorted out of the ghost realm by the director. "Master," Daezong suddenly noticed that his mentor had also emerged. They pondered where they had entered the ghost domain. Once they exited, they remained in the same place. The director truly possessed remarkable speed. He had expected a prior warning. Yet she simply handed him the talisman paper, startling him as he emerged. Master Yuanming spoke while covering his face, lamenting, "It pains me greatly. That mountain demon bears a grudge. When I insulted its appearance, it specifically struck my face. Where are Xiaoyu and the monk?" Yuanming glanced around, noticing their absence. They had first escorted the bus passengers away. Daezong, turning towards the now invisible ghost realm with concern, remarked, "We've all exited, leaving the director alone within the ghost realm. That mountain demon is formidable. I wonder if she can manage on her own." Before he could finish, a voice emerged from behind him, belonging to Wuyin. "If I cannot handle it, who else can? It's merely a mountain demon. Had I not coveted its hide and claws for my disciples' weapon crafting, I would have slain it long ago," Wuyin declared. Master Yuanming and his disciple were taken aback by Wuin's sudden appearance. "Director, you are also out? What of the mountain demon?" Daezong inquired. "I have slain the mountain demon and collected its remains. A demon of such caliber possesses many treasures," Wuyin responded, her only regret being that the mountain demon could not be tamed for human use, lamenting the lost potential of the ghost realm. Wuyin refrained from using powerful artifacts, preferring the mountain demon's hide and sharp claws for her disciples' crafting, as they were rare treasures. Such mountain demons are seldom seen, and those who reach this level of power are even rarer. "That's splendid." Daezong exhaled in relief. "It must be thanks to you, Director." Wuyin smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In the 21st century, where spiritual energy has dwindled and the mysterious sects have weakened, Yuanming and his 3 companions stood out as exceptional figures. "In the future, I shall teach you various cultivation methods and techniques." Wuyin decided to observe the 4 individuals, contemplating whether they could pass her assessment. If they succeeded, She would cultivate them as her successors before returning to Wufang Valley. Chapter 152. Qiyu awaits you. Yu Xiao and her companions departed in a dilapidated bus that still managed to function, leaving the keys with Dezong, allowing Wu Yin and her companions to return in that vehicle. Upon their arrival, they found the bus still parked, with an ambulance having also arrived. Director. Yu Xiao rushed towards Wu Yin upon seeing her. Are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? The doctor is here. If you are hurt, let them examine you. I am fine. Let the doctor check on Yuanming. He has sustained some injuries. Wu Yin waved her hand dismissively before seeking out Liu, asking, has Yu Xiao informed you? The mountain demon has been eliminated, and the ghost realm has vanished. This road is now safe. After speaking, Wu Yin approached the ambulance, inquiring of the captain standing nearby about the condition of the passengers and driver. The driver is in good condition. However, 2 passengers have died, and the forensic team is discussing the cause of death, the captain responded. Terrifying, Wu Yin remarked. The mountain demon's proclivity involved dragging individuals into the ghost realm, exploiting their vulnerabilities to instill terror until they succumbed and were consumed. Thus, those with timid dispositions perished swiftly within the mountain demon's domain. Those courageous enough to withstand its fright would be ensnared in alternative illusions, as the demon sought to evoke fear in any manner possible. Upon encountering someone like Wu Yin, a practitioner of the mysterious arts, the mountain demon understood that it could not intimidate her through fear alone, and thus resorted to reading memories to conjure other illusions. The forensic expert nearby nodded in agreement with Wu Yin's insights. Wu Yin, let the investigation team handle the remaining matters. We can return to S City now, Liu remarked, glancing at the sky with a smile. We can still make it back in time for a late-night snack. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao immediately exclaimed, after we return, let's go for barbecue. It's on me. Wu Yin, upon hearing this, promptly boarded the helicopter, taking her seat faster than anyone else, urging Yuanming, who was still applying medication. As the helicopter ascended once more, Wu Yin sent a message to Tan Ci, informing him that her affairs had concluded to alleviate his concerns. After sending the message, she curiously asked Yu Xiao, what did you see in the ghost realm? When I forced the mountain demon out, I noticed your eyes were red when you came over. Yu Xiao replied with a sigh, tugging at her ponytail. I thought I was brave, unafraid of anything, but I didn't expect the ghost realm to know me better than I knew myself. It saw through my fear of poverty. Yu Xiao gripped Wu Yin's arm, lamenting. The moment I entered the ghost realm, I became destitute, standing on the street in tattered clothing during winter, watching others eat roasted sweet potatoes, wearing worn-out flip-flops. Half my foot on the ground, completely broke, freezing and starving, reduced to scavenging with stray cats in abandoned sewers. I nearly cried. In the ghost realm, she thought, given my poverty, I might as well die. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn. Perhaps in my next life, I won't be so poor. Yu Xiao's tale was indeed dismal, yet Wu Yin burst into laughter. Her laughter, long suppressed, prompted Dezong to join in, their spirits lifted. The mountain demon's ghost realm was indeed more formidable than they had initially imagined. Master Yuanming couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Had it not been for the director's timely intervention in forcing the mountain demon out and dispelling the illusion of the ghost realm, they would have been unaware of how much longer it would have taken to reach them. After some light conversation and a brief rest, they opened their eyes to find themselves back in S City. Upon disembarking the plane, Wu Yin promptly called Tan Ci. Tan Ci, I've returned to S City. Yu Xiao wants to treat us to barbecue. I'll eat my late-night snack before heading home, so you need not wait for me. Tan Ci glanced towards the villa's entrance. In the evening, Qiyu had come to wait at the villa's door. Upon hearing that Tan Ci was not home, she was uncertain of when he would return, reluctant to leave or enter. When Wei Shen departed, he provided her with a chair, and she had been sitting there ever since, appearing determined not to leave until she saw him. Understanding that the Qi family had been manipulated by the Cheng family and recognizing their genuine affection for Cheng Yining, Wei Shen chose not to confront Qiyu again upon seeing her today, instead fostering a sense of mutual understanding. Then I shall return first. Wu Yin concluded the call and turned to Yu Xiao, saying, I have matters to attend to at home, but we shall gather again another day. And then I shall treat you to barbecue. Yu Xiao and the others understood that Wu Yin was busy. Although they felt a tinge of regret, they did not press further. They watched as Wu Yin vanished in an instant, leaving them momentarily stunned. Wu Yin quickly returned to the villa's entrance, where Qiyu had fallen asleep on the chair, hugging her knees. She appeared quite pitiful for a young lady. Qiyu. Wu Yin approached gently and nudged her. Qiyu, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes, initially unaware of her surroundings. Upon recognizing Wu Yin standing before her, she exclaimed, "Ning Ning, you have finally returned. I thought you were intentionally avoiding me." As she spoke, she rushed to embrace Wu Yin, and upon opening her mouth, she burst into tears. "Ning Ning, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were the real Ning Ning. That day at the film festival, I argued with you and even deliberately made that imposter sit in my seat to upset you. Ning Ning, I'm so sorry. Please don't be angry with me." Chi-Yu wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My brother informed me of your situation, and my heart aches for you. How could I be so foolish and not realize that she was a fraud? I treated her so well while being harsh towards you." Chi-Yu and Cheng Yining shared a close bond, and thus the Cheng family had not guarded against her. All the items sent for testing were personally obtained by Chi-Yu from the Cheng family and handed over to Chi Chuchen. Since yesterday, Chi-Yu had been shuttling between H City and S City, with airport staff recognizing her face. "Let us step inside," Wu Yin suggested. Wu Yin gently patted Chi-Yu's back, exclaiming, "I haven't had dinner yet. You haven't eaten either, have you? Shall we order takeout? How about some barbecue?" As she spoke, Wu Yin used her fingerprint to unlock the villa door, pulling the hesitant Chi-Yu inside and calling out, "Tan Si, I'm back. I want barbecue. Hurry and order takeout for me. And bring me a soda. Yu Xiaoyu says barbecue and fizzy drinks are a perfect match. I want to eat like that too." Tan Si, hearing her from the second floor, responded affirmatively from the balcony. For Wu Yin, as long as she could enjoy barbecue tonight, the location was of little consequence. She urged Chi-Yu to change into slippers, recalling that Chi-Yu was afraid of dogs. When a large wolf dog approached, Wu Yin quickly called it away. Reluctantly, Chi-Yu changed her shoes and followed Wu Yin inside. As soon as she sat down, she inquired, "When are we sending the counterfeit into prison?" "That family is guilty of intentional homicide. In a few days, Cheng Yining will be attending an award ceremony. She's nominated for most popular newcomer. And I know she's the chosen one. How about we expose her true colors when she's at her peak?" Chi-Yu grasped Wu Yin's hand tightly, insisting, at that moment, "We will clarify your identity before all the reporters and make that imposter return Cheng Yining's identity to you." Chapter 153. The Qi family daughter is not so easily deceived. Qi Chuchan mentioned investigating the matter of Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei's illegitimate daughter, but Cheng Zhenghong is cunning. It may prove challenging to uncover the truth about this imposter. Wu Yin suggested, "We should first uncover the imposter's identity. Revealing her true self will be far more satisfying." Wu Yin lamented slightly. Neither she nor the Qi family knew Lu Jinmei's birth date. It's indeed difficult to investigate. Cheng Zhenghong has concealed this illegitimate daughter for over a decade. If it hadn't been for the attempt on your life 3 years ago, no one would have known about the existence of Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei's illegitimate child. Chi sighed. "Does that mean we have to let that imposter relish her triumph for quite some time?" She continued, after returning to S City. "That imposter even called me, referring to me as her cousin. It made me feel terrible. I almost flew back to H City just to slap her." Chiyu's temper had always been fiery, and Wu Yin shook her head. "You really haven't changed. You're still so hot-headed. How can I not be anxious?" Chiyu retorted, observing Wu Yin leisurely browsing for the best barbecue in S City. She rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I feel like I'm the only one in a frenzy here." After Wu Yin sent the order to Tan Si, she finally looked up to regard Chiyu seriously. "You do better to concern yourself with your own issues rather than fretting over mine," she said. "Haven't you noticed any discomfort in your body lately?" During the film festival, Wu Yin had sensed something was amiss with Chiyu, but back then, she hadn't regained her memories and Chiyu was still aligned with Cheng Yining. Consequently, Wu Yin had refrained from intervening. However, the situation was different now. This foolish girl had waited for her at the villa entrance all day, sobbing like a child, and running around concerning the tests. Chiyu was now one of Wu Yin's own, and she could not turn a blind eye to such matters. Upon hearing Wu Yin's question, Chiyu nodded vigorously. "Actually, I was already feeling unwell back then. But since our positions were different, I didn't want to show weakness in front of you. I thought that if I asked you questions, it would tarnish Cheng Yining's reputation." Chiyu continued, "Lately, I've been feeling extremely drowsy, as if I could sleep indefinitely. At night, I become even more tired. Yet tonight is peculiar. I still feel awake at this hour. Moreover, I keep dreaming of the same person. He looks quite eerie, his complexion pale as a corpse, and he always smiles at me. Interestingly, in my dreams, he claims to be my fiancé. I must be losing my mind to have such strange dreams. I also feel perpetually cold, and despite going to bed early, I wake up late yet still feel exhausted, as if I can never get enough sleep. As Chiyu spoke, her voice softened. This morning, I noticed what seemed like a kiss mark on my neck. She indicated her neck, saying, "Look, are there still traces that haven't faded?" As she spoke, she pulled down her shirt collar slightly for Wu Yin to see. On her fair neck, there was a dark mark the size of a thumb. Wu Yin, having never been naive, recognized its implications. However, a human's kiss mark would not bear such a deep hue. The mark left by a ghost would undoubtedly possess an eerie aura, far darker than a typical kiss mark. Does it hurt? Wu Yin inquired of Chiyu. It does. It has been painful all day, Chiyu nodded. Yet she had been so busy with the shocking news of the day that she had forgotten about this minor ailment. Were it not for Wu Yin's inquiry, she might not have remembered it at all. With a gentle touch, Wu Yin placed her hand over Chiyu's neck, and the mark vanished in an instant. Chiyu felt as if a warm breeze had swept over her skin, bringing a comforting sensation as it entered her body, instantly alleviating her discomfort. Chiyu stared wide-eyed at Wu Yin, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." Previously, due to her biases regarding Cheng Yining, Chiyu had held a preconceived notion about Wu Yin. Even though Wu Yin had trended multiple times online, Chiyu still believed Cheng Yining's words, thinking Wu Yin was merely adept at deception. However, experiencing Wu Yin's abilities firsthand today made her realize the true extent of Wu Yin's talents. "You will stay in the villa tonight," Wu Yin declared. "I have set up protective wards here. The ghost cannot enter. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to H City and visit your home." As an afterthought, Wu Yin asked, "You don't know your birth date, do you?" "I don't," Chiyu replied. "I grew up abroad, where such beliefs aren't common, so I never thought to ask my parents." "It's too late tonight. You should inquire with your parents tomorrow morning," Wu Yin advised. "There's a time difference between here and abroad. It's late for us, but still early there." As Chiyu reached for her phone, Wu Yin raised her hand to press it back down. "The barbecue is on its way. I want to eat. So I insist. It's too late tonight. After dinner, I'm going to sleep. Your matters can wait until tomorrow. I'll help you then."
With that,
Wu Yin flashed a toothy grin and skipped away, leaving Chiyu in a state of disbelief. "Wu Yin, do you truly value a barbecue over me?" Chiyu nearly exploded. Yanming opened the door and nodded, affirming Chiyu's statement. "When the master is craving something, even a jelly seems more important than us." It was evident that Wu Yin had been yearning for the barbecue all along. Tan Ci, who didn't particularly enjoy takeout, had a chef at home, so Yanming had not developed the habit of ordering in. Consequently, despite Wu Yin's prolonged stay, she had yet to indulge in barbecue. Tan Ci was in his bedroom when Wu Yin knocked on the door. Hearing him say, "Come in," she opened the door. Tan Ci had already washed up, changed out of his shirt and suit, and donned comfortable loungewear, a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, exuding a more approachable demeanor than his usual aloof elegance. "Chiyu is staying with me tonight," Wu Yin announced as she entered. "She has been haunted by a ghost, and since she is my cousin, I cannot ignore her. After all, the Chi family has treated me very well, and we played together as children. My maternal cousins have always been kind to me. Why is she being haunted?" Tan Ci, unfamiliar with the Chi family, expressed concern that Chiyu may have brought this upon herself and that Wu Yin's involvement could entangle her in unforeseen consequences. She bore a black fate line upon her hand, signifying that she had entered into a ghostly marriage, also known as a spectral union. Wu Yin remarked that individuals entangled in such affairs often fell prey to misfortune by picking up ill-fated coins, spending unwisely, or accepting dubious invitations. However, such ghostly unions are typically predicated on the existence of a betrothal gift, which may either be cash or an item of intrinsic value. Wu Yin noted that Chiyu, as the daughter of the Chis, a family of long-standing affluence, should not be so naive. Thus, she surmised that Chiyu had been schemed against. She resolved to visit Chiyue's residence in H City the following day. Chapter 154. Her name is Lu Mingzhu. Wu Yin had specifically come to inform Tan Ci of Chiyue's overnight stay. Upon concluding her message, she inquired about the estimated arrival time of their takeout. Tan Ci glanced at his phone and provided a rough estimate. Wu Yin responded with an acknowledgement. Her interest piqued as she began to recount her experiences from a case in D City. She elaborated on the 3 illusions conjured by the ghost realm to ensnare her, emphasizing the latter 2 illusions. The ghost realm was indeed treacherous. As I unsheathed my sword towards my seniors, I felt a pang of guilt, knowing that those within the illusions were my companions of a century, though not of blood. They were akin to family. Do not regard them as your seniors. Instead, Consider them mere forgeries, akin to the counterfeit Ching Yining, Tan Si jested. He asked, "Does this explanation alleviate your discomfort?" Wu Yin's eyes sparkled, and she nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, holding her belly as she recounted that ghost realm was utterly amusing, even going so far as to conjure an imitation of you. What is even more comical is that this replica attempted to seduce me. Wu Yin imitated the actions of the false Tan Si from the ghost realm, declaring, "You do this. First, tug at your tie, then unfasten the top 2 buttons of your shirt to reveal your muscular chest. Haha.
Danchi.
Are you familiar with the term that describes something both visually appealing and hilariously entertaining? The ghost realm had evidently gleaned from my memories our close relationship, but I was taken aback that it would go so far as to manifest your likeness to entice me. The movements were reminiscent of a scene from an old comic book I had read long ago. The ghost realm had cobbled together my ancient memories in a haphazard manner. Wu Yin reflected that she was fortunate her previous exposure to adult content had been limited to merely tugging ties and unbuttoning shirts. Back then, she had been too innocent and had not yet encountered more explicit imagery. Otherwise, within the ghost realm, it might have conjured a version of Tan Si lying in bed, beckoning her. The very thought of witnessing this imitation performing such actions had startled her. In reality, how could you ever seduce me? Wu Yin recounted this as the most amusing anecdote of the year, much to Tan Si's amusement. However, when he heard her subsequent remark, his brows arched slightly. He retorted, "Why do you believe I could not possibly attempt to seduce you?" Wu Yin's laughter abruptly ceased as she queried him, "Why would you want to seduce me?" Observing her earnest confusion, Tan Si shook his head with a smile. In that instant, Tan Si comprehended the meaning behind Wei Shen's words from earlier that morning. If one were to claim that this girl was oblivious, it was evident she understood the essence of seduction. Yet, if one were to argue otherwise, even Wei Shen had discerned his intentions, while she, who spent daily moments in his company, remained blissfully unaware. Tan Si recalled the banter exchanged between Wei Shen and himself after Wu Yin had departed. Wei Shen had known Wu Yin since childhood, although he had never formally confessed his feelings. Everyone around them was aware of his affections. Yet, as the principal party, Wu Yin remained entirely oblivious. According to Wei Shen's original plan, they were to attend the same university and continue as classmates, at which point he could initiate his confession. However, no one had anticipated the tumultuous events that unfolded 3 years prior. Wei Shen's feelings for Wu Yin had grown increasingly complex, but, without a doubt, they remained remarkably compatible as friends. Even before Wu Yin had regained her memories, their personalities ensured that whenever they reunited, they would engage in playful banter and laughter. Tan Si felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had encountered Wu Yin first after 3 years. Diverting Wu Yin's attention proved effortless. With a mere mention that the milk tea had arrived, she sprang to her feet and dashed downstairs without uttering another word. Like a gust of wind, she entered and exited with equal swiftness. Tan Si chuckled to himself at the sight of the wide-open door. By the time Tan Si descended the stairs, Wu Yin was already sipping her milk tea. When she discovered that Chiyue would not partake, she placed Chiyue's cup beside her own and shared it. This remark left Chiyue momentarily speechless. The investigation into Lu Jinmei and her illegitimate daughter yielded results. Tan Si, holding his phone, paused beside Wu Yin, who promptly moved a small chair to sit next to him, one hand clutching her milk tea while the other perused Tan Si's screen. Lu Jinmei and Cheng Zhenghong were university alumni, having begun their relationship during their studies. Subsequently, Cheng Zhenghong pursued further education abroad, while Lu Jinmei, with his assistance, secured a position at Cheng's company, starting from the ground up. Upon graduation, one worked domestically while the other studied overseas, yet their relationship endured. When Lu Jinmei became pregnant, Cheng Zhenghong intended to marry her, even returning home to seek her hand. However, at that time, Cheng's company faced financial turmoil, and his father opposed their union, urging him to find a more suitable match, preferably one whose family could rescue Cheng's company from its plight.
Now,
this counterfeit Cheng Yining was a full 3 years older than Wu Yin. After giving birth, Lu Jinmei sent her daughter back to her hometown to be raised by relatives. Lu Jinmei and Cheng Zhenghong concealed their affair so well that only a few in the Lu family were aware of the child's existence. This impostor was formerly known as Lu Mingzhu. Lu Mingzhu's household registration remained with her relatives until she graduated from high school and went abroad for further studies. Her foster parents assumed that she had settled abroad and never returned. However, Lu Mingzhu's classmates and friends abroad believed she had returned to her homeland years ago, resulting in a complete severance of contact with both her foster parents and her peers. The year Lu Jinmei and Cheng Jinghong sent Lu Mingzhu abroad. They bestowed a significant sum of money upon her foster parents. Consequently, Lu Mingzhu cut ties with them, and they harbored no suspicions. Lu Mingzhu's foster parents were entirely unaware of her biological father's identity. Lu Jinmei gave birth to Lu Mingzhu in a private hospital overseas, with Cheng Jinghong facilitating arrangements, thus leaving no trace of Lu Jinmei's previous childbirth records prior to Qing Baozhu. Qiyue slapped the coffee table, exclaiming, "What a remarkable coincidence of Mingzhu and Baozhu. Those two wretched individuals have deceived my aunt dreadfully." In an era when the internet was not yet prevalent, Cheng Jinghong had intentionally concealed this information from the outset, making it exceedingly difficult to trace many of these matters. Yan Ming mused that Lu Jinmei had been absent from Qing's company for several years during her pregnancy, leaving no one aware of her connection to Cheng Jinghong. As Tan Ci finished his account, Wuyin had nearly completed her review of the documents. Having seen Lu Mingzhu's records from childhood to the present, including photographs, it was no wonder she sought to study abroad immediately after high school, with such grades. She was indeed a chip off the old block of Cheng Baozhu. Wuyin scoffed, turning to Qiyue. "Doesn't she resemble Cheng Baozhu by 80%? Those unaware would think they were twins." Chapter 155. He is so peculiar. Qiyue leaned closer to examine the pictures, exclaiming, "These sisters do look strikingly alike." In her quest to emulate Ningning, Lu Mingzhu must have undergone extensive alterations. It's no wonder she resorted to such drastic measures, mutilating her own face and framing Wei Shen for it. If her face hadn't been so marred, any discerning eye would have recognized that she was not Qing Yining. Yan Ming clicked his tongue, marveling at how an ordinary girl could transform into a stunning beauty. Truly, Master's visage served as an exquisite template. Yan Ming felt an overwhelming admiration for the Cheng family members. Greedy individuals can be merciless. They are ruthless towards others, yet even more so towards themselves. Yan Ming shook his head, recalling how Lu Jinmei, in her ambition for Lu Mingzhu to replace the master, had cruelly marred her own daughter's face, an act of sheer brutality. Lu Mingzhu demonstrated remarkable resilience, enduring the pain. Had she miscalculated the dimensions or applied too much force? No amount of advanced technology could have salvaged her visage. It might have been irrevocably destroyed. Who wouldn't tremble at the thought of such a fate? My aunt, the youngest child of the Qi family and their only daughter, was sheltered so meticulously from a young age that her innocence made her an easy target for scoundrels like Cheng Jinghong. Qiyue gritted her teeth, noting that my brother had begun to harbor doubts about the circumstances surrounding my aunt's death. "You should inquire about my mother's birth chart tomorrow. I shall calculate it then," Wuyin remarked, lamenting the fact that Lu Jinmei and Lu Mingzhu's records only contain their birth dates, without detailed birth times. Otherwise, she would have generously offered to analyze their fates and see what other deeds they might have committed. After speaking, Wuyin clicked her tongue, recalling why she had harbored disdain for Cheng Baozhu and Cheng Yuzhu since childhood. The three siblings bore an uncanny resemblance, each more detestable than the last. Cheng Baozhu was always eager to compete with me, vying for everything. She would hover around me at school, snatching my friends and coveting my belongings. If she didn't receive gifts on her birthday that surpassed mine, she would throw a tantrum. As for Cheng Yuzhu, the only boy in the Cheng family, his brutal nature was even more loathsome to Wuyin. Suddenly, Qiyue slapped the sofa. "Your words remind me that after the incident 3 years ago, Cheng Baozhu's temperament had notably mellowed. Lu Jinmei prohibited her from competing with the current Qing Yining, exercising strict control. Thus, Cheng Baozhu's earlier demeanor must have been incited by Lu Jinmei. With the counterfeit return to the Cheng family, Lu Jinmei likely felt there was no need for competition and, feeling guilty towards her eldest daughter, became excessively harsh on Cheng Baozhu. Over the years, Cheng Baozhu has frequently lamented at home about her family's favoritism towards her sister Qing Yining, leading me to believe that her character has been rather warped in recent years." Qiyue, unaware of the truth all this time, felt pleased for Cheng Yining and often supported her against Cheng Baozhu within the Cheng household. Little did she know, it was merely a rivalry between two sisters. The group chatted briefly before the delivery arrived. Wuyin, upon hearing the doorbell, dashed out faster than anyone else, returning with a speed that even a large wolf dog couldn't match. As she entered, she used her powers to close the door behind her. Once inside, she beckoned everyone to the dining room, placing the food on the table and poking her head out to call to Tan Ci in the living room. "You ordered crawfish too? Tan Ci, you truly are a gem." Yan Ming chuckled loudly, realizing he hadn't heard master praise Tan so fervently in quite some time. It was indeed nostalgic. The 3 people and 1 dog from the living room migrated to the dining room, where Wuyin had already unwrapped the takeout, neatly arranging the boxes on the table. Noticing that Tanci had even brought in her bubble tea, Wuyin eagerly took it and flashed a smile at him. "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." "I'm not eating," Tanci replied, shaking his head. Due to health reasons, Tanci maintained a light diet and abstained from such fare. Upon hearing this, Wuyin placed the crawfish in front of him, bluntly stating, "Then you can help me peel the shrimp. Peel a bowl, and I'll devour them in one go." Afterward, she turned to Yanming and Qiyu, asking, "Are you two eating?" Yanming immediately responded, "I am." Qiyu shook her head. "If I eat this at this hour, I'll break out in pimples tomorrow." In the next moment, a plate of mantis shrimp appeared before Qiyu.
"Then you can peel this for me."
Yanming was nearly in stitches master. "If the big wolf dog had hands, would you ask it for help too?" Qiyu exploded. "Ning ning. Look at my hands. I just got my nails done. And you want me to peel mantis shrimp? They're so prickly." Wuyin, hearing this, stood up and swapped the plates in front of her and Tanci. "The crawfish aren't prickly. You peel these, and Tanci can handle the mantis shrimp." Wuyin, hands on her hips, looked at Qiyu. "I'll read your fortune and help you with your ghost problems for free. All I ask is that you peel shrimp for me. Cherish the treatment of a relative." "I have money.
I'll pay,"
Qiyu said, tucking her hands behind her. "Name your price. I'll transfer it now." 10 million, Wuyin replied, no deception. "I charged Tanci the same rate for his treatments." Qiyu's eyes widened in shock, immediately yielding, "We shouldn't let money strain our familial bonds. It's not that I'm unwilling to pay, it's just that I enjoy peeling shrimp. It brings me joy." "You truly are adaptable," Yanming thought. After comparing himself, realizing he was the happiest among Master's friends, for Master offered him free fortune-telling, without charge. 10 million. How many manicures can I get with that? How many hand treatments? Qiyu clicked her tongue. Who wouldn't want to make money? Initially, I thought it was just a small sum. 10 million could even fund mantis shrimp farming. The late-night feast extended into the early hours. Qiyu, having peeled for a while, grew drowsy and feigned disinterest, while Yanming, having eaten a bit, retreated to his room to play games. Eventually, only Tanci remained, keeping Wuyin company. Wuyin ate while engaging in chat on her phone with night owls, while Tanci perused international news on his tablet. Wuyin glanced at Tanci several times, but he seemed oblivious, engrossed in whatever news had captivated him. Setting her phone down, Wuyin quickened her eating pace, yet Tanci suddenly remarked, "Wuyin, eating too quickly is bad for your stomach." "I'm not tired. I have no plans tomorrow morning." "You know?" Wuyin exclaimed, surprised. She had assumed Tanci was too focused on the news to notice her. To her astonishment, not only was he aware of her actions, but he also understood her hastened pace. "Tanci, you have such a good temperament," Wuyin marveled. "Even the short worker, who called me Ning Ning, has left." Tanci's long, defined fingers glided slowly across the tablet's screen, his gaze still fixed on it, speaking with a hint of distraction. "My temperament varies with the person. It depends on who I'm dealing with. With you, I possess unlimited patience and boundless tolerance." Though there was nothing inherently wrong with his words, Wuyin felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing them. A thought suddenly blossomed in her mind. Tanci is quite peculiar. Accompanying this thought was an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if she too had become somewhat strange. Chapter 156. Where is my head? Wuyin finished her last sip of bubble tea and stood up to wash her hands, speaking to Tanci as she walked. "It's late. Hurry, and get some sleep. I'm off to H City after washing my hands." When Wuyin returned after washing, Tanci was tidying the dining table. Just as she was about to speak, Tanci interjected, "The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Be careful." His words quelled what Wuyin had intended to say, and she replied, "Okay," shouldering her backpack as she exited. The journey from S City to H City was but a blink for Wuyin. With her memories restored, she knew the whereabouts of the Chung family, so upon arriving in H City, she headed straight for their residence. The house she had inhabited for 18 years was now occupied by another family of 5. The room she had called her own for 18 years was now claimed by others. This family had thrived over the past 3 years, while Wei Shen had borne the brunt of all their hardships. To Wuyin, the ordinary front door seemed almost non-existent. Upon entering the Chung residence, she made her way directly to the chambers of Cheng Zhenghong and Liu Jinmei. For decades, the two have been married. Back in the days when old Master Chung was still alive, both had to clandestinely nurture their love. Now, even while sharing the same bed, they still lie back to back. Wuin's fingers danced gracefully, casting a spell. She approached the window and delivered a resounding slap to both Qing Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei, startling them awake. "Who is it?" Qing Zhenghong exclaimed, jolted awake, and immediately reached for the light switch, only to find his hand grasping at emptiness. Beside him, Lu Jinmei's sharp voice pierced the silence. "Who hit me?" "It was I." Wuin elongated her tone, making her voice sound ominously chilling. "Father, have you seen my head? I fell down from the mountain's edge. It's severed and lost. Father, could you help me find it?" A shiver ran down their spines as they felt an eerie chill enveloping them. The two turned abruptly towards the edge of the bed, but saw nothing. Just when they thought it was a figment of their imagination, they heard the same voice emanating from above. "Are you looking for me?" Their hair stood on end as they slowly raised their gaze, only to behold a headless specter clad in blood-soaked sportswear, causing them to scream in terror.
Ah!
A ghost. Lu Jinmei was so frightened that she tumbled off the bed. Upon hitting the ground, she realized the surface was not the smooth wooden floor of her room, but rather a rocky terrain, reminiscent of a mountainside. As if to confirm Lu Jinmei's suspicions, the bed gradually vanished, replaced by the sounds of chirping insects and eerie croaks echoing in the air, heightening their terror. "Where are we?" Qing Zhenghong's voice trembled. Just moments ago, they were in their bedroom. How had they suddenly found themselves in this unknown mountainous realm? "Father, this is where you killed me." "Father, Lu Auntie. Take a step forward, would you? Go down to the cliff's bottom and help me search for my head. I seem to have misplaced it."
Ah!
Lu Jinmei shrieked, tightly shutting her eyes, too terrified to open them again, for she recognized this place. "Lu Auntie, don't you dare close your eyes. If you do, I shall pluck them out. If any of you fail to help me find my head, then you shall offer me yours." Lu Jinmei trembled violently, feeling as if the headless specter was whispering in her ear. Fearing for her eyes, she forced herself to open her eyes, only to find herself and Qing Zhenghong at the very edge of a cliff, perilously close to falling. The headless ghost floated before them in the inky darkness, beckoning them. "Father, Lu Auntie, whose head shall I take?" Lu Jinmei clutched Qing Zhenghong's hand tightly, her body quaking. "Zhenghong, it's Qing Yining. She has truly come back for us. When I pushed her off the cliff years ago, she was wearing this outfit. I don't want to die. I don't want to give her my head. What should we do? Think of something. What can I do?" "She's a ghost now," Qing Zhenghong roared. "Who told you to act so carelessly back then? If only we had buried her properly and found a master to bind her spirit, she wouldn't be here, haunting us." With that, Qing Zhenghong pushed Lu Jinmei forward. "Ningning, take her head. She was the one who killed you. If you want revenge, go after her." Lu Jinmei stumbled forward, her hands gripping the grass at the cliff's edge, screaming in terror. "Qing Zhenghong, you shall not die well. You were the one who suggested I kill Qing Yining." Lu Jinmei was both furious and frightened. "Ningning, I was wrong. I apologize. I only did as your father said. If you seek revenge, go after him. Please spare me. Your father is the mastermind." The couple, once harmonious as birds in the forest, now found themselves at odds in this dire moment. Qing Zhenghong, consumed by rage, seized a nearby stone and hurled it at Lu Jinmei's hands grasping the grass, mirroring the ferocity with which Lu Jinmei had attacked Wuin all those years ago. "I have not wronged you over the years. If one must perish, then it shall be you." Seeing Lu Jinmei tumble over the edge, he turned to the headless ghost. "I've sent Lu Auntie to accompany you. You seek a head? Take hers. She was the one who struck the fatal blow, and I have avenged you, Ningning. I am your father, please spare me. But I am still so lonely, with only Lu Auntie." Wuin's voice took on a sorrowful tone before abruptly shifting.
Ah!
"My dear sister and brother have also arrived. Father, why not let them come down to keep me company?" Qing Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei had been in their bedroom, yet their screams echoed throughout the Cheng household. Naturally, Lu Mingzhu and her siblings heard the commotion and rushed over. The door was not locked, and they entered with a twist of the knob. What they beheld was their parents acting like madmen, frantically shouting and screaming. More terrifying was the content of their words. "Father? Mother? What is happening?" Lu Mingzhu, alarmed, pushed them, shocked to hear them speaking of events from 3 years prior. As Wuin dispersed her magic, she ensnared the 3 siblings into the illusion. I am dead, yet the rest still, a Qing Yining?" Wuin feigned ignorance, turning to Qing Zhenghong. "Father, who is she? Why does she resemble me so closely? May I have her head?" The room transformed abruptly, sending shivers down the spines of the three siblings. Cheng Baozhu and Cheng Yuzhu were already terrified by their unfamiliar surroundings. However, Lu Mingzhu, upon seeing the headless body hovering before her, collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Chapter 157. Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. Before Lu Mingzhu could gather her wits, Cheng Zhenghong suddenly rushed towards her, forcefully pushing her over the cliff. Mirroring the actions of her mother towards Cheng Yining years ago. I've sent her to accompany you as well. Cheng Zhenghong anxiously inquired. Ningning, can you leave now? Wu Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, she placed Lu Jinmei's head upon the headless corpse and, using her voice, asked, Father, is this head beautiful? Before Cheng Zhenghong could respond, she switched to Lu Mingzhu's head, giggling as she inquired, Father, which one do you think is prettier? Cheng Zhenghong was paralyzed with fear, unable to articulate a single word. Feigning dissatisfaction, Wu Yin shook her head. Father loves Cheng Baozhu so dearly. After her exams, he insisted I repeat a year to keep her company. Thus, I shall take Cheng Baozhu's head. Wu Yin pointed at Cheng Baozhu. Father, give me her head. If I become Cheng Baozhu, you will surely love me like you do your sister. Cheng Baozhu screamed in fright, clutching her head and running wildly, shouting, Father loves my brother the most. If you want a head, take his instead. In her panic, Cheng Baozhu dashed behind Cheng Yuzhu, pushing him towards Wu Yin. Cheng Yuzhu, caught off guard, instinctively grasped Cheng Zhenghong's arm, pleading, Father, save me. All right, then I shall take my brother's head, Wu Yin replied with an unsettling calmness. Father, please give me my brother's head. Cheng Zhenghong, glancing at the pleading boy, wiped the sweat from his brow and attempted to negotiate. Ningning, your brother is my only son. He is the sole heir of the Cheng family. If you want him, then take your sister's head as well. Let your brother stay to accompany me. Father. Cheng Baozhu exclaimed in disbelief. Why are you all treating me this way? Mother too. Why do you always favor my sister and brother? Am I no longer your daughter? Wu Yin, however, shook her head. Father, I do not desire my sister's head. I want my brother's. She took a few steps forward, causing Cheng Zhenghong to startle and retreat repeatedly, clutching Cheng Yuzhu. Father, if you do not grant me my brother's head, then I shall take yours instead. Wu Yin's voice abruptly turned fierce. Hand over your head to me. Without hesitation, Cheng Zhenghong pushed Cheng Yuzhu towards Wu Yin. Do not be angry. Father will give you your brother's head right away. You already possess so many heads. Ningning, can you not leave now? He fell to his knees. Ningning. Father bows to you. Father seeks your forgiveness. It was a moment of madness. I was led astray by your Aunt Lu. Please forgive me. Since your demise, Father's been filled with regret. Ningning, please spare me. Cheng Baozhu stood aside, laughing and crying. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Initially, she could not fathom why Cheng Yining stood beside her, yet their parents continued to call out for the headless ghost, Ningning. The true Cheng Yining had perished. And, at the hands of her own parents, the Cheng Yining who had lived in their home for these years was an imposter. She was another child of her parents. She was her biological sister. Yet even so, when the vengeful spirit of the true Cheng Yining came to reclaim her life, her father could still unflinchingly abandon all of them. Even Cheng Yuzhu, his son, merely struggled momentarily, but when the time came to make sacrifices, he remained resolute. Cheng Baozhu suddenly ceased to blame Cheng Zhenghong for pushing her towards death, for what could a man capable of killing his own daughter not do? Throughout her life, her parents appeared to dote on her, yet in truth, she was merely a pawn in their oppression of Cheng Yining. Now that Cheng Yining was dead, she was no longer of use. A sister, a brother, each was favored far more than she by their parents. Wu Yin exchanged one head after another, ultimately donning Cheng Yuzhu's crooked head as she gazed at the remaining father and daughter. Then suddenly, she grinned eerily. Father, shall I summon Aunt Lu again? Wu Yin's body turned towards Cheng Zhenghong while her head remained facing him, leaving him with a complete view of her backside. A hand suddenly flew from her body, as if greeting someone above the precipice. Come quickly. We are reunited as a family. When that hand returned, 3 more headless corpses appeared around them. Upon inspection, they were unmistakably the 3 members of the Lu family who had just plunged into the abyss. Having experienced the despair of falling and the agony of severed heads, the 3 now resembled Wu Yin upon her initial appearance, feeling their empty necks and reaching out for their heads.
Mom.
My head is missing.
Can you hear me?
Please help me find it. Lu Mingzhu sobbed.
Mom.
It hurts so much. I didn't kill Qing Yining, so why must I be pushed down the mountain with you? Mom, why did you kill Qing Yining? Why must I be implicated in your crime? Mom, I can't feel my head anymore. Please help me find it. Cheng Yuzhu shouted and accused, repeatedly calling for his mother's assistance in finding his head. The scene was so visually shocking that Qing Baozhu rolled her eyes and fainted. Cheng Zhenghong collapsed, too weak to rise, feeling a warmth surge through his trousers as he, in sheer terror, soiled himself. I will kill you. It was you who said Qing Yining was unmanageable and disobedient. It was you who lamented that if Mingzhu were Yining, it would have been better. It was you who urged me to kill Qing Yining to replace her with our Mingzhu. All these years, you made Mingzhu impersonate Qing Yining, seizing all her possessions, enjoying the benefits, while expecting me to bear the blame alone. Mingzhu is dead, I am dead, and even my son is dead. What right do you have to live? You should die. If you die, the Chung family will be left with only Baozhu, and everything belonging to the Chung family will belong to my daughter. So, all my efforts over the years will not be in vain. I will have my worth. Lu Jinmei screamed as she reached out, trying to drag Cheng Zhenghong down the cliff with her. Father, I saw my mother. Muin suddenly exclaimed. She said you've caused her great suffering. If not, shall I call her here as well, so we can all reunite? Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. It was Lu Jinmei. That wicked woman bribed the nanny to murder your mother. Upon hearing that another ghost was coming, Cheng Zhenghong lost all reason, vehemently denying any connection. Cheng Zhenghong, if it were not for your tacit approval, would I have been able to reach your family's nanny? If it were not for your tacit approval, could the nanny have poisoned Qixing? Chapter 158. The nanny had been dead for 20 years. Cheng Zhenghong, you shameless man. Everything was clearly instigated by you. Yet you strive to absolve yourself, making me carry the burden. After all these years, have you prepared for me to take the fall, if anything were to be exposed? Cheng Zhenghong, do you deserve my feelings for you all these years? Cheng Zhenghong, may you meet a wretched end. I want you to die with us. All of you. All of you. Lu Jinmei frantically searched, wishing to tear Cheng Zhenghong apart. You were the one who acted. What does that have to do with me? Cheng Zhenghong retorted. Haven't you enjoyed the benefits all these years? If not for me, where would you, Lu Jinmei, be but serving plates in some roadside stall? Haven't you, Mrs. Cheng, enjoyed enough glory? Muin merely sought to test the waters, but was unprepared to hear the unvarnished truth regarding her mother's death. Qiyu had mentioned that Qi Chu-chun harbored suspicions, and now those suspicions had become reality. Cheng Zhenghong, you and Lu Jinmei truly are a match made in hell. A couple of venomous snakes. Muin struck Cheng Zhenghong with a powerful slap, knocking several of his teeth loose. Your family truly is repulsive. Go and enjoy the tortures of hell. A family entirely composed of selfish and ruthless beasts, truly a model of familial unity. Muin restrained herself from killing the entire family on the spot, gritting her teeth as she gradually exited the Cheng family villa. She cast a barrier, preventing anyone from entering Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei's room, leaving an illusion spell behind that would not dissipate until dawn. Before the sun rose, that family of 5 would endure the hellish torments of the illusion repeatedly. Muin stood in the courtyard of the Cheng family villa, gazing up at the master bedroom window. Even with the windows firmly closed, the shrieks and wails of the family within could not be muffled. Neighbors and property management personnel had gathered around, yet none could see Muin, who stood with clenched fists in the courtyard. The living must ultimately leave judgment to the laws of the human realm. She would wait, waiting for the law to pass judgment upon them. Then it would be her turn to enact judgment. Were the Cheng family merely to kill her, she would not harbor such hatred. But Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei had committed an unforgivable act. They had murdered her mother. The vengeance for her mother's death warranted nothing less than their obliteration. Before departing, Muin returned once more to the Cheng family home, collecting all items related to herself and her mother from their storage room. This place was too filthy. She would eventually set it ablaze and cleanse it thoroughly. As Muin made her way back, dawn was approaching. Due to her foul mood, she walked with her head hung low.
Muin.
Tan Ci, observing from the upper terrace, saw her squatting in the courtyard, pulling up grass to vent her feelings. She did not know how long she had been there, but a small patch of the lawn had been stripped bare. Upon hearing Tan Ci call her, Muin glanced back and then leaped directly to his side. She extended her hand, revealing a handful of grass to Tan Ci, inquiring, "How much is a blade of grass?" "It's nothing. I'll simply have someone plant another small patch tomorrow," she added. Tan Ci took the grass from her palm and tossed it onto the table. "I'll deduct it from the money I have with you." Wu Yin explained in a muffled voice. Otherwise, I might not be pleased next time. And I might pull it out myself. Well, go ahead and do that, Tan Ci replied, brushing the dirt off Wu Yin's palm. How could you be unhappy after a trip to H City? I expected to see Director Wu grinning from ear to ear upon returning home. Did you not enjoy yourself? Was the Chung family too bold? Did they not frighten you? Chung Zhenghong was scared out of his wits, she retorted. Wu Yin retrieved a recording stone from her spiritual abode, enhanced by magical arts and spiritual energy, ensuring that all the images captured were reflections of her illusions rather than reality. After producing it, she asked Tan Ci, "Are you courageous? Would you like to see?" "I find it a bit frightening." "Let me see." Tan Ci responded, "I am quite brave." With a sweep of her spiritual energy, the recording stone came to life, presenting Tan Ci with an immersive cinematic experience. Had he not known beforehand that all of it was fabricated, had he not recognized the headless specter as Wu Yin, he might have been genuinely frightened. Yet, knowing it was her, he could only feel sorrow. Once the viewing concluded, Tan Ci understood why Wu Yin was in such low spirits. He placed the recording stone back in her palm and softly reassured her. "I will have someone investigate this nanny and swiftly bring your mother's grievances to light." "All right," Wu Yin replied, stowing away the recording stone. "Once I acquire her birth date, I will ascertain whether she has reincarnated. If not, I would like to meet her." After gathering her belongings, Wu Yin inquired, "Haven't you slept yet? Were you waiting for my return?" "Yes," Tan Ci did not deny. "I am quite formidable, so you need not worry about my safety." Sitting beside him, Wu Yin declared, "In this world, no one can harm me. I know you are formidable, but I still worry when I don't see you return," Tan Ci explained. "It's not a matter of doubting your abilities. You could simply consider it my desire to see you again." Wu Yin blinked. "That sounds a bit strange."
Does it?
Tan Ci chuckled in response. "You certainly didn't speak this way before." Wu Yin scratched her head, murmuring the word strange once more. "I believe I should be more candid with you," Tan Ci elucidated. "Were you lying to me before?" Wu Yin turned to glare at him. "Not lying. Merely being more diplomatic," Tan Ci replied with a gentle smile. "But I now think that being straightforward with you is preferable." Wu Yin acknowledged with an "oh." "I shall go rest now. You should as well." Having spoken, she dashed out of Tan Ci's room. Chi was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of when Wu Yin had settled next to her. The following morning, when she awoke, Wu Yin was still asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, she changed her clothes and went downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found Tan Ci and Yanming already present. Tan Ci was on a phone call, seemingly with Chi Chuchen. "Is Mr. Tan on the phone with my brother?" Chi Yu quietly asked Yanming. "Yes," Yanming gestured towards the toiletries on the table. "These were brought over by the maid this morning, prepared for you." Chi Yu thanked him and took them to the restroom on the first floor. By the time she returned from washing up, Tan Ci had finished his call. "Mr. Tan, what did you discuss with my brother?" Chi Yu inquired curiously. "Wu Yin's mother was poisoned to death by a nanny bribed by Lu Jinmei," Tan Ci replied. "I had someone investigate the nanny's affairs and just received a response. Hence the conversation with your brother." He continued, "The nanny died shortly after Wu Yin's mother. She was paid by Lu Jinmei to treat her husband. But before she could use the money, he passed away, leading her to take her own life. That year, an orphanage in her hometown received an anonymous donation that corresponds with the timing and amount likely made by the nanny before her suicide. Her suicide note specifically mentioned her diary, which I have instructed my people to locate. The fact that she donated that money before taking her own life suggests she still had a conscience, so I think she may have left some clues in her diary, which could serve as substantial evidence." Chapter 159. 5 million for a meeting. The nanny received the money but ultimately did not use it for herself. Instead, she donated it all and then took her life, indicating that she had been enduring inner turmoil. Yanming noted, she left a suicide note specifically mentioning her diary, perhaps anticipating that one day the family of the master would investigate her. If we can obtain the diary, there's a significant chance we could gather evidence implicating Qing Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei in my aunt's murder. Chi wiped away a tear, unable to fathom how Ning Ning would feel upon learning these truths. She also dreaded the thought of her grandparents discovering that their daughter had been murdered. The Chung family truly deserves the harshest punishment. Chi Yu muttered angrily. "Chi Yu, gather your things. We are heading to H City today to resolve your matters." Wu Yin suddenly called out to her. The three turned in unison, unaware of when Wu Yin had appeared at the staircase. "When did you come down?" Chi ran towards Wu Yin. I arrived while you were discussing the diary, Wu Yin replied calmly before asking Chiyu, when is the event Lu Mingzhu is attending? Tomorrow evening, at the H City Sports Center. Chiyu grasped Wu Yin's hand excitedly. We already have Lu Mingzhu's information, along with DNA identification certificates for her family of 3. This is sufficient proof to expose that counterfeit. Then it will be tomorrow evening, Wu Yin affirmed, adding, I would also like to invite a few classmates from high school with whom I was quite friendly. All right, send me the list and I will make the arrangements. Tan Ci replied, I will leave the remaining matters to me and Chi Chuchen. By the way, Wu Yin, we will need your hair for testing against Chi Chuchen's. We may require your medical proof of being Chung Yining. Wu Yin promptly plucked a strand of hair and handed it to Tan Ci. You and Chi should have a meal first and then head to H City to address her matters. Chi Chuchen and I will take the afternoon flight. Tan Ci instructed, sending Yan Ming to fetch a sealed bag before gathering everyone for breakfast. As soon as Wu Yin sat down, before she could even take a bite of her meal, her phone rang. It was a call from Deputy Director Lu Wenjun. Wu Yin immediately answered, Uncle Lu, is there work at the office? Hearing Wu Yin address him as Uncle Lu, Lu Wenjun chuckled softly. There is indeed work, but it is not related to the office. It is a personal matter. However, whether you accept it is up to you. He continued, this morning a friend of mine approached me, saying that the Tan family wishes for you to assist them in resolving a difficult issue. However, they have not specified what the matter is. The Tan family is willing to offer 5 million for you to meet with them. If you are willing to meet the old master of the Tan family, I can relay the message and arrange a time for you to discuss it further.
Who did you say?
The old master of the Tan family? Wu Yin's melancholy from the previous night evaporated in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable smile. The old master of the Tan family is offering 5 million to meet with me? They want my help? Upon her declaration, everyone at the table turned to look at her. In a hushed tone, Yan Ming leaned towards Tan Ci and whispered, I heard that the Tan family is seeking someone to deal with the master. They are trying to contact a very formidable person. So the formidable person they mention must be the master, right? Chi Yu, though confused, seized the opportunity to retort at Yan Ming. Isn't Ning Ning formidable? Yan Ming quickly shook his head. Of course the master is formidable. But it's rather absurd for the Tan family to seek the master to deal with the master. Isn't it? 5 million, you say? Wu Yin nodded decisively. I accept. Have them transfer the money first. I will send you my account details. And once the transfer is complete, have them send me the meeting location. Remember to inform them that I have an early flight to catch. If they are eager to meet me, they should schedule the meeting near the airport so as not to delay my itinerary. By the way, my flight is at 10:30, and there is still ample time for them to discuss matters. From what I gather, they seem rather anxious, and I suspect they will meet with the director this morning. Lu Wenjun agreed, and I heard the sound of breakfast on your end. If the director continues to dine, I shall not disturb you further. After hanging up, Wu Yin requested Chiyue's account information to send to Lu Wenjun. 5 minutes later, Chiyue received a notification indicating that 5 million had been deposited. Wu Yin, with chopsticks in hand, beamed with joy. Receiving such a sum early in the morning truly brings happiness. Chiyue could not comprehend Wu Yin's elation. Nor could she understand why Tan Ci seemed entirely unfazed regarding matters concerning the Tan family. After all, in S City, the only family casually referred to as the Tan family is the esteemed Tan family. Ning Ning. Wei Shen mentioned he will accompany us to H City this morning. Chiyue remarked. I am aware, as I just informed him. Both he and his brother will be heading to H City, Wu Yin replied with a smile. Surely. Such an important occasion tomorrow evening cannot proceed without the other significant party from back then. After breakfast, Tan Ci arranged for a driver to take Wu Yin and Chiyue to the airport. Lu Wenjun had already sent Wu Yin the details regarding the meeting's time and location. The meeting was set at a private tea house less than 5 kilometers from the airport, ensuring a high level of discretion. Wu Yin exited the vehicle alone, instructing Chiyue and the driver to wait inside. Due to a slight traffic jam, Wu Yin arrived a mere 2 or 3 minutes later than scheduled. Yet in that brief interval, Tan Ruzhen was beginning to feel restless. Grandfather, why hasn't the director arrived yet? Surely, hasn't he forgotten our meeting and gone straight to the airport? She inquired. Perhaps you should have someone check? Your impatience is truly unbecoming, Tan Fu retorted coldly. It is entirely normal for a director of his stature to be delayed. Is your composure so unwavering? Aunt?
Tan Ruzhen pouted.
If you were truly calm, you wouldn't be constantly glancing towards the door.
Tan Ruzhen.
How dare you speak to your aunt in such a manner? Tan Leazizi slammed his hand on the table. You are growing increasingly unruly. Currently, Tan Leazizi places great importance on this daughter. The medical test results he received from his eldest son were presented by Tan Fu. On the day he received those results, Tan Mingzhong's pleading and explanations were futile. Tan Leazizi expelled Tan Mingzhong's entire household from the Tan family mansion and severed their access to the family fund. He harbored deep resentment towards his eldest son, extending his wariness to the entire family. Even today, he did not inform Tan Mingzhong's family of the meeting. "You are biased towards Aunt," Tan Ruzhen exclaimed in frustration, twisting her body away. "She once promised to introduce me to Chen Jincheng, extolling his virtues. But look where that led. Had it not been for his demise, I might have ended up marrying a murderer." The case surrounding Chen Jincheng was nearing resolution, including the thorough investigation into his murder of a pregnant girlfriend. Tan Ruzhen, uninterested in the specifics of Chen Jincheng's death, whether it was a homicide or some supernatural occurrence, recognized that the details surrounding his former girlfriend's murder indicated he was a duplicitous individual, willing to employ underhanded tactics to achieve his ends. Furthermore, the rumors of his infidelity were proven true, contrary to Tan Fu's claims of misinformation. Thus, Tan Ruzhen harbored resentment towards her aunt, feeling that she had been deceived by her aunt's collusion with the Qin family. Chapter 160. Taking a flight and trending online. The essence of human nature is inscrutable. After all, Chen Jincheng was not of my blood. How could I have known his true character? You were unaware of his nature during your relationship, and I possess no mind-reading abilities. How could I discern his character? Tan Fu deftly shifted the blame back onto Tan Ruzhen, inquiring if it was not she who was enamored with Chen Jincheng's youthful visage and charm. Their quarrel escalated, prompting Tan Leazizi to raise his hand and strike Tan Ruzhen. "Can we not maintain silence?" he chastised. "You are a fool. Do you even comprehend the gravity of this occasion? Do you think it appropriate to raise your voice here? If the director arrives and sees you bickering, will he choose to enter? How embarrassing. If you cannot restrain your tongue, then leave." Tan Ruzhen covered her face, her eyes welling with tears, yet she dared not depart, as she awaited the director's assistance. She did not wish to remain incapable of driving for the rest of her life. Such a fate would surely invite ridicule from her peers. Buin, having overheard the commotion outside, nearly laughed out loud. Once the quarrel between the two had ceased, she emerged. "Oh, what a lively scene," Buin remarked, hands in her pockets as she stepped into the private room. Hearing Lu Wenjun mention that a member of the Tan family sought her assistance, she mused, "Goodness. Surely this cannot be the Tan family you represent?" Buin pulled out a chair opposite Tan Leazizi and sat down, resting her hands on the armrests and raising an eyebrow. "Now, old man, do tell what you wish to discuss with me regarding your family." Before the Tan family members could respond, Buin regarded them with an expression that suggested they ought to possess more wit. "Pray tell, the 5 million you have expended, surely it is not for dealing with me, is it? I cannot fathom that you would be so foolish." Her tone conveyed a sense of incredulity, bordering on exasperation. The expressions of the Tan family members were filled with astonishment, rendered speechless. Tan Fu was the first to regain her composure, rising from her seat and slamming her hands on the table. "How could it possibly be you? Naturally, if you scheduled a meeting with me, it is indeed I." Buin shrugged nonchalantly. Tan Fu's immediate response was to turn to Tan Leazizi. "Father, we must have been deceived by her and her accomplices. Your friend must have been misled as well." Yet, in the next instant, Buin produced her official identification and presented it before Tan Fu. "I am, indeed, the Director of Special Affairs you all sought so desperately to meet." Tan Ruzhen rose, snatching the identification from the table to inspect it before passing it to Tan Leazizi. "Grandfather, do you think this could be a forgery?" Though Tan Leazizi was advanced in age, he was far from foolish. Who would dare impersonate a public official in this day and age? Moreover, the individuals he had contacted were all well connected in S City, and after several inquiries, he had finally reached the Deputy Director of the Special Affairs Bureau. Coupled with the mysterious capabilities of the young woman before him, Tan Leazizi had no choice but to believe that the very person he had sought to eliminate was indeed the one seated before him. Tan Leazizi felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap to his face. He had vowed to ensure that this woman close to Tan Ci would face consequences, even transferring 5 million simply to arrange this meeting. Little did he expect that, after all this, the individual he sought to confront was precisely this woman. When had someone of such distinction come to be associated with Tan Ci? Tan Leazizi looked towards Tan Fu, recalling her claims of a simple girl appearing from nowhere. It was evident that she too had proven to be utterly inept. Embarrassed, He rose and struck Tan Fu, then hastily departed with his assistant. If word of this incident spread, the Tan family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of S City. As Tan Ruzhen regained her composure, she contemplated tearing the identification to shreds. However, Wu Yin interjected calmly, deliberately destroying a public official's identification carries a penalty of detention. Tan Ruzhen halted her movements, though her anger simmered beneath the surface, and she contemplated hurling the identification at Wu Yin. Yet she heard Wu Yin's unhurried voice. Assaulting a public official openly will result in imprisonment. Tan Ruzhen, trembling with fury, ultimately slammed Wu Yin's identification onto the table, grabbed her bag, and stormed out. Once Tan Lazizi and Tan Ruzhen departed, the private room was left with Tan Fu, who glared at Wu Yin as if she wished to tear her apart. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why are you still here when everyone else has left? Are you waiting for me to slap you to make your face more symmetrical before you venture out to face the world? Just you wait. I refuse to believe that there is no one in this world capable of putting you in your place." With those fierce words, Tan Fu shouldered her bag and turned to leave. Once the Tan family had departed, Wu Yin naturally followed suit. Back in the car, she dialed Tan Ci while clutching her stomach, laughing heartily. "Tan Ci, I've recorded it with the memory stone." Their faces were so twisted with rage. It was absolutely hilarious. "I'll show it to you tonight, and you might just wake up laughing after you fall asleep." Not only did they gift me 5 million, but they also got themselves so worked up. Tan Ruzhen had been slapped, and so had Tan Fu. At this point, Wu Yin exclaimed in regret, "Oh, I should have given that old fool a slap as well." A family should present a united front. However, within the private room, the old man refrained from speaking disrespectfully to her, even enduring her numerous insults. He fled swiftly, leaving Wu Yin without an opportunity to deliver that slap. After sharing this, Wu Yin suddenly ceased her laughter. "Tan Ci, do you think that old fool will demand I return the 5 million once he gets home?"
Tan Chi chuckled softly.
"Rest assured, he won't. He cannot afford to lose face and has offended too many people. The fact that he managed to enlist the help of Deputy Bureau Chief Lu Wenjun indicates he has already leveraged many connections. Thus, even if he yearns to reclaim that 5 million, he cannot voice it. 5 million just to meet me. It's a worthwhile expenditure for the Tan family indeed." A mischievous thought crossed Wu Yin's mind. What if I arrange for myself another identity in the circle? Would the Tan family gift me another 5 million then? "You could give it a try if you don't mind the trouble," Tan Ci replied with a laugh. "If such an opportunity arises again, you could even ask for 10 million. True, desperate times call for desperate measures. The Tan family would certainly be willing to part with it." As they spoke, they arrived at the airport, and Wu Yin proceeded to check in, ending the call. Having booked first-class tickets and using the VIP passage, neither Wu Yin nor Qi realized they would be recognized by fans during their check-in, and the news quickly spread online. Once the plane took off, it didn't take long for everyone who had seen the trending news to learn that Wu Yin had traveled to H City, accompanied by Cheng Yining's cousin. Cheng Yining's fans were utterly bewildered upon hearing this news. How could Cheng Yining's cousin be seen with that plastic surgery oddity? They immediately relayed the information to Cheng Yining's assistant, who brought it to her attention. When Cheng Yining glimpsed the news, she nearly dropped her phone. Chapter 161. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? The mere sight of Wu Yin's face reminded her of the events of the previous night, leaving her shaken. Her household was in disarray, and yet she was forced to face the cameras this morning. Despite a pressing announcement, she could not postpone. Earlier, she had received a call from home, where a family maid informed her that Cheng Baozhu had gone mad. But Cheng Zhenghong had refused to let anyone take Cheng Baozhu to the hospital, instead confining her to her room. When Cheng Yining left home that morning, she had noticed Cheng Baozhu's madness, but her own turmoil had left her too distracted to care. After last night, she felt on the verge of madness herself. Cheng Yining stumbled past her assistant towards the restroom, shutting the door behind her, and immediately dialed Qi Yu's number. To her dismay, she found it impossible to connect. Just yesterday morning, Qi Yu had been at her home in H City, but now she had inexplicably traveled to S City without informing her. What made it worse was that during the film festival, Qi Yu had been in direct competition with Wu Yin, even going so far as to swap seats, insisting she could not lose to Wu Yin. After multiple failed attempts to reach Qi Yu, Cheng Yining, growing increasingly anxious, reasoned that Qi Yu likely hadn't yet disembarked from her flight, and she redirected her call to Qi Chuchen. The call connected after several rings, and Qi Chuchen's tone was nonchalant, as if he didn't grasp why Cheng Yining was so agitated. "I'm in S City. What us wrong?" Cheng Yining swallowed hard, deliberately slowing her speech to mask her anxiety. Why are both you and my cousin in a city? I saw on Weibo that my cousin is currently with Wu Yin. How did she suddenly end up with Wu Yin? Chung Yining bit her lip, noting how they seemed to be very close, even walking hand in hand. Wu Yin suggested that Chiyu was haunted, so I sent Chiyu to seek her out for assistance.
Now.
Wu Yin is accompanying Chiyu back to H City to deal with this matter, which is why they are at the airport together. Is something troubling you? Chi Chu-chun queried. Brother, Wu Yin is nothing but a fraud. How can you and my cousin trust her word? Despite having experienced the previous night's events, Chung Yining could not help but label Wu Yin a fraud upon hearing that Chiyu had sought her out for help with supernatural matters. Chi Chu-chun fell silent for a few moments before responding gravely. Ningning, when you hear that your cousin is haunted, why are you more concerned about discrediting Wu Yin than about your cousin's well-being? I cannot comprehend when you became this way. Why is it so difficult for you to acknowledge other superiority? You call her a fraud, yet you have never presented any evidence to support your claims. Merely based on your assumptions and disbelief, you label her a fraud? Ningning, you seem to have transformed into a narrow-minded and selfish person, which is unbecoming of a member of the Qi family. After delivering his critique, Chi Chu-chun's tone softened considerably. I hope you can change. I remember you were not always like this. While it is commendable to excel, one must also accept that others might surpass you. He added, Wu Yin is an expert I engaged alongside your cousin. Since you cannot get along with her, it would be best for you not to seek your cousin today, lest your harsh words offend the expert and inadvertently complicate matters for your cousin. With that heartfelt admonition, Chi Chu-chun hung up, chuckling softly to himself. Given Chung Yining's petty nature, his words would likely infuriate her for quite some time. Indeed, Chung Yining listened to the dial tone on the other end, unable to explain herself before Chi Chu-chun cut her off. In a fit of rage, she hurled her phone against the wall. You claim to treat me like a sister, yet I am nothing compared to the true daughters of the Qi family. Clearly, in your eyes, I am inferior to Chiyu. You are nothing but a hypocrite, pretending to care for me while merely performing for the Qi family. Chung Yining muttered bitterly at her shattered phone. Regardless of how bustling the online world had become, Wu Yin and Chiyu boarded the plane, leaning against each other in slumber, their deep sleep leaving Wei Xian and Wei Shen utterly astonished. Some things never change, Wei Shen remarked, pulling out his phone to snap a few candid photos of Wu Yin. Is it really polite to take pictures of a girl while she sleeps? Wei Xian interjected, attempting to intervene. I'm sending these to Tan Ci. They aren't for my personal collection or to share elsewhere. Besides, with a face like Wu Yin's, even if she fell on the floor, she'd still look stunning. Given our relationship, she wouldn't mind, Wei Shen dismissed, pushing Wei Xian's hand away. Sending them to Tan Ci? Wei Xian scrutinized Wei Shen closely, cautiously asking, weren't you against that before? Brother, you just said before, Wei Shen replied. Besides, how could I compete with Tan Ci? Do not be deceived by Tan Ci's seemingly rational demeanor. If I were to dare contend with him, you might witness how he would deal with me. At that moment, would you choose a good brother or a biological brother? Wouldn't that put you in a difficult position? Wei Xian chuckled softly, acknowledging the complexities of emotional matters that cannot be quantified by mere chronology. Moreover, one might argue that you are not the one who arrived first in this scenario. For Chung Yining, Wei Shen represents the earlier arrival, yet for Wu Yin, it is Tan Ci who holds that distinction. It is indeed commendable that Wei Shen can let go of such feelings. As the plane touched down, Wu Yin awakened, rubbed her eyes, and nudged Chiyu awake, before turning to power on her phone. Upon doing so, she immediately received the hotel check-in information and discovered via Tan Ci's message that he had made the reservations for her. Chiyu leaned in for a closer look and inquired, why are you staying at a hotel? You could stay with me, and we could share a room. I never wish to share a bed with you again, Wu Yin retorted, scrunching her nose in disdain. You are the worst adult I've ever seen when it comes to sleeping. Chiyu shot Wu Yin a glare for several seconds before awkwardly explaining. I have a habit of hugging large stuffed animals while I sleep. If you come too close, I instinctively treat you like one of those toys. Chiyu continued. Then you should get used to being held while you sleep. Are you telling me that if you were cohabiting with Tan Ci, you would deny him that comfort? Why would I need to cuddle if we each have our own rooms? Wu Yin asked, puzzled before adding, moreover. Tan Ci does not have a habit of sleeping with stuffed animals.
Wait.
How can you claim to be cohabiting when you are in separate rooms? Chiyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Just because he doesn't sleep with stuffed animals does not imply he wouldn't embrace you during the night. Wei Shen burst into laughter. recognizing that the two were not grasping the true essence of cohabitation. Wu Yin must have assumed that living together in the same villa with Tan Ci constituted cohabitation. However, upon further reflection, that notion does hold some merit. Residing under the same roof can indeed be termed as cohabitation. Wu Yin initially had not considered it in that light, but Qi Yu's directness clarified the matter for her. She retorted, "You don't actually think Tan Ci and I are in a romantic relationship, do you?" Chapter 162. Capturing Ghosts for 10 million. Isn't it? Qi Yu exclaimed in disbelief, watching Wu Yin shake her head. "You mean to say you are not in a relationship?" Qi Yu's expression perfectly encapsulated shock, one that could easily be translated into a meme. As Qi Yu chased after Wu Yin, her hands empty of any baggage, she lamented, "You are truly difficult to pursue. Tan Ci is so dutiful and accommodating towards you. What are you thinking? If you continue to speak to me like that, I shall be quite displeased," Wu Yin said, hands on her hips. "He is not pursuing me. We are merely good friends. Super good friends. Ti Yue Gospet, Nink Nink. Did you perhaps reincarnate as a block of wood in your past life? Do you truly believe that only overt displays of affection qualify as pursuit? That is such an antiquated notion." Qi Yu caught up with Wu Yin, walking alongside her, oblivious to the fact that Wei Shin had been recording their conversation to send to Tan Ci. "Seeing the way Tan Ci looks at you, I genuinely believed you two were a couple," Qi Yu remarked. "You can't possibly be unaware of Tan Ci's feelings for you, can you? It's not just me. My brother also believes you two are in a romantic relationship." Qi Yu was practically vibrating with excitement. Her curiosity about Wu Yin and Tan Ci's relationship piqued. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Wu Yin turned to Wei Shin, only then realizing he had been filming her with his phone. "Do you also think Tan Ci and I are in a relationship?" Wu Yin inquired. "I recall that when I showed you my appointment letter, you mistook it for a marriage certificate between Tan Ci and me." The accusation was clear in her tone. Qi Yu, listening from the sidelines, doubled over in laughter while Wei Shin nodded sincerely, about to respond when Wu Yin's phone rang. "Let us continue this discussion later," she said, glancing at the caller ID. It was Dekong. She took a few steps forward to answer the call. "Director, the president of Hong, you just called me. He mentioned that the Chung family from H City, the same Chung family related to Chung Yining, has reached out to him. Knowing that I am currently with the Special Affairs Bureau, he wished to contact you through me."
Kong continued.
"The Chung family is offering 3,800,000 to have you exorcise a ghost. I'm aware of the previous tensions between you and Chung Yining, so I wanted to consult you first." Dekong was cautious, knowing that Wu Yin had never mentioned the Special Affairs Bureau in her live streams, and he had not disclosed to outsiders that she was the director. Given the history between the Chung family and Wu Yin, Dekong had come directly to seek her opinion. The Chung family claims that the ghost is quite formidable. It frightened their entire family throughout the night and left their second daughter in a state of madness. "They are quite anxious," Dekong explained. 5 million was the fee just to meet with the Tan family in S City, and now the Chung family offers over 3 million just for ghost hunting? Are they trying to insult me? Wu Yin scoffed. "Tell the Chung family that I will undertake the ghost hunting task for 10 million. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it further. Once the payment is received, I will handle their ghost tonight. I will send you my account number. If the Chung family agrees, they can transfer the funds directly." Wu Yin added, "And do not disclose to the Chung family that I am the director of the Special Affairs Bureau. This is a personal matter between myself and the Chung family." "Understood, Director. Rest assured, I am discreet," Dekong replied, comprehending that Wu Yin preferred to keep her dealings with the Chung family private. After hanging up, Wu Yin returned to Qi Yu and the others, noticing their peculiar expressions. "Why do you both look so mischievous?" Wu Yin asked, observing their expressions for a few seconds, ultimately deciding that mischievous was the most fitting description for their smiles at that moment. "You wouldn't understand," Qi Yu laughed, unable to contain her joy. "Tan Ci just sent us each a generous red envelope. 1,000 yuan. Although Qi Yu's wallet could easily accommodate that sum, the addition of that money undeniably brought her joy. Wu Yin promptly opened her chat with Tan Ci, eager to see if she had received a similar surprise. However, to her astonishment, even as they exited the terminal and reached the parking lot, there was no response in their conversation thread. Wu Yin turned to Wei Xian and asked, "Did you receive a red envelope as well?" Wei Xian nodded with a grin. This news only fueled Wu Yin's indignation. "Why am I the only one left out?" Wu Yin was not one to wallow in self-pity, so she directly called Tan Ci. Once he answered, she let out a huff before bluntly asking, "Why did you send red envelopes to them, but not to me while we are all together?" Tan Ci's laughter echoed through the phone, and despite the distance, Wu Yin felt as if he were right beside her, chuckling in her ear. Your share will be given to you when we meet face to face, he replied, amusement evident in his voice. Wu Yin and Wei Shen exchanged raised eyebrows, putting away their phones. I also received one, Wu Yin declared. Qiyu, thoroughly entertained by Wu Yin's antics, laughed heartily. Honestly, I used to despise watching others in love. But now I am utterly curious to see you and Tan Ci in a relationship. How delightful. You haven't even officially started dating, and yet you're already receiving red envelopes. Imagine how much more you could receive once you're officially together. After leaving the airport, Wei Xian headed straight to the hotel, while Wei Shen, feeling bold and intrigued by Wu Yin and Qiyu's plans, opted to accompany them to Qiyu's home. Although Qiyu and Qi Chucheng were siblings, having grown up abroad fostered strong independent thinking in both, leading them to prefer living alone. Thus, Qiyu and Qi Chucheng resided in the same community, but on different floors of the same building. My brother lives downstairs. If he annoys me, I'll just jump rope in my bedroom, Qiyu joked as she opened the door. The housekeeper, hearing the door, rushed out with a smile, exclaiming, Yeah, you're back. Upon noticing Wu Yin and Wei Shen at the door, her expression momentarily faltered as she asked, Did you bring friends with you? These two faces seem unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing them before. Aunt Li, these two are my friends. Qiyu offered no further explanation, noting the nanny standing there, staring at Wei Shen. So she took it upon herself to fetch slippers for the two of them. She prepared the slippers for Chung Yining from the cabinet and tossed them directly into the trash bin. Wu Yin changed into her slippers and began to wander about Qiyu's spacious home, while Wei Shen followed a few steps behind her, continuously chattering away, without a pause. Qiyu, your house is quite large. Aren't you afraid to live here alone? Wei Shen joked, adding, How about I make a greater sacrifice? You could sponsor me, and I'll move my company to H City to keep you company in this grand mansion. Qiyu shot him a disdainful glance, about to retort when the nanny suddenly reacted vehemently, exclaiming, No way. Her voice was so loud that all three turned to look at her. Aunt Li, we're just joking among friends, Qiyu explained. You're a girl. It's not good for your reputation to joke around with a man like that. Aunt Li replied, Yeah, as a girl, you shouldn't bring boys home. If the neighbors see, they might gossip and tarnish your reputation. You must uphold your self-respect and dignity. Chapter 163. To what absurd extent can this go? Are you stuck in the Qing dynasty? Wei Shen scoffed. It's the 21st century. Anyone who dares speak like that should have their mouth torn apart. How can you speak like that? I'm just looking out for Yaya, Aunt Li retorted, tossing the cloth she was holding onto the sofa. What kind of guest are you? Cursing as soon as you arrive. Do you not understand your own position? Wei Shen questioned. Don't presume to act as Qiyu's elder just because you're older than her. Understand this. Qiyu is technically your employer. What gives you the right to lecture her on her personal matters? Your role as a nanny does not extend to managing Qiyu's life. Aunt Li, they're my friends. You are merely my hired help, and I feel that you often overstep your boundaries. I do not appreciate your behavior, Qiyu said, frowning. Please finish this month and leave. I will compensate you for an additional month's salary and have provided ample time for you to find another job. Yeah. Are you asking me to leave? Aunt Li looked at Qiyu in disbelief. Wu Yin, having shifted her gaze from Aunt Li's face, called out to Qiyu, suggesting they check her room. After saying this, Wu Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Shen. Their years of camaraderie allowed Wei Shen to grasp Wu Yin's intent, to keep a close watch on the nanny. As expected, once Wu Yin and Qiyu headed to the bedroom, Aunt Li attempted to follow, but Wei Shen swiftly blocked her path. You really lack discretion, Aunt Li. Qiyu is your employer, not your daughter. Why are you following her and her friends into their room? Wei Shen inquired. Stuck behind him, Aunt Li could only shout anxiously for Yaya. Ignoring her, Qiyu entered the room with Wu Yin and shut the door. The house was well constructed with high-quality sound insulation. This nanny has only been here for less than 6 months. The one I was accustomed to resign to take care of her grandson. And the agency sent her to me, Qiyu remarked. I didn't notice anything off when she first arrived, but after a month, she became overly inquisitive, asking about my job, income, family, and educational background. Later, when I purchased clothes or bags, she would inquire about the prices, and I grew quite annoyed. Did you know she did something utterly outrageous 2 months ago? Qiyu continued. She tried to introduce her son to me. Wu Yin, searching for something, turned back in surprise at Qiyu's words before bursting into laughter. Is there really someone so lacking in propriety? Yes. Qiyu nodded, continuing. She insisted her son was very honest and had a steady job, believing we would be a good match. Chiyu found herself laughing in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Do you know what she meant by good match? Chiyu rolled her eyes. I'm 165 meters tall, while her son is 168 meters. She claimed that a man being too tall is of no consequence, and that being honest is paramount. I graduated from a prestigious university abroad, while her son only graduated from a vocational school. She said a girl should focus on home after marriage, implying that too much education is unnecessary. She mentioned her son didn't perform well academically because he lacked maturity, which led him to vocational school instead of high school, insisting that education doesn't matter since everyone ends up working anyway. She even claimed that many university graduates earn less than her son. Chiyu stated. When I heard this, I assumed her son must have a decent salary, only to find out he earned a mere 500 yuan a month without any benefits. Honestly, a 30-year-old man could earn more delivering takeout. Oh, and I forgot to mention, with a monthly salary of 500 yuan, his family has no house or car. They only have a single-story house in the countryside, and the entire family is crammed into a factory-provided dormitory rented at 300 yuan a month. I'm quite straightforward. I told Aunt Lee that a man earning 500 yuan a month can barely support himself, let alone a family. Even the most ordinary families should have at least a house, right?
Even birds know how to build nests.
How can a 30-year-old man expect to marry when he doesn't even have a home? Chiyu felt that describing her potential match as suitable was one of the greatest insults she had ever received. When Aunt Lee heard me mention houses and cars, she said they had none but insisted that my situation sufficed. She remarked that a house is merely for living in, criticizing my large home for being poorly designed due to my extravagant renovation choices, turning many rooms into useless entertainment and fitness rooms. She suggested that since I wasn't short on renovation funds, I should redesign the layout before marriage to accommodate at least 2 children, her and her husband in one room. One for each child, while I could keep the master bedroom unchanged. She also claimed that I owned several cars. And since there were only 4 adults in the household, her and her husband, who couldn't drive, there were enough cars for me and her son. So there was no need to purchase another. Wu Yin paused her search and sat on the single sofa, resting her chin on her hand, listening intently to Chiyu's complaints. She was curious just how outrageous this nanny could be. Upon hearing Chiyu's account, Wu Yin erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained. You're laughing far too loudly. Chiyu rushed over to cover Wu Yin's mouth. How can you be like this? You need to comfort me, not laugh. And then what? How did you respond to the nanny? Wu Yin asked, intrigued. What could I say? I outright rejected her, telling her that in our family, marriage is about matching social status. To which Aunt Lee replied, saying that wealthy girls like me should marry honest men, otherwise I would suffer a lifetime of hardship from deceitful ones. Only by marrying a kind-hearted, honest man would I find happiness. Moreover, it seemed Aunt Lee misunderstood my relationship with my brother. Chiyu recounted, not long after she started. One day my brother and I were arguing over a project at work, and when I got home, I was increasingly upset.
You see,
my brother has a dreadful routine. He has been like this since childhood. At 11 o'clock, without fail, he goes to bed. That night, feeling frustrated, I decided to jump rope loudly in the bedroom at 11, deliberately making noise to annoy him, and he stormed in with a baseball bat. Since childhood, my brother and I have been accustomed to playful bickering. However, Aunt Lee mistakenly believed that my brother was genuinely about to strike me, leading her to assume that our sibling relationship was fraught with discord. Chapter 164. Is it not reminiscent of a mother-in-law managing her daughter-in-law? Chiyu and Chi Chu-chin, who frequently encountered each other at the office, had seen enough of one another during the day. After work, neither would visit the other's home without reason, prompting the housekeeper to presume that the siblings shared a strained bond, despite living in close quarters. She advised me to seek a partner who would wholeheartedly support me. Otherwise, as my brother is male, I might find myself at his mercy, ultimately failing to claim any inheritance. Chiyu shrugged, feeling a mix of indignation and amusement. Consequently, I promptly informed the agency of my desire to replace the housekeeper. After an absence of approximately half a month, she unexpectedly confronted me at the community entrance, pleading for another chance, insisting she would no longer utter inappropriate comments. I felt a flicker of compassion, compounded by the fact that the new housekeeper, sourced from the agency, proved to be dishonest, prompting my dismissal of her. The original housekeeper was indeed adept at cooking and industrious, so I contemplated and decided to reinstate her. Upon her return, she refrained from mentioning her son, leading me to believe she had reformed. I was taken aback today by her reaction when I brought you and Wei Shen along. Chi was perplexed as to why Aunt Li was so invested in her affairs. Chi, possessing a fiercely independent disposition, found herself particularly vexed by individuals lacking a sense of boundaries. This incident solidified her resolve to dismiss Aunt Li once more. After listening intently, Wu Yin fell silent for a few seconds before nodding thoughtfully. She suggested that Chi contact her agency to inquire whether Aunt Li's son had passed away, or if he had died within the last 3 months. It seemed that something had transpired during the interim between Chi-Yu's dismissal of her and her subsequent return. Wu Yin recalled the housekeeper's demeanor and cautioned Chi-Yu. Stunned, Chi-Yu questioned how she could have been oblivious to such a significant event. After all, Aunt Li had not mentioned her son's death upon her return to work. Chi-Yu swiftly called the agency, aware that any family bereavement would be difficult to conceal from company management, as requesting leave for mourning typically requires at least a week to 10 days. Upon inquiry, she received confirmation that Aunt Li's son had indeed passed away roughly half a month prior to her resuming work, having died in an accident while on duty, attributed to personal negligence. The factory compensated with a meager sum for funeral expenses. The agency manager assumed Chi-Yu had been privy to this information long before, and even thought she had agreed to Aunt Li's return out of sympathy for her loss. I had no idea. She never mentioned it, Chi-Yu replied, clarifying that Aunt Li had not once broached the topic of her son since her return. Chi-Yu had believed Aunt Li refrained from discussing her son's affairs out of respect for her preferences. After hanging up, Chi-Yu turned to Wu Yin, feeling as though she had been ensnared in a ghostly marriage. A chill coursed through her, and she clutched Wu Yin tightly, confessing that she felt increasingly weak. Surely, Aunt Li must have been orchestrating some malevolent scheme behind the scenes. Wu Yin remarked that Aunt Li's words resembled those of a mother-in-law reprimanding a daughter-in-law.
Oh,
I'm going to lose my mind, Chi-Yu exclaimed, her hair standing on end. The master bedroom was far too spacious, and despite Wu Yin's thorough search, she had found nothing that could serve as a betrothal gift. Please provide me with your birth date, Wu Yin requested. Have you consulted your mother? Chi-Yu eagerly nodded, opening a chat with her mother and handing her phone to Wu Yin. The first entry is mine and the second is my aunt's birth date, Chi-Yu explained. Wu Yin took the phone, memorizing Chi-Yu's birth date before beginning her calculations. There are 2 types of ghost marriages. One allows the living partner to continue their life, forbidding them from marrying anyone else until death, at which point they are interred together. The other, far more sinister variant, entails a binding engagement, with the 7th night following the betrothal designated as the wedding day. Once the rituals are completed, the living partner faces imminent death, thereby formalizing the ghostly union. This latter form of ghost marriage is extraordinarily malevolent, and Chi-Yu had unfortunately encountered this very scenario. Moreover, it had only been recently that she began dreaming of Aunt Li's son, indicating that this ghostly union had only recently been established. Initially, Wu Yin pondered why Aunt Li had waited so long to act against Chi-Yu after her return, and why Chi-Yu remained vibrant and alive several days later. Typically, once a ghost marriage contract is established, the living individual swiftly succumbs to weakness and death. After Wu Yin finished her calculations, she discerned the truth. Aunt Li was not only interested in Chi-Yu as a daughter-in-law, but was also coveting her inheritance. Once the ghost marriage was finalized, Chi-Yu would perish, yet it was her estate that truly captivated Aunt Li's attention. In her divination, Wu Yin foresaw Chi-Yu's original fate. In 6 months, she would fall under a curse, becoming a mere puppet, listening solely to Aunt Li. Under the influence of this malevolent spell, Chi-Yu would leave a will, bequeathing all her assets to Aunt Li as a token of gratitude for her care. Aunt Li even insisted that Chi-Yu have the will notarized to ensure its validity. Just 7 days after the will was notarized, Chi-Yu would die at home. Because of this notarized document, all of Chi-Yu's estate would inevitably be inherited by Aunt Li. It appeared that Aunt Li had some formidable assistance behind her. Wu Yin advised, think carefully. Have you accepted anything from Aunt Li? Money or items? Chi-Yu shook her head. How could I possibly accept her money or belongings? Since we cannot find anything, we shall confront her directly, Wu Yin declared, rising. If she intends to harm me, she certainly won't divulge anything willingly. Chi-Yu expressed her concern. No need to worry, Wu Yin replied, stepping out the door, only to discover that Wei Shen had engaged in a heated argument with Aunt Li. His sharp tongue had incensed her greatly. Finally, you've emerged. Your friend is utterly uncouth. When you entered the room, I felt as though I would be bullied to death. You must expel him. From now on, avoid mingling with such people. Aunt Li shouted vehemently upon seeing Qiyu. Wu Yin signaled to Wei Shen, who promptly stepped back, positioning himself protectively in front of Qiyu. Without wasting words, Wu Yin brandished her ethereal sword, pointing it directly at Aunt Li's throat.
Speak.
Where is the betrothal gift? A sword appeared seemingly out of thin air in Wu Yin's hand, causing Aunt Li to gasp in terror.
Yet.
The moment Wu Yin mentioned the betrothal gift, Aunt Li's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively denied any knowledge. I don't know what you're talking about. Chapter 165. You are the one responsible for his death. Upon uttering these words, Aunt Li attempted to flee, but the sword swiftly soared from Wu Yin's grasp. Blocking her path, the blade poised ominously at her neck. This is the first time I've used this sword against an ordinary person, Wu Yin threatened.
Li Chunmei.
If you so much as twitch, this sword shall taste blood today. Li Chunmei had never encountered such a situation before. A breeze from the open window ruffled her hair, the tips brushing against the blade. In an instant, that strand of hair was severed, cascading to the floor at her feet. She stood still, the sword unmoving, as it was merely the wind that stirred. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chunmei trembled as she called out to Qiyu. Who is this friend of yours? Why is your friend treating me this way? What have I done to deserve this? Stop feigning ignorance, Aunt Li, Qiyu coldly remarked. You desire my life and my wealth, yet you still inquire as to why? Qiyu had made her stance abundantly clear. And coupled with Wu Yin's prior mention of a betrothal gift, Li Chunmei realized that Qiyu was fully aware of everything. It turned out that the two individuals Qiyu had brought back today were far from ordinary. Now tell me, where have you concealed that betrothal gift? Wei Shen scoffed disdainfully. No wonder you pointed fingers at us the moment we walked in. You may be a mere maid, yet you behave as if you are the other mistress of this household. It appears you truly consider this residence to be yours. What of it if you are aware? What can you do? Li Chunmei, seeing that the truth had been unveiled, chose to shed her facade. Had it not been for that wretched Qiyu, my son would still be alive. He adored her, and now he lies there without a wife. Qiyu ought to join him in death. I am Qiyu's mother-in-law. Upon marrying into this family, she became my daughter-in-law, and her possessions are rightfully mine. This is a matter of natural justice.
Li Chunmei Shota. I shall not be intimidated by you.
Have you lost your mind? Qiyu retorted vehemently. What relation does your son's demise have to me? I have inquired thoroughly. It was your son's lack of dedication at work that led to his own death. Even his factory bears no responsibility for compensation. How have I become the one who caused his demise? You would gladly shift all blame onto me. My son was enchanted by your image. He could not help but think of you, which caused him to lose focus at his job. Had you not lured him, how could he have met such a tragic fate due to negligence? Li Chunmei's gaze towards Qiyu brimmed with resentment. Were it not for your refusal to marry my son, if you two had already wed, he would have long since resigned from the factory, and he would not have perished. Wu Yin, having encountered various types of people, was taken aback by Li Chunmei's demeanor. Qiyu, did you give your photograph to her son? Wu Yin inquired. How could that be possible? Qiyu exclaimed loudly. I would have to be insane to do such a thing. Oh, then you have unlawfully sent your photograph to him without Qiyu's consent. Do you not realize that you have infringed upon her rights? Wu Yin stepped closer to Li Chunmei. Your son's infatuation with Qiyu is akin to a toad aspiring to consume a swan. It is the delusion of maggots dreaming of soaring geese. Wu Yin continued. Your entire family is living in a fantasy, and when trouble arises, you seek to blame others? Wei Shen found the absurdity of the situation laughable. You can conjure these two reasons to blame Qiyu? I am utterly amused by your family. In truth, your son met his end as a result of his own folly. Wu Yin glanced at the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, recognizing Qiyu's phone. Thus, the older, worn device must belong to Li Chunmei. With a gentle flick of her finger, Wu Yin retrieved the phone. Li Chunmei's phone bore no password, and Wu Yin quickly located a chat window marked with the affectionate nickname for her son. Though he had been deceased for over 2 months, the last messages exchanged between the two had occurred merely half an hour prior. Wu Yin scrolled up, revealing months' worth of conversations between mother and son. To Qiyu's surprise, Li Chunmei had frequently taken clandestine photographs, sometimes images, sometimes videos, sending them all to her son without Qiyu's knowledge. The exchanges between the two were utterly ludicrous. They were either clandestine captures or Li Chunmei instructing her son that once they were wed, he must ensure Qiyu curbed her extravagant spending habits. Furthermore, she insisted that once married, he should compel Qiyu to hand over her pay card for him, the man of the house, to manage. Li Chunmei even shared images of the bags from Chiyue's wardrobe with her son, and they would scour the internet together to ascertain their worth. Li Chunmei gleefully declared that once she became a mother-in-law, she would ensure Chiyue sold those bags to provide her with a rental income, which would serve as her retirement fund. With this, she would no longer need to toil as a maid in her old age. The two fantasized about the splendid life Chiyue would lead as part of their family. Chiyue was beautiful, came from a prosperous background, and had a commendable job, qualities that any man like Li Chunmei's son could only dream of possessing as a spouse. Wu Yin handed Li Chunmei's phone to Chiyue. You should take a look. After perusing the contents, Chiyue felt a wave of revulsion. She threw the phone back onto the sofa and approached Li Chunmei, raising her hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps. You and your family make me feel nauseous. You are more repugnant than maggots in a toilet. The sword remained poised, and despite receiving the blows, Li Chunmei dared not retaliate. However, upon hearing Chiyue's scathing insults, she spat defiantly. No matter how disgusting you find me,
You are still my daughter-in-law.
your marriage to my son is already established. Were it not for your inheritance, you would have long been buried alongside him. I am your mother-in-law. Should you harm me, it would invite divine retribution. Wu Yin shook her head. You are mistaken. Divine punishment does not favor those who wield the title of mother-in-law. Besides, who do you think you are to claim such a title? You are merely a petty individual resorting to underhanded tactics, unworthy of being Chiyue's mother-in-law. Wu Yin, she cannot possibly divulge the matter of the betrothal gift. Do you have any other means? Wei Shen felt a bead of sweat on his brow for Chiyue. To hire a maid nearly cost a life. Such news would be too terrifying to share. I do, Wu Yin replied with a subtle smirk. It merely requires a bit more of my spiritual energy. With that, Wu Yin stepped forward and placed her fingertip on Li Chunmei's forehead. Li Chunmei, unsure of Wu Yin's intentions, instinctively recoiled. However, the moment she moved, the sword edged closer, and she felt a sharp pain in her neck. With a gasp, she looked down to see blood staining the blade. When she attempted to speak again, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Even her body became immobile. Yet this awareness lasted only a fleeting few seconds before she fell into a complete stupor. The soul-searching technique, though taxing on spiritual energy, proved remarkably effective. As Wu Yin withdrew her hand, Li Chunmei crumpled to the ground. Chapter 166. The Old Sorceress is Dead. Chiyue and Wei Shen stood by, dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired, bewildered by how the madwoman Li Chunmei had suddenly turned into a lifeless figure. Did you receive a jade bracelet on your birthday? Wu Yin turned to Chiyue and asked. Chiyue nodded immediately, yes. I received numerous gifts on my birthday, which I placed at home to open later when I had time over the weekend. I did find a jade bracelet among them, and I thought it peculiar that the sender had not signed their name. It struck me as odd that someone in my circle would gift me such a bracelet. For a girl of Chiyue's standing, receiving gifts from ordinary acquaintances would never warrant such a lavish item as a jade bracelet. If someone were to bestow a bracelet upon her, it would certainly not be an inferior one. To put it bluntly, presenting a cheap jade bracelet to the daughter of the Chiyue family could be construed as somewhat insulting. The bracelet was of poor quality, and it wasn't even my size. I couldn't wear it, Chiyue remarked. I pondered for quite some time but could not determine who the sender might be. Then do hurry and retrieve the bracelet. Wei Shen urged. Bring it to Wu Yin. She will surely have a way. I placed it in the cabinet. Later, while chatting with my assistant, I heard her express a desire for a bracelet. It just happened that her size was perfect, so I thought it would be of no use to me. Since she liked it, I gave it to her, and she has worn it ever since. For Chiyue, a jade bracelet worth a few thousand yuan was indeed beneath her status, but for her assistant, who merely sought a token, it was quite suitable. Chiyue asked Wu Yin, is it all right if I ask my assistant to bring the bracelet over now? Certainly, Wu Yin nodded. It was at that moment that Li Chunmei regained consciousness, fortuitously catching wind of this conversation. She was both astonished by the fact that they knew the bracelet was the betrothal gift and felt a sense of inevitability. Chiyue accepted the bracelet. The marriage was already settled, and returning the bracelet would be futile. Does it matter? I know better than you. Wu Yin rolled her eyes at Li Chunmei. You don't actually think that relative of yours from back home, that fortune teller, is more powerful than me, do you? Chiyue immediately dialed her assistant, offering little explanation. She simply instructed her to deliver the bracelet to her home. After hanging up, Chiyue transferred 30,000 yuan to her assistant, requesting that she buy a new bracelet after work as a gift for her assistant. In the realm of engagements, What can be established can also be undone. Yet, having just Yu and the betrothal gift was insufficient. Another party was required. Wu Yin bound Li Chunmei with a spirit rope, summoned her spirit sword, and turned to speak with Yu and Wei Shen. Wei Shen, stay here with Yu and wait for her assistant to bring the bracelet. I will fetch the other involved spirit. Wu Yin left a paper crane with them, instructing, if anything arises, toss the crane out the window. I will return immediately. Just to be safe, Wu Yin left them each 2 talismans, and after giving her instructions, she leaped from the balcony. This is the 26th floor. The 2 rushed to the balcony, but where was Wu Yin's figure? Wei Shan was drenched in cold sweat. She was formidable, but she shouldn't disregard their hearts like this. She could truly scare someone into a heart attack. Qiyu echoed her sentiment. Wu Yin, through Li Chunmei's memories, learned that the matchmaker for this ghostly marriage was a relative from Li Chunmei's hometown, an elderly fortune teller. Li Chunmei had encountered her while arranging a funeral for her son, Tian Dafu, who, after his death, resided in the home of this aunt. This was a rural area in the south, characterized by steep hills and narrow roads, with graves scattered along the village paths. The fortune teller's home was a 3-story red brick building, adjacent to an old wooden house. Wu Yin glanced at it and walked directly into the old house. The door was ajar and unlocked. Wu Yin kicked it open and entered.
Who is it?
How dare you trespass? Did I not make it clear that outsiders are not permitted in my old house? The fortune teller, hearing the commotion, swiftly covered the wooden puppets she worshipped with black cloth, scolding as she approached the door. Upon entering, Wu Yin immediately perceived the malevolent energy clinging to the fortune teller.
Who are you?
The fortune teller, having never seen Wu Yin before, mistook her for a passerby and shouted, "Get out. You are not welcome here." Wu Yin bypassed the fortune teller and headed straight for the altar, lifting the black cloth. Initially, she expected to uncover a memorial tablet, but unexpectedly, a surge of dark energy rushed toward her. She instinctively took a step back, channeling her spiritual energy forward and brandishing her sword in defense. But in the next moment, she heard a thud behind her, as if something had collapsed to the ground. Turning around, she saw the fortune teller lying on the floor, blood oozing from her 7 orifices, lifeless. With her death, the old woman's soul vanished completely. It was evident that she had been ensnared in a contract involving her very essence. The dark energy had not aimed to harm Wu Yin but had instead served to distract her, allowing for the fortune teller's assassination and the extraction of her soul. Wu Yin took out her phone and called LV Wenjun, simultaneously using her sword to peel back the black cloth. What lay beneath was not the memorial tablet she had anticipated, but rather a puppet. This puppet was familiar to Wu Yin. She had seen it in the memories of Liu Zhe's aunt. At that time, the puppet had even met her gaze through Liu Zhe's aunt's recollections. The call connected, and Wu Yin relayed the address to LV Wenjun, explaining her handling of the ghostly marriage issue. The fortune teller is dead. Her soul is gone. You need to arrange for someone to liaise with the local police and investigate her recent activities, the people she interacted with, and the places she visited. Wu Yin remarked. This puppet is truly sinister and possesses considerable power. Understood. I will inform the chief as soon as I have results. LV Wenjun promptly replied. If Wu Yin deemed it formidable, the matter warranted serious attention. Wu Yin examined the now ordinary puppet, sending a pulse of spiritual energy into it for further inspection. Aside from a trace of malevolence, no other useful information remained. The fortune teller had worshipped this puppet in the main hall of her old house, indicating her deep reverence for it. Wu Yin found a container to place the puppet inside, sealing it with spiritual energy before proceeding to the back of the house to locate Tian Dafu. She discovered his urn and memorial tablet in a room devoid of windows. Upon entering, Tian Dafu immediately attempted to hide. Wu Yin scoffed, Tian Dafu, if you don't come out, I will toss your urn and memorial tablet into the cesspit. You can come back as maggots in your next life. Not wishing to become maggots or have his remains discarded, Tian Dafu emerged. Master, though already a ghost. He trembled at the sight of Wu Yin. Chapter 167. Done and dusted. Wu Yin promptly seized Tian Dafu and stuffed him into the wooden coffin she had crafted herself. Then departed the village. Wu Yin had exited from Qiyu's balcony, opting not to take the elevator, having entered through the balcony. Having been startled once, Qiyu and Wei Shen were considerably calmer this time. I'm back. Wu Yin sheathed her spirit sword as she entered. Did you just fly down on that sword? Wei Shen inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Wu Yin nodded. Noticing Wei Shen's lingering gaze on her sword, she asked. Would you like to try sword flight? Wei Shen quickly shook her head. No. I have no desire to try. I just want to keep my feet on the ground. Chi Yu also shook her head in agreement. I don't want to either. You two are so timid. Wu Yin derided them equally before approaching Li Chunmei and opening the small coffin to extract Tian Dafu. Upon seeing Li Chunmei, Tian Dafu quickly sought refuge behind her. Mom. She killed the fortune teller. Tian Dafu exclaimed in shock. Li Chunmei's pupils dilated as she gazed at Wu Yin in terror. Stop spouting nonsense. Wu Yin yanked Tian Dafu out, gesturing for Wei Shen and Chi Yu to see him. Enough chatter. Hand over the marriage certificate. Wu Yin commanded. Then turned to Chi Yu. Has your assistant delivered the bracelet? Yes, it's right here. Chi Yu handed Wu Yin a box. This is the betrothal gift we sent. Once given, it cannot be recalled. Soon, Chi Yu will be my wife. Upon seeing Chi Yu, Tian Dafu's fear of Wu Yin dissipated, replaced by a surge of glee and months of daydreams. Wu Yin ignored him, thrusting the box into Tian Dafu's hands. Isn't this a return? She reiterated. Tian Dafu. Produce the marriage certificate. Tian Dafu held the box in shock for a moment before attempting to flee, shouting, Even if I don't hand it over, what can you do? I'm already dead. You don't think being a ghost means you can't die again, do you? Wu Yin swiftly slapped the arrogant Tian Dafu, smirking. Does that hurt? Without waiting for a response, she jabbed him again with her sword, continuing, Does that hurt? Tian Dafu howled in pain, dropping the wooden box. Fortunately, the bracelet was secured within, and it remained intact despite the fall. You had your chance, yet you squandered it, Wu Yin declared coldly, brandishing her sword. If I kill you, this marriage will naturally be nullified. Wu Yin drew her spiritual whip, lashing it twice at Tian Dafu, who could not evade the strikes, as if they had eyes of their own. Tian Dafu, after enduring several lashes, finally comprehended the essence of fear. He realized that even spirits can experience pain, and even ghosts can perish. The torment he suffered diminished his very essence, and had the punishment continued, he would have faced a second demise. Master, I will comply. I will comply. In the face of mortality, the marriage contract became trivial. Hastily, Tian Dafu produced the marriage document. Would it not have been simpler to obey from the outset? It would have spared me the burden of punishing you, Wu Yin remarked, gesturing with her sword toward the box on the ground. She retrieved it, then proceeded to tear the marriage document asunder. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Dafu followed Wu Yin's instructions, gathering the bracelet and swiftly shredding the contract. At the instant he discarded the marriage document, the thread binding Chi Yu to Tian Dafu vanished as well. Ning ning ist suficient. Chi Yu exclaimed with joy. The engagement was nullified. Wu Yin nodded. You are free now. As for the curse, Li Chunmei had yet to acquire Chi Yu's nail clippings or blood. Thus the old witch had not had the opportunity to cast a spell upon her. In the absence of Chi Yu's birth date, the old witch required either two of the following: hair, nails, or blood to impose a curse. Chi Yu, having a penchant for manicures, would not clip her nails at home, and during this period she had not sustained any injuries, leaving Li Chunmei with only her hair. Fortunately, Wu Yin intervened promptly. Had the old witch cast the curse first, resolving the matter would have been far more complicated than merely dissolving the engagement. Master, may I and my mother leave now? Tian Dafu trembled, hiding behind Li Chunmei. Wu Yin scoffed. Leave? After committing such heinous acts, you wish to escape? With a swift strike, she sent her sword towards Tian Dafu, whose scream was silenced before it could escape his lips, dissipating like a wisp of smoke.
Li Chunmei, in shock, shouted.
What have you done to my son? Wu Yin replied coolly, I killed him. Had it not been for the necessity of severing the ties between Chi Yu and that wretched creature, she would have dispatched Tian Dafu long ago. The distinction between dying before and after the annulment of the engagement held significance. The Tian family was utterly detestable, and Wu Yin wished for Chi Yu to have no association with them. Does killing Tian Dafu affect you in any way? Wei Shen inquired with concern. Without my intervention, Chi Yu would have been doomed by their family, and her assets would have fallen into Li Chunmei's grasp. Tian Dafu, a malevolent spirit, is no loss. What impact could there possibly be? Wu Yin asserted. I do not slay innocent spirits, but those who commit vile acts. I eliminate each one I encounter. Afterward, Wu Yin turned her gaze to Chi Yu. Tian Dafu's ashes and spirit tablet are at his family's witch's dwelling. It's a rural area, with a latrine nearby.
Ha!
Chi Yu was perplexed, looking at Wu Yin in confusion. Oh, are you really that dim-witted? Wei Shen, having grown up alongside Wu Yin, understood her implication immediately. Do you wish to enlist Wu Yin's help to dispose of Tian Defuck's ashes and spirit tablet in the latrine?
He suggested.
A person like him is most suited to the maggots in a pit. Wu Yin's slaying of Tian Defuck held no karmic consequences, as he had initiated the wrongdoing. However, since Tian Defuck was now irrevocably deceased, Wu Yin had no reason to disturb his remains. Yet, if Qi were to request it, the situation would be different. This was the grudge between Qi Yu and Tian Defuck. He had attacked her, so it was only fitting that she retaliate. Yes.
Yes.
Qi Yu nodded fervently. Without vengeance, my heart will never find peace. Wu Yin promptly retrieved her phone, displaying a payment code for 1,000 yuan as a runner fee, assuring, Wu Yin will ensure the task is completed. Qi wasted no time transferring the fee, and Wu Yin, satisfied, pocketed her phone. Before returning, she had contacted Lu Wenjun. So his people swiftly arrived at Qiyu's home to take Li Chunmei away. Li Chunmei, along with her husband, was a principal conspirator. Thus, Tian Defuck's death did not conclude the matter. Spirits face their own retribution, and the living must contend with their own consequences. After Li Chunmei was taken, Wu Yin returned to the village, disposing of Tian Defuck's ashes and spirit tablet in the old latrine before pinching her nose and departing. Chapter 168. Do you like me? Upon returning to Qiyu's home, De Calm promptly called Wu Yin, informing her that the Chung family had transferred the funds to the account she specified and inquiring when she would be able to exorcise the spirits from their residence. Tell them I need not be present at the Chung family estate. I can eliminate the spirits from a distance, Wu Yin nonchalantly replied before hanging up. As she logged into her chat application, she noticed a message from Tan Ci confirming the transfer from the Chung family had been received. Although mealtime had passed, the trio had yet to dine, and Qi Yu and Wei Shen were deliberating on takeout when Wu Yin received Tan Ci's message, indicating he had arrived at the hotel. Tan Ci is here. I'm off to the hotel to find him. You two can eat without me, Wu Yin exclaimed, rising. You're heading back to the hotel now? I'll accompany you, Wei Shen began, but Qi Yu immediately grasped his hand, exclaiming no. Wei Shen cannot return. Wei Shen must stay and accompany me for takeout. She berated Wei Shen. After I have endured such tribulation, you too wish to abandon me with takeout? Do you possess no conscience? I insist you leave one behind to keep me company. Wu Yin chuckled mischievously, pointing at Wei Shen, before making a hasty exit. Her speed was such that even spirits could not catch her. After Tan Ci sent his message and set down his luggage to wash his hands, the hotel's butler arrived to escort Wu Yin to him. Tan Ci, without needing to ask, discerned that she must have employed extraordinary means to arrive so swiftly. You may leave. We will contact you if needed, Tan Ci instructed the butler, then turned to Wu Yin, asking, has Qiyu's situation been resolved? Wu Yin nodded, retrieving her phone and flashing a toothy grin at Tan Ci, remaining silent yet pointing at the screen with her fingertip, the implication unmistakable.
Tanchi chuckled.
You haven't forgotten for even a second, have you? Unlike me. Wu Yin handed her phone over. How could I forget? Are you trying to form a clique without me? Form a clique? They could never exclude you, Tan Ci replied, scanning Wu Yin's payment code before transferring a sum. Upon hearing the notification chime, Wu Yin gleefully reclaimed her phone and eagerly checked the message, contemplating, Tan Ci sent each of them 10,000. If he sends me less, it would indicate favoritism, and I shall treat his leg until it is healed, then break it again, and then sever our friendship. The network faltered momentarily, and the page took several seconds to fully load. When it finally appeared, Wu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. This. She glanced at Tan Ci, realizing he indeed treated her differently. He had transferred 10,000 to each of Qiyu's companions, but sent her a staggering 52,000. Wu Yin was merely slow to recognize her feelings, not oblivious. During their time at the airport, Qi Yu and others had hinted quite clearly. Yet Tan Ci's recent transfer was even more explicit. She found herself momentarily entranced by Tan Ci's gaze, while he scrutinized her reaction, their eyes locked in mutual observation. Neither averted their gaze, as an unspoken tension seemed to dance between them. Eventually Wu Yin broke the silence, inquiring, Tan Ci, do you like me? Tan Ci, taken aback, quickly replied, yes. It was as if he feared that a delay in his response might lead Wu Yin to believe he hesitated due to the question itself. Wu Yin's heart raced. How can you like me? Affection is an uncontrollable feeling. At first, I thought I felt gratitude, but I later realized my feelings for you transcended mere friendship. I find myself irresistibly drawn to you, longing to be in your presence at all times, craving your attention, and yearning for intimacy. Tan Si had previously been oblivious to the sensations of infatuation, yet upon developing feelings for Wu Yin, he finally comprehended the essence of affection. To love someone meant that this person would take root in the depths of his heart, residing incessantly within his thoughts. She could effortlessly capture his gaze and stir his emotions. Wu Yin shook her head gently, yet persisted. But Tan Si, I have told you. I must return to Wufang Valley. I understand, Tan Si nodded, but you have yet to return, have you not? His voice was soft. Wu Yin, please do not rush. Allow me to speak. You are unsure when you can return to Wufang Valley, correct? Although I do not know when I can go back, I will eventually return. Wu Yin asserted resolutely. Wufang Valley is my home. My sect is my family, and they await my return. Moreover, I certainly cannot take you with me when I leave. I comprehend. Tan Si reiterated this fact, yet the truth remains that you cannot return at this moment. Does it not? He continued. If you harbor even the slightest feeling for me, a mere hint of affection, consider me as a temporary refuge. When you are able to return to Wufang Valley, you may resign from this refuge, and we shall part then. Perhaps you will return to Wufang Valley tomorrow, allowing me just one day with you. If it is not until next year, then I shall have you for a year. It is also possible that you might not return for several years. In that case, each day leading up to your departure will be a treasure for me. From the very beginning of our acquaintance, you have never concealed your intention to return to Wufang Valley, and I am fully aware that I cannot accompany you. Nevertheless, my feelings for you remain steadfast.
Today,
I confess to you, I like you. I wish to be with you, to be your boyfriend, which signifies my acceptance of all that comes with it, including your inevitable departure. Despite this, I still desire to be with you. Wu Yin, I assure you, when the time comes for you to leave, I will not hinder you. I will even smile as I bid you farewell, for Wufang Valley is your home, and you must surely find joy there. But what will you do if we are together and I leave? Wu Yin inquired, gazing at Tan Si. He had spoken of her choices, but had yet to address his own. Wu Yin, I cannot foresee our future. I can only seize the present as best as I can. Tan Si's gaze remained fixed on her. When you depart, do not concern yourself with my fate. I shall take responsibility for my own life. If I cause you sorrow or heartache upon your return, allow your master to erase your memories of me. My only request is that whether we are together or apart, you must remain the joyful Wu Yin. Tan Si leaned forward, gently cupping Wu Yin's face. Wu Yin, I ask you this, do you like me? It need not be much. Even a little will suffice. If not, we shall remain good friends. And I shall never impose upon you again. This is the decorum a man should uphold upon rejection. Yet if there were feelings, Tan Si inched closer, his lips nearly brushing against Wu Yin's cheek. What I desire is a bit more. As he drew near, Wu Yin felt her heart race,
as if it were about to leap from her chest.
In that moment, she suddenly understood why the mountain demon's realm had conjured Tan Si's image. Chapter 169. The Weight of Guilt. The demon realm understood her better than she understood herself, and it was acutely aware of the budding affection she felt for Tan Si. If her lips were akin to a resplendent begonia, he was the eager bee, yearning to alight upon the blossom and gather its nectar. Wu Yin could hear the thunderous beating of her heart, akin to a drum's resonant cadence, and she could perceive his heartbeat, fervently mirroring her own. In that instant, her world seemed to flow upstream, the very earth quaking beneath her. It was an unprecedented sensation, an emotion she had never encountered before. Tan Si, initially cautious in his approach, had gradually succumbed to an irresistible obsession. Time, for him, appeared to be suspended at that moment, stretched and elongated, yet paradoxically accelerated. After what felt like an eternity, his face retreated slightly, yet his hand lingered on her cheek. As delicate as a begonia. Just as you are, he murmured. You did not push me away. I take that as the answer I sought. Tan Si chuckled softly. Wu Yin, I am elated. Elated that she did not recoil from his closeness, and delighted that she had not repelled him. I have not yet given you an answer. Wu Yin abruptly stood, hands tucked into her pockets, and casually entered a nearby room, declaring, I am going to take a nap. Tan Si did not pursue her, but instead took out his phone and said, I have yet to have lunch. I plan to order takeout. What would you like? Having entered the room, she silently emerged once more, returning to her previous seat, her hands resting on her knees, her fingertips tapping idly, her eyes bright with anticipation. Chiyu mentioned that the restaurant on the first floor of this hotel has excellent cuisine. Shall we go there? After speaking, Wu Yin glanced around and asked, "Where is Yen Ming? I only see his luggage." "He has other work to attend to," Tan Ci replied. "I have sent him to handle matters concerning the award ceremony tomorrow evening." Ultimately, they decided to descend to the restaurant that Chi Yu had praised, only to unexpectedly encounter Cheng Zhenghong and his family in the elevator. As the elevator doors opened on the third floor, Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei, accompanied by Cheng Yuzhu, stepped inside. Tan Ci, seated in his wheelchair beside Wu Yin, seemed to vanish from the family's perception as they were entirely fixated on Wu Yin's visage. In an instant, the family erupted into terrified screams. A ghost. Lu Jinmei, her eyes rolling back, fainted outright. Cheng Zhenghong, equally frightened, pressed himself against the elevator wall, while Cheng Yuzhu shoved the unconscious Lu Jinmei forward, crying out, "Kill her, not me. Don't come after me." Cheng Yuzhu then implored Cheng Zhenghong, "Dad, didn't you say you had already enlisted a master to help us eliminate Cheng Yining? Why is she still haunting us in broad daylight?"
Dad.
"You and Mom are the ones who killed her. Can you not drag me into this?" Wu Yin nearly burst into laughter within. It appeared this family, terrified, had opted to vacate the Cheng family villa for the safety of a hotel, only to encounter her misfortune here. Yet in this moment, she was Wu Yin, not a headless ghost. The elevator dinged, announcing their arrival on the first floor, the doors sliding open as Cheng Zhenghong and Cheng Yuzhu continued their frantic cries. Hotel staff rushed over, asking Mr. Cheng, "What is the matter?" Upon seeing the elevator doors open, Cheng Zhenghong dashed out, seeking refuge behind the staff, trembling as he pointed at Wu Yin, exclaiming, "A ghost. There is a ghost in your hotel." Wu Yin stepped over the unconscious Lu Jinmei at her feet and exited the elevator. The hotel staff stood in bewilderment as Wu Yin chimed in. "Your hotel truly lacks discretion in choosing its guests. Can mentally unstable individuals even check in?" They had entered the elevator on the third floor, and upon arrival, one had fainted, while the others screamed about ghosts. Wu Yin scanned the area. "Where is this ghost? I see nothing."
Tanchiskoth, adding.
Those who do not commit wrongful deeds by day need not fear ghostly visits at night. To be so terrified of ghosts in broad daylight. What heinous acts have you, hotel guests, committed? The hotel staff, recognizing Tan Ci, expressed their apologies, acknowledging, "Mr. Cheng, please remain calm. These two are our guests." "She is the ghost." Cheng Yuzhu pointed at Wu Yin. "She is not human. She is a ghost." "A ghost, indeed." Wu Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. This term, originally a common epithet, struck a dissonant chord with Cheng Yuzhu, who, having endured a nightmarish experience, could not bear to hear it. In an immediate panic, he turned and fled, abandoning Cheng Zhenghong and the unconscious Lu Jinmei at the hotel. A crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion, each pointing and whispering about Cheng Zhenghong. Being in the most prestigious hotel in H City, and with Cheng Zhenghong being a notable figure, many recognized him. As the murmurs surrounded him, he sensed no fear typical of encountering a ghost. Only then did he realize, upon seeing the outline imprinted on the floor tiles, that he had made a fool of himself. The individual standing before him, strikingly similar to Cheng Yining, was indeed not her.
Who are you?
Cheng Zhenghong inquired.
Dad.
Lu Mingzhu entered the hotel lobby, immediately noticing the ruckus. Approaching, she was taken aback to find her father questioning who Wu Yin was.
Dad.
"She is the con artist I mentioned, the one who bears an uncanny resemblance to me," Lu Mingzhu replied hastily. "How can she be so alike?" Cheng Zhenghong exclaimed, incredulous. He had heard Lu Mingzhu speak of the resemblance, but had thought little of it. His busy schedule left him little time to monitor online happenings. Yet, he had not anticipated the likeness to be so profound that even a father could not discern any differences. "Mind your own business," Wu Yin retorted, disinterested in the family drama. She called for Tan Ci and squeezed through the gawking crowd, heading toward the dining area. Lu Jinmei, still sprawled on the floor, was quickly assisted by Lu Mingzhu, while the staff applied pressure to her acupoint. Gradually, Lu Jinmei regained consciousness, her first instinct to scream about seeing a ghost. But Lu Mingzhu swiftly covered her mouth. "Mom, you must have seen it wrong," Lu Mingzhu signaled, helping her mother to her feet. Just as she intended to locate Cheng Zhenghong, she turned only to discover he had abandoned both her and her mother, having left without a word. A chill ran through Lu Mingzhu. "Mom, I'll accompany you back to our room." Given the events of the previous night, Lu Jinmei had opted not to share a room with Cheng Zhenghong, shattering the familial unity they once cherished. "Don't you have work today? Why are you here at the hotel now?" Lu Jinmei complained after washing her face in the bathroom. Your sister is truly disappointing. She's gone mad to the point of not recognizing anyone. Lu Mingzhu smirked inwardly, recalling how her mother had fainted upon seeing a stranger. Mom, I've uncovered some information. Lu Mingzhu began, settling onto the sofa. I actually dispatched someone to investigate this girl, who looks exactly like Cheng Yining. Strangely, it seems she appeared out of thin air. There's no trace of her background. I noticed her close association with General Tan of the Tan Group, so I had someone look into him today. Do you know? 3 years ago, General Tan was also involved in the incident where we pushed Cheng Yining off the cliff. Isn't that a curious coincidence? Just a few days apart in the same location. Could it be that General Tan rescued Cheng Yining and took her in? Lu Jinmei was taken aback. Could it really be such a coincidence? But she shook her head. No way. Cheng Yining is definitely dead. We saw her ghost last night, didn't we?
Mom.
Perhaps we were all deceived by that Cheng Yining. Lu Mingzhu suggested. If Wu Yin is indeed Cheng Yining, her skills in fortune-telling and scare tactics wouldn't be surprising. It's possible that frightening us was part of her plan to throw us into disarray. But if this person is Cheng Yining, why wait until now to act against us? Lu Jinmei pondered, perplexed. She has been around for quite some time. Wouldn't it have been better for her to strike before we even realized she was alive? If no one knew she was still living, wouldn't it be easier for her to eliminate our family without suspicion? Lu Mingzhu, unable to clarify, could only shake her head in response. After a moment of silence, Lu Jinmei declared, regardless of whether Wu Yin is Cheng Yining, given the suspicion, we cannot remain idle. Mom, do you have any good ideas? We managed to kill her once before. If she is still alive, we can eliminate her again. We've already taken action once. Lu Jinmei's expression hardened with resolve. Killing her would remove any future threats. The thought that Cheng Yining might not be a ghost diminished Lu Jinmei's fear. People only fear the unknown. But if Cheng Yining were indeed alive, Lu Jinmei reasoned that even if she had survived 3 additional years, what difference did it make? Killing her once had been easy. Doing so again would merely require a bit more money. I wonder what her connection to General Tan of the Tan Group is, Lu Mingzhu pondered, troubled. Would General Tan assist her? There are numerous ways to kill a person with sufficient funds. Professionals could handle the task without anyone suspecting them. It would merely cost a bit more. With that thought, Lu Jinmei stood up to make a call. Watching Lu Jinmei's retreating figure, Lu Mingzhu smiled coldly. Regardless of whether she was Cheng Yining, anyone who obstructed Lu Mingzhu had to die. If she truly was the Cheng Yining who had survived, then she deserved to perish. If she was not Cheng Yining, then it was her misfortune to bear a face so identical to that of Cheng Yining. Let her misfortune lead her to her demise. In the presidential suite, which comprised a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a smaller guest room, Yan Ming returned late after a long day. He shared a late-night meal with Wu Yin before retreating to the guest room for rest, knowing tomorrow would be even busier. Wu Yin occupied the master bedroom. Although it was already late and the suite was quiet, she found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning. During the day, things had been more manageable. After lunch, Qi Yu and Wei Shen had come to the hotel to visit her, later taking her out shopping. In the midst of the fun, Wu Yin had momentarily forgotten about her and Tan Xi's situation. However, now, in the stillness of the night, the memories of the afternoon flooded back uncontrollably. It was as if his very breath lingered in her ears. After several restless turns, she kicked the blanket to the floor in frustration. Sitting up, she touched her lips and suddenly chuckled softly, rubbing her nose playfully. Rising from the bed, she left her room. Tan Xi's door was unlocked, and with a gentle twist, Wu Yin opened it. She refrained from turning on the lights, stealthily making her way to the edge of the bed. Those who practiced cultivation often possessed remarkable night vision, allowing her to see the figure lying asleep on the bed despite the drawn curtains. Perhaps due to a physical limitation, Tan Xi lay flat on his back as he slept. Wu Yin sat cross-legged on the floor beside the bed, her arms resting on the edge. Her head propped on her hands, simply gazing at the slumbering Tan Xi. Though seemingly simple, this act of watching him filled her with inexplicable exhilaration. Wu Yin wondered, could this be what it meant to be in love? She remained transfixed for a considerable time, until fatigue began to set in. Just as she was about to stand and leave, she heard the unexpectedly cheerful voice of Tan Xi, who had seemingly been asleep. Dear girlfriend, aren't you going to look away? His tone carried a hint of regret, startling Wu Yin. You're not asleep? After entering, Wu Yin had been so focused on his face that she hadn't noticed his breathing. She was astonished to realize Tan Xi had been awake all along. Did that mean he had known she was watching him the entire time? What a humiliating affair. How could he possibly know? Tan Si was not particularly well rested. He was aware of this when Wu Yin stealthily entered the room. Initially, he presumed Wu Yin had come to him with a matter of importance, but her furtive demeanor struck him as amusing, which is why he refrained from calling out to her. However, Tan Si was genuinely taken aback to discover that Wu Yin had sneaked into his room in the dead of night merely to observe him as he slept. He reached out to grasp her as she attempted to flee, questioning if she was unable to sleep due to the unfamiliar bed. With Wu Yin's audacity, it was certainly not fear that prompted her actions. "I have no trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds," she replied, her gaze lowered, slightly embarrassed as she fidgeted with her toes on the floor, contemplating how to elucidate her peculiar behavior tonight. Just then, a sound of the door lock being tampered with echoed from the living room. Wu Yin immediately gestured for silence towards Tan Si and pointed towards the door, whispering, "Someone is trying to pick the lock. I'll go take a look." Yet, still feeling uneasy, she handed Tan Si her spirit whip, saying, "Keep this for self-defense. Strike anyone who approaches you. Be careful." Tan Si accepted the whip, frowning as he cautioned her to protect herself. "I'm quite formidable." Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, then exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Upon reaching the living room, Wu Yin cast a spell to mask her presence. Just seconds after she arrived, the door swung open, indicating that the intruder was well-trained, able to swiftly bypass even such a sophisticated lock. A man, his head shrouded in black cloth revealing only his eyes and nose, entered with a small box in hand. He made a beeline for the master bedroom. Upon noticing the door ajar, he paused momentarily, then swiftly produced a silenced pistol from his pocket. Chapter 171. Killing you is enough for money. He pressed the gun against his thigh and stealthily approached the room. The lights were off and the curtains drawn, making it impossible for even a professional assassin to discern if anyone lay in bed. Only the slight rise of the covers was visible. Wu Yin silently followed him, anticipating that the assassin would immediately fire upon entering her room, but he did not. The assassin, holding his gun at the ready due to the open door, confirmed the room's safety, then holstered his weapon. He retrieved a handkerchief from the box in his possession and approached the edge of the bed, pouring some unknown substance onto it. The assassin swiftly lifted the covers, attempting to press the handkerchief against the pillow, only to find it empty. He froze in astonishment, incredulous that the bed was unoccupied at this hour. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was also ajar. He cautiously approached and entered, only to be further bewildered to find it empty as well. Wu Yin could not help but laugh, suddenly interjecting, "Would you like to check the wardrobe? Perhaps the person is hiding in there?" The assassin's muscles, encased in his tight attire, visibly twitched in surprise at her words. He immediately drew his handgun and aimed it in Wu Yin's direction. "Are you going to kill me?" Wu Yin asked, somewhat astonished, never expecting that she, a mere impoverished individual, would find herself pursued. Initially, she had thought the assassin was sent to eliminate the wealthy Tan Si. "I have no money. Why would you kill me?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You may not possess wealth, but your life is worth 500,000 to the right people. You've crossed individuals you ought not to have," the assassin replied, pulling the trigger towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin's spoken words provided the trained assassin with enough information to locate her position. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that someone could evade a bullet under such circumstances. After firing his shot, he intended to seize her, but in the next moment, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could react, his weapon clattering to the ground. Wu Yin clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "I feel guilty using the strength it takes to move bricks on you." She then kicked him once more and, after pondering, pinched her nose and pressed the handkerchief against his face. "You should use what you brought yourself." She pressed it for nearly half a minute before removing it and tossing it back into his wooden box. Subsequently, she swiftly bound him with spirit ropes, declaring her task accomplished. Wu Yin flicked on the room's lights and skipped back to find Tan Si, playfully startling him with a loud wow as she entered, and turned on the lights in his room as well. Upon hearing Wu Yin's voice, Yan Ming rushed over in a flurry. "What on earth happened? I received a sudden message from President Tan to stay in my room. Initially, I thought you two were in the living room, but then I heard the sound of a silenced gun and nearly lost my mind," Yan Ming exclaimed. For Tan Si, those brief minutes had been nothing short of torment. Lying in bed, he dared not move, fearing that any sound might alert the assassin and jeopardize Wu Yin's safety. The wheelchair sat nearby, and he could only grit his teeth and await Wu Yin's return. Thankfully, she soon reappeared, her footsteps light and bouncy, suggesting good spirits. Tan Ci propped himself up with his arms and waved her over as she approached, grasping her hand and inquiring, "What transpired on your end? Was it directed at me?" Wu Yin shook her head, clarifying, "It was aimed at me. The assassin claimed that someone had paid 500,000 for my life, which left me somewhat displeased. Is my life truly worth so little? Just 500,000? After her remark, she glanced at Yan Ming. He had a silenced gun and a small wooden box filled with tools. Wu Yin opened her palm to reveal a bullet resting in her fair hand. Yan Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, she was remarkable. "I'll call Chi Chuchen," Tan Ci said, directing Wu Yin to wait for him in the living room. "Do you need to change clothes?" Wu Yin asked, puzzled. "Aren't you going to sleep soon?" Tan Ci shook his head, saying, "I want to look presentable getting out of bed. I'd rather you didn't see me like that." Wu Yin paused for a moment, then stood and took Yan Ming with her out of the room, kindly shutting the door behind them. Chi Chuchen, who was staying at the hotel, arrived promptly after receiving the call. Before Tan Ci even emerged from his room, Chi Chuchen, clad in sleepwear and bleary-eyed, knocked on the door. Yan Ming answered, and as Chi Chuchen passed by, he playfully ruffled Wu Yin's hair. When she looked up at him, he asked, "Is there someone in your room?" Wu Yin nodded, pointing towards her room. "Good," Chi Chuchen replied, stepping inside. True to his lineage, Chi Chuchen's first instinct upon seeing the unconscious intruder was to deliver a few kicks before anything else. Tan Ci, wheeling himself out of his room, instinctively searched for Wu Yin in the living room. Spotting her on the sofa, their eyes met, and Tan Ci offered her a smile. The police arrived swiftly, ripping away the cloth from the assassin's head to reveal his identity. "This man is a professional killer wanted for numerous crimes domestically. We need someone from your party to assist us in taking him back for processing," one officer stated. "It's quite late, I'll handle it," Chi Chuchen said, tousling his already disheveled hair as he spoke to Wu Yin. "You should continue to rest. I'll return after I've dealt with this." Wu Yin nodded in agreement, retracting the spirit ropes as she prepared to leave with Chi Chuchen and the officers. After they departed, she couldn't suppress a sense of elation. "It's late now. Tan Ci, Yan Ming, you both should return to your rooms for rest." Wu Yin, feeling a bit guilty, touched her nose and added, "I'll place a couple of paper talisman figures to keep watch over you. You can sleep soundly." She positioned one talisman figure at the door and another in the living room, and after saying goodnight to the two men, she hurried back to her room. As she closed the door, she patted her chest. The assassin's timely arrival spared her the need to explain to Tan Ci why she had stealthily crept into his room in the middle of the night, just to watch him sleep. To express it in a rather peculiar manner, which is somewhat embarrassing, Chi Chuchen mentioned that he returned in the morning and spoke with Wu Yin and the others. However, the following day, Wu Yin only saw Chi Chuchen after finishing her lunch. One glance at his scruffy appearance revealed that he had not rested a wink the previous night. Seizing the moment before the makeup team arrived, I shared the events of last night with you. Upon spotting a cake on the table, Chi Chuchen, disregarding the fact that it was purchased by Tan Ci for Wu Yin, eagerly grabbed it and began devouring it, one bite after another. Wu Yin couldn't help but watch him for quite some time before she too picked up the cake, attempting to see if she could manage to eat it in one bite. "Nink nink. We are young ladies. Do not emulate him." Chi Yu hurriedly restrained Wu Yin's eager hands. Chi Chuchen found it amusing, exclaiming, "You truly are just as you were in your childhood." Noticing Wu Yin's sidelong glance, he deftly redirected the conversation. Chapter 172, A Formal Self-Introduction. The assassin from last night had taken a job through an online platform within their circle, a contract worth 5 million. He had bribed the hotel steward in advance, thus learning that Wu Yin was staying in the master suite. The buyer requested that the individual be taken from the hotel without leaving a trace before being killed, and the body must be disposed of discreetly to avoid detection. Following verification by the police and the Chi family, it was discovered that the individual who placed the order was Liu Jinmei. I have extracted the elevator footage from the hotel, which I will present to everyone tonight for a thorough viewing. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin immediately chimed in. I also have recorded footage, even more thrilling. Tan Ci added, I have already taken care of the arrangements for tonight's award ceremony. If you have anything else to add, just instruct Yan Ming to manage it. We need to secure a few more seats for me, preferably a few towards the middle and a bit further back. Not too close to the front, Chi Chuchen nodded in agreement. After speaking, he opened a bottle of untouched mineral water from the table and drank nearly half of it, stating, I have no further business. I must return to catch up on some sleep. Shortly after Qi Chuchen departed, the styling team that Tan Ci had arranged arrived,
The same as last time.
knowing that Wu Yin disliked long gowns. Tan Ci had prepared trousers for her this time. Wu Yin's figure was exceptional. Even without reaching a height of 1.7 meters or wearing high heels, she looked stunning after the styling, prompting even the discerning Qi Yu to praise her appearance. The award ceremony officially commenced at 7:30. After completing their looks, the group headed to the first floor for dinner before making their way to the venue. Upon arrival at the entrance, Qi Yu was ready to part ways with Wu Yin. Ning Ning, I still need to engage with that imposter. After tonight, I will be entirely yours. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry back here, Qi Chuchen remarked with a flicker of concern in his eyes. The group did not walk the red carpet, but entered the venue through the VIP passage. Just like at the previous film festival, the seating arrangement was similar, with the only difference being that Tan Ci was present in person this time. However, this time, Tan Ci and Wu Yin were seated separately from Lu Mingzhu. Upon entering, Wu Yin was surprised to find that not only Lu Mingzhu was present, but also Cheng Jinghong and Lu Jinmei from the Cheng family. As Wu Yin caught sight of the Cheng family trio, Lu Jinmei and Lu Mingzhu also recognized her, their expressions clearly filled with shock. Seemingly astonished to see Wu Yin alive. After taking her seat, Wu Yin noticed that Yan Ming had not followed. She glanced around but did not spot him. So she leaned closer to Tan Ci and quietly inquired, "Where is Yan Ming?" "He is quite busy tonight," Tan Ci replied softly. Wu Yin exclaimed, "Are you giving him a raise?" Indeed, Tan Ci chuckled quietly, then took Wu Yin's hand in his. Wu Yin's gaze wandered, eventually resting on their clasped hands. She fought to suppress a smile, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. This evening's award presentation process was decidedly different from previous years. Typically, the supporting roles and newcomer awards were announced first, but today it was reversed. Excluding the climactic Best Actor and Best Actress awards, the ceremony commenced with the more prestigious categories. By 9:30, Tan Ci noticed Wu Yin was playing a mobile game to pass the time and quietly reminded her, "It will soon be Lu Mingzhu's turn." Wu Yin swiftly tucked her phone away, sitting up straight, her eyes wide open as she turned her attention to the stage. After the host exchanged pleasantries, he announced, "Next, we will reveal the Best Newcomer Supporting Role Award. I would like to remind everyone that this individual has garnered considerable discussion online recently and even participated in a variety show recording not long ago." The male host nodded, saying, "Yes, this person is also an exemplary student with a commendable academic record from a young age. Many of her fans regard her as a role model for their studies and life goals. She once faced adversity, but stood resiliently on her own, emerging as the outstanding young actress we see before us today, Cheng Yining. Let us extend the warmest applause as Cheng Yining joins us to accept her award." We also invite Cheng Yining's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cheng, to join her on stage. As the host concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lu Mingzhu, amidst this applause, walked onto the stage, her eyes glistening with emotion as she held onto Lu Jinmei with one hand and Cheng Jinghong with the other. After the Cheng family stepped onto the stage, the host continued, "Let us first hear from Cheng Yining as she shares her acceptance speech, followed by Mr. and Mrs. Cheng, who will share their experiences in raising such an exceptional daughter. Let us give them a warm welcome." Lu Mingzhu, holding the microphone, gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Before she could speak, the fans outside began chanting her name, their voices so loud they nearly drowned out the microphone. "Thank you to my fans for your unwavering support," Lu Mingzhu said, waving her trophy towards them. "This award belongs to you as well. Your contributions are invaluable. I am grateful for your steadfast companionship over the years, which has given me the courage to take this step." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "I prefer not to dwell on events from 3 years ago. I do not wish for my fans to support me out of pity. I hope that in the future, you will focus on me as a person and my work, drawn to the excellence I strive to embody. Thank you all." After Lu Mingzhu finished, she handed the microphone to Cheng Jinghong. It was Cheng Jinghong's first time receiving such an invitation, so he had prepared extensively, writing a lengthy speech about how he and his wife encouraged their eldest daughter to become a positive and outstanding young woman. Wu Yin clenched her fists in response to his words. Fortunately, Cheng Jinghong did not finish his entire speech, as several plainclothes officers suddenly stood up and marched towards the stage. Without a word, they swiftly handcuffed the entire family. One of the officers seized the microphone from Cheng Jinghong, declaring, "Cheng Jinghong, Lu Jinmei, Lu Mingzhu, you are hereby formally arrested on charges of murder." The trio was visibly taken aback, and Lu Mingzhu's gaze shot towards Wu Yin, filled with hatred and terror. The audience stood in stunned silence. How could someone who had just been delivering a speech be arrested in the next moment? The atmosphere was explosive, and everyone immediately pulled out their phones to record the unfolding drama. Lu Mingzhu's fans were equally bewildered, with some shouting, "Let go of our Ning Ning." In a fit of rage, Lu Mingzhu snatched the microphone from the host and hurled it towards Wu Yin, screaming, "It's you. You orchestrated this." Wu Yin swiftly swiped the microphone away, sending it crashing to the ground, the sound startling everyone into covering their ears. After a moment's thought, she retrieved the microphone and leaped onto the stage, standing beside Lu Mingzhu. "I am certain many of you are wondering why the police are arresting this family. Who have they killed?" Wu Yin cleared her throat into the microphone and continued, "Tonight's award ceremony is being broadcast live. Both those inside and outside the venue, including online viewers, should be quite familiar with me, yes? Now, I would like to formally reintroduce myself." As Wu Yin took a step back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Mingzhu, she slowly began to speak under the watchful gaze of Lu Mingzhu's terrified eyes. Chapter 173. This slap was for my mother. Greetings everyone, my name is Qing Yining, and Qi Xiang is my mother. At this point, Wu Yin paused, casting a cold, piercing glare at Qing Jinghong, who was glaring at her in disbelief, and added, "My scoundrel of a father is named Qing Jinghong." Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. If Wu Yin is indeed Qing Yining, the daughter of the Qi family, then who is the Qing Yining standing on stage receiving the trophy? This question lingered in the minds of all present. What nonsense! I have never encountered such shameless drivel as yours. Qing Jinghong bellowed, his face a mixture of panic and disbelief. My daughter is right beside me. I recognize my own daughter. I have never seen anyone so foolish as to claim a different set of parents. Indeed, just because you bear a resemblance to Qing Yining does not bestow upon you the right to declare yourself as such. Are we to believe that anyone resembling Qing Yining can audaciously claim to be her? Lu Jinmei chimed in. Lu Mingzhu quickly added, "I fail to comprehend why you would suddenly utter these nonsensical claims. I do not understand why you would choose such an important occasion for me to make such accusations. Wu Yin, have you developed a delusion? Do you truly believe that after years of impersonating Qing Yining, you have become her? Is assuming my identity more impressive than your own?" Wu Yin gazed at the obstinate family with a cold smile. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Qing Yining is my daughter. As her father, how could I possibly mistake her for someone else? Qing Jinghong shook the handcuffs he held, questioning, "Are these police officers actors you hired? I tell you, this matter between the Qing family and you is far from over. Who is it that is unfinished?" Wu Yin advanced, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Qing Jinghong. "This slap is for my mother." After this, Wu Yin struck him once more. This time, it was for herself. Following her confrontation with Qing Jinghong, Wu Yin walked over to Lu Jinmei, saying nothing, but delivering several resounding slaps that left Lu Jinmei's face bruised before she resumed speaking into the microphone. "Everyone must be curious about the murder case that this family of 3 has committed. The first murder victim was my mother, whom Lu Jinmei and Qing Jinghong conspired with a nanny to poison. The second murder victim was myself. 3 years ago, Lu Jinmei personally pushed me off a cliff, allowing this imposter to take my place. The third murder occurred last night, when Lu Jinmei and this imposter hired a hitman online for 5 million, targeting me once again." Upon finishing her statement, Qi Chuchen rose from his seat in the audience. Lu Jinmei, seeing him, called out, "Young Master Qi, Ningning is your cousin and a descendant of the Qi family. You cannot stand idly by while this lunatic treats our family this way." "Ms. Lu is correct. I cannot allow anyone to bully the children of the Qi family," Qi Chuchen responded, stepping onto the stage. He walked directly to Wu Yin, and just as Lu Jinmei expected Qi Chuchen to expel Wu Yin from the stage, he instead took the microphone from her. "I would like to present a few video segments." The audience turned in astonishment towards the large screen behind them, their attention riveted there. Everyone anticipated that the VCR would showcase footage of Qing Yining, but instead, an entirely unrelated figure appeared on the screen. The video featured a high school girl in a uniform with a bobbed haircut. The video was somewhat unclear, but the name of her school could be discerned, San County No. 3 Middle School. This was footage from a sports meet, but only a few seconds in, the VCR transitioned to another scene, a college graduation ceremony, where the same girl appeared, now visibly older and more fashionable. As the audience speculated whether they had mistakenly played an irrelevant video, the footage suddenly sharpened into clarity, revealing a recent interview segment with a high school teacher. In this segment, the teacher identified the girl as Lu Mingzhu, describing her as a student with poor grades, seemingly uninterested in her studies. The trio on stage was visibly horrified. Lu Mingzhu trembled violently, shaking her head repeatedly, muttering, "No one is allowed to look. No one." She broke free from the police's grasp and dashed towards the screen, attempting to shield it with her body. "What are you doing?" Cheng Zhenghong cursed Lu Mingzhu inwardly, shouting at her, "What do these videos have to do with you?" His reprimand jolted Lu Jinmei into action as she rushed over to pull her daughter back, whispering urgently, "They have no evidence. Do not lose your composure." Lu Mingzhu's heart sank. If her identity had been uncovered, how could they still believe Qi Chuchen and Wu Yin lacked proof? How could they think they could continue to conceal the truth? Qi Chuchen, observing the still defiant trio, took Wu Yin's hand and declared, "This lady beside me is the true Qing Yining, while the imposter masquerading as Qing Yining is the girl in the video. Her name is Lu Mingzhu, the illegitimate daughter of Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei, and she is older than Qing Yining. Everyone beneath your chairs is a file bag. Reach down and feel for it. Inside is a copy of the documents I hold in my hands. The original is with me. Who claims we lack evidence?" Qi Chuchen released Wu Yin's hand, returned the microphone to her, and began to unveil the documents one by one. The first document was the paternity test between Lu Mingzhu, the imposter, and Cheng Zhenghong. The second was the paternity test between Lu Mingzhu and Lu Jinmei. The third was the test report between the imposter Lu Mingzhu and myself. The fourth was the result of the test between Wu Yin and me. The imposter Lu Mingzhu is the biological daughter of Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei, while Lu Mingzhu shares no blood relation with me, and Wu Yin is indeed related to me, thus confirming she is Qing Yining. Qi Chuchen continued. The police will also re-examine the paternity tests of Cheng Zhenghong and Wu Yin for conclusive results. Beneath these results lay the diary of the nanny who cared for my aunt following her childbirth, now in the hands of the police. The diary clearly states that Lu Jinmei paid her to deliberately prepare harmful food for my already frail aunt, exacerbating her declining health. Eventually, it was Lu Jinmei who instructed the nanny to administer a chemical toxin, leading to my aunt's sudden illness and untimely death, while the nanny's diary confirms that Cheng Zhenghong was complicit. Chapter 174. You struck me with the microphone. Lu Jinmei was stricken with terror, yet instinctively began to argue. The nanny is dead. You cannot just produce some random notebook and claim it's hers. How ludicrous. This truly is a case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. Qi Chuchen retorted. Indeed, the remorseful nanny has done similarly to what you suspect. Fearing her death would render her diary insufficient as evidence, she recorded your conversations from back then, which we have also submitted to the police. Lu Jinmei staggered and fell to the ground, her face drained of color. Now let me show you an exciting segment from yesterday, capturing what transpired in the hotel elevator, illustrating what it means to live in fear of one's own conscience. With that, the large screen behind them switched to a new video, footage of the events involving Cheng Zhenghong's family in the hotel elevator, all captured by surveillance cameras. Yesterday, as Cheng Zhenghong came to his senses and sought the hotel to request the deletion of surveillance footage, Tan Ci had already preemptively acquired a backup of the video. This footage proved to be far more advantageous than Wu Yin's recording stone, leading Qi Chuchen to forego obtaining the stone from Wu Yin. Once the video concluded, the screen froze on the terror-stricken expressions of Cheng Zhenghong's family of three, an image both ludicrous and pitiful. The video clearly revealed that 3 years prior, it was Cheng Zhenghong and Lu Jinmei who conspired to murder Wu Yin, subsequently using Lu Mingzhu, their illegitimate daughter, to impersonate Qing Yining. Many might wonder why Cheng Zhenghong would take such a monumental risk, replacing the legitimate granddaughter of the Qi family with an illegitimate child. After all, Lu Jinmei was not even mentioned, yet both were Cheng Zhenghong's daughters. With no words left to counter, he could only roar in fury, demanding his bodyguards, assistants, and lawyers. His voice echoed loudly, prompting Wu Yin to rub her ears and retaliate with a slap, frowning as she yelled back, "Be quiet. You're deafening me. Do not interrupt Qi Chuchen. If you speak again, I shall strike you once more." Cheng Zhenghong had first-hand experience of the pain Wu Yin's slaps could inflict. Blood filled his mouth as he glared at her, yet he dared not continue his outburst. "Your bodyguards are also implicated in the murder case from 3 years ago and have been taken for investigation," Qi Chuchen interjected with a scoff. "The evidence is irrefutable. Seeking help is futile." He laughed aloud, finding Wu Yin's method of striking truly amusing. With millions watching this live broadcast, the spectacle was undeniable. After his laughter subsided, Qi Chuchen continued, Chung Jung-hong meticulously plotted to substitute an illegitimate daughter for Wu Yin to seize her assets. When he wed my aunt, he signed documents that granted her substantial shares in Chung's company. Upon her passing, all her inheritance would rightfully belong to Chung Yining. Chung Jung-hong's recent paternal proclamations were laced with irony. Wu Yin had endured his strict control throughout her upbringing. He had consistently engaged in psychological manipulation, attempting to mold her into a puppet who would solely obey him. However, Wu Yin's independent spirit thwarted his ambitions, and realizing he could not compel her to yield her inheritance, he resorted to murder. A long document in hand detailed the extensive personal assets belonging to Wu Yin that Chung Jung-hong had misappropriated over the past 3 years. Not merely shares, but also numerous properties and cash. For Chung Jung-hong, money was indeed a powerful allure, strong enough to abandon a pregnant girlfriend, to murder his first wife, and even to kill his own daughter. As fans outside called out for Ning Ning, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence, disbelief etched on every face. Chi Chu-chun handed the microphone back to Wu Yin, who, upon receiving it, declared, "Now allow me to unveil the truth from 3 years ago." With utmost clarity, Wu Yin recounted the events that transpired on the mountainside, delivering her narrative with a calmness that belied the passage of time. Yet, the audience's hearts ached for her. Many were moved to tears. What peril had she faced? What despair had she endured? At that tender age, she had been like a sapling striving to grow, only to be cruelly broken by her own kin. "Do not mourn for me," she continued. "For me, Chung Yining has been dead since that day. The person standing before you now is Wu Yin." Her gaze scanned the audience until it landed on Wei Shen, seated in the back. "For these years, I owe Wei Shen the truth, and I owe myself closure regarding this past. I stand here today to share this truth with everyone. I must tell you all that my dear friend Wei Shen is innocent. He is not a criminal, nor a murderer. Those who have insulted him owe him an apology." The greatest sorrow for Wu Yin was that Wei Shen had borne the brunt of the consequences alone, enduring scorn and ridicule, while others hurled rotten vegetables and foul epithets at him. "Wei Shen, I am deeply sorry for involving you and subjecting you to 3 years of wrongful suffering, even imprisonment." Wei Shen, his eyes reddened, cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting back, "Wu Yin, I do not blame you. We shall remain the best of friends for life." His voice trembled, surprised by Wu Yin's public acknowledgement on stage. A man's pride can often be a barrier. He did not wish to weep before so many, feeling it would be a disgrace. Yet, the overwhelming emotion of relief and the desire for vindication surged forth, threatening to spill from his eyes. This was Wu Yin's formal apology to Wei Shen. She smiled at him before addressing the audience. "I apologize for taking up your time with my personal matters. Thank you for your attention." With that, she gestured to the plainclothes officers, signaling them to take the perpetrators away. However, as the officers led the individuals off the stage, Wu Yin recalled another matter and hurried after them. "Officer, this person just assaulted a public servant. You must add that charge." She pointed at Lu Mingzhu. Initially, Lu Mingzhu had bowed her head to evade the cameras, but upon hearing Wu Yin's accusation, she shot back defiantly. "When did I ever assault a public servant?" Wu Yin retorted, "You just hit me with a microphone. Everyone saw it. You merely missed. It doesn't mean you lacked the intention. What are you even doing as a public servant?" Lu Mingzhu spat. Wu Yin slowly produced her identification, her tone deliberately infuriating. "Oh, I am the director, who was sought by your Qing family for $1 million to exorcise ghosts." She flashed a bright smile. "So, Lu Mingzhu, the charge of assaulting a public servant stands, and I've caught the ghost too. Transaction completed." Chapter 175. How could it be you? Wu Yin unfurled her identification, gently shaking it in her hand. Chung Jung-hong and the others fixated on the document, disbelief etched on their faces. "How could it be you? How could it be you?" Chung Jung-hong roared, "You ungrateful daughter. You should never have been born. You ought to have been suffocated at birth rather than committing parricide today. I am your father. How could you scheme against me like this?" Chung Jung-hong finally grasped the truth. The host valued Chung Yining and had invited him and Lu Jinmei to this grand affair as a trap set for his family. In his eyes, Qi Xiang was merely a gullible fool, leading him to underestimate the entire Qi family. To him, each member was as naive as Qi Xiang, foolishly trusting. Even Qi Xiang's daughter was no exception. What did it matter if she excelled academically? She was still under his thumb. She belonged to him, and her possessions were rightfully his. He did not lack for daughters. He could simply replace this disobedient one with a compliant child to take Chung Yining's place. Chung Zhenghong believed this plan was flawless. After all, he was Cheng Yining's father, and he had convinced himself that this daughter by his side was indeed Cheng Yining. Who in this world would question her authenticity? This was the second most brilliant scheme of his life. Yet he never anticipated it would ultimately be unraveled by Cheng Yining herself. Realizing this, Chung Zhenghong directed a sudden kick toward Lu Jinmei, catching everyone off guard. As the family of three walked together, his foot landed squarely in Lu Jinmei's abdomen, followed by another kick directed at Lu Mingzhu. Both mother and daughter screamed in agony as they fell to the ground. You two worthless fools. Worthless. Chung Zhenghong railed. You can't even handle a simple matter. Were it not for your utter incompetence, my meticulously devised plan would have remained flawless. If she had perished, how could we possibly find ourselves in this predicament today? Chung Zhenghong, his hands shackled, defiantly pointed at Lu Jinmei, hurling accusations. I specifically inquired whether the matter was handled properly. Did you ascertain her demise? How could you assure me? You claimed that a person falling from a cliff would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. Why then does she stand before us, unscathed? To Chung Zhenghong, the headless ghost of Cheng Yining would be preferable. The living Cheng Yining is far more terrifying than the deceased version. The existence of Cheng Yining obliterated his envisioned future, dismantling all he had painstakingly arranged, threatening to seize the assets he had so cunningly reclaimed. A failure in achievement, yet a master in destruction. You are a fool. Even your offspring mirror your foolishness. Chung Zhenghong roared at Lu Mingzhu. Wu Yin, beside them, listened with amusement, nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. Lu Mingzhu has always been dim-witted. You had to spend money to secure her educational opportunities in high school, and she failed even to gain admission to university, requiring further expenditure to send her abroad for a diploma. Indeed, quite foolish. Furthermore, Lu Mingzhu, why provoke me unnecessarily? Wu Yin shrugged. Had you not instigated me, had you not covertly incited your fans against me and Wei Shen, I would have had no interest in you or the Chung family. Otherwise, why do you think I have only just returned to address you now? Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you at all. Wu Yin feigned innocence but lamented. Alas, you are too insufferable, incessantly lamenting to your fanbase about how Wei Shen has wronged you, inciting them to bully both Wei Shen and me. Were I to ignore you any longer, I would be failing Wei Shen. Upon hearing this, Chung Zhenghong grew even angrier. Had he not been restrained by the police, he would have lunged at Lu Mingzhu, intent on ending her life. I have long advised you to maintain a low profile, to behave sensibly. Why pursue an acting career, creating such chaos? And now look where we all stand, finished. Are you pleased? Chung Zhenghong cackled maniacally as he questioned. Upon hearing Wu Yin express her original intent to disregard the Chung family and not reclaim the identity of Cheng Yining, Chung Zhenghong's fury intensified. Wishing he could pierce Lu Mingzhu with 1,000 daggers, Qi Chu-chun whispered to Wu Yin, he has lost his mind. Chung Zhenghong, having reached the point of no return, lamented, how could I not be driven mad? If I were bested by superior opponents, I would accept my defeat, but to be undone by these two imbeciles? That I cannot abide. Father incessantly berates my mother and me as fools. And what of you, father? You, the paragon of intelligence. Why not take action in those matters yourself? Lu Mingzhu rose from the ground, sneering. Because you wished to remain untainted, because you wanted, should the plan falter, to shift all blame onto my mother and me, to feign ignorance, to masquerade as a victim. Lu Mingzhu bellowed, how are you any wiser than we? In the years I have spent in this industry, everyone praises my virtues before you. Were you not pleased? Lu Mingzhu gestured towards the stage, where moments ago, he had extolled his virtues as a father. Was he not filled with pride? When I urged you to silence Wu Yin, your response was swift, was it not? If my mother and I are fools, then what does that make you? A tiger does not consume its cubs, yet you? Cheng Yining is your biological daughter, and you can order her death without hesitation. Everyone lauds your prowess, Mr. Chung, for your ability to manage the company effectively. Why do you not share the truth of the significant losses that nearly led to bankruptcy? Why not confess that you murdered your wife for profit, and your daughter too? For the same reason. All to fill your coffers? What kind of intelligence is that? You possess no more wisdom than my mother and me. You merely wield a heart of unyielding cruelty. With wealth acquired through the murder of your wife and daughter, even if you entrusted the company to a dog, the Chung family would still flourish. So, how wise are you, Chung Zhenghong? Lu Mingzhu laughed through her tears. For the sake of money, you made my mother your mistress. And though I am the rightful eldest daughter of the Chung family, I became the shameful illegitimate child. unaware of my true parents before I could comprehend. To ensure your plans came to fruition, my face was marred by countless scars. Do you know the depth of my hatred for you at that moment? I even envisioned a day when I would return every wound you inflicted upon me. Chung Zhenghong and you, Lu Jinmei, do you deserve the title of parents?
To you?
Children are mere tools. I am. Bao Zhu is. Even Cheng Yuzhu is. We truly are a most fitting family, are we not? It is said that a family that shares a door is indeed a family. My foolishness stems from having equally foolish parents. My cruelty is a reflection of their greater cruelty. Lu Mingzhu turned to Wu Yin. What use is your hatred towards me? I did not draft this plan. I merely received a notification. I confess, the prospect of becoming Qing Yining is indeed tempting, yet this is not a choice I could refuse. In light of Lu Mingzhu's accusations and insults, Lu Jinmei appeared deeply aggrieved. I, too, am a victim of circumstances. How can you hate me, your mother, alongside your father? I have done all this for the three of you. For your sake. Lu Jinmei shouted. Lu Mingzhu, do you not possess a shred of conscience? A victim of circumstance? Wu Yin scoffed. Did Qing Zhenghong hold a knife to your throat, forbidding you from leaving him? Lu Jinmei found herself rendered speechless by Wu Yin's retort. Wu Yin then turned to Lu Mingzhu. Where do you find justification in refusing? Were you abroad? Would they be able to abduct you back? If you do not cooperate, what can they do? To put it plainly, you secretly desire to replace me as Qing Yining. Your family is a veritable breed of selfish individuals, all adept at shirking responsibility. Qi Chuchen raised an eyebrow, then addressed the police. Take them away. This family squabble has devolved into the same old accusations, nothing new to behold. They likely thought they could incite a scandalous revelation. At this juncture, not one member of the Chung family expressed remorse for their past transgressions. Their only reflection was a wish that they had truly eliminated Wu Yin. Lu Jinmei, Lu Mingzhu, and even Cheng Zhenghong share this sentiment. As the Chung family was led away by the police, Wu Yin felt a great weight lift from her heart. Just as she prepared to seek out Tan Ci, Qiyu suddenly called out to her. Nink nink. Qiyu waved at Wu Yin, turn around and see who has arrived. Upon turning, Wu Yin was enveloped in the embrace of an elderly woman. Mi, nink nink, oh mi prekios grandauchter. Qi Laotai wept as she clutched her granddaughter, lamenting. My Ning Ning has suffered these past years. It is my fault. I failed to protect you. As the elder held Wu Yin close, patting her back. Her tears soaked Wu Yin's cheeks. For others, it was merely 3 years. Yet for Wu Yin, it spanned a century across the vast river of time. Feeling the warmth of the elder's embrace and listening to her self-reproach, Wu Yin found solace in the fact that it had only been 3 years. Grateful that she could once again stand among the loving elders who cherished her, rather than being deceived by the impostor who sought to harm her. Grandmother, I have not suffered. I have many caring mentors in Wufang Valley, each of whom has treated me well. Wu Yin reassured the elder. They have cared for and protected me just as you do, so I have not suffered at all. In fact, I have lived quite well, and I am very happy. Wu Yin was uncertain if her words would ease the worries of her elders. The entire Qi family had gathered, without exception. Even the ailing Qi grandfather and grandmother were present. The younger generation was also fully represented. Qi Yu, beside Qi grandfather, with tearful eyes, extended his arms toward Wu Yin, his voice trembling as he said, Ning Ning, welcome home. Wu Yin dashed towards old Master Qi, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Grandfather, she exclaimed. The old man, his face radiating affection, gently stroked Wu Yin's head. Tomorrow, we shall visit your mother. We will determine a suitable time to bring her back from the ancestral grave of the Chung family. Our Qi family as children must return to the embrace of our ancestors. Wu Yin nodded in agreement, aware that the Qi family, being descendants of merit, had their virtues protecting their lineage, which allowed her mother to reincarnate at an early age. Wu Yin had attempted to summon Qi Xiang's spirit but learned from the underworld that Qi Xiang had already reincarnated due to the family's protective merits. This is for the best. Old Master Qi affirmed with a gentle nod. If your mother were aware, she would certainly prefer to leave the Qing family. Thus, we will bring her back to the Qi family. All right, Wu Yin agreed. I will check the auspicious date. Qi Yu interjected. Grandfather and grandmother are staying at the same hotel as us. Once we conclude matters here, let us return to the hotel. They and my parents, uncles, and aunts have much to discuss with you. With a playful smile, Qiyu added, you must also find time to meet with the lawyer tomorrow to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. leaving not a single coin for that Qingyu. As Chiyu playfully nudged Wu Yin along with the Qi family, the sheer number of relatives meant each person had something to say, leaving Wu Yin little time to ponder. Upon returning, Yan Ming witnessed Wu Yin being surrounded by her family. He sought out Tan Ci and, after some contemplation, could not resist commenting, "Tan, it seems your boyfriend doesn't hold a particularly high standing in the master's heart." Yan Ming grinned at the sharp glance Tan Ci shot his way. "The master has left with the Qi family, and here you are, waiting for her to return?" Tan Ci smirked, opened his phone, and directed it towards Yan Ming. "Here.
Let me show you my standing."
After a quick glance, Yan Ming chuckled nervously, scratching his head. It appeared that Wu Yin had taken the opportunity to send him a message before departing. Yan Ming wisely shifted the topic. "The entire internet is ablaze right now. Fans of the counterfeit are weeping, and I've heard there are several who have fainted in despair. The Qi family once conspired with the Chung family to wrong Wei Shen, and now, the Qi family stands united with you, Mr. Tan. Given the severity of the matter and the heightened discussion surrounding it, I suspect the three from the Chung family will soon find themselves at the mercy of the master." Indeed, the incident had garnered significant attention, with Wu Yin being bombarded by reporters for interviews. Upon reaching the hotel parking lot, she was pursued yet again by paparazzi eager for more questions. Once back at the hotel, she visited the room of Old Master Qi and Old Madam Qi. The elderly couple, having endured a long night at the award ceremony, were visibly weary. However, upon seeing Wu Yin chatting with her cousins, they hesitated to rest, wishing to savor more moments with their granddaughter. "Ning, why don't you come live abroad with us?" Old Madam Qi implored, clutching Wu Yin's hand. "We worry about you being alone in the country. Grandma, you can rest assured. Ning is quite formidable now." Qi chimed in, recounting how Wu Yin had swiftly resolved the matter with the nanny regarding her arranged marriage. "She's now the head of the Special Affairs Bureau. Is that so? And you have a boyfriend?" Old Madam Qi's heart tightened at the thought of her granddaughter following the same path as her mother. Wu Yin, recognizing her grandmother's concerns, replied, "I am not like my mother." "How so?" Old Madam Qi inquired. "I am fiercer than my mother," Wu Yin asserted confidently. "And I am quite capable." "Your boyfriend is Tan Ci?" Old Master Qi asked, and upon Qiyu confirming with a nod, he shook his head. "He is physically impaired. Being with him will be quite burdensome for you. I will be able to begin treating his legs in 2 days," Wu Yin reassured him. "It will only take a few days to heal. Grandfather, not only am I adept at divination, but I am also skilled in exorcism and medicine. I will check your and grandmother's pulses and help restore your health before you return home." Chapter 177. They cannot complicate my life. Even if Tan Ci's legs healed, Old Master Qi remained dubious about the Tan family, perceiving them as a troublesome lot. "They cannot complicate my life," Wu Yin declared, recounting amusing anecdotes about her interactions with the Tan family. The Qi family erupted in laughter at her tales. Thus, Wu Yin need not consider how to coexist with the Tan family. Rather, it was they who should ponder how not to provoke her ire. Qi staunchly defended Tan Ci, stating, "Ning is indeed different from my aunt. Qi Xiang was a sheltered flower, needing support like a parasitic vine. However, Wu Yin has weathered storms and emerged as a resilient tree, breaking through barriers to grow robustly, towering over all others. She no longer requires anyone's support. Her capabilities allow her to seize both connections and power at will." Wu Yin was no longer the timid child in the eyes of Old Master Qi and Old Madam Qi. Yearning for their approval, they felt a blend of joy and sorrow. Every grandparent wishes to shield their child from a thorny path, even if the child appears unbothered. The thorns still pierce their hearts. Indeed, Old Master Qi remarked, "Your temperament is far superior to your mother's gentle nature. A girl must be fierce. Only then will she not be bullied." In that moment, he even mused that perhaps it would be better for Tan Ci to remain in his wheelchair, as his financial means would allow him to hire caregivers. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, knowing his family would chastise him for such sentiments. Wu Yin, having taken their pulses, knew precisely how to enhance their well-being. "You all aren't in a rush to return, are you? Why not accompany me back to S City? I'll help grandfather and grandmother regain their health. It won't take long. About half a month should suffice, as these ailments stem from their youth. I will prepare some medicinal pills for you. Just one a day, along with acupuncture, and I guarantee you will feel rejuvenated and extend your longevity." "That sounds wonderful." Qiyu cheered, fully supporting her. Ning never makes empty promises. If she says it will work, it absolutely will. As the night grew late and fatigue set in, The elderly couple and the rest of the family retired to their respective rooms to rest. Upon returning, Wuyin found that neither Tan Xi nor Yan Ming had yet arrived. After finishing her evening routine, she emerged from the bathroom to find them already in the living room. "Master, have you checked your phone? Goodness, Weibo crashed twice tonight." Yan Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Aside from the trending topics about the best actor and actress, everything else is about you." Noticing Wu Yin's expression, Yan Ming quickly handed her his phone. Lu Mingzhu's fans have all unfollowed her, and there's an uproar of curses. It's even worse than when Wei Shen was in trouble. Moreover, the police have issued a statement naming Lu Mingzhu and her family directly. All her endorsements have been revoked, and she faces hefty accountability. Officially, all her awards have been declared void, and all her works are being taken down. At this point, Yan Ming chuckled. Lu Mingzhu had built her fame on your identity. Much of her glory was borrowed from you, like the honor of being an academic achiever.
So,
her fans might as well be seen as your fans too. Yan Mingyue found the situation increasingly amusing, remarking that the group of haters might find themselves sleepless tonight. They relentlessly pursued and berated him, all the while blindly defending Lu Mingzhu, the so-called legal expert. One could only imagine how their own hands must sting after slapping themselves in disbelief. Wu Yin returned the phone to Yan Ming, opting to use her own device to access Weibo. Upon opening, she was met with a veritable explosion of comments in the section of her last post. The official account of Duetsiu was as lively as his, with netizens offering apologies to Wei Shen. Honestly, Yan Ming remarked, it's appalling to consider the immense injustice Wei Shen has endured. Years of wrongful imprisonment, the loss of his university admission, and now, upon his release, he is subjected to further scorn while managing Duetsiu. Thankfully, he possesses exceptional resilience. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to despair multiple times over. Yan Ming sighed, recalling how Wei Shen had already secured his university admission before calamity struck, leading to an official announcement that rescinded his enrollment. After 12 arduous years of education, he was unjustly deprived of his place at university, imprisoned, and upon release, targeted by the rabid fans of Lu Mingzhu. Such tribulations would have driven a person of average fortitude to madness. Having participated in the slander and boycott against Wei Shen, the netizens now grasp the full extent of his suffering and are filled with sympathy and guilt towards him. Wu Yin chuckled softly as she scrolled through several pages. Recognizing that the apologies Wei Shen is receiving are long overdue, yet some experiences lost to time can never be reclaimed. The most precious thing squandered is indeed time, and those fleeting moments can never return. Thus, the Chung family is utterly detestable. They have carelessly ruined the lives of two individuals without an ounce of remorse. Especially Lu Mingzhu, who vocally claims she does not wish for sympathy or support stemming from her own misfortunes. Yet she shamelessly capitalizes on Wei Shen's plight to garner attention, continuously referencing these events herself. Whenever Wu Yin trends on social media, Lu Mingzhu inevitably dredges up her injury from 3 years prior to divert public attention and overshadow Wu Yin's popularity. Such duplicity is utterly revolting. That night, Wu Yin busied herself in the Lingfu, concocting medicinal pills. The Lingfu was brimming with spiritual energy, and though she had not slept a wink, she appeared radiant. Dressed in slippers, she emerged, humming cheerfully, with 2 ornate boxes containing the pills in her hands. "Tan Xi, I'm off to see my grandparents. Entertain yourself," she said as she slipped on her shoes by the sofa. "You won't be returning to S City just yet, will you?" "I have no plans this morning, and intend to set up a stall in the square to read fortunes." "I'll accompany you," Tan Xi replied promptly, setting aside the magazine in his hands. Wu Yin stood up, took a couple of steps towards him, and playfully ruffled his hair. "Are you so smitten that your brain has turned to mush? What will you do while I'm at the stall?" Yan Ming burst into laughter. "You'd be better off using the time accompanying me to work diligently and organizing the company's affairs, so that upon your return, I can assist with your leg." With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Wu Yin waved and departed. Wu Yin left with an air of nonchalance, her good mood palpable as she skipped out the door before it had fully closed. Yan Ming turned to Tan Xi, contemplating for a moment before remarking, "Tan, it's clear that a master cannot possibly embody the delicate, coddled type. You must grow accustomed to it." Chapter 178. The Midnight Knocking. Tan Xi gazed at the now-closed door, chuckling, a hint of resignation in his laughter. Was this the same person who had snuck out just 2 nights prior to check on him? After having breakfast with the Qi family, Wu Yin returned to her grandparents' room, first using spiritual energy to clear their meridians, followed by acupuncture, before leaving 2 boxes of Gu Yuan Dan and heading out. Having grown up in H City, Muin was quite familiar with the area, and her memories had returned. As she wandered through the streets of H City, a sense of disorientation washed over her. She found a lively square not far from the hotel, already bustling with numerous stalls. Borrowing a chair from a neighboring vendor, she settled down and began unpacking her items. First a phone stand, then a payment code, followed by her nearly worn-out advertisement board. "Little girl, you're new to this, aren't you? What are you selling?" inquired an elderly vendor who sold children's toys, having lent Muin a chair and now engaging her in conversation. Muin popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth and pointed at the words on the cardboard with her finger, encouraging the old man to read for himself. He took a glance and burst into laughter, summoning nearby vendors to come and see. "This young person is here to tell fortunes. How refreshing," he chuckled. One young vendor recognized Muin instantly, suppressing a squeal of excitement and hurriedly informing everyone, "Old man, I know her. She's a remarkable master. I can hardly believe I'm sharing a stall with such a master. Is this young master really that impressive?" Another auntie queried. "She charges 1,000 for a reading. That's no small amount. Aunt Yang, she's truly gifted. By the way, don't you have something going on at home? Perhaps her appearance here is fate." The young girl urged, "You should ask her for a reading." Muin had already entered her phone's live streaming room, chatting with the viewers. Upon recognizing the backdrop, the netizens were astounded. "Master is actually out here running a stall. My goodness, who's nearby? Go claim your spot first. Sending the host a grand gift as my apology. I can't believe my idol is the true daughter of the Chung family." I was in tears throughout the entire live stream last night, for both the host and Wei Shin. The host is so resilient. The master is the granddaughter of the Qi family, the true daughter of the Chung family. And she works so hard while I'm here slacking off. In addition to these supportive comments, numerous former fans, now remorseful, flooded Muin's live stream, lamenting their past behavior. Glancing over the comments, Muin paid little mind to their apologies or confusion. Those sentiments were inconsequential. She did, however, notice someone inquiring about her sudden return to fortune-telling. Muin casually explained, "I woke up this morning with the urge to do so, and thus I'm here. As a practitioner, I follow my heart in my endeavors." Host, "Can Chung Zhenghong return those assets he took from you?" One follower asked. "The lawyers from the Qi family are already on it." Muin nodded. "What he has taken, he must return down to the last penny." During breakfast, Qi Chuchun had mentioned to Muin that after the asset liquidation, Chung Zhenghong would likely leave little for Chung Yuzhu's son. Chung Yuzhu was no better than his father. Hence the Qi family held the same disdain for him as they did for Chung Zhenghong. "Host, are you still in touch with Miss Jinlong? Her life has been quite exciting these past few days. Fang Yu has taken her to many places. Given all the things Fang Yu has done for her, I won't berate him for his past anymore. He sent me the play schedule. I'll definitely go watch. I'm so looking forward to it." Muin nodded, acknowledging that while Fang Yu had been a scoundrel in his past life, in this life, he was a commendable ally. The live stream audience chuckled at her remark. Just as she finished speaking, Muin noticed a few people approaching her stall. Looking up, she saw a woman in her 50s with a waist bag, also setting up a stall. "Would you like a reading?" Muin asked, gesturing to her board. "Payment first, then I'll tell your fortune." Yang Shufan hesitated. 1,000 is quite a bit, isn't it? Would it be possible to pay after the reading? What if it's not accurate? Then I'd be giving you money for nothing? She pondered. "If you're accurate, I certainly won't shortchange you the 1,000. Wu Yin directly remarked. "If you fear that my calculations may be inaccurate, then seek the counsel of a more esteemed expert." The viewers in the live streaming room were in an uproar. One follower commented, "Is this old woman out of her mind? If she doesn't trust the host, why is she even here? Surely, she must be here just to take advantage." Another follower stated, "From what I know of the host, anyone who can provoke such a response from her must not be a good person." A third follower added, "Indeed, the host has a temperament that is exceedingly dualistic. She is exceptionally kind to the virtuous, yet harsh to the unworthy." A fourth follower summarized, "In essence, the host's attitude is a reflection of the character of the person before her." The young stall owner had also taken note of the comments in the live stream. Being an ardent fan, she immediately stepped back, resolutely refusing to assist Yang Shufan, who awaited her support. Yang Shufan stood there, wide-eyed, taken aback by such a blunt rejection. Nearby, someone jeered, "Yang Shufan, your family is affluent. Surely, you can afford this 1,000 yuan. If someone dares to set up a stall here, they must possess some skill." Faced with the collective ridicule, Yang Shufan, who was overly concerned with her pride, reluctantly took out her phone and made the payment. Possessing a newfound perspective that having paid made her the customer and thus entitled, Yang Shufan spoke again, her tone laced with arrogance. I've paid. So can we proceed with the calculations now? Xiao Wang, present on site, felt an overwhelming urge to slap her upon hearing those words. What sort of person is she? Wu Yin scoffed. You are shrouded in negative energy. It seems you've encountered a ghost. Yang Shufan was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for this young woman to so effortlessly discern her troubles. Instinctively, she lowered her leg, a symbol of her arrogance, and adopted a more respectful tone. Truly, you are a master. I too sense that I may have encountered a ghost. Initially skeptical, Yang Shufan now felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the master speak. In fact, since last month, I've felt as though my home has been haunted, Yang Shufan confessed. At the dead of night, someone incessantly knocks on our front door. Each time the knocking sounds, the pets of our neighbors suddenly howl, a sight that is utterly terrifying. My family and I dare not open the door. At first, we thought it was merely a prank, but upon closer inspection, the knocking is always 4 times. My husband says that a human knocks 3 times. Only a ghost knocks 4 times. Chapter 179, Swallowing the Bitter Pill to Collect Debts. Even in broad daylight, the mere mention of the nocturnal disturbances sent chills down Yang Shufan's spine. Master, please assist me in determining why we are plagued by this ghost.
Yang Shufan speculated.
Our house was only purchased 6 months ago. Could it be that someone died within its walls and the real estate agent sold us a haunted property? Or perhaps someone is envious of our family's good fortune and is deliberately causing us harm. Yang Shufan proposed, why not visit my home and see for yourself? Surely we haven't truly bought a haunted house? Patience, Wu Yin replied, shaking her head. First, please provide me with your birth date and time. She continued. You mentioned that you purchased the house 6 months ago. If it were indeed haunted, you would have experienced disturbances much earlier, not just recently.
Yang Shufan, interestingly anxious,
quickened her speech. From the moment Wu Yin laid eyes on Yang Shufan, she discerned her to be a mean-spirited and selfish individual. Yet, before she performed the divination, Wu Yin had not anticipated that Yang Shufan's meanness and selfishness extended even to her own kin. After completing the calculations, Wu Yin fell silent for a few moments before raising her gaze to meet Yang Shufan's. Yang Shufan felt a chill from Wu Yin's penetrating stare. Her voice trembling as she inquired, Master, is the ghost here to harm our family? Wu Yin shook her head. It is not the malevolent spirit. It is your eldest son. Observing Yang Shufan's astonished expression, Wu Yin continued, he has misappropriated funds that do not belong to him. It is only natural for the ghost to come seeking repayment. Yang Shufan was left dumbfounded. An elderly man nearby exclaimed, her eldest son died in a car accident last year. Master, you truly have seen the truth. He then queried if Yang Shufan's eldest son has passed. How could he still be coming home at midnight? I know, chimed in a woman from another stall. The master speaks the truth. I believe Yang Shufan's son is unable to rest peacefully, seeking to reclaim what is rightfully his from his parents. The woman pushed through the crowd, raising her voice. This Yang Shufan family lacks virtue. Her eldest son, Chen Bingqian, died in a car accident, and the compensation totaled over 2 million. Before his untimely demise, Chen Bingqian had a girlfriend with whom he was engaged and who was already pregnant. The young woman believed that marrying with a large belly would be unseemly, and they agreed to wed once the child was born, a decision both families had sanctioned. Unfortunately, before the child's birth, Chen Bingqian passed away, and upon receiving the compensation, Yang Shufan and her husband refused to acknowledge the girl, even after she gave birth to a daughter. Yang Shufan and her husband expelled Chen Bingqian's girlfriend, adamantly denying that the child was his. Chen Bingqian had been cremated, and the couple played hardball, refusing to cooperate, which prevented the girlfriend from obtaining DNA proof of the child's paternity. Yang Shufan and her husband subsequently embezzled the entire compensation amount of over 2 million, dismissing both the girlfriend and the daughter without offering a single cent. Chen Bingqian had a younger brother, and shortly after pocketing the compensation, Yang Shufan and her husband used that money to purchase a house for their younger son, the very residence where they now lived. They supported their younger son's family with funds acquired at the cost of their eldest son's life, while completely disregarding the only legacy he left behind. If I were Chen Bingqian, I would never be able to swallow that bitterness. When they bought the house, Chen Bingqian's daughter was ill, and the young woman, desperate for funds, approached Yang Shufan and her husband for help, only to be met with harsh rebukes. They had consumed all of Chen Bingqian's compensation, refusing to even acknowledge their own granddaughter. When the granddaughter fell ill, they contributed nothing, instead hurling insults at the mother and child. It is indeed fitting for Chen Bingqian to seek them out. The child has yet to be weaned, and the mother, in a desperate bid to provide for her, resorted to borrowing money to purchase an electric bike to deliver food. Just a few days ago, amidst a torrential downpour, the young woman was seen cradling her child, seeking shelter from the rain. Despite the humiliation she endured, she has not returned to Yang Shufan's family, and even if they were to cross paths in the square, she would act as if she did not recognize them. This woman, a fellow villager of Yang Shufan, had moved to the city around the same time and used to live in close proximity to her, thus she was well acquainted with the family's affairs. She did not envy Yang Shufan for the 2 million, for it was money earned at the expense of a son's life, an amount no one would covet. Rather, she could not abide Yang Shufan's family for their heartlessness. In this world, they only had one daughter left after Chen Bingqian's death, yet they treated her with utter disregard, prioritizing money over familial ties. As the woman finished speaking, the surrounding vendors and curious onlookers began to point and murmur about Yang Shufan. Enraged, she attempted to confront the woman who had exposed her family's disgrace, but the crowd swiftly restrained her, refusing to indulge her. That girl is merely a daughter. Eventually, she will marry into another family. Why should I relinquish the money earned at the cost of my son's life for someone else's use? Her misfortune is her own doing. It is not my fault she gave birth to a girl. Had she borne me a grandson, I would not let my grandson suffer in such a manner.
Yang Shufan insisted.
My husband and I have already agreed that when they have another son, he will be adopted by our eldest, ensuring that our eldest still has heirs. What is wrong with using the compensation earned through my eldest son's sacrifice to support our younger son's family? Yang Shufan saw nothing wrong with their decision. Chen Bingqian's daughter has grown up and will eventually marry, so giving her this money is tantamount to bestowing it upon an outsider. Your decisions are inconsequential. Wu Yin's voice was tinged with coldness. Chen Bingqian does not acknowledge this. Clearly, no matter how many decisions you make, they hold no weight. Chen Bingqian has a daughter of his own. He does not require his brother to adopt a son for him.
Furthermore, Yang Shufan,
your youngest son will not bear another child, Wu Yin declared. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter-in-law is already pregnant, nearing her due date, and was admitted to the hospital the day before yesterday. She is due to give birth any moment now. My son previously mentioned he had someone check, and this child is assuredly a son. Both he and his wife have agreed to pass this child on to his brother, Yang Shufan retorted, incredulous. How could you, a master, not even know how many grandsons I have? I assert that you have only one grandson, and this child in your daughter-in-law's womb is either a granddaughter or, as Wu Yin smirked, has no connection to you at all. What do you mean? Are you insinuating that my daughter-in-law is unfaithful to my son?
Yang Shufan shouted in fury.
Are you incapable of comprehending human speech? The master has stated that the child in your daughter-in-law's womb might well be a girl. Wu Yin replied. The elderly woman interjected, your youngest has never impressed me, cunning and deceitful. All she does is chatter. They might be scheming together to swindle you out of your money. At that moment, Yang Shufan's phone rang unexpectedly. It was her husband calling. Chapter 180, The Identity of the Benefactor. As soon as Yang Shufan answered the phone, a frantic voice erupted with curses from the other end. Your youngest daughter-in-law gave birth last night. She bore a worthless child. They conspired together to deceive us. They never sought verification. The child has been born for some time, and they haven't dared to inform us. If I hadn't happened to visit the hospital earlier, we would still be in the dark. Yang Shufan felt as though the ground had disappeared beneath her. Let her continue giving birth. Next year, the eldest must have a son. She gritted her teeth. Give birth to what? She had a cesarean. Her husband barked. What a fine daughter-in-law you chose. She dared to incite your son to deceive us, and even raised her voice at me. She claims one son, and one daughter is sufficient. The man shouted. If you want her to have another child, you must provide a 5-room house for us, or else buy a separate one, so we can move out. She also said that even if she has another child, she will never bequeath her own son to a dead man. Fuming with rage, the man cursed Yang Shufan once more before hanging up. The onlookers quickly discerned from Yang Shufan's words that indeed, her youngest daughter-in-law had given birth to a girl. Thus, Wu Yin's prediction was correct, as was the elderly woman's speculation. Seeing Yang Shufan stand there, dazed with her phone in hand, Wu Yin remarked, Yang Shufan, Since your son has come to your current home to collect debts for his wife and daughter, there are some funds you will not be able to retain. He is your son, and still harbors a glimmer of hope for you, his relatives. However, once he loses patience, the debts you refuse to repay will be settled in another manner. After speaking, Wu Yin waved her hand. Yang Shufan, your fortune has been fully revealed. You may take your leave now. How can it be over? Yang Shufan's voice rose sharply. Master, allow my son to go. We are his parents. It is only natural that we spend his money. His wife and daughter spending his money is equally justified. Wu Yin replied, he has an obligation to support you, just as he does to his wife and daughter. The distribution of that compensation is clearly outlined by law. Good counsel is wasted on the irredeemable, Wu Yin observed. Noting Yang Shufan's lack of introspection, Yang Shufan was currently preoccupied with the deceit inflicted upon her by her youngest son and his wife, fixating on the fact that she had only one grandson. Having lost interest in continuing her stall, Yang Shufan quickly packed up and departed. As she left, many others dispersed. However, several stall owners lingered, noticing their own stalls lacked customers, and continued to gather around Wu Yin. Master, when Yang Shufan and her husband purchased their home, it was under their youngest son's name. With their eldest having passed, they depend on the youngest for their future support. So, they will certainly not sell the house to provide the compensation owed to Qin Bingqian's wife and children. Now that Qin Bingqian has returned as a ghost to confront them, what will happen if Yang Shufan and her husband continue to delay? Wu Yin smiled slightly. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed, yet bitter consequences await them. What will happen? To provoke a ghost who has escaped from the underworld for the sake of his wife and daughter, what could possibly occur?
Indeed, death.
Qin Bingqian's brother and his wife are truly despicable. Both are exceptionally calculating individuals. The compensation awarded to Qin Bingqian likely served to fund their home entirely, thanks to their machinations. The elderly woman shook her head, asserting that Yang Shufan's grandson had been misguided by their family. Thus, in my view, what good is Yang Shufan's current arrogance? The elderly woman stated decisively, in the future, Qin Bingqian's daughter will surely achieve great things. Her mother possesses integrity and diligence, ensuring that the children they raise will not falter. Wu Yin smiled but remained silent, proceeding to gather her belongings. She informed her live stream audience. I will end the broadcast for now to attend to a matter. I shall resume once I am finished. Afterward, she stowed her phone, returned her chair, purchased some toys from the stall of an elderly gentleman, and acquired some clothing for children from a nearby vendor, before departing with a large bag in tow. Sometimes, fate does not require deliberate pursuit. Wu Yin entered the shopping plaza behind her and sought out a tea shop, ordering a cup of milk tea. As soon as the milk tea was delivered to Wu Yin, she spotted the person she had been searching for, Wan Hui. Wu Yin called out to the girl, clad in the uniform of a delivery service. The girl, awaiting her next order, glanced back upon hearing Wu Yin's voice. Upon recognizing the figure seated by the window waving at her, she approached. Did you call for me? Do we know each other? Wu Yin had presumed that no young person would be unfamiliar with her, but then realized that Wan Hui worked during the day delivering food and cared for her child by night, leaving little time for her to engage with her phone. Therefore, it was understandable that she did not recognize her. However, another girl nearby recognized Wu Yin immediately and exclaimed, she is the renowned master online. Her fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. Wu Yin nodded. Just now, Qin Bingqian's mother sought my counsel, and through her birth date, I gleaned some insights regarding you and your daughter. Thus, I waited here to see if we share a connection. Since Wan Hui appeared at that moment, it indicated a bond of fate between them. Wu Yin continued. As you have not consulted me for divination, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I approach you not as a master, but as a benefactor. Please send me your account details. I wish to donate 300,000 to you. This sum should suffice to allow you to refrain from working and devote your time to your daughter until she starts kindergarten. You may accept this donation without any obligation to repay it. Wan Hui stood there, momentarily stunned. The weather in H City had become quite warm recently, and she feared that taking her daughter along on deliveries would result in heatstroke. Furthermore, the child had been ill recently. The doctor had specifically advised against prolonged exposure to the elements for such a young child. Hence, she had no choice but to leave her daughter at home alone, though she returned every hour to check on her. Wan Hui, the master has deliberately sought you out for a reason. Her sudden offer of assistance, coupled with this request, surely carries significance. You must agree to her proposal. The surrounding customers voiced their concern for Wan Hui. Feeling flustered, Wan Hui began to understand that the master might have seen something troubling concerning her daughter through Yang Shufan's birth chart. The incident may be related to her leaving her daughter alone at home, which is why the master took the trouble to find her and offer assistance. Wan Hui, you need not feel embarrassed. Extending help is my own initiative, and you bear no psychological burden because of it. Wu Yin reassured her, stating that if one day you have the ability to assist others, passing on this kindness to someone else in need would be the greatest repayment to me. 300,000 is the maximum assurance Wu Yin is willing to provide Wan Hui. For an ordinary person, a budget of 100,000 a year is sufficient for an adult caring for a child. Although Wu Yin is wealthy, she would not indiscriminately support a diligent person into a state of dependency. Wan Hui was not a person prone to sentimentality. Having heard Wu Yin's words, she expressed her gratitude and accepted her generosity. To her, her child represented her entire future. If anything were to happen to her child, no amount of money earned would alleviate the lifelong guilt, nor could it replace a healthy, vibrant child. Wu Yin sent Wan Hui's account number to Tan Ci, requesting him to transfer 300,000 to Wan Hui from her card. She had yet to open her own account and was currently using Tan Ci's. Thus, she was unable to execute such a significant external transfer herself. Thank you, Master. I will also find ways to earn some money part-time while taking care of my child at home these years. When I am able in the future, I will certainly pass on your kindness, my child, and I will forever remember your benevolence. Wan Hui sincerely expressed her gratitude. With a beginning and an end to her endeavors, Wan Hui planned to conclude her delivery job after finishing this last order. No mother wishes to be apart from her child, especially one who is still nursing, unless forced by circumstances, which mother would willingly leave her child alone at home. After Wan Hui departed, Wu Yin returned to her previous spot with her milk tea and bag, readjusting her phone for the live stream. Observing the elderly gentleman who had kindly offered her a chair, Wu Yin thought to express her gratitude by taking out a safety talisman from her bag as a token of thanks. The old gentleman beamed, his smile wide. And as he expressed his gratitude while carefully tucking the talisman away, he remarked, I knew there was a reason that Magpie was calling at the tree outside when I left this morning. It must have been to inform me that I would encounter a benefactor today. You certainly have a way with words. Wu Yin responded with a smile before resuming her live stream. Although she had stepped away for a while, she had promised to return shortly, so many were eagerly waiting. Will there be a lucky draw in the stream today, host? Seeing the numerous inquiries regarding this, Wu Yin shook her head. There will be no drawings today. I'm simply here to set up my stall. The atmosphere in the live stream was lively, and the square where Wu Yin had set up her stall was equally bustling. Since a fortune-telling session costs 1,000, those not genuinely facing issues would hardly be willing to spend such an amount just for amusement. Thus, the crowd gathered to discuss matters related to Yang Shufan's family or speculate about Wu Yin's background. Engaging with the netizens in the live stream, Wu Yin also took the time to respond to those observing her stall. After a while, she raised her hand to signal the viewers to wait a moment, then glanced at a girl standing at the back of the crowd, who had been there for an extended period. Since you have been standing there contemplating for so long, why not take a bold step forward? Wu Yin addressed her. The girl had been watching since Wu Yin was giving a fortune to Yang Shufan and had not moved from her spot even after Wu Yin returned from the milk tea shop. To Wu Yin's surprise, despite the time that had passed, the girl remained hesitant. Encouraged by Wu Yin's words, the girl finally took a step forward. Master, she began, but was gently nudged forward by others in the crowd, who urged her to move closer, making it easier for the master to speak with her. Seeing this, the girl took out her phone to transfer the fortune-telling fee to Wu Yin. What would you like to inquire about, young lady? Share your dilemmas with the master, who can surely resolve any issue you may have. The old gentleman exclaimed, also offering the girl a chair, inviting her to sit and speak at her leisure. Wu Yin chuckled, finding the old man reminiscent of her own comedic counterpart. Master, my name is Huangshu, and I am at a loss about how to express my confusion. Huangshu sighed. I often suspect my boyfriend of having ulterior motives, yet I cannot pinpoint exactly what is amiss. There is this persistent feeling that he is deceiving me. I even worry that apart from his name, everything else might be a fabrication, his job, his hometown. In the early stages of our relationship, I often contemplated ending it, and several times I considered breaking up with him. Yet I could not voice it upon seeing him. Is it possible your boyfriend is a scoundrel deceiving a young girl? An older woman speculated.
How old is he?
Wouldn't he happen to be married? Would he? Nowadays, many men lack morals. Some are already married yet pretend to be single, leaving innocent girls to unwittingly become mistresses. I don't know, Huangshu shook her head. His phone has no password, and I have looked through it without discovering anything suspicious. It's all very simple and clean. Yet, it seems almost too simple, as if I am merely holding onto his spare device.
Oh.
And it's so simple and clean that I found fewer than 10 contacts in his address book. His friend list consists of just a few people, and their conversations revolve around sharing TV shows or novels. No family or colleagues. The older woman continued probing. Wangshu shook her head. He claims to be a freelancer, so he has no boss or colleagues. There's another strange aspect, but I wonder if I'm overthinking it. He seems to have no bank card. He prefers to use cash. He trusts me completely, often handing me money to spend as I wish, telling me to let him know when I run out.
And he will earn more.
Isn't it said that to gauge a man's feelings for you, you should observe if he is willing to spend money on you and allow you to manage finances? In this regard, he certainly appears impeccable, which makes me question whether I am simply being overly suspicious, Wangshu concluded, leaving her statement hanging in the air. The surrounding crowd began to speculate. Could he be a fugitive? Or perhaps a spy, hiding his identity? Nowadays, only foreigners tend to use cash. Even at my age, I use my phone, one person remarked. Exactly. Only elderly people still rely on cash. It's certainly illogical for a young man to do so, another added. Wu Yin listened to the speculations, gently shaking her head before her gaze fell upon Wangshu's abdomen. How long have you been pregnant? Wangshu instinctively placed a hand on her belly and looked at Wu Yin in astonishment. It's been over 3 months, she admitted. I have yet to decide whether to keep it, but my boyfriend is very anxious about the child. Since learning of my pregnancy, he has practically been glued to my side, insisting on doing everything for me and bringing me gifts every day to cheer me up. Seeing how he is, I cannot bring myself to tell him of my uncertainty. The old gentleman clapped his hands. Then it settled. Could it be that he is deceiving you into having his child? Heaven forbid, he exclaimed. Nowadays, many men trick young girls into having children, only to cast them aside afterward. The older woman chimed in. It's truly difficult for young women to navigate relationships these days. There are too many deceitful men out there. What you are carrying is no ordinary child, Wu Yin said, causing Wangshu to stiffen and stare at her in shock. Master, could it be that my boyfriend truly intends to deceive me into bearing his child? Wu Yin instructed Wangshu to take a deep breath and remain calm. If these speculations frighten you this much, just wait until I finish speaking. The viewers in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. A follower remarked, what the host implies with these words is that reality may be far more terrifying than what the Andes have speculated. Another follower questioned, I just want to know, is this man truly the wealthy type? Is he extravagant with his spending on Wangshu, only to await her to bear his child? Wu Yin, not having the leisure to observe the discussions of the live stream audience, waited until Wangshu had taken a few deep breaths before speaking. From the moment you appeared, I have been captivated by you, for you exude an aura of demonic energy. These 3 words left both the live audience and those present in stunned silence. You are carrying a demonic fetus, and the human body cannot withstand such a burden. Should the mother fail to provide sufficient nourishment for the demonic fetus, the mother will be subjected to its backlash. In simpler terms, this child will take your life. After stating this, Wu Yin turned to Wangshu and asked, ever since you became pregnant, haven't you felt particularly fatigued? And hasn't your appetite been rather extraordinary? Wangshu, her face filled with panic, nodded vigorously. Yes. I feel exhausted every day, as if I am perpetually hungry. Even after consuming a large meal, I find myself ravenous again within an hour. I used to eat only a small bowl of rice per meal, but now I can devour 5 or 6 bowls, and an hour later, I am searching for more food. I can finish a 6-inch cake in one sitting, though I used to despise such sweet, cloying treats. Since becoming pregnant, I have also been excessively thirsty. It is no exaggeration to say that I can drink an entire bottle of water in a day. This has hindered my ability to work, so I had to take an extended leave of absence from my job. Today, feeling quite unsettled, I took the opportunity to step out and walk around while he was away. As Wangshu spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Master, are you implying that my boyfriend is not human? To be more precise, the father of the child within you is not human. He is a demon, Wu Yin clarified. The viewers in the live stream finally regained their composure. Oh my goodness! I can't believe demons truly exist in this world. One user exclaimed. A human demon romance? Suddenly, I find it a bit enticing. What should I do? Shipping anything will only lead to your ruin. Did you not hear the host just say that the child in Wangshu's womb could take her life? Another follower cautioned. Exactly. If that demon truly loved Wangshu, how could he bear to let her become pregnant? queried another. Could the love-struck individuals please engage their intellect? Just because you hear something intriguing doesn't mean you should mindlessly support it. Is there truly no exception? What about half-demons? Are all half-demons born of maternal murder? Look at Huangshu. Despite her excessive eating and drinking, she remains so thin. This indicates that the nourishment required by the demonic fetus is something her body cannot adequately provide. If after only 3 months she already needs to eat and drink incessantly, how will her body cope as the pregnancy progresses? Wuyin, having observed the discussions among the viewers, nodded in agreement. The paths of humans and demons are not to be taken lightly. Half-demons often have shallow bloodlines, leading to either the father's demise or the mother's. This is the crux of the matter. For a demon to protect his wife and child, he must continuously nourish the demonic fetus with his own essence, ensuring it does not retaliate against the mother. A demonic fetus, born contrary to nature, faces greater challenges in safely entering the world than an ordinary fetus. The ideal outcome for a father demon is to exhaust his cultivation and revert to his original form, embarking on a new path of cultivation. However, if his powers are insufficient, he may pay with his life, a life for a life, exchanging his existence to ensure the birth of the demonic child. Yet, it is evident that the demonic fetus within Huangshu has yet to be nourished by its father. The father seems to be planning to abandon the mother while keeping the child, Wuyin concluded. Thus, the aunt's remark held a grain of truth. This is indeed a scheme to deceive and bear a child. Wuyin did not require Huangshu's birth date, for matters of life and death can often be discerned from one's countenance. Having set forth this grave information, Wuyin informed the viewers that she would be closing the stream, then called LV Wenjun. As someone affiliated with an organization, she knew it was imperative to report the emergence of demons. With her backpack slung over her shoulders and a cup of milk tea in hand, Wuyin accompanied Huangshu in a taxi back to her residence. During the journey, Huangshu shared some details about her boyfriend. His name is Qiuming. Initially, I thought he had the surname Qiu, but I later overheard him casually mention that he has no surname. He was born named Qiuming. He is quite reclusive and seldom ventures outside, yet whenever he does, he returns with a substantial amount of money. He enjoys soaking in the bathtub for hours while watching television. It's something I've always found peculiar. A normal person would emerge from such a long bath with wrinkled skin, but his skin only appears smoother the longer he soaks. Now I realize it is because he is a demon. These countless peculiarities have left Huangshu unable to shake her suspicions. It appears he belongs to the water demon clan. No wonder you feel compelled to drink so much water during your pregnancy. However, I am curious about the specifics of his demonic nature, Wuyin mused. Huangshu's residence was not far from the square. Given that her demon boyfriend had a means of acquiring wealth, it was no surprise that she resided in a luxurious apartment with a monthly rent exceeding 10,000. As they approached her home, Huangshu's anxiety began to rise. Master, he is back. I am so afraid, she exclaimed, gripping Wuyin's hand tightly. Rest assured, with me here, he cannot harm you, Wuyin reassured her. The demon tribe possesses their own methods. It is imperative that he extracts the demonic fetus from you. Otherwise, you will not survive until its birth. A human fetus at 3 months is merely a ball of flesh, but a demonic fetus is no longer so simple. If Wuyin were to intervene with the demonic fetus, it would retaliate to protect itself, potentially harming Huangshu in the process. Even with her considerable abilities, Wuyin would not be able to deal with the demonic fetus without risking Huangshu's life. Unless she were willing to disregard Huangshu's existence entirely, she would have countless methods to eliminate the demonic fetus. Some matters had already been communicated to Huangshu on their way. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened the door. As the door swung open, a man nearly 2 meters tall rushed toward her. The demon tribe is known for their towering stature, and the aura of demonic energy surrounding him was unmistakable. Whether it stemmed from arrogance or a lack of mastery over his cultivation, it was hard to tell. My dear, why did you go out alone? Qiuming exclaimed, bending down to grasp Huangshu's hand. I was worried sick when I returned home, and didn't he see you? You must be hungry after being out for so long. I brought back plenty of delicious food for you. Huangshu, please don't act like this. I have a friend visiting. She hurriedly pushed his hand away, using the excuse of guests as a convenient cover for her momentary panic in his presence. Chapter 183. Want to escape? It's too late. Qiuming glanced toward the door, but seemed unconcerned. He continued to caress Huangshu's belly. Come, let me take you to eat. The more you eat, the healthier our child will be. Upon hearing Qiuming's words, He Wangshu suddenly smiled and nodded, allowing him to wrap his arm around her waist as they moved inside. Wu Yin observed their retreating figures, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she followed them inside. As they entered, He Wangshu, filled with trepidation, almost pressed herself against Wu Yin. However, after only a few exchanges, she appeared to forget her fear, transforming into a docile and gentle demeanor. Upon entering the living room, Wu Yin noticed a red plastic bag carelessly tossed onto the coffee table. It was evident that it had been discarded without thought. Money spilled out of the bag, and judging by its size, there were at least several $100,000 in cash inside. He Wangshu's claim was indeed accurate. Qiuming had gone out and returned with a substantial amount of money. Wu Yin turned to glance at Qiuming, who was fixated on He Wangshu, pondering if he had robbed a bank. How could he have acquired such a sum in such a short time? Where did the money come from? As Qiuming noticed Wu Yin observing him, he softly instructed He Wangshu to indulge in some food. Once He Wangshu settled onto the sofa, he turned his attention fully towards Wu Yin, flashing a smile before taking a few steps back to stand in front of her. What is your occupation? Are you a colleague or a fellow townsfolk of Wangshu? Qiuming inquired, his voice imbued with gentleness, his eyes alight with mirth, akin to a refreshing spring breeze that enchants those around him. Meanwhile, He Wangshu appeared oblivious to the exchange, seemingly starving as she continued to stuff food into her mouth. Wu Yin retrieved several talismans from her backpack and tossed them into the air, conjuring an instantaneous protective barrier around He Wangshu. Qiuming was taken aback, retreating in alarm and adopting a defensive stance, exclaiming, "Who are you? You vile demon! Do you dare to employ charm magic against me?" Wu Yin brandished her spiritual sword, lunging directly towards Qiuming. He raised a hand, summoning a wall of water to shield himself, then turned to seize He Wangshu, only to be thwarted by the barrier. Qiuming initially believed the water wall would deter Wu Yin for a while, but was startled when he heard the sound of it shattering. Realizing the danger, he transformed into smoke and attempted to escape through the window. Thinking of fleeing. Too late. Wu Yin pursued him on her sword. Witnessing as Qiuming's smoke dove into the community pond, morphing into a goldfish and blending into the school of fish. The pond was home to at least 100 plump goldfish, evidently well fed by the neighborhood children. Standing by the pond, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward, raising her sword to strike at the demonically charged goldfish. Qiuming, caught off guard by her ability to identify him despite his disguise, revealed his true form as the sword descended, his long tail sweeping towards Wu Yin's feet. She leaped back, landing on her sword, exclaiming, "At last, your true identity is revealed." To her surprise, Qiuming was indeed a merman of the Sea Demon clan. Instead of hiding in the depths of the ocean, you emerged to harm humanity, seeking to propagate your kind at the expense of the innocent. You deserve to perish. Encountering a demon was already astonishing for Wu Yin, but discovering a sea demon merman was beyond her expectations. Yet Qiuming's aura was so diminished that it indicated his powers were waning, nearing the end of his lifespan. Qiuming's true form was strikingly large, resembling a statue in the center of the pond. In response to Wu Yin's words, he lashed his tail against the water surface, sending splashes towards her like hidden projectiles. "Cursed humans! We see demons slumber in the abyss while you pollute our home with radioactive waste. We have lost our habitat and diminished our powers. Is it wrong for us to use humanity to ensure our survival? Radioactive waste?" Wu Yin retorted with disdain. "If you want to blame someone, go find the culprits. Targeting innocent people from our nation is nothing but cowardice. You think we, the people of Huagua, are easy prey, don't you? It was indeed the people of Huagua who dumped it. We once witnessed a cargo ship pass by, and papers blown by the wind revealed such truths. You, as a vast nation, dare to act without accountability?" Qiuming challenged. "What the Japanese did has nothing to do with us. Don't lump your filth onto Huagua." Wu Yin shot back, asserting, "We bear no guilt for this accusation. Countries like Japan and Korea are merely vassals of Huagua. We have questioned the crew of the cargo ship, and they confirmed that these nations are subordinate to Huagua. Centuries ago, we heard that these nations were once under Huagua's dominion. It is time for Huagua to reclaim them, for they are but subjects following your commands. So, where is our wrongdoing in confronting Huagua?" Wu Yin was left speechless, unable to recall the last time she felt such a lack of words. Japan is Japan.
Korea is Korea.
Huagua is Huagua. Stop dragging us into your mess. It seems your Sea Demon clan's brains have rotted away during your slumber in the abyss. Gripping her sword tightly, Wu Yin addressed Qiuming, "If you are wise, Accompany me back and extract the demon fetus from Huangshu. If you resist, I shall ensure the extinction of your merfolk. In this diminished era of spiritual power, your demon clan's abilities are waning. What can you hope to gain from the practitioners of the Xianmen? Xiaoming laughed heartily. With my strength, I can merely take more to accompany me in death. After all, I, Xiaoming, have already secured my lineage. I would die without regrets. You haven't even punished the perpetrators of your ruined home, and yet you speak of dying without regrets? Your mind is solely fixated on leaving a legacy? Where will that legacy grow? In this very pond beneath your feet? Only to be boiled or steamed before reaching maturity. Wu Yin scoffed. No wonder your sea demon clan is doomed to extinction. It is deserved. As she spoke, Wu Yin formed a series of hand seals, launching a powerful spell into the air, enveloping the pond in an expansive barrier. Her speed was astonishing. Xiaoming could only see her fingers dance before the energy surged forth, creating a spherical barrier that encapsulated both him and Wu Yin. This barrier was not unfamiliar to Xiaoming. It had repelled him earlier when he attempted to approach Huangshu. The skill of this girl far surpassed his expectations. Wu Yin wasted no time in engaging Xiaoming, charging at him with her sword. Though Xiaoming was a formidable demon, his powers were now so diminished that he could barely conceal his demonic aura. He narrowly evaded several attacks, but Wu Yin showed no mercy, each strike quicker and harsher than the last. Her spiritual sword formed a formation, and before he could counter, one blade struck directly at his fishtail. Injured, Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily wiping the crimson from his lips as his human features morphed, revealing scales and gills. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he let out a furious roar towards Wu Yin. The sound waves sliced through the air like invisible blades. The voice of a merman held a natural charm, serving as both a physical and mental assault. Wu Yin immediately enveloped herself in spiritual energy, pressing acupoints near her ears to temporarily render herself deaf. Observing the smug look in Xiaoming's eyes, she formed her energy into a palm, sending a white spiritual hand hurtling towards him, landing a resounding slap across his face. Xiaoming stood momentarily stunned, his attack faltering, but he quickly regained composure and opened his mouth to retaliate. Yet before he could utter a sound, the palm struck him again with such force that it knocked his teeth into the pond. Seeing this, Xiaoming hastily covered his mouth and pleaded, I will do it. I will extract the demon fetus from Huangshu. Once Wu Yin summoned back her sword and halted her assault, Xiaoming produced a scallop shell, a magical artifact. Upon reaching his hands, the shell expanded slightly. This shell can extract the demon fetus and contain it within, he stated, handing it to Wu Yin. Wu Yin paused in silence for a few moments, then without a word, she flipped her hand and delivered another slap to Xiaoming's head, subsequently stabbing her sword into his tail, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Xiaoming howled in agony, his eyes turning red from the pain. Though I have not encountered a merman before, I am familiar with the methods recorded regarding your kind, Wu Yin sneered. Demons are indeed crafty. This must be your ploy against me, attempting to entice me into activating this artifact. Wu Yin surmised that once she activated this magical artifact, the shell would likely ensnare her immediately. If you do not wish to engage properly, do not blame me for severing your fishtail. Wu Yin intoned a spell, and the spirit's sword unexpectedly expanded, towering even above the merfolk. With a single stroke, that fishtail would surely be braised. Kuming's face blanched in horror. He had not anticipated such misfortune, encountering a well-versed young adept from the mystical realm. I concede, master. I concede. After exchanging several moves with Wu Yin, Kuming recognized the grim reality. He was no match for her. In terms of strength, he was inferior, and his enchanting tricks were futile against her. Especially as she remained unperturbed, Kuming found himself out of options. Should you resort to any more despicable tactics, I shall sew your mouth shut and sever your fishtail. Wu Yin threatened fiercely, only approaching once Kuming nodded submissively. As Wu Yin carried Kuming back, Huangshu was still enjoying her meal. Wu Yin approached and lightly tapped Huangshu on the forehead, channeling a surge of spirit energy into her, dispelling the enchantment the demon had cast upon her. Only then did Huangshu regain her senses. Master? She exclaimed, glancing at the empty wrappers strewn across the table, panic etched on her face. It's nothing. The situation is nearly resolved. I will now have this demon draw out the demonic fetus. Kuming gestured to his bound mouth, indicating he had something to say. But Wu Yin dismissed him, handing him his phone instead. If you have something to convey, type it out. I prefer not to give you the opportunity to speak, lest you concoct more mischief. It would be a waste of my energy, you know? She handed him a phone that still displayed a historical fantasy drama. After millennia of existence, he still indulged in such melodramatic tales. Cumming typed rapidly, revealing that he had not been idle since coming ashore. Once he finished, he passed the phone back to Wuyin. She glanced at the screen, noting that the demon requested to lure out the demonic fetus in the bathtub. Wuyin nodded in agreement. Cumming filled the bathtub with water and sprinkled in sea salt, then signaled for Wuyin to assist Huangshu in lying down in the tub. With Wuyin present, Huangshu, though anxious, felt considerably less afraid. The implications of carrying a demonic fetus weighed heavily on her. Upon settling into the tub, she experienced a profound sense of comfort. The method to draw out a demonic fetus involved the blood and cultivation of the demon father, and since it was not akin to childbirth, it didn't entail the usual tribulations of labor. Accompanied by the unique summoning technique of the demon race, a merfolk child, no larger than a small fist, gradually emerged from Huangshu's abdomen, landing softly in Cumming's palm. He retrieved the earlier shell, placing the demonic fetus within it. Subsequently, he spat a copious amount of blood and slumped to the ground, his breath faint, indicating to Wuyin that the procedure was complete. The backlash from the summoning technique was evidently formidable. Huangshu touched her abdomen, her gaze falling upon the shell clutched tightly by Cumming. Finally, she spoke. Cumming, you have been using me from the very beginning. Haven to you? All your kindness was merely a means to compel me to bear your offspring, wasn't it? Cumming lifted his eyelids slightly, a smirk spreading across his face, laden with scorn, his answer encapsulated within that smile. What other choice did I have? If not for the fact that I am the last of the merfolk, why would I venture onto land? Is it not more pleasurable to slumber in the abyss? No demon would wish to witness the annihilation of their kin, and he was no exception. Presently, humanity was burgeoning, rapidly proliferating, ruthlessly ravaging the seas that belonged to their kind, having breached the ancient pact of non-interference established eons ago with the merfolk. Huangshu bowed her head, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to rise from the bathtub. Though the answer remained unspoken, she comprehended everything. Huangshu, just sleep it off and forget about all of this. I must take Cumming back to the Special Affairs Bureau, Wuyin consoled. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I can help you sever this memory. Afterward, Wuyin dialed Lu Wenjun and, with Cumming in tow, returned to S-City. Upon her arrival at the Special Affairs Bureau, Lu Wenjun and his team were already present. Yu Xiaoyu and the others gazed at Cumming, marveling at the novelty. Who would have thought we would one day encounter a demon? Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed in awe. Isn't it said that demons are strikingly beautiful? Why does he appear so unattractive? He looks decent in human form, but his true form is certainly not aligned with our aesthetic standards, Wuyin concurred. Perhaps he is considered handsome among his kind. Having said this, Wuyin confined Cumming within a barrier and cast him into a cell. Had Huangshu not encountered Wuyin, she would have succumbed to the demonic fetus in a few months. Thus, Cumming's act of drawing out the fetus did not absolve him of responsibility. Moreover, it was likely that the merfolk were not limited to Cumming alone. Several others might still be lurking, their whereabouts unknown. Chapter 185. You are the ugliest. The group conversed just outside the dungeon, completely disregarding Cumming's presence. Enraged, Cumming shouted from within, "You have the most hideous face of all. In our demon lingo, it is you humans who are the most repugnant. You are the ugliest in the entire world." Cumming cursed not just Wuyin, but especially her. "Your skin is as pale as tofu, indistinguishable from our fish that have long perished and turned ghastly. With your spindly arms and legs, a gust of wind could carry you off to the west. Even a stone from our abyss is more aesthetically pleasing than you. Who could tolerate such insults?" Wuyin, unable to restrain herself, darted into the cell and jabbed her sword into Cumming's fishtail again. "You're beautiful. I'll make you beautiful. 5 holes in your face? I'll give your tail 5 holes too. Beautiful indeed." Overwhelmed by pain and indignation, Cumming could no longer contain himself. He burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "You humans are so cruel to demons. You can insult my appearance before me, yet I am not allowed to retort? I may be captured by you, but a demon may kill, yet never be humiliated. You might as well just end my life." The sight of a fully grown male demon weeping so despairingly was utterly unexpected for everyone. Wuyin, sword in hand, hesitated, having promised to pierce him with 5 holes. Yet she could not bring herself to do so. "Director, come quickly. The merfolk's tears truly fall as pearls," Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly from outside. Wuyin sheathed her sword and hurried to the front, bending down to find that indeed, the ground was strewn with pearls, both large and small, each perfectly round, lustrous and radiant. After a moment's thought, she vanished and returned moments later with a plastic bag, directly handing it to Kuming. Please collect your tears. It's exhausting to pick them up one by one. Wuyin spoke earnestly. Kuming was momentarily taken aback, staring at the crumpled plastic bag she had produced, and then burst into even louder sobs. You truly bully demons too much. I am in such sorrow, and you still expect me to collect them myself. You humans are heartless. Wuyin considered this and realized it was indeed somewhat unfair. Very well, I shall handle it. With a sigh, she tiptoed to hang the plastic bag from Kuming's ear, then spread it beneath his chin. Once she confirmed that no pearl would fall to the ground, she bent down to gather the scattered pearls. Yu Xiaoyu and the others watched in astonishment, with a small voice inquiring, is our director truly not bullying the demon? In a brief span, Wuyin collected a full handful of pearls, ensuring none were left behind before placing them into her backpack. Upon looking up, she noticed that Kuming had ceased crying and was glaring at her. Wuyin clapped her hands and removed the plastic bag, weighing it before shaking her head. I need to make a pearl necklace for my grandmother and aunt, another for my senior sisters, and I cannot neglect Shi Yu and her sisters. This amount is insufficient. Wuyin poured the contents of the bag into her backpack, deftly standing on tiptoe to hang it back up. With a glinting sword resting on her shoulder and one hand on her hip, she spoke with an intimidating tone. Keep crying, or else I'll poke you again. At last, Wuyin understood the source of Qiuming's wealth. It was not from robbing banks but rather from being a sea demon in the abyss, possessing treasures that could easily be converted into riches. Even if he hadn't brought any treasures with him, his tears could be transformed into pearls for sale. Reflecting on this, it seemed the heavens truly favored the merfolk. Outside, Yu Xiaoyu and her companions had gathered for prolonged observation, feeling a newfound sympathy towards the inmate within the game. What a pitiable creature, indeed, a demon lord shattered into fragments. When LV Wenjun came looking for Wu Yin and her companions, she was still contemplating whether the pearls would suffice. Upon hearing LV Wenjun mention a brief meeting, Wu Yin finally stowed the bag and backpack into her spiritual abode, exiting the cell she had placed under a restriction and barrier. Currently, the Special Affairs Bureau consisted solely of Wu Yin and her companions, thus even meetings were casual, with snacks laid out on the table. As soon as Wu Yin sat down, LV Wenjun handed her the dossier on the fortune teller. This deceased individual was a rural elder who had only attended 2 years of schooling and had never left her village. Widowed in her youth and without children, she was a solitary figure. Interviews with villagers revealed that she had always engaged in divination. However, her predictions were often unreliable. Villagers would seek her out more for peace of mind or to offer her assistance out of pity, rather than for genuine guidance. Yet several months prior, rumors began circulating that she had become remarkably accurate, and subsequently, she barred anyone from entering her ancestral home, leaving the villagers never having seen the puppet. LV Wenjun remarked, in accordance with your request, we have compiled data on those who consulted the fortune teller, including recent photographs, birth dates, and the nature of their inquiries. Due to her newfound reputation, many have sought her services, so the information is somewhat extensive. You may peruse it at your leisure. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the pearl that Wu Yin was playfully rolling in her palm. Noticing his attention, Wu Yin quickly hid her hand behind her back. I don't need to turn these in, do I? I earned them through my own efforts, she cautiously probed. LV Wenjun chuckled and shook his head, reassuring her. Relieved, Wu Yin presented the pearl to LV Wenjun, exclaiming, this is the largest one. When I have some time, I'll have Qiuming cry out another one just as grand. Once I return to Wufang Valley, I'll have my senior sister set it into the vamp of my shoes. It will surely look exquisite. Director, you certainly have a bold imagination. Decom remarked with a hint of admiration. If I had your talents, I would also go out and collect a few pearls to keep for myself. Mermaid tears turn into pearls. They can be used in medicine, antidote countless poisons, heal skin ailments, and possess remarkable beautifying effects, Wu Yin stated. With these pearls, I can expedite Zhang Hongtian's treatment. Her intention for acquiring these pearls was not solely for gifting, but primarily for medicinal purposes. There were many heroes like Zhang Hongtian in this world. He was merely one she had encountered. While he bore scars on his face, countless others suffered injuries to their hands, legs, or backs, some even enduring severe burns. LV Shu, please notify the departments to compile a list. I can treat anyone with injuries similar to Zhang Hongtian's. Provide me with their names and medical records, and I will take the time to help them one by one. Wu Yin continued, with Qiuming's lifespan dwindling. I must ensure he leaves behind a greater supply of mermaid pearls. As she mentioned this, she handed Qiuming's phone to LV Wenjun. This is Qiuming's phone. Have someone install a listening device on it. When the opportunity arises, I will return it to him, and he will undoubtedly reach out to other sea demons. We must investigate their whereabouts, ensuring they do not harm innocent girls. Chapter 186. Diminished Lifespan. Listening to Qiuming's words, it seemed that the remaining sea demons had come ashore to secure their futures, indicating that there were likely many girls like Huangshu. The demon race excelled in enchantment. Once targeted, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to resist their charms. Moreover, given Qiuming's insufficient cultivation, he needed to conserve his remaining strength for his precious offspring and the restrictions placed upon his prison. He had yet to find an opportunity to send messages to other sea demons since his capture. All right, LV Wenjun replied, clearly excited. Once the news spreads, who knows how many will be overjoyed and restless. Wu Yin gathered the documents, glanced at the time, and then stood up. If there's nothing else, I shall return to H City. Contact me by phone if you require anything. With a grin, she added, it's time for lunch. As soon as LV Wenjun nodded, Wu Yin swiftly exited the conference room, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Director, your abilities truly save money, Yu Xiaoyu remarked enviously. Just think of how much one would save on plane and train tickets. Who needs a door to anywhere with such skills?
Da Kong chimed in, reflecting wistfully.
I wonder when we will master such talents ourselves. Upon returning to the hotel, Wu Yin found that Tan Xi and Yan Ming were not present. She sent Tan Xi a message, and then pulled out the thick file, flipping through its pages. After a few turns, she discerned the pattern. Every individual who had sought the fortune teller had, to some degree, diminished their lifespans. The more they sought her guidance, the heavier the toll on their lives, ranging from a loss of 2 to 3 years to as much as 10. Just like at Aunt Lu Jure's home, where she too had suffered a loss of life. What was the puppet's motive for requiring so many years of life? What conspiracy lay behind it? Tan Xi and Yan Ming had not ascended the stairs. Instead, Tan Xi called Wu Yin from downstairs. Wu Yin collected her documents and sent a message to LV Wenjun, informing him that all those who consulted the fortune teller had diminished their lifespans. She then cheerfully descended the stairs. In the elevator, she encountered Wei Xian and Wei Shen. Wei Shen flashed an exaggerated grin at Wu Yin, who pushed him aside in distaste. If you keep smiling like that, I might think you're insane. Oh, if I don't hold back my laughter, people will really think I'm a lunatic, Wei Shen replied, his face brimming with joy. You know who just called me? The university that publicly revoked my admission. The principal just personally called to say that if I'm willing, they can reprocess my enrollment and assist with all the necessary paperwork. Although he spoke with a smile, a tinge of bitterness underlay his words. I declined, Wei Shen explained. I just feel that after reaching a certain age, the things I most wanted to do become less appealing when I haven't accomplished them. During my time in prison, I would watch the news and see reports about college admissions. Each time I did, I felt a wave of sorrow and pain. But after receiving that call, all those feelings vanished. The resentment faded away. Wei Shen contemplated whether he would regret that moment of refusal in the future, but at least for now, he felt a sense of relief. The police also issued a statement restoring my innocence. My personal records will be updated accordingly, he said, his voice thick with emotion. At last, I haven't brought shame upon the Wei family. After this, he suddenly smiled again, adding, oh, by the way, for the time I spent in jail, the state will compensate me. Once the money arrives, let us go out and celebrate. Wu Yin thought for a moment, and then pulled out a handful of pearls from her spiritual abode, offering them to Wei Shen. A gift for you, to comfort your wounded heart. What would a big man like me do with pearls? Wei Shen was taken aback, examining them closely. Wait, where did you get these? Each one is top-notch. Look at this luster. These are sea pearls. You must have quite a fortune here. Did Brother Tan take you to the jewelry exhibition this morning? These pearls are formed from the tears of mermaids, each one extraordinary. Wu Yin recounted to Wei Shen the incident of capturing a siren mermaid that morning. Just a moment ago, she had scoffed at the notion of what use pearls were to the gentleman, yet in the blink of an eye, she carefully tucked the pearls into her pocket. As they conversed, the group exited the elevator, where Tan Xi and others awaited them in the hotel lobby. The midday gathering was orchestrated by Old Master Qi. who had invited Tan Ci and Yen Ming, as well as the Wei brothers. Upon spotting them, Wu Yin dashed over, greeted the elders, and then leaned closer to Tan Ci to whisper, "After lunch, I'll give you a bag of pearls. Could you assist me in finding someone to craft them into jewelry?" "Certainly," Tan Ci replied. "There are quite a few private studios in H City. If you have time this afternoon, let the studio personnel bring the design drafts to the hotel for you to choose from. It's too much. I won't have the time to select each one individually. Let the designer decide. Anyone capable of running a studio surely possesses a commendable aesthetic," Wu Yin explained. "I must return to S City this afternoon. Fang Yu has rescheduled the play for Jinlan due to venue issues, now set for 3:30. After the performance, I need to assist Zhang Hongtian with his skincare." As she spoke, Wu Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "I seem to be quite busy today." "When are you not busy?" Tan Ci inquired, holding Wu Yin's hand with a smile. Noticing her slight raise of an eyebrow, he continued, "Qi Chuchen will manage the subsequent matters in H City. Yen Ming and I will also return to S City this afternoon. Once you finish with Zhang Hongtian, you may head straight back to the villa without needing to stop by the hotel to find us." Upon hearing this, Wu Yin nodded, relieved to save herself from unnecessary running around. As they walked outside, they conversed closely, while old Master Qi cast several disapproving glances at Wu Yin, who was engrossed in conversation with Tan Ci. Taking a deep breath, his mustache twitching, he grew increasingly displeased with Tan Ci. Just before getting in the car, he complained to his wife, "Look at our Ning Ning. The moment she sees Tan Ci, it's as if she no longer sees us." "The youth seem to be quite fond of each other," remarked Grandma Qi, who held no grievances against Tan Ci. The entire Qi family's trip to S City that afternoon was arranged single-handedly by Tan Ci, from booking flights to accommodation, leaving Grandma Qi unable to find any fault with him. Having watched Wu Yin's live stream that morning, she recognized her granddaughter's remarkable abilities, alleviating her concerns about any future bullying. Thus, Grandma Qi indulged Wu Yin, wishing to shield her from any discomfort or unhappiness. The restaurant chosen by Old Master Qi was conveniently located, just half an hour away by car from their hotel. The gathering was primarily aimed at formally apologizing to Wei Xin and Wei Xian for events that transpired 3 years prior. It was also a gesture of gratitude towards Tan Ci for his care of Wu Yin since her return, as well as for his efforts in managing matters following last night's incident. However, after expressing gratitude, Old Master Qi's tone shifted, subtly laced with admonition. Although couched in polite phrasing, everyone present was astute enough to discern the underlying message. He was essentially cautioning Tan Ci that should Wu Yin ever engage in any actions that displeased him, he would have to endure it. Despite having assisted Wu Yin, the balance of gratitude tilted heavily in her favor. Her debts to him and the Qi family far outweighed his contributions. Yet, should he dare to provoke Wu Yin or wrong her in any way, the Qi family would ensure a rift between the Tan and Qi families. Old Master Qi was communicating to Tan Ci that the Qi family would always serve as Wu Yin's safeguard, capable of rallying their entire clan to protect her. Though the words were delicately phrased, they were not entirely pleasant. Wei Xin even worried that Tan Ci might react unfavorably, as such comments could be deemed disrespectful to a man of his stature. Nevertheless, Tan Ci maintained a smile throughout, showing enough respect to earn a slight thaw from Old Master Qi's demeanor. After dining, the Qi family returned to the hotel to gather their belongings. Wu Yin, not in a hurry to leave, accompanied them back to the hotel, where she handed a plastic bag of pearls to Yen Ming, leaving him astonished. "So many!" Yen Ming exclaimed, examining one. "These pearls are of exceptional quality. Even a single one could be showcased in an exhibition. Just this one could fetch at least 100,000 yuan." As Wu Yin was tossing the remaining pearls from her backpack into the mortar, she was taken aback by Yen Ming's words. "Did you say how much?" she asked, incredulously. 100,000? She glanced at the small mortar, pondering how many hundreds of thousands she had just tossed in. Tan Ci chuckled at Wu Yin's reaction, explaining Yen Ming's estimate was based on ordinary seawater pearls. If it's revealed that these are mermaid pearls, renowned for their properties, the price could escalate tenfold. They were known to detoxify, heal skin ailments, and boast apparent beauty benefits. The door was ajar when Qi Yu and her cousins arrived, catching wind of the mention of 100,000. "What's this about 100,000? Qi Yu asked, raising her phone excitedly. "Is President Tan giving out red envelopes?" Wu Yin produced a pearl from the mortar and placed it in Qi Yu's palm. "Not 100,000, but 1,000,000. Yen Ming, ever the chatterbox, eagerly divulged the pearl's origins. Qi Yu quickly closed her hand, her gaze fixated on the small mortar in Wu Yin's hands. As Wu Yin began grinding the pearls into powder, Qiyu clutched her chest in astonishment. And there's a whole bag full? The master has asked President Tan to connect with a designer, preparing to craft them into finished products for you, Yan Ming explained. You've arrived just in time. Otherwise, would you like to join me at the designer's studio? As girls, you can discuss styles and choose your favorites. After a moment, he turned to Wu Yin. Master, is that correct? Wu Yin, busy with her task, managed to affirm, yes. You can consult with the designer on your own. I'm too occupied. She then added to Yan Ming. Please pick out a set for your mother and sister as well. I'll send them to them. Wu Yin pushed the mortar towards Tan Ci. I'm not patient enough for this work. You can help me. With that, she felt no burden as she joined Qiyu and the others. Yan Ming. Your mother's meat dumplings are absolutely delicious, Wu Yin remarked. Though she had never met Yan Ming's mother and sister, she had enjoyed many of the delicacies sent from Yan Ming's hometown. The fruits your sister grows are incredibly sweet. Because Wu Yin loved to eat, Yan Ming had mentioned this to his family during phone calls. The moment his mother and sister learned of Wu Yin's fondness, they sent a generous assortment her way. The basement cold storage of the villa still held several boxes. Please select a set for each of them to send. I've been rather busy these days and might forget about it, so I'm entrusting this to you. Wu Yin patted Yan Ming's shoulder. I have the means. When it comes time to settle the design fees, just let me know, and I'll cover it. Tan Ci took over the task Wu Yin loathed, chuckling as he listened to her chat with Yan Ming. Wu Yin's nature was such that while she seemed to cherish money, in truth, it held little weight in her eyes. She remembered every kindness shown to her, no matter how slight, and sought opportunities to reciprocate. The pearl jewelry was not the first gift Wu Yin had bestowed upon Yan Ming's family. The protective talisman she had personally drawn held that honor. In human connections, there exists a reciprocal exchange. By giving gifts, Wu Yin ensured that Yan Ming's family would continue to send her their best offerings, regardless of whether Yan Ming relished them. As long as Wu Yin enjoyed them, they would send more. Perhaps to others, the items from Yan Ming's hometown held little value. But more precious than money is the sentiment, the knowledge that someone cares for you. The most invaluable treasure is indeed this very thoughtfulness.
Tanchi exhibited remarkable strength,
Skillfully grinding the pearls into the exquisite pearl powder desired by Wu Yin in a matter of moments. Wu Yin, satisfied with his work, nodded approvingly and casually praised him. You are truly impressive. She then poured all the pearl powder into a small jar and handed the stone mortar to Qiyu. Add a touch of water to it, and apply it to your face with the remaining pearl powder. I guarantee that when you wake up, your skin will be smooth and tender. Upon hearing this, Qiyu eagerly cradled the mortar as if it were a precious treasure, declaring, no one is allowed to snatch it from me. I have been feeling irritable lately and have broken out in pimples. Tan Ci was occupied arranging the helicopter, which required time to schedule its flight path. So after Wu Yin completed the pearl powder, she departed. Upon returning to S-City, Wu Yin immediately sought out Feng Yu, arriving just in time as he personally greeted her at the entrance of the school auditorium. The master has arrived. We have reserved a spot for you, Feng Yu said, his voice tinged with excitement. This venue had been temporarily allocated for their use and was even larger than the originally requested space. The school had delayed its usual activities to accommodate this event, which not only drew attendees who had registered, but also numerous official leaders and reporters. Despite the large crowd, Wu Yin's seat remained in the center of the front row, flanked by Feng Yu and Jin Lan, as arranged by the school. The focus of today's performance was on the actors on stage, particularly on Jin Lan, the original protagonist of the story, to faithfully recreate the atmosphere of the past. Considerable effort had been invested in the stage design, aided by the school's assistants in gathering relevant materials and expediting production. For this performance, everyone had exerted their utmost effort. As Feng Yu spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. He was deeply moved. His initial idea was to document the story of Jin Lan and her revolutionary comrades, hoping it would endure through time. What began as a solitary endeavor culminated in a collective effort marked by unity and determination. In this brief time, each actor had dedicated nearly all their time to meticulously rehearsing every scene, practicing from dawn until dusk until they could practice no longer. Their tireless efforts were aimed at delivering the finest performance for Jin Lan, a story that belonged not only to her and her comrades but also to the nation and its people. At 3:30, the performance commenced officially, and the audience fell into a profound silence without the need for a host to announce it. Jin Lan sat beside Wu Yin, gazing up at the stage. It was not until the actors cried out, "Protect my China," I would die without regret. One of me falls, yet countless others rise. China will surely rise again. This nation shall prove to the world that it is no coward. This nation shall not suffer humiliation. That the lights dimmed. The actress, clutching her chest, smiled as she gazed ahead. In that moment, her eyes sparkled like a blazing fire, igniting her life and kindling the hearts of the audience. As one actor after another fell, the play concluded amidst the tears of all present. The story was not truly over. It marked only the end of the lives of these brave heroes. This performance left a heavy layer of sorrow on the hearts of all attendees and bestowed upon their lives a lasting memory. When the lights brightened once more, the actors returned to the stage. The actress portraying Jean Lon approached with a bouquet, saying, "Sister Jean Lon, this bouquet is for you. We would like to invite you to join us on stage." With tears in her eyes, the girl added, "All the applause today belongs to you and your comrades." Jean Lon accepted the flowers and stood, following the girl onto the stage as she spoke. "You've portrayed my final moments beautifully." In that instant, I was filled with reluctance, unwilling to close my eyes. I longed to see the city I had defended with my life, even if just for one more glance. I often wondered, how many more Jean Lands must there be to secure peace for the city? And can we truly await the tranquility we have longed for? The girl, her makeup running from tears, struggled to find her voice, finally managing to say, after nearly half a minute, "Sister Jean Lon, this country and its people will not forget you, nor will this city forget the sweat and blood you shed in every corner. Sister Jean Lon, does this prosperous era match the wishes of you and your comrades?" Jean Lon gently nodded, then suddenly shook her head. "This current flourishing era is one we could not have imagined back then." Over the past few days, Fong Yu had taken Jean Lon to numerous places, exploring many exhibitions and news reports. She softly remarked, "This city is wonderful, the people of this nation are wonderful, and this country is great. I love my country, every moment of it, and I love you, the younger generations." Turning to the girl, Jean Lon continued, "You have performed a play for me that I truly cherish. I have never lived for my own desires before, but now I wish to return the favor with a performance of my own." As she spoke, the surroundings transformed. The school auditorium morphed into an ancient theatrical stage. The actors who had been on stage were now sent to the audience, transitioning from performers to spectators. Jean Lon donned a traditional costume instead of her qipao, and with a flourish of her long sleeves, the sound of drums resonated, capturing everyone's attention. The essence of classic drama, with its stories and expressions, conveyed a near-broken cultural heritage. At this moment, the girl on stage was Jean Lon, and solely Jean Lon, the one who cherished the art of opera. She had no love for Western songs, Western attire, or Western coffee. She was merely a girl who adored performing. She sang tales of female generals, inspired since childhood by their stories, aspiring to be like them. Ultimately, she became the heroine she had sung about countless times, and in the hearts of others, she became a symbol of heroism. In the future, others would tell her story, sing her songs, carry forth her spirit, and become the new pillars of this nation. As the performance reached its conclusion, Jean Lon took her final bow. Though tears did not fall, her eyes shimmered with emotion. She gazed upward before suddenly turning to Wu Yin. "Master, my wish has been fulfilled. It is time for me to depart." Jean Lon smiled and expressed her gratitude to the audience, saying, "Thank you all for your support, and for everything you have done for me. This city is warm, radiating the warmth you all exude." She continued, "I yearn to be reborn into this world, to integrate with you, to become one of you." After acknowledging Fong Yu, she added, "Thank you for your companionship these past few days. Our debts are settled now. I wish you a happy marriage and a life filled with joy and health." As she spoke, a gentle beam of white light enveloped Jean Lon. She waved softly to everyone before stepping into the light, vanishing from their sight. Once the light faded, the surroundings returned to their original state. The stage remained, but the stunning woman was gone, as if it had all been a dream. Yet the tears on their faces reminded everyone that this was no dream. Jean Lon had truly departed. She ventured forth to her new life, and one day, she would walk down the streets of the city again. Even without the memories of her past life, she would still love the city and cherish opera. What she left behind for this city and this nation was not merely her youthful life, but also her fervent dedication to cultural heritage. Wu Yin entrusted the recording stone to Fong Yu, as she wished for more people to witness her performance and for the cultural treasures passed down from our ancestors to endure. In Jean Lan's ethereal realm, nothing could be captured on a phone, Yet Wu Yin successfully documented everything with a recording stone. I intend to collaborate with all universities to initiate a touring event, showcasing tonight's play across major institutions nationwide. The principal approach to continue the discourse, emphasizing the importance of sharing Mr. Jean and his comrade's story with a broader audience. After departing from the school, Wu Yin promptly contacted Zhang Hongtian. The remaining herbal remedies for Zhang Hongtian's facial treatment were stored in the Lingfu. However, one particular ingredient required additional time for preparation. Consequently, Wu Yin had initially planned to wait until she healed Tanxi's foot before attending to Zhang Hongtian's face. Yet, with the acquisition of the mermaid pearl, which serves as a perfect substitute for that elusive herb, Wu Yin found herself alleviated of considerable burdens and time constraints, prompting her to expedite Zhang Hongtian's treatment. Confirming his presence in the orchard, Wu Yin made her way directly there. Zhang Hongtian, still feeling somewhat dazed, clutched his phone in hand when he heard Wu Yin's voice calling out to him from outside. He hurriedly set down the phone and rose to greet her, exclaiming, "Master, please come in. I never expected to see you again so soon."